The protagonist Kang Joma accidentally time travels into a pay-to-win game with a standard monster hunting system. Basically, an ordinary game of ordinary people. What makes the demon interested in playing this game is being captivated by the beauty of the female characters. In the end, he spent a large sum of money on it, and even after many rounds, Jom couldn't cross into a decent character or an NPC. He was just a background character nobody knew. The demon in this game is a sword demon. In the setting of the miracle of blessings happening in Korea, with a few minor differences, overall it's easy to adapt. Jo-ma has been in this world for a year now and often wonders whether this is real or just a game. In this world, Joma has lived a peaceful life he couldn't enjoy in his previous life, but that brief moment was quickly over when that fateful day arrived. That is the day the Jo Queen Academy sent the acceptance letter, and Joma's family was all very proud and happy about it. Only Jom remained completely uninterested. From that moment on, his modest dream of a peaceful life was as good as gone. Joma takes the acceptance letter back to his room. The enrollment date listed is tomorrow. With the whole family so happy, he had no choice but to accept. Joma was truly exhausted by all of this. I wanted to give up many times but couldn't because of Kang Yam, the original entity of this world. Before transmigrating here, he revealed his holy power and was immediately accepted into the academy. When it comes to holy power, it is a special ability that humans can use, similar to skills in a game. However, not everyone possesses a holy power because it only appears through inheritance. With this power, the society of this world has been divided into 3 classes: elites, commoners, and the lowborn. Joak Queen Academy, which JMA is about to attend, is an institution established to maintain the power of the elite class that was set up earlier. Although officially founded to train heroes, it has actually become a school exclusive to noble families. But recently, a special admission system has appeared for noble families that are not heroes. It is called the Special Admission, and none other than the Demon King himself is one of the special students accepted there. The reason why training and having heroes is necessary is not hard to guess. It's because of the Demon King and those terrible monsters. You can think of Do Queen as a kind of hero training school preparing for war, like a young man re-enlisting to protect peace. Joma, feeling discouraged, called out to the divine power, and immediately a status window appeared. The activation time is 30 seconds, and the cooldown is 12 hours. Joma looked annoyed and discouraged. Then suddenly he realized an important detail on the system window. That was the divine power granted to him when he entered this body. That holy power is called the Bamboo Blessing Sword God. It will break if struck by a demon. It has an infinite activation time and no cooldown. Joma has never seen this kind of divine power in the game. The name sounds fancy, but the actual effect is so trivial that it makes him laugh. But what stands out the most is the activation condition, which only triggers with a sword less than 30 cm long and 5 cm wide. That's clearly the size of a sashimi knife. So it's basically suggesting you should go get sashimi here. After all, life isn't always what you want it to be. Yama still has to gather her things and prepare to leave tomorrow, including weapons for training and studying. I remember when I played games, character weapons were very expensive. Even the lowest level E items cost tens of millions, while mid-level C items are hundreds of millions. Having an A or S grade item is like owning a real treasure. Just the tuition at the academy was already a huge amount, and Ma definitely didn't want to spend money on something he was forced to do. But the admission letter clearly stated the equipment requirements, so if he didn't bring anything, it would leave a bad impression on the first day. With no other options, Ma sighed and decided to go to the Dao to buy supplies. Suddenly, he remembered his first master, who insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million coins for battle. He had a saying that Doom would never forget. A true master never blames their equipment. It quickly became the next day. Yama's registering the new student, but there's a bit of trouble with the administrator because the weapon Jama brought is that bunch of sashimi knives he bought at Dao with a 30% discount. The supervisor frowns and observes carefully, as the wealthy students often play pranks every year, so he feels the need to establish discipline from the start. Then he slams his hand on the table and shouts at Joma, "Do you really think using a kitchen knife like this as a weapon in the classification test is acceptable?" Jom remains calm and asserts that this is indeed his weapon. Seeing that he doesn't seem to be willing to back down, the instructor becomes a bit flustered and continues to shout, but Joma cuts him off. "You said you're a special student recruited here, and just the tuition fee alone is already too much to handle, so where would you get the money to buy good weapons? The equipment you have now is all there is. The school can tolerate it or not." Seeing Quan Sin silent, Joma continued with a philosophical remark. Blaming the equipment is just the work of amateurs. Kwang Sin was speechless after hearing that. This is definitely not something a young boy should be saying. It feels like the devil has reached the peak in some field. Seeing his face full of strong determination, The dean felt that his passionate words carried great weight, so impressive that it brought him to tears. In the end, the sashimi weapon was approved. The recent events drew the attention of the other students, all gossiping excitedly and, most importantly, looking down on a particularly ordinary student like Jama. Kwansin, with fiery determination, told the students to be silent and move quickly and neatly after the assessment, because whether they become angels or demons depends on their attitude. Dom suddenly flinched after hearing that, feeling like he had just been psychologically tortured. A moment later, Jama entered the academy and sat in the courtyard to rest. Although he had anticipated this, experiencing it firsthand still made him feel uneasy. The equipment check and enrollment ceremony went smoothly. All that remains now is the placement test. Jum ponders quietly for a moment, but after all, he's already here. The grand and beautiful school will be the place where Jama studies for the next 3 years, at the Joaquin Hero Academy. Seeing it with the naked eye, it's definitely different from what Yomea saw in the graphics. The entire campus of this school could be as large as a small town, which is very impressive. That feeling of having to drop out of high school back on Earth because of family circumstances, now being able to study at a school for the elite, is strange and hard to describe. The school's loudspeaker announced that students must gather in the training hall before 1 p.m. It's probably time for the important placement test. Jum takes out his special weapon from his pocket. Checking it is one thing, but he needs to get used to it. Looking back, since I entered this game a year ago, there was no reason for Gom to use this knife. His previous master once said that not a single day should pass without holding the blade, even when sleeping. Joma examined the knife, then gently tapped it to check, looking much better than he expected. Now he probably needs to cut a few slices to test its sharpness. Right as Joma pulls the knife out of its sheath, a blue electric aura surrounds it. The status window suddenly appears, indicating that the blessing of the sword god has been activated, but the current physical and weapon levels are too low, requiring a suit to initiate synchronization for the user. Joma's body suddenly stiffened. He had just drawn the knife and hadn't done anything yet when he felt the electric current emanating from the blade paralyze him. The synchronization process has now been completed. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Immediately, a brain-shattering pain overwhelmed him as the powerful electric shock from the knife made him scream in agony. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to meet my grandparents soon. A blinding golden light radiates out. Dom Ma felt like his body had shattered and been reborn into a new form. The immense power just now left him stiff and inadvertently dropped the knife to the ground. At that moment, everything immediately returned to normal, leaving Jama stunned and bewildered, though his head and entire body ached as if torn apart by someone. Jom realizes this is part of activating divine power, but does the world breaking apart like this have anything to do with the blessing of the sword god? The reaction just now was truly very painful. Divine power only helps to ease the pain after use. If every activation is like this, sooner or later this body will be discarded. Maybe right now, Joma can't use this Sashimi weapon. The school's announcement system sounded again. All students, please gather immediately at the training hall. There's no other choice but to pick it up again. Anyway, I can't let a knife like that just lie on the ground. Maybe that pain only happens during the first activation. But for him, the subsequent activations were always the same. Just a touch, and the demon was jerked so hard it made him swear. All new trainees gathered here at the training hall. The atmosphere was extremely lively and bustling, especially with the presence of Clean, the hero of the 7 Stars Academy, who also arrived here. He is known as the heir of Aaron Belung, a direct disciple of the hero of origin Joaquin. The power emanating from his face alone is enough to make people fear and run away. At this moment, the principal of the 7 Stars Hero Academy, the virtuous Media, appeared simultaneously. Clean looked at her outfit and felt utterly helpless. Maybe being in her 70s is just a number for Media anyway. After all, every woman wants to maintain her beauty until the end. Clean just has to give up when he looks at her. Over 70 and still not mature. Media chuckled mockingly. Old man Clean is still the same as 50 years ago, but he has brought her to places like this. Overall, they did try. Media guesses that the niece Clean introduced must be very beautiful. Clean remained silent, lost in thought. Everything seemed about to begin. Joma has now arrived at the hall entrance, but after looking around for a while, he realizes he is the only one here with black hair. It feels like a black sheep among a flock of white sheep, especially being a special student among the children of nobles, and their scrutinizing, disdainful gazes this morning made Ma feel like he was falling into an abyss. At this moment, the most important event of the game is happening. Joma glanced around and finally spotted the most important staff member of the game. The female protagonist Anbelvani Belung, the daughter of the Sword Emperor, stood in the training hall, memories of the game flooding back in the space of the game, created by the senior hero Lo Hoa Kin. Alongside the founding of the academy, a completely separate reality. The injuries here are real, but the subspace doesn't actually exist because there's no interference from the real world. Here, even murderers are looked down upon. Up on the platform, Kling and Media Poison are also discussing this issue. He watched intently below and asked if it was the royal tournament in the subspace. Media seemed interested. Fighting in the subspace is our academy's tradition, but this year there's a slight change in the royal family battle format. The innovation here is that students will be divided into groups of 10. Clean comments. So this is a survival game. Media added that there are no equipment restrictions. Clean. Guy's voice grew noticeably deeper. Without equipment limits, wouldn't the advantage naturally favor the wealthy? Media's expression grew colder. Don't bring it up again. I had to negotiate for a long time to get this. Whether you like it or not, this school was funded by the nobility. She couldn't help but complain. I had to go through a lot of trouble to develop this system. That's what I mean by clean agreement. He suddenly mentioned the demon. Yes, he's a special student. At this moment, Ma is standing from afar with a red face and a pounding heart, watching Aben. She looks incredibly beautiful. Honestly, I thought she was just a 2D character, but those fools are trying to get close to her. Maybe if I didn't know anything like they do, I would act the same way. I've played this game, so I understand. An is a player blessed with a miraculous fate. In other words, she is the main character of the game. Eventually, someone as beautiful as her will find someone to love her. Jom let Aben's people pass by and silently made his decision. Moreover, someone like me, a special student not on their level, should probably stay away to avoid bringing trouble upon myself. I took out a book and thought about the 3 principles I set for my future: living safely, completing education, having a traditional job, and living a peaceful life. Joma opened the book, and the first thing that caught her eye was the images of legendary heroes etched in history. Hero? What's the point of dying slowly? Just pulling out the knife makes my body tremble. I'm still spinning around here. You decisively close that book. You protect the world and I'll find an easy job. Suddenly, a strange diamond-shaped object appeared and announced from the school that the 783rd class exam at Hoakin Academy will now officially begin. I'll explain the rules. Dama thought. It's starting. The diamond-shaped object speaks again. This year, as announced, it will be a royal family battle. Both Clean and Media are attentively listening. Among 10 random students, the top rank will enter the elite class, while second and third place belong to the dragon class. It continues to be announced that ranks 8 to 10 will be placed in the common level. The noble family children listen and reveal a look of arrogance and disdain. The class will be assigned based on this result, with scores automatically recorded and no time limit. Dama listened carefully while thinking, just like in a game, aiming for the regular level, finish quickly, and don't waste any more time. As the long-winded words end, the space within the child gradually opens up, activating the device that creates the child's space. The test begins. May the hero's blessing be with you. As you feel your body gradually lose gravity. Dom silently calculated, trying not to withdraw the fake weapon. After a not too short, not too long period, the school's announcement sounded. Group 24 assessment completed. First place is Joe, second place. Group 47's assessment is complete, with Saki Ryoho in first place and Sarada in second. Ignoring the chaos below, Media continues talking with Clean. Looking back now in this situation, she opened a control panel while bored and said, Kling, you have a granddaughter and some blood-related children, and Jeongung, the results will change significantly. He didn't agree much, and at that moment, Media's voice suddenly rose sharply. Look at this, look at this. 7 minutes and 14 seconds, that's so fast. On the screen is Aben's battle scene. Media continues to speak non-stop. Did the C-grade weapon set this record? Clean explains Aben wants a fair assessment. She seems to be teasing that young guy, huh, Clean? Although his record hasn't been broken yet, she's still in the top 10 in the Academy's history. Hearing that, there's a hint of pride in his voice when he talks about the NIB family. Then suddenly Clean stood up. It looks like it's about to end. I'm leaving now. The media are curious. There's still one more group. But he's going to the store. He doesn't seem to care much about this last group, probably just a few shining kids left. Saying that, he quickly said goodbye to the media and left. She, out of habit, teased and said, see you in the next life. Fake. But as soon as those words finished, an event occurred that left everyone from media to all the students in shock. Media shouted, do you feel it too? Sin was stunned, unable to believe it. The students outside the yard were also confused, whispering among themselves. Clean was lost in thought, as this aura had never appeared in the building before. The strange sound and that terrifying aura re-emerging made him and Media become alert. The space portal opens, scattering beautiful fragments. Clean and Media can't believe their eyes anymore. The subspace, Hoakin's pride, shatters. Something undefined falls from it. The students watched in stunned silence. Two of them had hit the ground with their heads, seemingly the cause of this chaos. The entire training building's yard is filled with noise, as someone just fell out of the subspace, and now a mysterious bright spot appears in the sky. Clean Gee's eyes were filled with suspicion. Then the bright spot revealed itself to be a freshly sharpened sashimi knife, almost piercing one of the two people who had just fallen. Media reacted quickly and ordered the medical staff to check the health of the student who just fell out. She kept urging, "Hurry up, it's a surprise. One of the two who fell out of the space is Jom." He struggled to think that the outcome was inevitable. It was fate. Jom recalled the recent battle, when there was a young man reacting very fiercely. This bastard. Immediately, that boy was tightly grasped by Mao Sun around the neck. And before he could react, his whole body was slammed to the ground without mercy. Yama could only watch as Maon and Mao Sun slaughtered the other students, thinking that unfortunately they seemed to have fallen into a deadly battle. They are a pair of evil twins from the Iron King family. During the match, Mao kept trembling with a cold, mocking expression on his face. Too weak, and Mao trembling is truly a scoundrel. Are you finished yet? Keep going. Although they have innate talent, their cruelty and double-faced natures are unmatched. Joma angrily thought to himself, these bastards are deliberately messing around. It's been 30 minutes. You stand alone on the field, wondering if you look too weak as they don't even bother to notice. Meanwhile, Mao Shun's students are no longer moving, and he wonders why. Is he dead? Then he casually tosses the person aside and turns away, still complaining. So boring. He walked while counting with his fingers. 1, 2, 2 stars? Maun looked skeptical and turned to ask, "How many?" At this moment, he was also tormenting an unfortunate student who was gasping for breath and begging in pain. Stop. Maun has now realized something. Manun casually pressed the student onto the ground and turned to his brother, asking, "Do you want to finish quickly or slowly?" Annoying. Maun seems to have no respect at all for his brother. You take 4 people. Maun didn't bother to pay attention, just pointed ahead to decide. Sorry, I'll leave her to you. Mon shamelessly judges. Well, not bad. In front of these two heartless guys, Chloe could only hold the person and tremble in fear. Even Jom, who usually doesn't care about the world, couldn't ignore such a situation. He secretly thought that the person sitting quietly in the corner seemed panicked. She didn't look ready to fight at all. Thinking that, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Over there, Mao Sun is slowly approaching Quell with a truly despicable look on his face. Look, Mao Sun is raising his fist and threatening. That's totally my type. I wonder what that little scream from those tiny lips will sound like. I just want to find out and die. Even Mao Run can't help but look down on those words. You're my brother, but you're too perverted. Maun paid no attention to this remark and, with a contemptuous, fierce look, continued speaking. So where should I start tearing her apart? Joma couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Hey, you bastard!" All 3 of you can't help but look back at him. You're so angry that you can't control your words. Even if this is your own space, you've gone too far. Are you all crazy? Even though I was so aggressive, I couldn't help but sigh inside. Damn it, I rushed out without thinking. What is this? Is there one more? Maurun calmly reminds him again. Run looked at his name tag. Hearing that, he immediately paid attention to Jom's green name tag. The contempt is even more intense. Are they special students? The lowly one. The Mao brothers looked at each other and simultaneously smirked in contempt. Maun quickly stepped forward and said, "Let me handle this quickly." Mao Run looked at the blood-stained ground below and nodded softly. Fine. He suggested that since he dared to insult us, we should cut out his tongue. Ma Sun sneered and replied, I understand now. Jom was caught in a dilemma. His mind a tangled mess. Damn it, what should I do now? Should I use the Void God power? No, they've been rampaging for 30 minutes. What's the use of avoiding pain for just 30 seconds? Then he suddenly froze, as if he just remembered something. The sashimi knives in the bag now glowed, as if guiding Ma to use them. Thinking about the painful experiences before, he hesitated. But if he took the sword, the blessing would automatically activate the blessing of the sword god. Ma seems to have made a calm, uneventful, and safe decision, but it hasn't even been half a day since his choice. Damn it. Maun looked at what was happening in front of him and spoke with a puzzled tone. What is this? Who would have thought that the demon would pull out a sashimi knife? This left Mao and his brother frozen in shock, their bodies stiff with glue. A moment passes and they burst out laughing. Damn it, is this a joke? You bastard, Mao trembles as he prepares to fight, angrily saying, You're a bit interesting, so I'll help you suffer as little as possible. Then, without warning, he uses his momentum to propel his heavy body and leaps into the air. Out, Manun from above threatens menacingly. I will crush your head. First, Joma is already in a fighting stance. This is not a situation where he can pick and choose his fight. Just 30 seconds, it should work. As soon as I finished thinking, I immediately used the invincible blessing. The system also displayed a notification. For 30 seconds, all pain will be erased thanks to the blessing. Activation time is 30 seconds, cooldown is 12 hours. The Sword God's blessing has been activated. With this blessing, it will counteract the pain from the Sword God's blessing. Mao soon strikes while sneering dismissively. How can you use such a pathetic sword, you bastard? Joma looked up and observed. If he gets hit, he'll die from that sashimi knife. This weight. Your pupils constrict in the face of the life-threatening danger. It's not a fish, but a person. In that life or death moment, the demon remembered the conversation with his master earlier. Why does the thug in the movie use a sashimi knife? Can a sashimi knife really cut people? Is it just fish? Your master was very angry at that time. This crazy guy is just acting in the movie. He shouted angrily. If God comes, it's useless, you fool. Breaking free from the memory, Dom Ma saw Mao Sun approaching, and silently thought that if he got cut, it would be the end. A streak of light flashes in the darkness, like a divine guiding light. Mao charged forward, shouting crazily, "Go to hell, you bastard!" At the same time, Zhou Ma made a move toward him. With that strike, our holy sword has returned. With just a sashimi knife, you sliced off the giant Mao Sun's arm. The murderous aura in Zhou Ma's eyes still hasn't completely disappeared. He coldly watched Mao Sun fall to the ground, silently hoping that God's blessing would be with him. As soon as Mao Sun was turned into a pawn, Du Ma was plunged into a flood of memories about his master. At that moment, you asked him, "Boss, why do the gangsters in the movie suddenly feel a chilling sensation run down their spines?" Joma turned pale. A sashimi knife was embedded deep in the wall, almost piercing into him. Your master was strict and told you to call him teacher, so why are you questioning this? If you look closely, you'll see he's missing a hand, but he's also an excellent chef. Yama's first teacher was a former gangster who cut off his own hand to atone for his sins. Then he opened a sashimi shop because he wanted to use his knife skills to make people happy. His technique is really impressive. Then Ma asked the teacher, "Why do the characters in movies always use sashimi knives? I'm curious about real life, you know." He said if you reach a certain level with a knife, you shouldn't ask questions like that. He explained while filleting the fish on the cutting board. If you stab someone with a large kitchen knife, the skin will start to tighten, so would you be able to pull it out? Then sashimi knives are small, so you can stab repeatedly and pull out easily. You're really confused. How do I stab? Why not make just one cut? You can cut the fish, but not a person. Hearing this stupid question, the chef teacher immediately got angry. If the fish are on the cutting board, there's nothing to worry about. If they could stand up, only in dreams could you cut them. He got angry and then delivered a brutal headbutt. This kid, I am the teacher, not the boss. And even if the sword god were to do it, it wouldn't be worth anything, understand? Returning to the battle with Mao Sun, he still couldn't believe his own arm had just been severed from his body. A cold sweat rolled down his round face. Mao Jun and Chloe also doubted their eyes, only Zhou Ma remained silent like a death god standing still. And as if some kind of portal opened, Mao Sun's screams of pain and curses echoed through the sky. "Damn it, you bastard." His eyes were filled with tears, a once arrogant man now missing an arm. The shock was too great. My hand. My hand. Mao Sun clutches his bleeding, aching arm and groans in pain. Overwhelmed by fear, he collapses to the ground and shouts at the approaching ghost. "Stay away from here. I told you to stay away, but you keep moving closer, like a demon stepping out of hell." Mao Sun gathers all his strength and stands up, running away. "Save me." Mao still hasn't regained his senses after what just happened and runs towards him like a straw to save his life. "You saved that bastard, you son of a bitch." His eyes are bloodshot with panic. "Hurry up. What's meant to happen will happen." As Maun just shouted the word death, Sashimi's blade greeted his neck, blood splattering everywhere, and Mao trembled and collapsed to the ground in shock. He looked at the body of his younger brother in front of him, sweating with fear. Mao Shun's wide-open eyes stared fixedly at him, like an unspoken accusation. Maun can no longer keep calm and shouted loudly, "Tun! Tremble!" While they weren't paying attention, Ma slowly stepped forward. Chloe watched everything in horror, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in her throat. Mao was trembling, trying to reassure himself, staying calm. This is an empty space. That knife. Sun is not truly dead yet. He looks at Mao Sun lying motionless beside the body. Still, what's wrong with that bastard? I'm not sure, but it seems like this is the first time he's done something like this. Mao trembles as he struggles to stand, his breath ragged and trembling. Is this just a coincidence? I definitely have to be careful with that knife. He gently grabbed Mao Sun's severed arm. Sun's mistake was being too complacent. So Mao put his brother's weapon on his hand and shouted, "This weapon will unleash its full power if worn on both hands." Immediately afterward, his blessing-enhanced resolve boosted his defenses as his muscles swelled with increased power. Hantheeb Trugfuk's power is amplified by 200%. With the spirit of Trugfuk and the enhanced fist, it seems he has an additional 200% confidence. Mao Run chuckles dismissively and activates immediately. This is an A-grade weapon that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. His hands are filled with power that cannot be underestimated. I don't know where you found that sword, but even an S-rank weapon can't match its power. I'm not like that trembling fool. I can't believe Zhong Ma is quietly counting down right now. 23. 22. Mao's terrifying fist is rushing toward him, standing there like an idiot. Are you denying it, or what? He's threatening to smash your head in. Mao's fist was just inches away from Zhong Ma's head. Why are you still not paying attention and counting down from 7 seconds? An unbelievable thing happened. Mao's giant body was pierced all over with swords. His bloodied body collapses next to his equally wicked brother, still alive, trembling as he gazes at the face in front of him. Joma counted down to the last numbers. 3, 2. When he reached 1, he seemed to be stimulated, and suddenly woke up. Mao's eyes slowly closed as he was rejected by the throne. Joma counted down to 0. Everything is over, but his body still trembles uncontrollably. The system also displays a notification. The duration of the void. God's power has expired. As the notification ends, Ma quickly screams out in pain from using his divine power. Time passes slowly, and Ma gradually regains consciousness. He silently observes the strange room he is in. After a moment of contemplation, Yoma guessed that this must be a hospital. He tried to sit up, but the pain made him moan involuntarily. A serious-looking male teacher pushes the door open, and seeing that Ma can now sit up, calls out to the people outside, "This student has woken up." Immediately, a man and a woman entered the room. Ma Tran was startled, recognizing the unfamiliar face, but able to identify them. The ones entering are Wem and Media Poison. I remember them. 50 years ago. The one who defeated the Demon King, the commander of the 6th Legion, one of the 7 legendary heroes. Jom secretly admired the strongest human SF. Then he looked over at Media, the dean of the Holy Saint Academy Media Poison. She kindly asked if he was okay. Joma mechanically replied, "Yes, I'm fine," then couldn't help but wonder to himself. "Why are these two people?" Jom finally spoke up. "What is your name?" Yu instinctively replied. "Jom, go ahead." His face became fierce and threatening. "Get straight to the point." Jom. Jom asks, "What exactly did you do?" Joma recalls that the aura at that moment was not just a figment of his imagination, but something he actually did. He seems to have uncovered something. Jom quickly accused because seeing the long sword pierced by this monster in his hand was not a good sign. Even if it's just an empty void, I think their actions went beyond the limit, but I also believe my own actions were a bit excessive. I willingly accept any punishment. Then both the demon and Ji stare intently at each other. He seems to want to extract something from your words. Suddenly, Media interrupts this silent confrontation. "You fool, how could you treat a child like that?" She just sat up on the bed and, with a slightly twisted expression, comforted the demon's body. Even if you say that SF was the one who stopped the bleeding when you fainted, people often say that the older you get, the more difficult you become, right? Then Media brought his hand to his mouth with a knowing smile. "Just forget this face of mine." Jom immediately got angry. "I told you not to say anything." Media, overwhelmed by desire, embraced Yoma's strong body while mocking him. The old man looks so embarrassed. You can't help but be amazed when you hear that. Him? Why is Media still lost in her own happiness? Oh, look at that shoulder. Meanwhile, Dom Ma felt his body and thought, no wonder I feel as light as a feather, or rather soaked through. Media's eyes shone brightly as she recounted, while I was unconscious, we extracted the tape and watched it with the staff. She recalled excitedly the scene where you risked everything to protect a poor girl, truly like a prince in a dream. Media's saliva was flowing profusely. No, you are definitely a prince. For someone as shameless as this person, G reluctantly continued to watch and then spoke to remind him. Hey, Media keeps getting interrupted. She's a bit annoyed. Got it, that old man. Jum, just say the last thing about maintaining your dignity a bit. Regain the respect of the media director and the Demon King. Your actions during the test were fine, so there's no need to worry. The truth is that those Mao twins got into the academy because they flattered the elders, and they said they would drop out themselves. After saying that, she looked at Ma with a truly tempting and alluring gaze. You also secretly realize that and can't help but feel lucky. Luckily, it seems I won't have to deal with them at school anymore. Dom finally spoke after a moment of silence. We are here to inform you. Dama was startled. Yes, thank you, sir, Media couldn't help but exclaim. Joma, you are one of the top students. Congratulations. You were completely stunned by what you just heard. Hey, what's going on? Jom feels like he's fallen into an endless black hole, his mind constantly screaming. What the hell? Safety, peace, and good health. A magnificent and majestic tall building appears. From outside, you can see Media sitting on a chair, sighing. She holding a teacup in a bored manner and says, I have been the director for nearly 20 years, and this is the first time something like this has happened. Remembering the earlier conversation with the demon, he replied irritably, I don't want to. Media Poison and John Jay were both stunned after hearing it. At that moment, Media said, Do you know Joma? Do you not understand what the level rating means? Did I hear wrong? While the elders are furious, a decision regarding the top student is made based on the scores directly assessed in the space. Joma falls silent for a moment, but still firmly refuses. But I still don't want to. This makes the two old men very confused. Jom quietly looked at him now, a hint of evaluation in his eyes. Media spoke up. That call brought him back to reality. Media sitting opposite him spoke. Are you still upset that Joma took your granddaughter's top spot? You keep staring at your feet. Dom calmly picked up his teacup and replied, That's really stupid. Nothing is more foolish than doubting the judgment of the space within. It embodies the will of the founding hero. Since the Academy chose him as the leader, we should just follow that decision. He may say that on the surface, but deep down he is still proud. If his abilities are truly outstanding, I can understand. If his physical strength is truly extraordinary, I will accept that. If he has extensive experience, I will agree. But what a young boy who hasn't even matured yet can show. Jom recalls the image of zombie monsters fighting, their strength seeming to tear apart space and assault the human mind. That made him look surprised, with every movement seeming to carry a certain intention. The swordsmanship he had pursued his entire life suddenly felt uneasy when awakening his bloodline. As he examined Joma's condition, Jomja assessed a fragile, untrained body that seemed to harbor something that shouldn't be restrained within him. Returning to reality, Jomja closed his eyes and sighed. At this age, setting down the teacup, he still thinks about winning and losing, especially against a kid his niece's age. Suddenly, Media's voice interrupts his thoughts. That face is truly handsome. And the way she defeated the enemy to save a frightened girl. If only I were 10 years younger. No, I think I'm still okay at this age. Hey, old man, what do you think, huh? She said with a smile, looking at Jean, leaving him speechless. Then he also spoke up. Do you know what the students call women your age like you? The confusing Media asked again. Then she showed a nonchalant expression, speaking clearly for me to see. What do they call someone like me? The Media set down the teacup on the table, making no gentle move. She frowned in frustration. Hearing Media's confusion, Jay pursed his lips and said each word clearly, and upon hearing this, Media immediately became furious, and the oppressive aura caused the entire room to shake. At the academy, Joma stands in front of a door with a sign reading, WAF class. This makes him feel resigned. It's the best deal he could get. Remember the heated debate in the hospital when Media loudly said, I have to send her to a higher class? Joma replied, Sir Principal, I want to go to the top class. The proposal only fueled the fire inside Media. How could the top student attend that class? Isn't our academy supposed to prioritize equality? No, even then, the advanced class is not allowed. After a heated debate, Media broke out in a sweat. She said, Instead, I will keep this secret for you. Media couldn't help but feel uneasy, thinking that if they placed her in the low-level class, the elders would make a big fuss, while Jom Ma looked at her with a completely confused expression. Returning to the present, he silently thought that his plan was to finish his studies in a lower-ranked class rather than compete with higher-ranked ones. As he thought this, he slowly pushed the door open, unable to help but sigh in frustration. At least this way he still had some control. After entering, the door slammed shut loudly, startling him. He stood there in confusion, attracting the attention of the entire hall. Everyone stopped their personal activities to look at him, and at this moment they noticed his name tag that said, Jom. He's not an influential figure, so no one cares. They keep talking and joking with each other, paying no attention to him. Jom quietly prays as he walks down the stairs. Please don't look at me, just ignore me. Only when he finds a suitable seat does he feel relieved. Wow, completely ignored. Looks like the principal tried to keep it secret. The lonely person has their own way of living, and perhaps that's a good thing. As he thought this, he smiled softly, but suddenly his attention was drawn to Chloe's appearance. She appeared shy and embarrassed, and Chloe approached Joma to greet him. Sorry for the trouble, and thank you for everything you've done. This surprise has left you a bit stunned. Joma remained silent, showing a look of surprise. Chloe blushed and continued. During that exam, thanks to that, Joma remembered. Oh, back then, you wonder why he spoke so formally? We are the same age, but you smiled brightly and said, "No need to thank me. Anyone in that situation would do the same." Jom thought to himself that even though it seemed like he had saved him in the end, he was just trying to survive. He felt like a hypocrite. Then Joma suddenly appeared friendly. Looking back now, haven't we still not properly introduced ourselves? I am J.A. Chloe smiled and replied, I am Chloe. You speak in a friendly tone. Nice to meet you, Chloe. I didn't expect us to be in the same class, Chloe said brightly. I'm also very happy to meet you. After a while of getting to know each other, you tilted your head in confusion and asked, Chloe, who is that? I've played almost the entire game, but I don't know the name of this character. As far as I remember, the main story in the second half will focus on the battle against the demon race. The new character appearing now is truly beyond imagination. Jom suddenly misunderstood. Oh, he's just a background character like me. And you said, by the way, could you keep the secret about what happened during the exam for me? Huh? Of course, that's fine. At this moment, she seemed about to say something, but suddenly someone entered and loudly interrupted her. Everyone, take your seats, Jom told Chloe. We'll talk later. She could only regretfully hum and nod. The instructor placed the thick documents on the table and loudly said, Congratulations on passing the selection. The instructor standing at the podium said proudly, You all here have been chosen to inherit the will of the founding hero, Valo Jacques Queen. A truly proud achievement. My name is Lee W. Bin, the homeroom teacher for the senior class. Today is the first day, so we'll start with some simple physical exercises. Change your clothes and gather at the training yard in 30 minutes. What kind of training is this, sir? Win immediately replied. It's simple, just 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. After that, just run 10 laps around the training ground. If there are no more questions, go change your clothes and gather at the training ground. Dismissed. Everyone else is leaving, only the ghost is sitting there, wide-eyed and helpless, wondering if these training exercises are just to turn trainees into perfect soldiers. The boy approaches the podium and calls out, Sir, may I ask, what's going on? The trainee, huh? Win was surprised and asked, Why does he know my name? But that's not the point. The real issue now is finding an excuse to skip this boring training. I don't feel very well, Win thought for a moment before he spoke. So this training will help me get much healthier. Maybe I should switch to advanced training instead. The principal has allowed me to attend all the classes. Joma was stunned for 5 seconds after hearing that. Damn it, what does that woman mean by secret? Remembering those promises from the media made the corner of his mouth twitch. Joma quickly regained his composure, scratched his head, and awkwardly responded with a smile. No need. I think I just need to rest in the lounge for a bit. I've been feeling a little tired. This schedule suits me perfectly. Win immediately responded confidently. No wonder they are the top academy. See you again at the training school. Yes, sir. Outside the training yard, Dom Ma is sweating profusely from his training. He is panting heavily. His heavy footsteps thudded on the ground as the instructor's urging voices echoed around him. 1, 2, don't be lazy. Hurry up, move faster. The whole class is running ahead, leaving the ghost behind, still practicing running after them. I'm exhausted and can't help but complain. Damn it, the instructor's urging still echoes. 1, 2, even faster. Chloe runs over worriedly and asks, Is it too hard? He looks quite unwell. Dom looks over in shock. Yeah, even though he's exhausted, he still tries to smile and says, It's okay. Chloe still asks, How many laps have you run? Jom replied immediately, probably 5 laps. Chloe, how about you? It seems like you're falling behind a bit. Chloe innocently replied, I've already completed the 9th lap. Dom Ma doesn't believe in his own hands. Chloe clenches her fist tightly to cheer him on. Come on, you can do it. Then she quickly ran ahead. And Jo Ma is still running steadily behind. It's already late afternoon, and in that room, empty water bottles are scattered all over the floor. There are also 2 empty bottles on the table. Ram Ma forcefully slams a water bottle down. He sprawled on the bed, sighing. I'm so hungry. A week in the academy and I've already run into an unexpected problem. In the academy's dining hall, students were gathered to enjoy the delicacies of the human world after intense training. Jom couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly spoke, surprising everyone. I'm starving. I rush to the food counter and make my request. Pork, 1 serving of pork, please. Hurry up, thank you. The chef glared sharply, and Jom froze, looking at a box of meal tickets, wondering, isn't it free? Very quickly, Jom Ma replied, I will get the ticket right now, a pork rice set in advance. But suddenly, he froze in place. 50,000 for pork belly? He stood there like a statue, muttering unconsciously, 50,000, 50,000. The last drops are being squeezed out as Duma, returning to reality, tilts the water bottle to drain the final few drops. Then he angrily threw the bottle away while scolding, "Damn it, 50,000 G for a single bowl of pork rice." It really is a brutal cut. Sang-ruk's eyes look like they want to kill, desperate and starving. "Stop overcharging already. I'm about to run out of living expenses." Dama remembered how he refused his father's money without hesitation. Looking back at the brutal reality, he was so exhausted and powerless, overwhelmed by helplessness. Dama curled up in the blanket. He curled up in bed, regretful. "I should have taken that money. I really am stupid. I've been surviving on the cheapest water in the academy for days now." Suddenly, the screen displays the Blessed Sword God. The message reads, "If injured, it will be deactivated. Because your physique has been improved, the sword condition will be relaxed. The blessing is only activated for swords shorter than 30 centimeters in length and less than 5 centimeters in width." Dom anxiously ponders, and just thinking about it, the status window appears. But then he quickly stands up in front of the mirror, and Joma lifts his sleeveless shirt to reveal his six-pack abs. He said, satisfied, "It's really not a waste of effort." Joma looked down at his hands in amazement. "Has the blessing of the sword god unlocked my bloodline? At this rate, I will reach a new level. The blessing of the sword god hasn't leveled up yet. If I keep improving step by step, I will soon be able to control a whole sword formation." Joma glanced at the two sharp knives on the table, then smiled again, remembering how just the day before at the enrollment ceremony, he was terrified to even touch a sword. "But now I can't go a minute without holding a sword, or my hands and feet will feel very itchy. Is this the effect of the blessing? Am I feeling a bit too proud?" Suddenly, there was a knocking on the door that startled him. "Who is it?" Dama asked gruffly as he opened the door. "Is the person outside Chloe?" She still looks shy with a hint of worry on her face. She cautiously asked, "Do I bother you to rest?" "Why is Chloe here?" Jama wondered. He cheerfully replied, "No, I'm just lying down." "What's going on?" Chloe lowered her head, carefully explaining, "It's just that for a week I haven't seen you appear at the academy cafeteria. I'm worried you're not feeling well." On the surface, Jay laughs and says he's not used to eating others' cooking, but inside, he's drooling like crazy. "I really like it too." Hearing that, Chloe felt reassured. "I understand." Then he reassured her, "Don't worry." Suddenly, Chloe hesitated a bit and made a suggestion. "If possible, I was thinking of buying some ingredients from the school store to cook dinner." Before she could finish speaking, Jama had already put on his coat and cheerfully said, "Let's go." Chloe was so surprised she was speechless. Jam continued, "Don't you want to invite me to dinner?" She still hasn't caught up with his words and actions. "Is that right?" Jam happily hummed as he walked down the corridor, saying, "I cook very well, so let me take care of it." Chloe saw that and ran happily after. Joma continued, "So Chloe's dormitory is across the street, right? Then let's go together." Outside, the sky had turned to night, with stars shining brightly and only a few windows still lit. Inside Chloe's room, she was eating and praising happily. "This is delicious," Dama replied. "I'm happy if you like it." Chloe continued, "You didn't leave anything behind and you did it very quickly." Joma was silent for a moment. "You look at the empty plate and say, 'I only know how to boil fish. I've never cooked before. Let me check the fridge.' But you really do like fish." "Yeah, I come from the Riverlands." He immediately said, "That's awesome, because my specialty is fish dishes." Jom thought to himself, "Good, I'm itching to get started. Let's see how I can slice the simi." But the problem is that the sword god's blessing, seen from the demon's perspective, makes the price for the kitchen's trade a bit suspicious. Then he turned and asked, "Do you have a longer knife?" Chloe immediately asked, "Longer? Can you explain?" He replied, "Yes, you know, my weapon is a sword of that kind, so I think using a knife like this is a bit strange." She said, "I understand." Then Chloe didn't ask anything more. A moment later, while John Ma was fussing in the kitchen, Chloe called out happily and held out her sword, saying, "Would this work?" This made the demon pause in confusion. Feeling helpless, he said, "No, I only used a kitchen knife. This won't do." He grabbed the kitchen knife, activated the sword god's blessing, and nervously told himself he had to finish this within 30 seconds before starting to fillet the fish. "I am known as the greatest swordsman. I can do this." Encouraging myself, the blessing of the sword god is gradually taking effect, and with just a few sharp cuts, the fish on the plate is perfectly cleaned. Joma silently thought, 21 seconds until I remove the bones, take out the fins, and fillet the fish. Then he smiled contentedly at his achievement. Jom was proud. Too perfect, like a masterpiece. I am still alive. Chloe pondered, "How could you be so good at cooking?" He replied, "I used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant." Chloe was amazed. "A part-time job?" Jama asked again. "Don't you know what a part-time job is?" This made Chloe a bit embarrassed. I apologize. Jom smiled and said, no need to apologize. You're thinking the same as I do, about this class difference. Then Jama cheerfully spoke up. Anyway, I'm glad you liked the meal. Chloe kept nodding excitedly. She volunteered to do the chores since you prepared the meal, so I'll wash the dishes. Zoma also responded without hesitation. Thank you, so I'll rely on you for this. Then Chloe diligently went about her work. Doom Ma sat back, swinging himself contentedly. The moonlight was so beautiful it made him want to hum a tune. Before I could enjoy it, the clattering of dishes and utensils rang out, along with a clumsy apology. Yam was sweating bullets. Then the clattering sounds continued. Chloe panicked. She fumbled and apologized, while Dom Ma felt a bit amused as he watched that figure's back. I wonder if he's ever done the dishes before. Yeah, I was already doing the dishes at that age too. While you were gazing at the moon, something fell from the shelf. It was a book. It was blown open by the wind, revealing its contents. Joma was stunned. Is it a diary? Coincidentally, a page with content related to you appears inside. Someone helped me with today's placement test. I must repay them. Joma marvels at the round, cute handwriting, picks up the notebook and smiles, thinking he should just put it back. Chloe really looks like other girls who pretend to be innocent. Suddenly, the wind blows and flips to another page. Joma was momentarily flustered as the page turned, and he looked in shock at the content on this page. It turns out the friend who helped me is in the same class as me. His name is Jama. My heart is pounding so fast I don't know what to do either. I can't bring myself to start a conversation with him. After reading, you immediately exclaim. Yama smiles. So adorable. So you finally understand the reason. So that's why you couldn't talk to me? The corner of the ghost's mouth curves mischievously. Should I read a little more? The title is highlighted with your name, Jama. The pages behind are constantly filled with love him. Love him. Love him surprises Jama into speechlessness. The words Elohim left him stunned. The sound of dishes shattering tore through the space. Chloe, standing next to the shattered bowl, looking at her diary with Jama's name on it, then asks, do you see it? Heroic families gain respect by defeating monsters, earning society's admiration and strengthening their position. However, within these stagnant organizations, benefits are still granted to exploit the poor under the guise of the government. When the government lost all authority, a hero family rose up, cloaked in darkness. That family name is Auditor Jailia, a family that operates in the shadows to pursue the light, combining enforcement with assassination. In the face of brutal circumstances, those born into the Auditor family must undergo a mental test before puberty to eliminate emotions and endure a very harsh training. Chloe was surprised and wide-eyed at the prospect of having to carry it out, with the seemingly exhausted man before her being her target, along with the sternness of the old man. Chloe is scared, her body trembling, but her hand still gripping the sword, while the old man places his hand on hers to help her calm down. To become an assassin, the age at which a girl first stains her hands with blood is 15. After taking down her target, she relaxes her hand and the sword is now stained red. Even so, enduring the harshness is what builds a strong spirit. Chloe, Auditor from Sicily, don't deny your assassination talent. The old man spoke, and Chloe felt a bit dazed. That is something she heard even before growing up. Chloe has accepted it. In reality, she gently lifts the mask. Her swordsmanship skills have become more refined, and her current demeanor is more resolute than before. Constant training twisted her spirit, creating a deep shadow in her heart. And so it continued until her reason completely vanished, leaving only faint traces of emotion. Chloe had reached school age. The romantic and somewhat elegant scenery makes the academy appear more magnificent than ever. In front of Chloe now, there are many students and it looks very lively. That is Joaquin Academy, where students are sorted into classes based on their skills. Although all members of the Auditor House, clearly dark elements, possess skills above the dragon level. Chloe was excited and thought they were all placed in the ordinary class because of the family tradition, which was an agreement between her family and the academy. Suddenly, she remembered the old man's warning to stay out of sight, which made her feel a bit sad. Chloe sadly reflects on what she has endured. 3 years of her youth have been taken away by her family, and she has lost all personal freedom. Faced with the destiny of becoming an assassin, Chloe never complained once. She accepted it and never even thought of trying to change it. She kept going, thinking that until she met a male student in the suddenly gloomy scene with shouting voices, "Hey, you bastard, are you crazy or what? You bastard, don't touch her." Jom just finished speaking, and Mao soon started to notice him with a slightly annoyed look. In the royal battle in the subspace, even if this death isn't real, it will be the first time she experiences dying. She's not afraid at all. She was hugging herself because of the cold when she suddenly realized there was someone else in here. Who else could it be? Chloe calmly accepts the inevitable death that has been predetermined. She has long abandoned feudal resistance. That's how she learned to live and has always lived that way. Returning to reality, Mao Sun now looks very pleased and amused. I'll kill you first, then that girl. That's right, nothing will change. Chloe can only see what's in front of her now. Fate has been sealed. A red streak of light has already been predetermined. Chloe gazed intently, but it felt as if the sunlight had dispelled the dark clouds of a storm. Something was burning fiercely inside her. A sword wielded with all her mind. The images of the demon slashing Mao Sun gradually flicker in her eyes. The image of Chloe being bullied by those people made Jama rise up for justice, drawing a sword to protect someone. She is the reason that the male student used a sword. The scene of Chloe by the bed in her memory is reminiscent of that. In her childhood, she always remembered the fairy tale she secretly kept beside her bed. Flipping through the pages of her childhood storybook, she was very happy about the prince trapped in the castle. In front of her is the brave prince. Returning to the present, Jom now appears to Chloe as a savior, looking very strong and determined, holding a knife that radiates powerful energy. A story about how the prince appears and saves everyone. Chloe covers her face, her cheeks flushing, and her chest begins to flutter as an indescribable feeling starts to rise. Chloe stands still, lost in deep thought even though the chaos around her is intense. This is her only thought. Chloe is now in a state of infatuation. This is love. After the battle ends, the demon looks at you with worry and can't speak. Chloe appears with a terrifying face, and her body emits a red glow. The ghost shyly scratches his head. In the current situation, no one speaks. They just look at each other. Jom is confused and sweating, wondering if he did something wrong. Is this when he realizes this girl is simply innocent, or when he's just foolish for following her for a meal? Joma speaks. Isn't Chloe's moon tonight very beautiful? There was no response. She continued speaking. Thank you for this. It's been a long time since I had such a good meal. You smile kindly. I'll go now. See you tomorrow. Chloe's voice interjects. Did you see it? I stopped to answer. Huh? What? That, Chloe said as she took off her gloves. Jom, surprised, notices the notebook on the table and says hurriedly, So you're talking about this notebook? You must have studied hard. My diary. Jom shivered and thought, Do you have eyes in the back of your head? When did you see that? Moreover, it's the tone he usually uses. I told her to change it already. I made her change it again. You said you haven't seen anything, Chloe, is that right? The interrogation continued like that. Huh. I didn't see anything, don't lie. Yeah, that's right, I saw it. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene returned to silence. Joma was startled, and Chloe began drawing her sword with an extremely angry look on her face. Why is Joma suddenly flustered? With those feelings still lingering, Joma's heart skipped a beat. No, the scene outside is on the 4th floor, the highest level, and I doubt myself. If I jump down from here, I'll be torn apart and shattered. My mind is unstable, and I can't afford any mistakes. Dom thinks the knife he used earlier, if he goes that far, he will definitely lose a leg or an arm. Chloe, with an emotionless face, is holding a sword with the intention of drawing it and attacking toward Joma's position. Joma is no longer calm. Suddenly, a flash of light from the paper sword catches his attention towards the item box, as Chloe, at her breaking point, is about to swing her sword at Joma. Joma was panicked and wide-eyed. Seizing the opportunity, Joma quickly grabbed the paper sword and forcefully pushed the blade's tip outward. The system panel begins to appear in rapid succession. Multiple skills are activated simultaneously. The mental state, words, and actions are temporarily tinged with menace, with power being adjusted accordingly. Most importantly, the sword god's guardian spirit has been activated, and the paper sword is now energized, making the strike sharper and more powerful. May God's blessing always be with you, radiating a bright blue light around you. As Chloe tries to move forward to attack, a beam of light now appears around his hand. Joma speaks. Chloe, your hair is a bit long now. The words made Chloe startle. I'll help you cut a little. Red streaks flash across each other, forming an artistic cut. In Chloe's bedroom, her silhouette lies on the bed. She slowly sat up, ran her hand through her hair, and softly called Jom's name. She looked around the room, wondering and asking questions. Where are you, Jom? Chloe feels shy, recalling the moment she timidly looked at the demon. I remember I was looking out the window while doing the dishes, sneaking a quick peek. She suddenly realized something was different, panicked and pulled back the blanket to look, then had to shout out loud about her sword. Chloe realized her sword was resting right next to her study desk, and she let out a relieved sigh. Luckily, Min often lost consciousness when holding the sword. Chloe reminisces about the past when an old man's voice echoes, Well done, Chloe. She was quite surprised and didn't understand what just happened. What was that? Chloe's master continued. Don't worry. Don't deny your talent for assassination. Chloe looked at the sword silently, then immediately buried her face in the pillow, scolding herself. Stupid Chloe. Why did you faint at that moment? Jom? As she reached that point, her face suddenly flushed and her voice trembled incompletely. I wonder if I said anything strange while I was unconscious. Chloe curiously looked at the paper knife on the floor and played with her hair. Why is that little knife on the ground? She looked at her hair in surprise, seeming to notice it had become shorter. Is that knife for cutting my hair? She slowly approaches the trash bin to check. It seems like he has tied it up and left, Chloe pondered. Jom is really kind. She looked so happy thinking about Jama that I should write it down in my journal before I forget. She immediately took out her diary and happily wrote in it, "Done." A neatly written and clean line appears on the diary page. Zoma, I like you. Moving away from Chloe's room, Zoma is staggering and immediately leans against a wall to vomit. I reflected on that moment and realized I had overcome the situation. The system's image then sounded a notification. The pain relief ritual has ended, and I secretly calculated that I was over 5 seconds past the 9-second mark, and this is what happened. Suddenly, Jama's nausea returned. You're making that face again? I'm about to vomit everything I ate for dinner. After a while, Jama finally found peace. He sat on the chair, looking at the night sky and sighing wearily. His face was disappointed, and the dinner was ruined. I'm so hungry. Chloe, you stare at the moon and ponder. What? Usually, a swordsman's goal is either to take a life with a single slash or to subdue their opponent. Jom thought of Chloe holding a sword, but the sword she used kept targeting weak spots, as if it was designed for assassination. He started to think that if he were ambushed, his head would definitely fall to the ground. Joma remembered the moment he used his strength to counter Chloe, feeling his life was in danger. He swung his sword at her, instinctively aiming for the back of her neck. Luckily, the knife was short and only cut her hair. Jom continued to sigh. He raised his hand to check his body and thought that he had cleaned up quickly, so he probably left no other traces. Stability, safety, and security are not easy to achieve. People often say that a normal life is the hardest, but this is even worse. The truth is, when I first played this shameless game, I was full of ambition. You have reached the peak of using Sashimi. The atmosphere around him grew tense as Yoma continued to ponder. Giving up a man's romance is not easy, but everyone has their own duty. A blinding light appears. The Legend of Blessings is the name of the game, and the blessings are only granted to the main character of this world, whom I have not yet met. Alongside the Blessing of Courage, Bao Hoa Kin, I remember there are only 2 legendary blessings in this game. They both belong to intuition. A desperate red message appears. Please save the world from the Demon King. Joma recalls the story in that the main character is the SS rank system panel, a legendary sword called Chan Thuong that grants the user near absolute power but chooses its owner. You think the sword and the demon sword of Ban Meng will choose you, but instead, your knife appears. Daizo Sashimi. The sashimi knife can cut very quickly despite its somewhat ordinary packaging. It's a quality product. Do you still need an explanation? Jom immediately slapped your face with both hands. You shout to focus and entering this academy, constantly encountering impossible numbers and situations. Jom watches a shooting star streak across the night sky, and his words make me forget my own goal, as many reasons hold me back. He pondered deeply and thought, is it possible that there isn't a single normal person in this academy? I don't know much about the main characters in this game, but my understanding of this world isn't very deep either. It's only been a little over a week since I started at this academy and the main character has appeared and completed the enrollment process. That means the story of this game is really about to begin. I know the general story, but not how it ends. Dama is so stunned that he regrets quitting this game. Of course, knowing the main story up to the middle is a clear advantage. No matter what happens, just follow the official route. You are unsure about which path to take. The sign on the left says, I want to live a quiet life. The sign on the right, will I become the leader? Think about it. If everything gets messed up, all the effort will be for nothing. If I remember correctly, the era of darkness will begin from semester 2153, sensing the emergence of a hero. The demons will unite under the Demon Lord's command and threaten the academy, with the scale growing larger and larger. In the end, a world war will break out between the guild and the people, but the story of the game will follow a rather hollow pattern because of the troublesome demon. What's going on? Why does it suddenly take a different turn here? I chase a vibrant youth, never experienced adolescence, and frown in confusion as I stare at my phone. How could they die like that? It's a bit scary. I'm too attached to these characters. So I just delete this game. The scarier thing is that something terrible has happened in this world. Are you lonely sitting and watching the starry sky? Will I also have to die in the war? No, there are still nearly 3 years left. My most realistic goal now is to escape this madness. Because the demon is looking down at the ground, I can't just die like this. I need to become stronger to survive. Most of these mass-produced games tend to have happy endings. This world will also be saved by the main characters, but I need strength to protect myself, and cannot just leave everything to fate. So, I need to train myself quietly. If I stand out too much, I might be called into the army to fight those evil demons. That's something I need to avoid. Moreover, I also have to be careful when using Vothong Trukfuk. Ma muttered in a daze. Void command, bamboo blessing? Are you planning for me to pick up the sashimi knife or what? Now the burden falls back on a few. The system panel appears, displaying information about Vothong Trukfuk. If injured, it will be disabled. The 2 conditions for the sword's physical level are relaxed. The 3 conditions for mental level are more about warning words and actions. Weapon level 1 does not meet the requirements to unlock. Assimilation rate is 1.5%. Ma looked at the system panel with amazement. Impressive indeed. But you stroke your chin and stare intently at the table. It seems there is a lot of new information. Physical, mental, and weapons. These numbers here seem to represent levels. And what is this assimilation rate? He immediately became curious and clicked on the system panel, which then displayed that he was not yet eligible to activate the 1.5% assimilation level and could only activate it. Suddenly, the system panel turned red. Access system is restricted due to unmet conditions. Do you find it confusing? Oh well, it doesn't matter much. Ma pondered, adding another mysterious question. The most important thing is to train physically, and I need a new weapon. I can't keep relying on the 30 seconds of invincibility anymore. I also need to train with a sword that isn't like the one from the Blessing Sword condition. Jama looked at the phone in his hand. Luckily, next month there will be a practical combat test instead of the midterm exam. The reward for this training is a B-ranked Thon Murasami. If I can master using it, that will be enough to graduate. Its standards are not like those of the sword god Trukfuk, so it won't be a main weapon. Ma fell silent, realizing there was more to do than he had thought. A sudden voice interrupted his train of thought. He instinctively looked toward the source of the voice and saw a girl. That's my spot. Ain stepped forward, her body shimmering with sweat. She looked at Ma while he was stunned. The atmosphere between them seemed to freeze. I and Aben looked at each other, which made her feel uncomfortable. Aben said sharply, "Can you move aside?" It made you panic, and you blurted out a word. Amma thinks Aben. Death, damn it. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a dream. He shifted slightly to the side. I just kept staring at him without saying a word. I reminded him that he didn't need to move elsewhere, just a little to the side, and he just remained silent. Jom glanced at her, pondering, but isn't this seat supposed to be for Jong? Is it because of class distinction? Oh, right. If I get too close to the main character, it'll get complicated, so even if I don't like it, I should stay away. Aben gently wipes the sweat on her skin, making Jama marvel and think to himself, wow, she's stunning. Aben said, "This is the brightest place, right? It made you jump in surprise." I was so startled. Joma silently turned to look at her while she was admiring the stars in the sky. He thought to himself, could this really be Aben, the Sword Saint's granddaughter I know? The handsome protagonist from the start is also very hard to approach. Aben turned to talk to Joma. Is your weapon also a sword? You still haven't figured it out, and immediately answered her. Yeah, how did you know? Anne looked a bit shy. Blushing, she said, "You told me." Her eyes looked up at you and said, "I heard that swordsmen have a completely different gaze." Ma also blushed a little, remaining silent. Suddenly, Anne pointed her sword at him. She confidently smiled and asked, "Do you want to try holding it?" Joma hesitated, looking at her, appearing completely unbothered. Your words also make Aben look angry at Yoma. Both of them fall silent, while Ma is lost in thought. Is he sulking? He looks at her awkwardly, really hard to get used to. Is this really the Aben I know? Aben frowns and hesitates. He looks straight into Joma's eyes confidently. You know I'm right, don't you? Aben hesitated, then turned to ask, do you know who I am? Joma's face immediately showed confusion. He wondered silently if he was asking that out of suspicion, but of course he wasn't. Is there anyone in this school who doesn't know who Un is? I sweat nervously, but stay calm as I reply. I know a little bit at least. Ben suddenly said, I don't know you, which makes the ghost even more confusing. What does he mean by that? She laughed and said, isn't it a bit strange? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Hearing that, you immediately questioned whether I should tell my name to someone I just met. She replied casually, who knows? Maybe you're a spy for the Demon King trying to infiltrate the academy? Ben hesitated for a few seconds before continuing, or I just couldn't think of any reason to be out so late and still sit here alone. Jama didn't know what to say, only muttering, did he see it? She on this side grabbed the longsword with one hand and pulled it up, And seeing that, a dull answer arose in his mind. There was no reason at all. Jom questioned back. Then why are you here? I suddenly replied. Isn't it obvious in broad daylight? I am training and practicing here. You say I am also training. She asked what you were practicing. Joma calmly, as if nothing was happening, took a breath. That answer made her freeze stiffly and look at him with a look of disdain. Joma glanced softly at the raised hand of the other person and recognized the wound on it. Ian saw him staring at her and quickly pulled her hand back, her cheeks flushing and her lips pressed tight. He then spoke, truly very diligent, and she immediately recognized it. Of course that's the case. Sincerely shares her feelings. No one knows what it feels like to have Nibelung blood running through their veins. They always have to wear a perfect facade, and if they show even a hint of weakness, everyone will trample over it immediately. You know that I am not the top student this year, right? Honestly, this is the first time I have lost to someone, but you know what? Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as if she was satisfied with something. She looked up at the sky, her gentle expression softly speaking. On the contrary, I feel a bit relieved, but at the same time I'm still curious about who defeated me. I want to know who they are. Joma froze as if turned to stone. She decisively declared, I will crush that person next time. This statement suddenly made you cough violently before turning to question me. Do you really have to go that far? Aben shouted loudly, This is a matter of honor. I begged him to tell me more details, but he said that person isn't even in my class and dared to break his word. So how can I live with a second-rate label forever? Then she also calmed down, laughed, and said to me, Oh my God, why am I telling these things to a stranger? Jom also wondered, Why are you telling me this? Aben tilted his head straightforwardly because he looked weak. Then she kept rambling on, saying that our family motto is to be firm with the strong and kind to the weak. Everyone in my class is very good at what they do, so I don't have any friends. You secretly think that's why the main character feels so distant. At that moment, she straightened up and told me to think that tonight was the end. I coldly replied, Goodbye. Ian stayed silent for a long time before standing up angrily and shouting, So, did you tell me your name or not? Before she could finish speaking, Joma cut her off impatiently, making her even more annoyed. Oh well, the next day, in a spacious and elegant classroom, you sit seriously at your place. Life at the academy is more peaceful than I thought. Chloe quickly made friends and integrated into the class while he was busy avoiding eye contact and bumping into him. If you meet his gaze, his friend will look at you with a cold stare. At that moment, someone behind Chloe sneers. Look at that special student, so laughable. Jom keeps thinking, but he can't just ignore that look of contempt. Moreover, demons are not the only special students in this high-level class. People like you are rare, but they are very reluctant to communicate with others. Maybe those guys are just overestimating themselves. He glanced to the side and thought to himself, If I think like this, luckily Joma isn't in the higher classes, because right now is the time when the elite and dragon classes are fighting for power. He continued thinking. Back when he was playing before, he saw them as a bunch of clowns. If Joma were in that class right now, my head would explode. Jom pulls out something. At least for now I get to eat and sleep well today. What did I have? I remember media once said that top students like you should have received this treatment earlier. Sorry for making you wait. Then he gently pulled out the Joaquin School lecturer card, moved by the thought that even if he met that person 3 times a day before the principal, he still couldn't fully express his gratitude. So he looked up to the sky and solemnly observed a moment of silence. Thank you very much, ma'am. A smile of delight spreads across his face. Great, you've completed your duties as a student, right? Jom also didn't change the main story too much. So the remaining 3 years just live like that. If things continue this way, Ma laughed out loud, you can live the life you want in the future. That early morning, the atmosphere was fresh in a solemn setting, as the voice of a professor lecturing echoed steadily. 700 years ago, after the first human-demon war, hero Joaquin Bear, who recognized the importance of nurturing the next generation of heroes, established this academy with 7 principles. The old professor continued, These questions will be on the exam, so remember this information carefully. Jom was dozing off with a dreamy look in his eyes, thinking to himself that he already knew all this by heart. The hero Joaquin Bear, who opened the world and fought for 20 years against the commander of the First Legion. Fighting against the commander of the First Legion and the right hand of the Demon King Lycan, he fought and won. But just as 2 powerful beams of light collided like 2 enormous missiles, causing a massive explosion that shook heaven and earth, Join lost an arm and could no longer participate in battle. Screams of desperation echo everywhere, a bloody battle with continuous casualties as if no side can claim victory. Fortunately, humans and demons reached a ceasefire agreement, and hero Joaquin founded this academy to nurture the next generation of talents. The professor on the podium continued teaching, and thus the first human-demon war led to a non-aggression treaty between the two sides, ushering in an era of 700 years of peace. There are two students whispering under the stairs. Do you think there will be another war in our time? A war in the 21st century? I'm still worried about what to wear to the party tomorrow, I keep thinking to myself with a vacant look. 700 years of peace. You are the only one who knows about the first crack in the era of harmony. Everyone has become too accustomed to this peace. You keep thinking about media's image. Dama really wants to tell the principal what's happening, but he doesn't know what the consequences of doing so will be. Suddenly, Jom-ma froze. Although she didn't hide her intention to resign as soon as possible, she once asked if she should abandon this approach. Media was the first in the story to notice something unusual thanks to the Poet Lord, and she was also the first among the 7 heroes to stand up and protect the students. I didn't play that scene much. Jom remembers the moment she had a large hole gouged in her stomach and feels regretful, but he truly respects her. She was the first to sacrifice herself in the battle against the Demon King. When the scene came up, the demon paused for a long time, eyes wide open, voice filled with surprise. She died. Returning to that moment in reality, you remained silent without speaking, but deep down you wished you didn't know. The professor told the students that today's lesson is over and to study hard for the test in 2 weeks. They responded, "Yes, sir." "Yes, it's done now." Then they started to chatter noisily. "That's amazing. What is it?" "Really? What's going on?" "What's going on?" a curious student asks. "What's going on? Even the ghosts look over when I go with him." "What's going on?" a trembling voice made him remember. "Is that him? You look at Thang's date on your phone, May 5th. That's right, today the students are very curious. Budong is crowded at the main entrance. He won't come to my class, right? Of course not. Clearly, he should be attending the advanced class. Jom tries to squeeze in to see. If I remember correctly, everyone still cheered excitedly. Oh my God, is that true? He suddenly realized that he will start school on the 5th of the month. The protagonist of this world, a handsome young man, is approaching, and the first tear will appear after 700 years of peace. Joma silently sighs as he looks at Lon, truly a troublesome guy. His face is really annoying. As I said, all the women in this game will fall for him. The boy grimaced and continued thinking, if this were an adult game, maybe Leon would have died before fighting the Demon King. Moreover, all the heroines who fall for him, Rachel Zamura, granddaughter of the holy teacher Saki Ryoho, daughter of the sacred palace Aben von Balung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, are all impressed by him, which only makes the demon more annoyed and hateful. But the main character of the Blessing Bamboo Miracle, Leon van Renhard, will be among the first to rehearse in the next 3 years. He gritted his teeth in anger. Honestly, the rehearsal was already a toned-down version. You refuse to go through it a second time. It's no different from being forced to enlist. By the way, even Val Joaquin could only seal a Legion commander, so how powerful must the Demon King be? No way. Could it be that this crazy story will end with the main character losing too? Leon was smiling at his classmate when he suddenly noticed someone staring intensely at him, so he turned around and immediately looked straight at where Zhao Mao was standing. He gently smiled in a friendly way, but that made the other person freeze for a moment, watching them leave and pondering. Yes, he was talking about the miraculous Truk Fuck. After all, the main character would handle it himself. He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, his face looked so trustworthy that I didn't know when I was convinced. Then someone called out to him from over there, and that voice caught his attention, making him turn around abruptly. That night, at the training hall, Yom-ma was gripping a piece of wood, swinging it up and down, then let out a breath, but knowing it wouldn't meet the standards, he thought to himself that the blessing would be granted only if he had a certain level of swordsmanship. He remembered this morning when Chloe appeared and nervously asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Ima awkwardly smiled and thought to himself, "I almost lost my head, you want to say that, but we still have to study together for a few more years." Then he said, "Nothing much." She hesitantly asked, "Really?" He replied, "Yes." "Then I think I should keep this place peaceful and not create unnecessary enemies." Chloe breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. What is his true character anyway? Even while unconscious, he could still wield a sword filled with sorrow, a sword seemingly pleading for help for some reason, yet still brimming with killing intent. If he intended to kill someone, it might be even more dangerous than the Mao brothers. She stammered, "That, Jom-ma, if possible, could I invite you to dinner?" Then blushed. "I just want to repay you. Of course, I'm not as good at cooking as you are." Jom-ma was confused, full of bad thoughts. The dinner suddenly saw her sparkling eyes full of hope, but to him it was a rather worrying look. Refusing would be strange, but if he agreed, maybe tomorrow he'd be in the morgue again. Suddenly he realized something. That's right. Then he spoke. Chloe's request was a bit strange, but instead of dinner, "Could you help me with this?" She asked, "Do I help you?" He replied, "I can't think of anyone else but you." My cheeks immediately flushed. "What am I?" Jom gently patted his head and shyly asked, "Can you teach me swordsmanship?" Then he clenched his sword and thought, "I also need someone to teach me swordsmanship." It's also a good excuse. Chloe is incredibly strong. Since that day, the only thing Jom-ma considers essential to survive before going to sleep seems to be that. It seems to be somewhat helpful. Chloe shouted now, "Since when have you been here? I was waiting over there." "I just arrived. And you?" She excitedly said, "I just arrived too." Jom-ma, feeling suspicious, asked, "What time?" She replied, 6 o'clock. He broke out in a sweat and said, "We agreed to meet at 8, right?" Chloe patted her head and smiled, while Dom-ma returned to a serious demeanor. "That's right. But when she saw you looking at her, she glanced around and asked, 'Is something wrong?'" He shook his head and said, "No, no. Joma doesn't mind because she wears her uniform all day. But now you can see his abs and muscles. Now you understand why he's so strong. Anyway, it's still cute." Dom-ma awkwardly smiled, thinking it was endearing, and then pointed the stick forward. "Here, take it." Chloe took it and wondered why. "I thought we would use real swords." I was panicking and thinking to myself, "Are you hearing things? Who would train with real swords? Is this a life and death battle?" Then you nervously explain, "Training. Just training. We should use wooden swords to avoid injuries." She patted his head with a chuckle, then bowed her head, her face darkening but a faint smile curling at her lips. "You're so kind you give me goosebumps. How strong does he have to be?" It sounds like the air is being cut apart. Joma immediately took a cautious stance, had to be careful. Finally, the blessing sword. He activated the system, Truckfuck the sword god. If injured, it will lose its effect. 2 years of stamina level, the sword's parameters have been relaxed. Level 3 of spirit, actions are still indecisive. Weapon level 1, not enough conditions. Synchronization rate 2, only activated when the sword's width is less than 35 centimeters and length is between 8 and 10 centimeters. He quietly confirms the sword's parameters are still fine, and physical growth is stable. But is Truckfuck usually like this? Although Truckfuck often levels up skills, does it have any additional effects? He doesn't remember these things very well. Dom here remains silent, lost in his own thoughts. "But how much is the requirement?" Chloe hesitantly called out. "Hey, are you wondering what's going on?" Only then did he realize he had forgotten the other person, apologized, and then thought to himself, "It seems only Jom-ma can see, probably looking clueless like an idiot." Jom-ma awkwardly said, "Today is the first day, so take it easy." She confidently replied yes. Then he also grabbed a staff in his hand. With a determined look, he announced, "Let's begin." Suddenly, the space fell into silence. He looked serious. In his previous life, Yoma always lived by the saying, "Only trust what you see." To become a master in any field, sacrificing blood and sweat is not enough. You must be willing to reshape your entire body. Jom's quick adaptation to the academy is also a result of what he learned when he was young. At that moment, Chloe's whole body blushed intensely. Joma closed his eyes, feeling himself, his hands sweating, his stance awkward, then slowly opened his eyes. But the essence of swordsmanship is to aim precisely at the opponent. She charged like a storm, her staff blazing with magic in the air. The boy was startled but remained frozen in place. Suddenly the stick swung like a lightning bolt, making him grimace. She struck so fast it brushed past his face, only a few minutes left before she would send him far away. Jom is trembling. "Your cheek, you said to be gentle." Chloe drops the stick and spins around, grabbing the other hand to charge forward. A loud clash echoes. She swung and made him throw his hand up high, causing his whole body to tremble heavily from the shock. Then she regained her composure, but he still managed to block it, and he will strike down like this. Just as I thought, when I looked up, Chloe was already soaring high above. Since when? Joma gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, he's even faster." Was that last strike just a feint? She swung her sword down fiercely, and he struggled to withstand that overwhelming power. The two sticks clashed with a loud clattering. Yama's legs are pushed back as he keeps attacking nonstop. In front of him, Chloe keeps changing moves, stances, and positions to strike more effectively. You clenched your teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, each strike feeling like the end of the world. If you got hit once, you'd die instantly. Dom is about to reach its limit and has no chance to counterattack. Suddenly, the wooden stick in your hand, overwhelmed by the pressure, snapped in half. Chloe stammered, "I'm sorry, I meant to go easy, but I broke it instead." She opened her big round eyes and softly called out, "Jom." At that moment, she suddenly gasped in surprise, her pupils constricting, visibly. The sword. He stands within a blue aura. The system keeps flashing. The weapon is not ready, damaged, malfunctioning, auto-override activated, self-adjusting, gradually losing humanity. The divine sword ignites with heat. His eyes blaze with a terrifying, killing intent. Chloe sensed the terrifying, killing intent and quickly jumped back. The system now announced that the weapon was ready to be activated, warning that there was a problem with the weapon. She looked bewildered and cautious, staring directly at the demon, activating the self-adjusting override. He stood solemnly in the space, a stream of demonic energy flowing through him, his humanity gradually fading, eyes wide open, pupils constricted, with the blessing sword shining brightly. The original Jama stands in the middle of a stark white room. Jama, where is this? Are there cooking tools around? Jama, a kitchen? Has it all just been a dream? A fish lying on the cutting board. Joma, that's right, you're preparing the fish. Zoma, let's get back to work. Sharp knives appear. Joma, after all this time, should you start using the chef's knives again? A red system screen appears. This item cannot be selected. Joma, what is that? Can't select it? Joma, you selected this knife. It's showing an error again. Cannot select this item. Yoma cannot. Is this also not allowed? No, don't worry about that and just keep doing what you're doing. Yama. So the only remaining knife is the sashimi knife. That's right, just pick it. Yoma, even so, holding this sashimi knife still hurts my hand. Are you still holding the knife tightly? Yama, it's strange. I don't feel any pain at all. Yama, on the contrary, I even feel more refreshed. Yes, that's right. Keep going. Leave it to me. A white hand controls you with red threads. Jum, all right, today I have to create a masterpiece for the ages. Activate heat, a beam of light shoots straight down onto Jom. Joma, are you okay? Joma, her words don't affect him at all. He sways back and forth, turning from one direction to another, then suddenly shoots across the space like a lightning bolt. He charged forward without hesitation or thought. In an instant, Yoma was standing in front of Chloe. The two staffs clashed again with a loud bang. She struggled to hold her ground. Zoma waited, but the pressure on her legs was too great, causing her to lose her balance. He didn't hesitate at all and cut the opponent into the air. She was thrown back a long way and slammed straight into the wall behind her. Chloe spat out blood and clenched her teeth, secretly thinking that he was completely different from before. Jom didn't hold back, charging again to strike downwards. Luckily, Chloe dodged quickly and managed to survive. His eyes shone brightly, with no awareness inside. She supported herself with her cane and thought that attack earlier had knocked her far away. Chloe clutching her chest, struggling to get up, movement painfully difficult. What happened to the demon? She didn't understand what was happening and suddenly had to stop this fight immediately. Chloe struggled to speak. Jama, I need to stop this fight. But it seemed like he could no longer hear what the other person was saying. All he could think about now was fighting, and he charged forward, which she saw with a hint of despair. It's too late, Jama, Chloe says, wake up. Jama, you throw a punch and she screams as loudly as she can. Jama, something strange is happening in your subconscious now. Jama, what's going on? The fish on the cutting board keeps thrashing non-stop. Jama, why does it keep slipping away? Have you never seen a fish like this before that you can't catch it? You're quick, Jama, it's really troublesome. You have to deal with it quickly. But the sound keeps like it's saying that. Is Yoma paranoid? You listen to the sound of the fish breaking through and mutter along. Jama. The knife in your hand reflects your image. Jama. Yes, it was you. The ghost call helped bring you back to yourself, no longer controlled by the red strings. Your eyes glance down at the cutting board, and once again, the call echoes. Jama, that's Chloe trying to wake you up. Jama, wake up. At that moment, you realized it was Chloe. A beam of light gradually consumes his consciousness, leaving only a voice calling him back to reality, as his staff falls from his hand and crashes into the wall behind him. The space falls silent. The two of them stood still facing each other. He had realized himself, while she, frightened to tears, slightly opened her eyes to assess the situation. Now that the demon was back to normal, he held her waist and said, "Let's stop here for today." She blushed fiercely from that action, thinking how gentle he was, then awkwardly asked, "Are you okay?" Jom over here smiled and turned to leave. "Thank you for helping me practice. I'll be going now," and then she just walks away, leaving Chloe inside looking confused. That night, she went alone, deep in thought, realizing that since the class test, Jomma's skills were not just about strength, but also carried a strange feeling. Not only skill, but also instinct. She recalls the moment just now, even though she hasn't used Trukfuk yet. She's still no match for him. And that, the wooden sword, was broken in two. As she was lost in her thoughts, she knew he was strong, but suddenly a shadow appeared and said, "You seem to be enjoying yourself." When she heard that voice, she frowned in annoyance. Turns out it was Nox Adatora, a second-year mage. He called her Chloe. She hesitated before calling him. Knox sneered. Is that all you do after entering the academy associating with the lowly? Chloe angrily demands, don't talk about Jama like that. He questions. So that guy is Jama, right? If the Ader family tries to interfere, they won't be able to touch Jama. Knox silently watched her leave and softly called out, Jum, you're still lost in your tangled thoughts after what just happened. Jama needs to clarify one thing. The power you were given is not a blessing or a gift at all. It's more like a curse. To avoid relying on the sword of blessing, Jama needs to find new equipment. But that power seems to despise all your efforts. It follows and wants to take over this body. Joma doesn't feel pain. Not only does he not feel pain, but he even takes a little pleasure in the ongoing exhaustion. He is like a puppet bound by strings, lying still while the curse manipulates him. And the sweet whispers beside the piano. Jom no longer has any awareness left. Cut deeper. Go further. Destroy more. You are immersed in the red threads, letting them freely guide you, completely surrendering yourself to them. You remember the moment just now. The scream mixed with Chloe's despair. That name brought you back to your senses. Yama. In that cry, all the shattered pieces of the world were gathered together, so the demon threw away the sword as if it was glued to his flesh. Zoma feels that if he doesn't throw it away immediately, he will lose himself forever. Until now, he's just a yandere, wanting to kill himself. Chloe, the girl who brought him back to his senses, even though he was the one who broke the sword and caused the problem, Jama still felt grateful, despite his anger. So he decided to let everything go, even though Yoma still had to leave quickly to avoid another outbreak. But can he really avoid this problem for the rest of his life? The sword god Trukfuk, a talent almost like a curse that must be paid for with a person's lifespan. Doma, with a frail body and a vacant gaze, bears this talent as if he were an alien living in this world. In the large building, outside the sky is lit up with lightning streaks in the night. Doma silently thinks he doesn't dream much here. At that moment, he dragged his exhausted body up the stairs, his eyes vacant and weary because the demon just wanted to live a normal life. Do you think you can handle small problems if they happen? Suddenly, hands open a strange, huge mouth. But now Joma realizes it. Then they rush down trying to crush his body. There is something inside Joma's body, something that is consuming his reason. This is not a blessing, but a curse that wants to swallow Joma whole. Heaven-defying technique. 3 days later, the class was held in the large hall. A classmate with a bright smile said, "Yesterday was totally crazy, I'll show you soon." "Really? Let me check later." She suddenly fell silent, her eyes filled with something hard to say. Turns out she was looking at an empty spot below, which was Jom's. Chloe realized now that she didn't even have his contact information. Why didn't she ask before? Chloe even went to his dorm room, but the only response to her knocking was a cry of pain. Chloe was afraid that breaking the door down would make him hate her, so she could only fall back. Chloe frowned sadly. She liked watching him from afar. He was resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Chloe was afraid he would find her annoying, so she carefully avoided starting a conversation. At first, Chloe thought she was attracted to him because he risked his life to save her, but Chloe honestly expressed her feelings. Maybe it's just an excuse. I miss him. Suddenly, Chloe spoke out. The next day at the spacious and grand school, someone shouted out orders. Orderly. Jin stands on the podium, irritably growling, "Everyone stay in order. How long have you been studying and it still looks like a market? Since it's raining today, we'll study in the classroom instead of training." It seems Jama isn't coming to school today either, he thought seriously, probably for a good reason, so he would patiently wait like a proper teacher. After a while, Win announced it was time to start class, and everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a loud noise made Win annoyed and shout, "Who dares interrupt my lesson?" Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and looked up as a figure descended, walking down the stairs step by step. That person was Jom Ma, with a cold gaze and an expressionless face, calmly descending without showing any emotion. Chloe saw and immediately stood up and shouted. Jom responded with a short, deep voice. "I'm sorry for being late, sir." Win, seeing this, also had to be cautious, his voice trembling. "All right, sit down." The students witnessing this start whispering to each other. "Isn't he one of the special students? Does he always look like that? He looks more handsome. You just reminded me." Since the appearance of the ghost, the space fell into silence. He sat quietly in his spot, his eyes still cold and terrifyingly dark. The class ends and the students head outside for a break. "Let's go eat." "I'm starving. Is that so?" Chloe then approached hesitantly and softly called out Jom. "Chloe," she asked worriedly, "what happened? You said it was nothing." Chloe continued, "I thought it had been a while since you came to class, so you must have gone through something. Could it be because of that match?" I just have a slight cold, thank you for caring about me. She seemed moved, her eyes wide, cheeks flushed, then shyly said, Is that so? Luckily, he thought to himself. Just as he suspected, he wouldn't believe it at first. Joma recalled how over the past 3 days he had been struggling to endure the excruciating symptoms until he was exhausted. Jom couldn't leave the room to eat anything. He had to lie flat on the bed, praying for this terrible ordeal to end soon. The pain endured was much greater than in the past, the price paid for using that broken sword. That wasn't the only thing that happened. When he looked in the mirror, his appearance was still the same, but his face was sunken, and even his hair had turned white. Jom was utterly horrified by that despair. This is the punishment of the Holy Spirit. Returning to reality, Chloe looked at Joma, who was bowing his head, and thought to herself that he seemed to feel guilty. That's understandable. He saw her like that at the training ground, so I should change the subject. Suddenly he spoke up. Hey, about that dinner you mentioned earlier, can we do it today? She suddenly froze for a few seconds, then unexpectedly became excited, her cheeks flushing. What? Really? Dinner? You said, but this time I want to eat your cooking. Chloe's face lit up with excitement, jumping up happily. Of course, I will do my best. I'm so happy. Jom smiled softly, thinking he must really like it. Chloe excitedly asked, Ma, today I will make everything you want to eat. What do you want to eat? I haven't had fish in a long time. The last time I ate in your room, I threw up, not because it was too expensive. Suddenly, a flash of murderous intent shot past, startling me to turn around, but there was only a potted plant there. What the hell is that? Then he turned toward the front door. Chloe Y, curious, looked over and asked what was wrong. It turned out that the person standing there was Knox. His eyes turned white, revealing a terrifying expression. She was startled to see it. Dama asks, Do you know him? The space falls silent again, and he steps forward to find out for himself. As their eyes locked, Dama bluntly said, If you have something to say, just say it and stop looking, while Knox's eyes burned red. He wondered silently, What's wrong with his eyes? At that moment, Chloe suddenly ran up, standing between them and raising her voice. Yama, don't worry about him. Knox isn't me. I told you not to come, remember? Why are you here? She whispered softly as she glanced to the side, lost in thought. So, that's how it is. His voice sounds sharp with a hint of hesitation. No, I was actually trembling, Knox said coldly. He's nothing. Are you really breaking the auditor's rules for him? Chloe, she shouted angrily. It doesn't matter if he's an auditor or not. I don't care anymore. He replied, Are you talking about blood relations like that? Once you are born as an auditor, you are an auditor forever, Njoma said seriously. My sister sounds like she's rebelling, while you seem like you're in a historical play. Can you lower your voice? Knox sternly orders, Drop this and go straight home. Chloe bit her lip until it bled. Don't. Then he shouted, Don't talk to the ghost like that. Do you think speaking calmly will work? Everyone's gone to eat or it will get chaotic. You're used to this kind of thing. Wait a moment. Auditor Dom Ma understands now. You just remembered they are the shadows that appeared in the middle of the game, specializing in infiltration and assassination. They are weaker than other heroes, but when it comes to assassination, they have no rivals. All members of the Auditor family are ridiculously strong because they are forced to train in a brutal way. Turn them into the most ruthless killing tools when they grow up. Chloe was born into the Auditor house. Joma stroked his chin and thought, Damn, if that's the case, then normal and abnormal? Wouldn't that expression be more normal? A blank face when killing. No, an expression already used to it. He is definitely from the Auditor family chasing the enemy to strengthen their position. If it's urgent, Jama wouldn't hesitate to kill. That also makes sense. If Joma glances softly at Chloe trembling, he probably guesses she wants to live a normal life. However, just like Sword Bamboo Blessing, Chloe was raised in the Auditor's environment since childhood, so it was definitely not possible. He was predetermined to become a cold-blooded assassin. Unfortunately, you're not a hero and can't become one even if you want to, though your lips curl into a smile and you wonder what you're doing. Then he thought maybe he couldn't save the whole world, but saving one person or a girl should be possible, right? He stepped forward, saying he would talk to him. Jom continued to think, realizing that this power must definitely be a curse, but it won't let him taste failure. The system notification, The Lord will bless you. Jom asks, Your name is Naksa. He doesn't answer, only nods. You tell yourself that no matter how hard you try to escape the blessing sword spell, you won't succeed. In the anime, they would say, even if you run to the heavens, you can't escape. That's right. Jomma decisively moved forward. If you don't run away, you'll charge forward. I'm Jomma, a name made from Jom Sword and Demon, and I am a knife user. You moved outside without forgetting to tell me to follow. I will cut you into pieces. In WBN's office, he is sitting silently in deep thought. He recalls what happened earlier with certainty. There must have been something that happened to the demon. His face shows no expression at all. Ghost assistant suddenly pushes the door open. "Senior, is something wrong?" "You're about to poke right into it." Jibin frowned and said, "Don't use my poking as a joke." She laughed and said, "Sorry." Suddenly the phone rang. He answered the phone. "I am Lee Win, the homeroom teacher for the senior class." "What is going on?" Assistant Waima here still finds it amusing and keeps pondering. So he was teasing from the very beginning? That's so cute? He was then startled in amazement. Why isn't the space his? Why did a student suddenly ask who the opponent is? The person on the call reported that the ghost requested Nox Auditor as the opponent. Win exclaimed in amazement. What the hell? The door slowly opens, with a timer for the match above, as Joma sits inside, lost in a tangle of thoughts. There are only 15 minutes left until the subspace battle. I thought the procedures would be complicated. But it turned out to be simple. The media once said, if you insist on doing it, be careful. He thought to himself that since this is outside the scope of reality's intervention, he probably won't be injured except physically. But emotional trauma is unavoidable. The Demon Lord muttered softly, "Well, winning is enough." The noise echoed throughout the waiting room. Everyone knew fighting was exciting, but I didn't expect the reaction to be this intense. Joma sighed. "You're strange. Just a while ago you were trying to avoid attention, and now it's all pointless." Suddenly he realized that Chloe was sobbing beside the demon sword, sweating nervously, understanding that she probably thought it was his fault. Then he spoke to reassure her, "Chloe, it's not your fault, don't worry." Jom raised the kitchen knife excitedly and said, "Chloe even lent me her weapon, so it should be fine." Suddenly the atmosphere fell into silence. She said, "Extremely powerful." He turned to say that Chloe is also strong. She excitedly shouted, "My brother is a genius with unparalleled talent in the history of the Auditor family. No one can match him in the use of hidden weapons." At 14, he was already hailed as the pinnacle of shadow technique. Joma wondered silently, the pinnacle of shadow technique? What's going on with these two? Who named him that? You look at the dagger in your hand, that's right. Come to think of it, it's always been like this. No matter how hard you try to avoid it, in the end, you still have to choose this path. Your fate is to wield a sword for your entire life. Even that old man probably didn't expect that in this second life, you'd be dragging Simi around for mischief. At that moment, a voice announced that the space pairing would now begin. The relevant students are asked to come to the training ground. Jom stood up quickly and said, "I'm leaving now." Chloe behind her just responded with a soft, She remained silent, looking extremely uncomfortable. He gently turns back and calls Chloe. She looks up in confusion, and he softly says, "There are many geniuses in this world," holding a sharp knife tightly, but in the end she was stunned into silence. Wai Ma waved his hand and with a confident smile said, "I will still be the one to win." The bright door in the distance gradually grew larger in your view. Then, in an instant, it was right in front of your eyes, and you shielded your eyes from the glare. Yoma is now facing a packed audience, cheering loudly. "I believed in you. Special student, keep going. Actually, I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time." You forced a nervous smile. Like an ancient Roman gladiator, right? "I didn't expect it to be this crowded." Suddenly, you notice an area high up in the stands. Joma was a bit surprised. "Oh, look, even the holy class is here." Up there are Saki, Rachel, Leon, and Aben. She frowns as she looks down below. You stand silently in the arena, lost in thought. Boredom got the better of you? It's so tense. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching the boy's attention as he turned around. "That's Nox with those deadly eyes. Hey, you scoundrel, are you kidding me? You trash. Can't tell the difference between bravery and arrogance? Using that cheap weapon." A surge of deadly aura rushes in, threatening to devour him. Jom frowns, the murderous intent overwhelming. "This guy's crazy," you chuckled sarcastically. A true expert doesn't blame their equipment. He angrily scolds this bastard. Then he closed his eyes and said, "First, I must tear out that damn tongue of yours." With that, he drew a long sword glowing with demonic power. A little smile crept on his lips. "Well, look at that, not bad." That is the S-rank Hong Luan Dao, and there are 2 of them, each equipped with one of the highest level concealment protective layers in the Black Crow's benevolence. Jomama silently thought, sensing that the murderous aura had just been suppressed, but in the face of that invisible threat, he remained completely unafraid. S-rank weapons may sound ridiculous, but on this side, they are serious too. While all he has in his hand is a small fruit carving knife, Bloy cannot identify its name. The 2 stand facing each other, and a voice announcement echoes. "Now activate the barrier." Both of their eyes lock onto each other like fierce rivals, sharp and intimidating. The space shrinks. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Holy Class students and Chloe all looked on curiously and attentively. Nox summoned his hero's blessing. Both sides immediately charged forward as fast as lightning. Guardian. As he finished speaking, the distance between them gradually closed significantly. The system then displayed a notification. Vothong Truk Fook has been activated. The Blessed Bamboo Sword has been activated. Jomma tightly grips his knife and rushes forward, praying for the blessings of the guardian deity. The students watching the match frowned and wondered, "What is that? Did you see it?" He grimaced. Gradually, everyone started to complain and feel annoyed, seeing nothing. "Is this the water class? So fast? Isn't this a match for amateurs?" They rush at each other, moving so fast like thunder that no one can keep up. Rachel chuckles in admiration. "That's impressive. They're really fast." Anne was very annoyed now, saying, "That weak-looking guy can fight like that?" Below, Yoma blocked Nox's attack with a quick strike. He frantically swings his sword, but he keeps being blocked. Nox clenches his grip and strikes straight into the ground, then rapidly unleashes a barrage of swift moves. 2 diagonal lines are clearly visible on the ground from the hits. He grits his teeth. "You bastard. Let's see if you can dodge this attack," then rushes forward. A blazing flow of magic energy appears, and Nox moves diagonally along the Tam Tuk O, astonishing the demon with wide eyes. Countless magical thorns grow from the ground, surrounding him completely. At that moment, countless illusions of Nox appeared before Jom. Suddenly, his entire body turned into a projection and vanished into the space. That made him startle. In an instant, he had escaped from that maze. Nox was stunned, saying, "Can this also be dodged?" Jom's icy gaze looked back as if staring at a clown. The students who don't understand the situation say, "I can see a little sometimes, but it seems like the second-year students are in the lead. The first years are just running away, as expected from the second years, with a year of experience under their belt. But Aben, do you understand the situation? Anyone who sees it will get it. It's true that the second-year students are attacking relentlessly, but that guy dodged everything, and it seems he doesn't want to fight." Nox gritted his teeth in anger, just as Chloe said, "He's not an ordinary opponent. I used the Black Crow's blessing to ensure I killed him, but he still dodged easily." He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." Watching J.A. approach, I realize he's too focused on speed. Now that I see his true strength, I need to be more cautious and aim for a powerful strike that can sweep across a wide area. The more I look, the angrier I get at him daring to use that cheap kitchen knife. Suddenly, he drops his weapon, making Nock wonder why he's throwing his weapon away in the middle of the fight. What is this guy planning to do? Joma grips the handle with both hands and adopts a fighting stance. The battle gradually became tense like a stretched string. His eyes were sharp, but he was furious that this bastard dared to mock him with that stance. Then he scolds and insults, "You lowlife with no background daring to make a fool of yourself." Nox's hand grips the sword tightly, murderous intent once again spreading everywhere. He looked like a demon from hell at that moment. "I will kill you with a single strike." Nox's eyes blazing red before the blood-stained Hong Luan sword, no matter what. At this very moment, Yoma rushes forward like a lightning bolt across the sky. While he still talks about luck, you have already executed your move, paying no attention to those meaningless words. In Joma's mind, chaos and confusion reign. All he wants is to live peacefully, avoid attention, and follow the main story. This is the worst kind of curse. It always chases and tries to control the body, but something inside is trying to swallow it whole. What should you do now? If escape is impossible, then by the blessing of the guardian deity, just cut down everything. At that moment, one of Nox's arms was cut off from his body. Even Nox himself was stunned and bewildered, seeing nothing at all. He moved like a lightning bolt, too fast for anyone to follow, his body shining brightly, clutching the dagger tightly. The students watched the match in silence, wide-eyed. Leon also couldn't find the words to speak. In the stands, the two remained motionless, their eyes filled with demonic, blood-red glare. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, I accept it all. Farewell, my peaceful future. Arms lie scattered on the ground, chaos still etched on Gano's face, as streaks of light flash by rapidly from somewhere. In front of them, Nox Auditor, wearing a mask covering his mouth and nose, was trying to hold himself up. His eyes widened, blood vessels visible, until a beam of light passed through his neck, splitting his head and body apart. Only a line of text appears, activating the space barrier. In front of them, a fierce battle is taking place in the arena. The people in the Duong stands furrow their brows with concern, watching intently below. On the arena floor, Nox Auditor appears exhausted and collapses. Over here, a handsome young man named Jom Ma is slowly sheathing his dagger. As soon as he stows it away, a flash of light appears. Ian and Jatro stared wide-eyed, standing in the arena amid thick smoke, looking truly majestic and imposing, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a spear. At this moment, the announcement sounded again, saying the space battle had ended, and he looked up, scratching his ear, wondering if his reaction was natural enough, but now he couldn't turn back. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold as he stared intently at something. He realized that what he was fixated on was his own knife, a fish butchering knife with a pattern near the handle, partially hidden behind its sheath. That thought keeps coming back. Cutting someone always makes me feel an indescribable discomfort. The boy looks back and sees the auditor slumped down, trembling. The only comfort he finds now is that both Mao and Knox are still in the subspace, which is very clearly defined. At this moment, Knox's eyes are wide open and trembling violently, with sweat pouring down his face like rain onto the floor. A loud voice from Knox echoes. He tilts his face, thinking that he is very strong, as Chloe said, as if he has had a lot of combat experience before. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of worry. Dom concluded that if he flaunted his strength like that, anyone would want to avoid him. I saw everything, but I guess it's a blessing for him. A loud sound echoed through the arena. The victory goes to Zhang's first-year class. The scoreboard shows the winner and the defeat time of just 26 seconds. Joma's name echoes. The surrounding chatter erupts loudly. He's a special first-year student. Did he really beat the second-year students too? Joma. Faced with those compliments, he could only stand still and think. Are they really advertising me everywhere? Then he lowered his head and smirked with a self-satisfied smile. But for now, there's nothing I can do. This is the path I have chosen. And then, you slowly walked off the arena. I had to risk everything to follow you. Noise echoed in the classroom hallway. Is that person from the auditor? Are you talking about yesterday's match? No wonder he's so strong. These two are talking to each other with great enthusiasm. That's why I wonder if he's so strong, how did he lose his gun? Sitting in the classroom, those two are talking so loudly that even people outside can hear. Over here, a girl named N rests her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance, thinking to herself, is his name Jom-ma? She absent-mindedly looks out the window, her mind still haunted by thoughts. Everywhere she goes, she hears his name. It's a bit hard to believe. But then she remembered the fight between Jom-ma and Knox, when he chopped off his sword arm and it fell straight to the ground, blood pouring out. It seemed she realized something. Her eyes widened, and from that moment on, her pupils shrank, making her think she could no longer see clearly. The cuts that flickered across her eyes, maybe she was just imagining it. She thought his swordsmanship was incredibly unbelievable. I only see Jom-ma's two knives crossed, and her thoughts come to mind, especially since he was fighting with two kitchen knives. She thinks carefully because as the Emperor's granddaughter, she is very confident when it comes to swords. I really wasn't thinking clearly. How could a knife be that powerful? Suddenly, something flashed through her mind, startling her and making her cry out in surprise. I remember talking with him then. We were sitting on a long wooden bench. I thought to myself, but I am quite curious, who was the one who defeated me to become the top scorer? If I meet him again, I will definitely defeat him. She turned her face to the side and said, he looks pretty weak. Our family's motto is to be strict with the strong and kind to the weak. This year's top scorer, I don't even know who it is. Suddenly I realize, could it be that he's the top scorer? She angrily slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed red, her body trembling intensely as those thoughts kept racing through her mind. She was definitely furious at that moment, but he was much stronger than her. Dama, what is he thinking to dare look at me like that? What is he thinking? Just from the angry thoughts in her mind, Ayn slammed her hand down on the table and shouted, what does he really think? This made the person sleeping beside her sit up in alarm, confused about what was happening, and ask, what's going on? What's going on? Realizing I handled it okay, she turned back and said, sorry, Joe, it's nothing serious. Really? She simply replied, yeah, I haven't exercised these past few days, so I'm a bit dizzy. She looked suspicious. What is this? What is this? It's obvious you're hiding something. That made her glance back involuntarily and ask, what can I do? She begged and said, I know. Rachel asked her softly, are you hungry? She coldly replied, no. Rachel kept asking, or did you forget where you left your things? Again. Anne replied, no, always not. She asked again, are you on your period? She responded curtly, saying it wasn't true. Suddenly she said, oh, are you thinking about your son? Maybe this hit Aben's sore spot, making her startle and tremble all over. Her face gradually turned red, and the girl seemed to realize this, smiling broadly. Then she screamed loudly, no way! Miss Ayen also has a young girl's heart. I thought you didn't know what love was? Seeing Datro's overreaction, N could only respond awkwardly. It's really not like that. Datro's laughter echoed, "Is that so?" Then she asked directly, "Who is that handsome guy over here?" Aben glanced at her shyly and didn't say anything. She guessed that if she could steal Aben's heart, he couldn't be that fool. "Hurry up, let's see." Her voice rang out. "Oh, Leon, right. I only saw a guy with blue eyes and blonde hair that looked really striking." She also admits that he is really handsome. But looking at Aben's face, from his eyes to his lips and even her own face, the words "not really" come to mind. Feeling this, Vo thought to himself, "Strange, he doesn't seem to like Leon, does he?" So she asked again, "Was it about the special student yesterday?" The image of a ghost with an emotionless face appeared. She quickly turned away, a hint of surprise on her face. With a woman's intuition, she easily guessed correctly. A big bingo sign appeared, and she quietly smiled. "This is getting interesting. My chances today are pretty good." Rachel quickly grabbed Aben's wrist and said, "Miss Aben, let's go." Then suddenly asked, What? Where are we going?" "Where are you going?" "You didn't explain clearly." Vatro kept saying, "Just go." Her eyes showed a teasing look as she tightly held her hand and said, "To the pool class. The class name appears on the board." Rachel pulled N into the classroom and loudly said, "Hey, everyone in the classroom, can I borrow your class for a bit?" This stunned everyone, and all eyes turned sharply toward the two of them. Everyone around was whispering that Rachel is second or fourth place. Did someone remember her name? Does Rachel just keep walking like that? Rachel just kept walking forward and said, "Oh, this spot is good." Then suddenly she stepped straight onto the desk support. Standing on the highest desk, Rachel shouted proudly, "I'm looking for the light-haired guy." The loudspeaker keeps blaring, "Hey, where are you?" That guy with the light-colored hair. Down below, a blue-haired boy with blue eyebrows looked up uncomfortably and said, "You're crossing the line by stepping on someone else's desk." Seeing that, Rachel confidently replied, "It's because I was born that way." She snapped her fingers, making the guy mesmerized, and exclaimed, "Beautiful, really beautiful." Over here, a just covers her face, while everyone around keeps smiling and praising her as adorable. Suddenly, she realizes and whispers, "I see." Her face looked really funny. A red-haired girl named Chloe sitting next to Jom. The person slumped over the desk, their thoughts flashing through their mind. Girlfriend?" She adjusted her hair and thought nothing was important. "Fine. That way is also good." Rachel confidently and quickly moved past each desk, stretching her skirt as she advanced. At this moment, Chloe was still smiling with her eyes squinting. Suddenly, something passed by, making her startle. Her smile gradually faded. Rachel leaned her face closer to Jom's. Seeing her act like that, Chloe on the side was stunned, frozen like a statue, not knowing what to say. Everyone was also stunned by her actions. Rachel pushed her chest forward forcefully, striking a pose and making a few sounds. Oh my. Hearing the noise, Dom Ma wakes up, his eyes foggy and confused about what just happened. She arched her back and posed on the table, her eyes lighting up as she said, "Oh my God, you're awake?" She pointed at you and asked, "Is your name Dom Ma?" At this point, he sat up straight, pretending not to understand. She explained further, "I met you yesterday at the gym but didn't recognize you. Do you think this is a coincidence? Why is she here?" She pointed her finger at his nose and said, "You look handsome up close too," especially as sudden, unexpected thoughts flashed through his mind, as if danger was approaching. "The temperamental guy warned me this was very dangerous." A voice from somewhere else suddenly rang out. "Hey girl, may I ask who you are?" At this moment, Chloe tightly grips Joe's wrist, her eyes showing clear anger, and she says, "You." Chloe tilted her face, looking confused and a bit annoyed. She asked, "Who are you?" Her blazing red eyes gradually shrank on this side. Datro's fiery eyes of love remained unchanged. She smiled with a very questioning look. From afar, Ma saw the two of them staring at each other with their eyes and thought to himself, "Chloe, is this the danger I sense?" His thoughts kept echoing that it was that mode. His personality had changed again. Chloe gradually tilted her head to the left, her tiny eyes looking upward. She suddenly drew a knife, looking truly terrifying now. What do you think? If there's a stabbing incident at school, it would be considered dangerous. I wonder if the game will include this kind of event. He thought, frowning, I didn't expect this to happen in the game. What is going on? Seeing what happened, Ain ran over quickly, pushed the cord aside, and said, Rachel, what are you doing in a different class? She simply responded softly, What's wrong, Lady Aben? I was just saying hello. Just saying hello? Is that not allowed? Then she pursed her lips in a look of pity, glanced somewhere, and suddenly the wire rope stomped its foot down hard. She reached out to pat Chloe's head. Kid, you're not allowed to interrupt when adults are talking, understand? Children are not allowed to play with dangerous things either, understand? Hearing that, she fell silent to an eerie degree. Her eyes grew even colder, showing extreme fury. Rachel turned away casually and said, "Now let the adults talk." Only behind Chloe, who is pulling her knife to its fullest extent, a streak of light emanates from her blade. Standing nearby, Yoma and Aben also see this. The two of them widened their eyes in surprise as something quickly approached from behind the wire rope, and she suddenly glanced back. Suddenly, a splash of bright red liquid shot out from somewhere. It looked like there had been a fight, but it was just spilled drinking water. The two friends are shouting loudly, "Hey, you're spilling it, be careful." But if you don't do that, it would be too careless of you. The two are still talking, but the other suddenly shouts for them to shut up. V gently caught Chloe's arm and she let out a cry. V responded with a mocking tone. "Too slow, I thought you were just an ordinary girl, but it turns out you're a petty little brat." Her hand reached out to grab yours, causing your furious hands to tremble uncontrollably. The uncomfortable moans kept coming, and Ain frowned and shouted loudly, "Stop it, Joe." But she didn't really care and looked completely exhausted. Then suddenly, she forcefully threw Chloe backward. Even Chloe was quite startled when she was pushed. It was so forceful she could have fallen straight to the floor. But unexpectedly, before falling to the ground, she flipped over and landed softly. Everyone nearby cheered excitedly, while he just watched with an emotionless gaze. She's really gone crazy. A Holy Saint family crest appears. The notification panel appears stating that the family is known for its supreme power and the motto of facing overwhelming strength without any skills. Granddaughter of Saint Rachel Zimura. She carries a special mission. After knocking someone away, she simply spreads her arms as if ready to act. Then she turned back to Joma and asked softly, "Are you that girl's boyfriend?" He answered firmly, "No, but I keep thinking to myself, it's so cold, don't look anymore." But the truth is I can still see the angry image of Chloe clearly in my mind. Then you spoke up first, and Rachel responded, You're still haunted by it. What on earth is really going on?" Only Ain's frowning face appears, and that thought still lingers. Looking closely, Ain is also here. "I've been so preoccupied I didn't notice." Dom spoke up first, saying, "What brings you two here?" Rachel replied, "Lady Aben is interested in you, so I came to see how you look." Seeing her reveal her secret, Aben quickly raised her hands to deny. "When have I ever been like that?" They denied, but her face was flushed. "That's strange," Rachel asked back. "If that's not the case, why did you come here?" A replied passively, "Rachel, you forced me to come here." She said she thought Miss A wanted to come, so she obediently followed. She hesitated before speaking, and the whispering of everyone around filled the air. "Did A just shout? See that? What's going on? Are they arguing?" "She says I didn't explain myself. I think you misunderstood. I never said I wanted to come here, but you guessed exactly what she was thinking and still followed her?" I put my hand on my head and said, "If there's nothing else, you two should go home." Seeing your cold expression, the two of them were stunned. Then Daicho sat down next to Ya, put her arm around him and said, "You're quite interesting. I like funny guys. You're lucky I'm not a little more cheerful." Still using that charming tone, she said, "Don't say that. So, do you want to watch Netflix after class?" At this moment, Chloe, from afar, was furious and shouting loudly. She raised her terrifying eyes forward, sticking out her butt and saying, "Stay away from the ghost friend immediately," causing Daicho to turn back suddenly and ask Yoma. She burst out laughing, so she calls him Zama. You only got halfway through your sentence before she burst out laughing again. Dama also thinks it's really funny. I can still hear her voice ringing out loudly. "Miss Aben, are you listening?" The loud call from behind echoed loudly. Aben was probably truly furious now. Rachel could only glance back and whisper a single word of farewell to the ghost. She said she was really embarrassed. "Meeting you, I feel very happy. Hello, Y, see you again soon." You get angry and say, "Don't come anymore." Fatro pouts and says softly, "Wow, so indifferent." She quickly walks away hand in hand with Aben. She turned back to say goodbye to you. You still think you can handle it. Hurry up and do it for me. Then quickly rest your face on the table, feeling so sleepy you want to die. Seeing you like that, Chloe quickly turned back to look, ready to call out to you. Suddenly, Ain changed direction and turned around to look at you. Her eyes glanced back with a hint of regret, imagining a romantic scene where only she looked at him with deep affection. Ain glanced forward again, but in the end she had to turn away decisively. Through the window she could see Jashel's figure standing there. A thought crossed my mind. I didn't think it would come to that Rachel and Aben are heading back to the classroom together. Vacho tsiep tuksuinghi. Duthai do kwa kawairat lan lung, nahung suanghi dovan lu len, sa trong doi mat den hui, kukam nhan duak, diugido rat moho, hin an kwa yomalai hien len trong dao ku, kunghi. Kam giak nhauku hong bi kat du tve. She stroked her chin in satisfaction. Truly terrifying. Rachel thought he was completely different from the noisy classmates she met after entering the school. Emotional faces appear on the screen. She figures she's just here to tease. Who would have thought there would be such an unexpected inheritance? Generations have passed, and our holy merchant family has always been betrothed to outstanding warriors. That means she licked her lips once, her eyes shining. He's the talent the family is craving. Rachel rolled her eyes, glanced at Ain walking beside her, and thought that indeed the invincible queen cared a lot about him. Suddenly, she quickly turned around and said, "Princess Aben, I apologize." A puts a hand on his head, looking helpless. "Well, you should apologize to your classmates." At this point, he started making a fuss. Her voice rang out, "No, it's not about that." Seeing her deny, Ain lowered his hand and asked, "What?" Then he crossed his arms and declared straightforwardly, "Joma, I won't back down." That made Aben stand frozen in place. The image of spinning legs appears, still moving. The sound of death echoes in Knox's mind. He still carries his anger, his face tense with veins bulging, the black mask only hiding that cruel expression. He believes his body has lived a whole life without ever tasting failure, the body of a genius auditor. He wondered if the night was any different and kept walking forward, pondering whether he should launch a surprise attack on him during the night. The image of the ghost appeared again in his mind. He broke out in a sweat and frowned. Because he carried so much hatred that just thinking about you was enough, he rushed forward, pushed another patient aside, and shouted, "Get out of here!" He walks quickly, one hand still holding the IV pole. "I must rally the auditor family of the genius. Only then can I cut off that bastard's head. I have to kill that bastard and bring Chloe back." Chloe's image appears, and he realizes that her potential is even greater than his. He moves closer to his hospital room, ready to open the door. "That's right, I need to act now, the strength of my family and my top-notch night skills." As he just peeked his face through the door crack, he still thought it was certain. But suddenly he saw it. Something he saw froze him in place. A person chewing an apple. Walking into the middle of the room, he saw the ghost speak first. "Oh, is that you?" Chloe slumped into the chair, one hand in her mouth while the other still tightly held the paper knife. From afar, the ghost thought he looked so angry, but it was actually him who drew it first. "Are you really that excited?" Jo-ma also called out to Chloe from somewhere, which startled her, making her look up and ask, "Really?" She took her hand away from her mouth and asked, "So what's wrong, Jo-ma? Is something wrong?" Even though he's standing in front of her, he still considers putting the knife down. He raised his hand to scratch his ear and asked, "How is Nock doing?" Chloe seemed hesitant. "Oh." She lowered her head for a moment and then looked up again, saying, "My brother is in the hospital at the academy." Hearing that, you wondered and asked, why did he go to the hospital? She replied, he didn't get hurt during the fight in his space. "Actually, I still don't quite understand," she continued. "I only heard that he was taken to the hospital, even though he had no injuries, so everything should be fine." Chloe's voice still echoes. "Jo-ma doesn't need to worry." He lowered his head in thought. "Even though I split him in two, he's probably not weak enough to fall apart. Where is your spirit? Could that bastard be planning something else?" Thinking, he rubbed Chloe's head and asked, "Chloe, can you tell me Knox's room number? I'm thinking of the first way to deal with Yander," rubbing her head, which makes her shy and ask again. So back to Knox and Joma's fateful encounter. He shouted at you. You just glanced at him coldly, holding up an apple, and asked, "Do I get to eat this?" Seeing you ask that, he thought to himself, you've already eaten. You go on saying, "The auditor must be very rich, right? A special room just for one person?" There's no joking now. Knox could only stand there, stunned. Then he finally spoke, "Why are you here?" As he finished speaking, Dome moved straight toward the knife on the rack, his hand quickly reaching out to grab it. Seeing that, Knox glared and thought to himself, is he here to finish it? A slender, sharp knife was nestled in the palm of his hand. It turns out he didn't think so. He just wanted to peel the apple with a knife. This left him stunned. The peeled apple looks perfect, with each layer of peel neatly separated and forming a long strip. Even he has to admit it. Why did he cut the top so neatly? Then you gently place the shiny peeled apple on the table next to another fruit bowl. And you walk past him gently and say, as if giving advice, "If you're tired of rice, try eating some fruit." His strange manner surprises him. In the patient's sleeve, he had already prepared a knife. He glanced, and thoughts of hatred kept circling in Clock's mind. "You bastard, how dare you pity this body? I will kill you." As Jo-ma stepped out of the hospital room, he shouted, "Ah, you just walked out and said that, and if you're planning to take revenge on me, he's just watching to see what you'll say." I just confirmed that I will destroy the auditor with my cold eyes and emotionless face. He successfully scared Nock, who was both frightened and surprised, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, something flew fiercely and hit the wall. The apple now had cuts and then started to bleed. Seeing this, he was even more surprised and fell backward. The steps of the boy continued steadily on the ground. He put his hands in his pockets and walked while thinking. No matter what he said, the presence of the enemy was like a matchstick. Maybe his heart is completely broken now. That's why my intimidation worked. You remember looking at Knox with a cold gaze and scaring yourself. Do you want to die? And you think the Auditor is the only assassin group in the world that can't be dealt with by all its members in 30 seconds. You slowly lift your eyes, thoughts still racing. If 10 people can hold out for 30 seconds, then it's the worst-case scenario, and we should minimize the killing as much as possible. He looked up, the moon quietly shining in the sky. He still feels like he's standing in front of a terrible storm. He recalls every moment around him, from the fight with Knox to the fierce clash between Joe and Chloe. Aben's face, and finally Knox's surprised look. He wondered if he had become experienced. Then he muttered that he had no idea what would happen to his mind now. The moonlight still shone through the dark night. I know I can stop worrying about Knox now. The problem is, I secretly think about the person I least want to get involved with, and the image of the chain appears. He said he didn't want to get involved in any way. He thought that even in the game, his character would approach the male lead first, but attack the female lead later. Then Joma slowly took out his phone and said, "All right, let's leave that for later. Now is the time to prepare for the midterm exam." He looked deeply at the glowing phone screen. The reward was quite big, so he had to seriously plan. "Mursami, I need a weapon that can fight for more than 30 seconds. Turns out you're looking at the schedule, recalling the exam where students from different grades cooperated to defeat a monster. Teamwork relies heavily on individual skills, but trust among teammates is even more important. Although the group members can be quite annoying, if they cooperate well, I imagine everyone riding the bus together at different levels. Everyone's voice is echoing. Ah, it's so funny. Everything is still the same. My thoughts keep echoing. We can still ride the bus together. And the monster we need to defeat in the test is a non-mysterious level mermaid, only seeing a fish with human-like arms and legs appear, while in his mind, scenes of them rushing forward to attack keep flashing. He comments that he already found it annoying in the game, and now he has to fight it in real life. He felt like he was about to vomit. He thought that even though Min had been fishing all his life, it would be so much better if it were a mermaid. Is it true I didn't get a nosebleed? Joma continued to pace, thinking that the mermaid was Men. He sat down on a bench by the road, bowing his head in thought. Compared to Men, the main character of the demon race was strong, while the demon was like a guard dog. Fortunately, my only goal is to conquer the dreamlike monster. No need to deal with the dream. You said it's been over a month since I arrived here, and indeed, the night is truly peaceful. He looked up again and said it was peaceful. The waves of the sea appeared layer after layer, and a blue light flickered. It has been 700 years since humans and demons signed a ceasefire agreement. A purple face appeared. That was Basman. Half a century ago, they said they would resurrect the commander of the First Legion who was sealed. Commander of the 6th Legion has crossed the ceasefire line himself. The tangled ropes intertwine with each other. A powerful punch tears through the ice. A scream echoes, and he charges again. A chaotic scene erupts, rocks and dirt flying everywhere, terrifying everyone. The screams still echo. I will bring you back. The people below look up and shout, only to see a person holding a knife standing in the gap. Humans, the ones called the strongest among all heroes in the 7-Star Heroes organization, emerged victorious after a bloody week of battle. Blood poured out wildly from one person's legs in exchange for life, and 3 others sacrificed themselves. A glance revealed that one of his eyes was covered in blood, but luckily, no one wanted to cross that line anymore. I only see someone dressed in white sitting in the bathroom holding a phone and saying, "Loey, the strongest person. Is this just a commander from the 6th Legion?" That peace has continued until today. Joma speaks, not knowing how much longer it will last. Sitting on the chair looking at the phone, images of him and a giant appeared repeatedly. He thought carefully and realized Bao Huaken was the one who sealed the commander of the 1st Legion. Isn't that a human? But soon there will be a war between demons and humans, including the Demon Kings. His hand quickly scrolls through the calendar on his phone to 2037, just 3 years away. He looks at it, and now worrying is useless. He must stay alert and focus on the midterm exam. The phone screen now shows chat messages, which would be very annoying, but first I need to have trillions. I hesitated. I've lived too quietly, I have no friends. Then he became arrogant again, but thinking about it, I am currently one of the most famous people in the academy. If I take advantage of this, can I make money? Then Jay focused on his phone and said, All right, I can't stay silent for the next 3 years. I need to join a good group and ace the midterm exam. Instead of being relaxed and quiet, I choose to be loud but comfortable. He said, all right, time to change my goal. Soon, a week had passed, and Doma sat in the classroom with a face that showed no happiness at all. He secretly thought it was really cruel. No one invited me to join. He remembered the time he used a knife to cut Knox into pieces. A loud A sound echoes, and he realizes it's serious. He rests his hand on his face, looking helpless. I'm the kind of person who doesn't have much restraint. Are people afraid of me? Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the side. So he was looking at Chloe, who was all alone there. Ma thought, is it the same for him? From that day on, Chloe was also avoided. He approached her and asked Chloe. She was startled and turned back. You ask. No one has invited you to join the group? Chloe replied, yes. No one has invited you into the group yet, are you okay? Anyway, I haven't had any friends from the beginning, she happily replied. Oh, I'm fine, if I can be your friend. Before she could finish speaking, he spoke first. So, shall we form a team? I need to find 3 more people. Without hesitation, she agreed immediately. That's good. While thoughts about her kept running through his mind, Chloe was definitely the person he needed, aiming to catch as many meters as possible. Within an hour, catching 1 person every 30 seconds would earn about 1,000, and which seems to match her idea. Chloe kept exclaiming, it's so fun. Seeing you do it makes me happy too. So happy. Suddenly, a loud shout made him jump in surprise. The name Jama was approaching, but no one else called him Joe. She is running towards you with ease. I'm just here to visit, but I saw you jump in surprise. You came again? She replied sweetly. I just came to hang out. Seeing Joe's appearance, Chloe becomes even more terrifying. She whispers, they're here. They're here. Realizing this, Ma clenches her teeth and stays silent. Seeing that things were not right, he quickly stood up and said, today you should go. I don't have time to meet anymore. Don't act so fragile, wiping tears and saying Ma's too reckless. Hey, can you stop calling your friend Ma? She struggled to get away. I don't know where. I didn't hear. She approaches Jama's desk, pretending to fall and saying she can't hear me. Fell by accident? Rachel looked up and asked him. Oh, right. Is Jama's test going smoothly? Do you think he even cares about listening to you? His voice whispers softly. No, she pretends to be in awe. Oh, great, Rachel invites. Then come join my group. Jam frowned as he heard someone speaking. That's great, Rachel said with a smile. Then come back here. She raised Ma's chin with her hand. Join my group. Ma slapped away her hand. Why me? Even without me, there are plenty of others eager to join your group. Rachel leans on the table and says to Ma, they're not interesting at all. I don't understand why, but I feel like if I team up with you, something fun will happen. I have decided to team up with Chloe. Vro pretended everything was fine. She raised 2 fingers. It's okay, our group still has 2 seats left, Jam said quietly. If things keep going like this, not only the prize, but even my score is at risk. They say they hate the crime, not the criminal. You slightly glanced at Chloe in the back, only to see her nodding. Joma turned to look at Joe. Then I'll leave it to you. Rachel quickly took out her phone and tapped a few times. She replied, okay, there's no way I'll change my mind. Joma looked at her. But who is leading the group? Rachel shrugged. It's Leon. You know who he is, right? He's so famous. Hearing the answer, Ma almost froze in the wind. Mom Ka about this. After Datro left, Ma sat alone in the same spot, his body trembling slightly. You grit your teeth and say, was I guilty of a grave sin in a past life? Have I done anything other than cut and carve for the past 30 years? I remember En and Joe, I tried to avoid them. But somehow I always got involved with the heroines. Probably because I was too noticeable and they liked me. Jom paused for a moment, but in the end, it all happened. Jom seems to see a glow emanating from Lon. Leon Van Arven is another matter, the main character of this game. Joma nervously ponders whether the future will unfold in a certain way and if the responsibility will fall on him. He feels like he's being bound by ropes and can't even switch groups. That witch with the tangled hair already signed me up for the group and submitted her registration before even asking for my opinion. Rachel seemed to be smiling as she reached out and took the little demon, saying, "You're not going anywhere." Jom clenched his fists. Damn it, I've never wanted to cut down a woman like this before. At this moment, Chloe suddenly stepped forward, tilted her head and asked Jom, "Are you okay?" "Jom, something bad happened." She smiled and said, "Earlier?" "No, since that blonde kid left, your expression hasn't been good at all." Jom remained silent for a moment before replying, "I just feel pressured about being in the same group as them." Chloe encouraged him. "I bet no one in the class is stronger than Jama, so you should be confident." Jama forced a smile and thanked him. Jom sighed to himself, thinking, All right, Chloe will join me. Leaving her behind would be irresponsible. Come to think of it, aren't they all Upper Realm members? That's fine. I should think positively. Joma turns around. Chloe, what time does our group meet? Chloe replied that the blonde guy earlier said we would meet at the coffee shop at 6 p.m. Dom was a bit speechless when he heard this strange way of addressing. He must have decided to call the wire the blonde. Joma asked Chloe what she thought. So let's take it slow. Let's go now. Chloe nodded. All right. Inside the coffee shop, a glass is placed firmly on the table. Chloe holds a glass of avocado smoothie and takes a deep, refreshing breath. It's really good. Joma quietly lifts his coffee cup and glances at Chloe. That green thing costs $5,000 a bit pricey. Joma was so shocked by the bitterness he stammered, I just ordered a Starbucks. Joma grit his teeth and swallowed the bitter sip of coffee, determined to protect his pride as an adult. He looked down at the coffee cup on the table. The only drink costing $1,000 is an espresso, so I ordered that. But it's unbearably bitter because it's from a foreign cafe near school and I can't use my student card. The ghost phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to check the message from his contact. She said, I can't find Yoma anywhere? Yoma replied, it's been over 5 minutes. Why aren't you here yet? Vel quickly replied, sorry, I'm waiting for the others. Dom replied with the location. Saks, the meeting room. Rachel quickly responded, oh, here it is. All right. The meeting room door opens. Rachel and 2 others walk in. Sorry, Jom and the little girl, I'm late. Rachel asked, have you been here long? Without answering, Leon and Jom's eyes met. Jom notices the person with orange hair last, while Speed Weapon is looking around. Jom thinks he's quite the guy. That guy is full of himself. Leon walks up to Yoma and extends his hand. Hello? Hello? Lon smiled and said, the space battle of your child was impressive. It's good to have a squad. Jom observed Leon. His elegance is evident even in his words. This is the main character I was talking about. He lifts his coffee cup from the tray and speaks first. Should I introduce myself first? Vel loudly agrees and supports. Leon places his hands on the table and says seriously, I will introduce myself first. I am Leon Van Ren, and I will be the leader of this group. Member of the fire class, although I am the leader, I still have many shortcomings. I hope you all can help. Just look at Leon's face, look at his expression. Life really is unfair. Rachel chuckled and said, everyone knows who I am, so no need for an introduction. Bye, she gestured to the Speed Weapon sitting next to her. Then, Speed Weapon said, I am a member of the long class Speed Weapon, and my favorite is heroes, to the point that I even have the word hero tattooed prominently on my neck. Jom was a bit speechless, so that's it. No explanation of the name at all. Is he the quiet type? My prejudice against him was shattered when he said he liked heroes. Da Ma feels like he's the kind of quiet person who will bring some interest. Chloe said seriously, hello everyone, I am. Chloe oughted her a classmate of Jom. Reach chuckled and teased her. Jom, you immediately felt angry. She took a deep breath and held it in. I was introduced to the group with everyone's help. The 3 Leon people smiled. Vro nodded. Oh, I heard that. Speed Weapon also nodded, a standard introduction. Joma said coldly, I am in the same class as Chloe. My name is Joma. Lon turned to Lou and looked for something in his bag. Well, Ma felt a bit embarrassed. You think it's too awkward. Lon takes out the laptop and manipulates a few things on it. Let's get started. The laptop immediately projects a 3-dimensional space image. What appears is the map of Scopuli Island. Leon's voice is steady. This afternoon, the guide handed the team leader the instruction manual. This is the map of Scopuli Island. This time, we will have the exam here. I'll explain the rules to them. First on the day, we will be transported to this island through the portal. But only the gate is the portal. The island itself is the real space. When everyone is taken to the island, the small space gate will disappear. You might get injured by some monsters. Leon reminded everyone, so remember this well. He operated a few controls on the device, and 3 warning zones appeared. Our team will compete on the eastern beach. Including us, there will be 3 teams. The 3 groups will hunt marmots in this area. The focus of this test is for Leon to pause briefly and then ask which group can defeat more marmots. Joma and Chloe are both looking up at the map above. Then the screen goes dark, and Leon also stops. That's all. He turned to look at everyone and asked if anyone had any questions. This island also has meters, so what if there's a risk? Leon replied. You can rest assured because the teachers have completed a preliminary check. Speed Weapon nodded. I understand. Later, Chloe hesitated before speaking. What if there's a surprise attack in the morning? Leon explains. The purpose of this test is to conquer monsters, so any trainee showing abnormal behavior will be disqualified. Is that acceptable? Chloe nodded at Lion. Dama turned to look at her, wondering if anyone was from a family of assassins. All right, the meeting is adjourned. So let's prepare well for the exam. Tomorrow we will discuss each person's position. The others were surprised. It's over, let's go eat. Don't pull my pants, they're already stretched out. Leon quickly packs up his laptop. Zoma looked at him. Since only the two of us are left sitting in the corner, we need to get out quickly. This is awkward. Thinking that, the ghost quickly stood up. Just then, Leon called out, "Hey, you mysterious guy, turn around," Lion asks. "Joma, where are you from?" He looks at Yama seriously, and Yama also looks back at Lion seriously. Joma hesitated. What's going on? It seems I received a similar question before. The question is different from back then. He asked me where I was from? Leon's deep blue eyes looked into mine. Dama frowned. I couldn't understand the meaning of that look. Was it just a question about geography? Do you remember? If so, that's a question you could have asked during the introduction. Is there a valid reason for all the members to ask after going outside? Joma wondered. But Leon interrupted his thoughts, apologizing for suddenly saying something meaningless. Leon spoke in a low voice. Jom, maybe you are like me. Are Zoma and I suspicious in the same way? He carefully ponders. Even though the language of this game world is Korean, with no distinction between countries, anyone could say they are Korean. Lon chuckled softly, pretending not to hear what I just said. Then he stood up, brushed past Jama, and walked away. I'm leaving now. Suddenly, Jom reached out and grabbed Lion's shoulder. You called Lon, he stopped. You asked where he's from. As soon as you finished, Dom cursed inwardly. Damn it, I accidentally grabbed him tightly, and if I leave it like this, I won't be able to sleep because of how uncomfortable I feel. Leon turned around and grabbed Ma's hand from his shoulder down. I am German. After speaking, Leon opened the conference room door and left. Ma stood there in confusion. What's going on, that guy? The spoon in Jama's hand drops with a clatter onto the table as he frowns in thought. Is it a coincidence? Ma recalls this morning. Could it be that this guy also comes from another world? That's all I could think about. Jom leans back in the chair. Nothing says that uploading files into the game is only for me. Furthermore, since he's the main character, it's more likely that he's the protagonist rather than a supporting character like me. Yoma looked at the dagger on the table, feeling as if his senses had become strangely sharper when protected by the sword god. Somewhere, a demon draws the sword of the god of blessings. Zoma closes his eyes and concentrates. Suddenly a system message appears in Joma's mind. Leon is a presence in this place. Joma suddenly opened his eyes wide. Leon is the existence of this place? He quickly thought, just as he expected. He saw it again. Just like back then, if I focus and activate the sword god's blessing, the voice will become faint and blurry. Joma raises his hand to rub his head, but when I try to think more deeply, I get a headache, breaking the blessing of no pain. He sighed. After all, the Leon I saw today is the same Leon I played in the game. No matter how many actors they hire, they can't do that. Does he really just ask about my nationality? Joma pursed his lips into a straight line. But then I remember what Leon said. Maybe he's like me. So I took out my phone and searched online. At least I should check the wiki because I'm not really interested in the male character. The wiki page shows the message Leon Van Ren could not be found. Joma thought to himself, there are no records of Leon in this world. You lean back and relax a little. All right, this will be the only time I get involved with Lion. If something like this happens again, at least you should ask the media for help. Joma remembered what Media Poison told him. Aren't you the one who hasn't come to see me lately? Just yesterday we planned to run away together. And now what? Jom nods. Don't make it more complicated. It's strange. Even though I didn't want it to happen this way, I still remained calm. Is this the influence of Phuoc Lan? Joma opened her system panel to check. Phuoc Lan is still developing smoothly. The system panel shows the body level as 57. The specifications of the sword have been relaxed. The spirit level is 3, feeling oppressed by words and actions. The level of the weapon is 1. The condition has not been met. The assimilation rate increased from 2.5 to 6.8%. Joma thinks that his spirit and weapons are the same as before, but his body has improved a bit after training. He considers the reward he might receive. If he gets the Murasami, he would definitely aim for it. Joma thinks about the information on the system panel, the lines indicating the conditions have not been met. The assimilation rate has increased to 6.8%. When the assimilation rate reaches 7%, the condition will be fulfilled. Joma wonders, what exactly is this assimilation rate? It just increased a lot. Maybe we're close to meeting the ban condition. Remembering everything that has happened so far, everything I've done so far, does it have anything to do with just playing with the brothers? Joma tapped a few times on the information board, feeling really annoyed because I don't even know myself and can't ask anyone. The system displays a new notification indicating that the activation time has been adjusted to meet the minimum number of blessings appearances. Joma paused. The system sent another notification. The blessing is painless. Activation time is 30 to 40 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. Jama muttered, "Is 40 seconds really true?" He reached out and touched the divine sword on the table. The hard work has paid off. Joma lifts the divine sword and laughs loudly. "What is this? I'm so happy." And then, time passed. The countdown to the exam reached 5 days. 4 days left, everyone gathered in the meeting room, laughing and chatting happily. Speed Weapon angrily warns don't mess around anymore. With 3 days left, Ma and Chloe continue training together. She strives to perform each move perfectly. Like this, it looks better. With 2 days left on the countdown, Chloe feels annoyed seeing Daecho and Jama close together. With one final day left, a single drop of water slowly falls to the ground as he stands ready to launch like a missile. Jama, holding the divine sword, quickly cuts the water droplet in half. Jom looks back and smiles with satisfaction. Finally, the day arrived, the midterm exam day, and everyone gathered together. Jom also appeared in his uniform. This is a space portal. Just this one changes the atmosphere of the arena completely. Suddenly, someone calls out from here. "Even though the timer was clear, you're still late today, huh?" Leader Leon called out, "Come over quickly. This time support is from Speed Weapon." Chloe, in a secondary attack role, greeted Jama. "Good morning, Jama. Sorry I'm a bit late." Jom steps forward, getting closer to everyone. He scratches his face, looking at their weapons. "Vadu a voikao, matratienfat. Joma hong de idinkota." You are focusing on their weapons. Rachel wields an S-rank Feng Tianhua spear. Leon has not yet reached the level of a legendary great sword. And Speed Weapon. Joma noticed the flute hanging around its neck, feeling a bit surprised. "A vertical flute, is that a weapon?" "What are you looking at?" Rachel stepped forward and nodded at Dama. She examined him, and no matter how she looked, among the healing systems, only that one was an S rank. "Dama, what is that supposed to be?" He nodded in agreement. "It's true. The vertical flute is an S-rank healing weapon that is so rare it can't be found even after burning through tens of millions of worlds in the real game. However, it is also a feature, and its shape makes Joma lean closer to Speed Weapon to observe. It's truly miraculous. Speed Weapon backs away in disgust. "Oh no, get out of the way." At this moment, a notification sounded in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. "Attention, the first semester midterm exam of 2034 will now begin." The students on the arena all looked up, and the voice continued to echo, clearly indicating they were ready. Leonin smiled and said, "I believe you're all familiar with the rules, so I'll keep it brief. If you see danger, don't hesitate to run away. Remember, you are still students, not heroes yet." He emphasized once more to the students that this means don't take risks for your scores. Leon reminded them that if they get injured or want to retreat, they should contact the supervising teacher at any time. He said, "It's time now. Get ready. The longer I talk, the more pointless it becomes. So let's not worry and do our best within our abilities." The ghosts nodded, and he thought seriously, "It's starting now." Chloe stood silently beside him, and Ma asked, "Chloe, what's wrong?" Chloe hesitated and said, "That's strange. I only just started to feel worried now, but I remember saying that Scopuli Island is where MED appeared." Joma reassured her because the instructor said that was what they checked during the preliminary field trip. "Don't worry, Chloe," she nodded softly, silently agreeing. But Chloe still couldn't stop thinking. "In my hometown of Sicily, there are often stories about seeing and harming mermaids. We are currently on a ceasefire with the demon tribe. In reality, it's very hard to see them unless you're in darkness. But such rumors still persist, meaning the conditions for Mommy to appear are unclear." Lon Bane loudly declared, "Let's go through the portal now that the space gate is activated." The demon head calling Chloe, "Let's go, Chloe." She blushed slightly, thinking to herself, "That's right. I shouldn't worry because Jama is here. I trust him." Led by Leon, Jama's group entered the space gate to Scopuli Island. Later, a faint voice of Chloe echoed in the darkness, Jama's voice saying, "She keeps calling me." Jam shouts loudly to Chloe, "Are you awake yet?" Chloe is stunned. "Did I lose consciousness for a moment?" Suddenly, Chloe opened her eyes wide. Dongtu curled up. She saw everyone in panic, unable to contact the guide, because they were in the cave where the phone had no signal. Chloe saw something or someone was hit. Suddenly, what just happened? A face suddenly appeared clearly. Chloe saw Murm. When appeared on Scopuli Island, the sound of relentless vomiting echoed. Zoma was speechless as he looked at Leon and the others. Vachel and Speed Weapon are dizzy and nauseous in front of them. Leon looks over and asks, "Zoma, are you okay?" Zoma replies, "I am not seasick." Leon chuckled softly. "I don't think this is a matter of seasickness." Suddenly, a big fish head with arms and legs jumped out of nowhere, its face full of question marks. This is a dream meter kick. Watching the small fish run away, Dom Ma thought to himself, "It's smaller than I imagined." He raised the cleaver in his hand, feeling nervous all this time. What a waste of emotion. Oh well, since my position is in the rear, I'll just let my teammates handle it. Leon told Joma that the assigned position would have a mature Mormot. The rain meter's score doesn't count this kind of small fish. He commands everyone, let's go to Cloy for reconnaissance first. The four of us move through the forest. Leon reminds you to be careful. Dama remained silent. Suddenly, a streak of red flashed past them. Leon spoke. It seems like they're here. From above, Chloe is stepping on tree trunks to gradually descend to the ground. Jom asks her, did you climb the trees to get here? Chloe nodded. It will be harder to detect us. Leon asked, so what's the situation? How is the situation over there? Chloe hesitated slightly. That, about 500 meters ahead, there is a cave. Everyone move forward. Is it here? Chloe nodded. Yes. Inside the cave, there are roughly dozens of eyes looking out. The Mormots are gathered around a fire, roughly estimating about 50 to 60 of them. Jom remained silent, thinking carefully. Indeed, a decision must be made wisely. He pondered whether to risk it and eliminate them all to guarantee top of the midterm. But as the group leader, he had to consider everyone's safety. If someone got hurt inside the cave and communication was cut off, was it worth risking, or should he find a safer route? Joma looked up at Leon, deciding that the choice was with him. Remembering when everyone gathered, Leon was playing chess while assigning tasks. Chloe, when you arrive at the island, do some reconnaissance first. Weapon, stay behind to support Bap and heal. Jom, resting his chin on his hand, looked at Speed Weapon, still surprised that he was Heller. What do you mean by Speed Weapon? Is it true that a hero's motto is to help others? Leon paused for a moment, while Jom-ma looked up at you from behind, wary of any surprises. Dom quietly thought, great, this is so easy. Leon picked up a white chess piece. I will lead everyone from the middle, not rushing forward recklessly. Of course, depending on the situation, I will also join the attack. And what about me? Leon smiled at her. Rachel. Leon's eyes light up with determination. Jom thinks he's made his decision. At that moment, Leon spoke up. Vro. She immediately grabbed her weapon. Rachel raised her hand and swiftly threw the weapon forward. Her long spear drew a curved line through the air, striking precisely at the fire pit in the center of the swarm of Mormots. The Mormots, confused and unaware of what was happening, suddenly heard a noise behind them, looked up and saw the whip descending from above. She smiled, grabbed the spear, and with a swing of her arm, all the nearby Mormots were killed. Their heads flew up, and Leon's voice from the meeting echoed again. Rachel, back then you confidently entrusted her with the mission to destroy everything. Could you do it? Returning to the present, Rachel responds. Of course. At this moment, Speed Weapon's flute staff is also drawn. He is performing the blessing technique. The dream monsters are howling. The VO also chases from behind, killing and counting as they go. 6, 7, 9, 11. She keeps going. The number of Dream M creatures she kills keeps rising. Rachel unleashes a grand spinning attack. Rachel laughed and said, thanks, BF. Jay exclaimed, and Chloe immediately couldn't sit still behind her. She drew her sword, a gift from her clan. Chloe seemed to become a different person, swinging her sword and slaughtering a series of enemies. Chloe coldly counts. Before she can stand up, 2 more monsters rush toward her. She swung both swords again, cutting into several parts, about 100. Chloe and Joe split up and fight each other. The number keeps rising to 43, 45. Leon and Jama both froze, wondering why they weren't stopping. Suddenly, Jama remembered that Chloe and Joe had made some kind of agreement earlier. Could it be that both of them keep stepping over the corpses of Momi and moving toward each other? Just as they are about to touch, a giant Momet swoops down. It opened its mouth to swallow both of them, but Rachel and Chloe simultaneously raised their weapons. That dream monster instantly disintegrates. Vel says to Chloe, oh, you're quicker now. Chloe pointed at her and said, that one I killed. Rachel sneered and then turned around in the opposite direction. It's hilarious, even Chloe thinks so. Blonde hair. Jama scratched his head. Luckily, when Jama regained his senses, he saw Leon swinging his sword and cutting down a Mormet right in front of him. Then he turned back and asked Jama, are you worried? Jama replied, not really. Rachel reports, we've killed all 60 of them. Leon tells Jama, as teammates, we have to trust each other. He sheaths his sword and says, let's go now. Jama nods. Yeah, you secretly assess Lion as determined and possessing leadership qualities, a solid support for the group. It can't be faked. It seems that people from this world are real, Jama pondered. So it was just a question about hometown after all? You look up, finally getting your chance. But suddenly a streak of light flashes past Jom, piercing through Leon's abdomen and shooting forward. Leon is injured. This unexpected incident leaves Datro, Chloe, and Speed Weapon stunned. Jom notices something behind him and quickly turns around. Everyone panics and calls out for Leon, while behind them is the shadow of a mermaid. The attacker attacking Lion is a dream demon, stammering, Vo. Why is there a mermaid here? Speed Weapon was startled. Hadn't they already surveyed this beforehand? Am I dreaming? Dom froze in place for a moment. Damn it, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Who would have thought that with this situation, whether to run or fight, if Leon keeps fleeing while injured, the whole team will be wiped out? Then Rachel turned and ordered Speed Weapon to stand by and contact the teacher. There's more information from MM as well. Speed Weapon is running frantically because of the urgency. No, I can't contact them. Jom sneered. Losing contact with the outside world and panic are inevitable. It seems only he remains calm. Joma orders Rachel to stop those fish at all costs. Then he turned to Speed Weapon and told him to focus all his energy on healing Leon. Chloe, still stunned, was called by Joma. Chloe quickly snapped out of it. Yes. Joma slings her arm over her shoulder, telling her to get out of here, find another student nearby, take them to safety, and then call the teacher. Chloe hesitates, but Joma cuts her off. Taking Leon and everyone together is too difficult. Hurry before the monsters arrive. Chloe is worried, Joma. Yes. A second later, she quickly left. Rachel turned back to ask Joma, what should Joma do now? Is there any way? What are you doing? Speed. Weapon saw the ghost heading in a direction and shouted out loud, Hey, this guy is crazy. Where are you going? Jom stands facing Merm. You say, Rachel, Speed Weapon, leave the small fish to me. Speed Weapon asks loudly, what are you planning to do? That guy closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I've never liked small fish before, so I'll settle this myself. I pull out my cleaver and confidently say, this is my specialty, big fish. The innate source of power used by demons is similar to the blessing of humans, magic, because the demon realized that Spell had defeated the protagonist with a single strike. This is the difference between human strength and demon race. You take a step forward, even using the blessing of the sword god, victory is not guaranteed. Even in a game world, defeating a demon using magic alone is impossible. He cursed silently, unable to believe that the system was forcing him to face a boss. In this situation, cursing won't help. Jom-Ma is determined. Now there's no turning back. Chloe won't be back for another 10 minutes. The demon lord subtly smirked in a sinister way, thinking this was the only way left. Jom-Ma held 2 knives and moved forward. I have to fillet that fish. Within 40 seconds, when I take out the sashimi, the feeling of panic will completely fade. Jom-Ma smiles. By harnessing his spirit, his mental level will rise, making the opponent feel threatened by his words and actions. He calls upon the blessing of the sword god and uses his suppressive ability to begin adjusting accordingly. I muttered to myself, it's been a long time since I tasted sashimi. Jom, call upon the blessing of the sword god and come here. And at this moment, her side is desperately fighting, with Mormots constantly rushing at her. Vatro used her spear to block the mouth of a Mormot, then pushed all 3 of them towards the cliff behind. She gritted her teeth and said, Rachel there, shot through and killed 3 Mormots in 1 strike. Get out of here. Rachel wipes her sweat. Speed Weapon silently holds the flute nearby, hoping to bestow a blessing. He turned back to look at Leon, who was enduring it, but treating Leon has exhausted me. His wound is very deep, but luckily he is healing very well. After thinking for a moment, Speed Weapon glanced back toward Jama. I know that in the space inside, Jama is ridiculously strong, but I saw Jama standing face to face with the Speed Weapon demon and sweating cold sweat. Clearly he's crazy. Just looking at him is enough to send chills down my spine. Should I stop him? Joma, the mysterious demon, smiles and raises its hand high, launching an attack forward. Dom quickly dodges. He thought, that witch mainly uses water magic at a distance. Holding the knife tightly, I don't know magic, but in the end, she's just a monster made of flesh and blood. The demon leapt into the air, charging toward the illusionary demon. Just go for it. You raise your knife and slash at it, but it quickly disappears. When you look again, the Murloc monster has changed direction and is aiming to attack Speed Weapon. He stared in place as the phantom demon approached, its sharp teeth bared. It opens its mouth wide and screams. The zombie quickly flies over, cutting off one of its fins. He lands steadily on the ground. Seeing the whispering demon still intact, he mutters under his breath and lunges again. Damn it, too shallow. Joma strikes again, but still misses. He frowns in frustration and says, damn it, she's a mermaid. Predicting her moves is really hard. Jom grits his teeth and asks, is she targeting the injured? Then I have to be faster. At this moment, Speed Weapon spoke up again. Hey, Jom. He turned to look at him, his gaze falling on Leon lying behind. Jama asked, are you okay? Speed Weapon, holding a flute, responded slowly. Huh? I'm fine. Joma nodded, then charged again at the ghostly demon. Then, I'll have to rely on you next, hero. Speed Weapon stood silently, watching the demon fight against the Momet demon. He frowned. Hero? That's amazing. Speed. Weapon recalls what he once said: justice and courage, sacrifice for others, turning despair into hope. He told Joma, I may have entered the best hero training school in the world, but I haven't met anyone with abilities like that yet. Joma felt extremely bored at that moment, wondering if he was just seeking someone to talk to. Speed. Weapon didn't care and enthusiastically said, the dragon class is just as I hoped it would be. Then he turned to look at the chain, so I suggested the chain join this group. I think I made the right choice. Speed Weapon looked at Leon. Leon, if that's him, I'm sure I'll find the hero image I've always admired in him. Jom nodded in agreement after hearing this. That's right, Speed Weapon turns back again. But what about this? Sorry, but I don't think you're a hero even though you're very strong. Jom scoffs lightly and doesn't bother. After hearing this, Speed Weapon mocks, you think heroes are just objects? It's not about wanting to be considered one. Back then, inside the cave, Speed Weapon couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Jama, that kid. Right now, a lot of small fish are being released from the demon-human Mi's body. The fierce little fish rush forward as Manhwa Mi unleashes all his power. Jom! The perfect Daman quickly dodged the attacking fish as they swiftly turned back towards him. You look at them. These slow creatures are demons. Nu Dao, the dream demon, yells out. A diagonal scar appears on the cliff face, caused by a demon flying out from the rock. The demon's young fish continued to chase after you. The mysterious demon did not move much, just stood in place waving its hand to control, then suddenly smiled, turned its head in a direction, and one of its hands reached out. Rachel shouted in panic. Speed Weapon was startled and looked up. Seeing the approaching attack of the Ma-nan Mi, he was stunned. Could it be that the mermaid had realized all along that she was targeting this way, and just as the Ma-nan Mi was about to reach Speed Weapon, Zoma appeared again and struck it. You're shouting again, being so naive. Joma cursed himself silently. What are you doing, Jama? Focus. The rain demon was repeatedly attacked and grew furious. Its severed hand fell to the ground but then sprang back up, launching a palm strike at the cliff. This punch directly blasts through the rock wall and outwards. The rain demon snarls and, furious, commands the small fish to attack. This noise also attracted the students outside. One student called Assistant Yama. Miss Yama, over there. Assistant Yama turns her head to look toward that cave. The student asked, why is it so noisy? It sounded like a scream, and it was flickering just a moment ago. The two of them watched in silence for a while before it suddenly started to rain. The student said, it's raining. Assistant Zoma turned back and told the student, let's quickly take the injured away. I think a storm is coming. The student nodded. Yes. The student didn't notice the strange, meaning-filled smile of the assistant teacher. She urged us to return to the academy immediately. Outside the cave, a large hole has been punched through the top, just above where Lion is resting, causing the Mormons to turn their heads and look at each other. They suddenly retracted their legs and ran away, while the surrounding soldiers raised their spears to confront them. Run away? Jomya and the others stay in place, rainwater dripping through the hole. Joma frowns. Damn it, I can't deal a fatal blow within 30 seconds, probably because I was too focused on Lion. The illusionary demon is falling into the trap she set for herself. Could it be that she's dying so easily? Suddenly, the cliff explodes again. Joma smiled knowingly, as expected. It's not that easy. The demon from MM reappeared from the cliff. Dama takes off his outer shirt and throws it down. He calls out, Rachel, I've sorted out the Tua group now. I've assigned Weapon and Leon to you. Vel quickly nodded in agreement. Speed Weapon has a flute in his mouth, his eyes shining. I can't believe it. Ima is fighting alone against the demon. I thought he was crazy earlier, but maybe I'm witnessing a legendary moment. Joma rolled up his sleeves and smiled, finally able to focus. With 10 seconds left, lost time begins. The demon snarled and bared its fangs at Joma, quickly launching an attack towards him. Joma calls it over. He closes his eyes to calm his mind, then opens them wide. Joma raises 2 knives to attack forward. Let me see what you've got. On this side, Chloe leaves following Joma's orders, continuously increasing her speed. Chloe gasped for breath, pushing herself to go faster, faster still. She charged forward without stopping. Chloe lightly drew her sword, propelling herself forward a bit. Sweat dripped down her face. Feeling like her body was about to explode, she was pouring all her remaining blessings into running. She had to ask for help. She grit her teeth and endured. This hurts so much, Jama. Chloe remembered what Jama had told her earlier. Chloe quickly called the teachers. She silently thought that Yama is stronger than anyone she has ever met. She remembers Jama's lazy demeanor, but he always feels that fighting is a burden. Jama tries to avoid combat as much as possible and only withdraws. Chloe realizes the importance of the matter because Jama only acts when necessary. Chloe kept running without stopping. I also thought it was the best decision and left as Jama asked. But I wish I were stronger like this, damn. At this moment, Chloe hears an explosion behind her. She turns her head to look back. An explosion? Chloe purses her lips and prays, "Please, Jom, you have to survive." Because she was distracted, Chloe suddenly tripped and fell forward a bit, but she quickly used her foot to steady herself. She grit her teeth and kept running forward, not allowed to fall, not allowed to stop. Chloe's tears blended with the rain. She had to find it. Deep inside, Chloe felt like screaming out, "Someone help me. Please, anyone, just help me. Why is no one here?" Suddenly, Chloe was startled by a shadow ahead. She couldn't quite tell what it was. Her senses were fading. But Chloe was worried about me. Was she tense right now? Chloe swung her sword forward, then suddenly stopped as she sensed something unusual. The person in front of her is not Mia, but Aben. Chloe suddenly flew past Eben. She sighed in relief, saying, "Sorry." Chloe collapsed to the ground. Aben silently looked at her. Someone from Aben's group asked, "What's going on?" A girl with purple hair also turned to look. Is this a surprise attack? Did he suddenly charge in? The others gathered around Chloe lying on the ground, shouting loudly, "Are you crazy? Hurry up and wake up, we can't let her get away." At that moment, Ben spoke up to stop him. Wait, his face looked so familiar. Chloe muttered on the ground, "Pull me out." Tears streamed down her face. "Stay. Stay. Stay." Jen silently stood in the rain, then turned back inside the cave. Speed Weapon stared in surprise at Ma. "Today really is full of surprises, you look just like..." He tried to find a word to describe it. A skilled hand handling the struggling fish on the cutting board. Speed Weapon muttered to himself. He had the advantage from the start. Even when fighting the demon creatures, Joma could always strike with overwhelming force. Speed Weapon frowned. This scene he would never forget in his life. He must keep it in his mind. He believes watching J.A. and me fight until 1910. He not only moved swiftly through the space, displaying skilled techniques and precise attacks to approach the demon, but Joma also spun the knife in his hand, cutting off Speed Weapon's tail in 2 or 3 strikes before astonishingly defeating him. Was gruesomely cut into many pieces, with simple and straightforward cuts, ending with a clean, straight line, leaving both Speed Weapon and Joma terrified. Rachel frowned. Even the heirs of powerful clans who grew up in wealthy families haven't seen anything like this before. Speed Weapon turned to look at Daicho. "If things keep going like this, I really want to wake up." While Speed Weapon was lost in thought, Daicho suddenly shouted, "Hey, Weapon." She quickly lunged forward and pushed Speed Weapon aside. Rachel scolded him. "How dare you look away? Do you believe I killed you?" The attack just now left a long streak on the ground. Speed Weapon lost focus. I almost forgot because the scene was so surreal. The space has shifted, and the opponent is a demon using magic. He quickly looked back at the demon, and from the start, using a knife to cut through magic was already unreasonable. Even if he had the upper hand, if it used magic, he would silently observe the traces of the recent attack. It raises its hand high, needle square, rain pouring into the cave, and a second later, it vanished without a trace of rain. Momo swings her arm towards Jama, launching a series of attacks in his direction. Jom quickly moves with 2 knives, kicking off the rock wall to narrowly evade the barrage. The knife in his hand was accidentally damaged by the previous attack, corroded a little. Jom frowned and swung his hand to pull the knife back. This strike unexpectedly succeeded in splitting the Dream Demon's body in 2. Its pupils contracted, a body that couldn't believe the truth. Looking back, Joma had already closed the distance. Momet roared, swinging another slash. Yom-Ma widened his eyes as what he had cut off suddenly turned into a normal fish. Mometi smiled eerily. It reached out and grabbed something from its body, then put it back into its mouth. The trembling body immediately undergoes a huge transformation. It opens its mouth wide and launches an attack, striking with magical power. Speed Weapon roared, "Get out of the way, demon!" Dama widened his eyes. "I have to avoid it." His pupils dilated. He had to dodge. Suddenly the space shifted, and the demon was standing in the water. He looked around in confusion, lowered his head, and suddenly a red thread appeared in the water. He turned around and saw a red thread appear out of nowhere, cutting across the horizon. Jom was stunned and muttered, "The magic is done." Fearing the red thread reflected in Jama's eyes, the knife appeared before him. Jom quickly grabbed it, then swung his hand again. and from above, the red thread seemed to cut through the cave and MM's body, severing the magic. A pool of bright red blood oozes out in front of Jom's blade. The rain demon lies there, now motionless. He stands before it, looking at it with a terrifyingly sharp gaze, filled with complete apathy and no mercy. The rain demon, with a little remaining strength, let out a few faint cries, surprising Speed Weapon and Datro and raising their guard. Suddenly, a decisive slash cut through the air, severing the rain demon's head from its body, which then rolled away. In the rain, it gradually moved off the surface and fell into the pit below, in front of Joma. Speed Weapon suddenly realized something. The head of the manticore just fell into the large pit in front, and everyone could now reach the final conclusion. He won. Watching Joma's back, Speed Weapon couldn't hide his admiration for him. He defeated the demon, and he's only a first-year student. He and Joe clearly look surprised beyond belief. Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood spurted out right in front of everyone. Jom immediately collapsed, clutching his wounded body and coughing up blood. Rachel, worried, rushed to check the situation while shouting. And when Jom and Speed Weapon looked back to assess what was behind, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Leon, that was close. Suddenly, a commotion outside made him jump. Speed Weapon turned around with worry in his heart. Could it be that the dreamers who fled have come back? However, the arrival is not an enemy but an ally, and he can lower his guard immediately because of the noise. Finally, it's here. Seeing the scene before her, Ain's eyes widened in surprise, while the pink-haired girl behind her shouted in fear. What is that? Looking at the pile of corpses in front of them, they couldn't help but be curious and question it. Is that a dream meter? So many questions arise. Why is the dream meter here? It was also cut into pieces. Then she noticed the ropes and the demon nearby, and she sorrowfully held the injured body of the boy in her arms. Tears streaming down her cheeks mixed with the heavy rain. Seeing this, Aben was quite moved. Who could have done this? Then she, looking awkward, just stood there doing nothing, which immediately caught Leon's attention. She helplessly thought to herself, the team member is dying, yet the leader seems to be acting as if he's apologizing. Ayan felt somewhat uncomfortable inside and announced to everyone that she had contacted the academy, and the teachers would arrive within an hour. Abe asked seriously about what had happened earlier, what exactly occurred. Speed Weapon thought for a moment and then replied, the assistant instructor, those bastards claimed they came here to scout this island, so why did they suddenly appear? All right then, just explain. He asked irritably, are you giving orders? She annoyedly shouted back, your personality is like that. Please, I need you to explain. Sweet Weapon just chuckled softly and began to recount. I doubt you would believe me even if I told you. Let me tell you from the beginning to the end. He confidently said, this is my specialty. That explanation. After some time had passed and hearing the whole story, En then spoke. So, she asked somewhat skeptically, do you mean me suddenly appeared and Jama defeated them on his own? Speed Weapon casually confirmed. So that's how it is. A first-year student defeating a suddenly appearing demon lord? Could that really be true? She began to remember what happened before. The stories my grandfather told me when I was young were even more real than this story. She thought this story sounded hard to believe, but given the current situation, it seemed to be true. Ayan could also be sure of one thing because he had no reason to lie. The raindrops keep falling endlessly now. She continued analyzing the story, feeling it closely resembled that of this hero. The founder of Hiroba Joaquin and a descendant of his most outstanding disciple, Ernie Belung. This foundation has made me special, right from birth. Aben realized something very important, the so-called bloodline. She sharply looked ahead and thought. However, I didn't want these two words to swallow me up, so I tried very hard. That is how I developed my talent and reached this point. Then, Aben softly spoke with helplessness. But Yoma, I never imagined that the difference in strength could be so great. She whispered to herself in exhaustion, fear, worry, and amazement, overwhelmed by mixed emotions, then sighed, maybe because I am just an ordinary person. Returning to reality, En asked for help from the person beside her. Hey, use your blessing to heal him. The girl with pink hair immediately agrees, a blessing enveloping his body. Rachel supports his body. Watches and silently marvels that although Jama looks like he's about to die with his battered body, Jama, someone my age, has already defeated a demon. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a bit jealous, and then Speed Weapon asked a question to confirm. You said you contacted the academy earlier, right? Ayan immediately confirmed. Yeah. He hurriedly advised me not to tell the assistants the details of this matter for now. She was curious and asked why. Speed Weapon then recounted what happened earlier. Clearly those teaching assistants came here for a preliminary survey, right? AN also agrees with this. That's right, he started analyzing what was happening, but isn't that a bit strange? No matter how big the Scopuli Island is, this cave shouldn't be hard to find. Why did the demon appear? This story isn't very coherent. Aben seemed to understand the implication behind it. At this moment, Chloe, who was injured, was being taken care of when a voice rang out. So, this is just my guess, Leon asked, somewhat unwilling to believe. Leon, are you suggesting there might be a spy of the demon race inside the academy? Speedweapon was immediately hit with the truth. He also didn't want to believe it and quickly explained, it's not exactly like that, but we shouldn't rule out that possibility. Looking at the current situation, Aben began analyzing. This area is definitely not hard for students to find. She continued her thoughts like Speedweapon said. If it weren't for Joma, all the members of Team Leon would have to die at the hands of the demons. Looking at the unconscious person in front of her, she wondered why. Ayan is using her head. Over the past 700 years, there have certainly been many conflicts, but never to the point of demons interfering with the Academy's students. Additionally, there is a clause that would lead to war if she were to realize something like that. Could it be that N has figured everything out? Seeing that, Speedweapon quickly stopped her and spoke up. I know what you're thinking. You're going too far. He shared his thoughts. The idea of a spy isn't a bad one, but it's too early to jump to conclusions over this. So, we need to discuss this together. Suppose there is a spy in the academy, and if they find out that he alone defeated the demonized, he will definitely become a target. At this point, Speedweapon was also quite hesitant in making a choice. That's true, but I can't just stay silent either. Looking at his teammates, he continued to speak about what that bastard had done to us. Suddenly, Aben interrupted. So when Rachel heard that, she immediately paid attention with curiosity. Aben offered an idea that no one had thought of. What if I ask my grandfather's opinion? Everyone fell silent for a moment before loudly asking, Lord Jomje? Returning to the city area. A gentle breeze blows through the window, and the beautiful sunset gradually appears in the sky. Joma lay on the hospital bed, just waking up, vaguely wondering, is this a hospital? Then suddenly he raised his hand to look at it. Joma looked on tiredly and said, I am still alive. Then he remembered the past when he kept staring at his hand, the attack he unleashed in his dream before dying, fierce and unavoidable. But Jay can be sure he saw it very clearly. He visualized the moment when he slashed a wide horizontal cut across Simi, and the magic shattered like water droplets. It must be water. Based on my own experiences, Ram Ma can confirm that. You sit up from the hospital bed, a question arises in your mind. What is that feeling? After using the Sword God's blessing, Long Min felt an indescribable sensation rising within him, as the demon could only guess at what kind of blessing it was. The system displays the words of the Sword God's blessing. If you cut a line, it will automatically separate the body level. 7. The sword's standards reduce the level of the spirit. 3 to 4, a sense of threat appears in words and actions. Weaponization level. 1, not enough to unlock, the assimilation rate increases from 6.8 to 7.2% only, enough to unlock the end. After finishing reading, he said nothing. Then Damma also realized everything, and said that his mental level had increased to 4, which must be why he didn't feel fear when facing the demon. You keep speaking, finally reaching out to touch the screen at the same time. Another line appears, showing an assimilation rate of 7.2%. The mysterious line one has read, when the assimilation rate reaches 15%, the next conditions will be unlocked. Suddenly, media poison rushes in and hugs your body tightly, never stopping to speak. I kept worrying that something bad might happen. The assistant teachers dared to say they went to investigate. This time I will make sure they pay dearly. Joma trembled and softly spoke. Director of the academy? Wait a moment. She hurriedly let go and said, Sorry, I am so happy. That's right. From now on, media poison will search for something in the bag. Where is it? Did I leave it here? When you see it, you can't help but be curious. Is that a space bag? She then happily exclaimed, I see. Media Poison happily shouts and draws a powerful sword from his hand, then explains to you that the reward for the Murasami face Joma is clear, and you look surprised as you carefully examine the sword in Media Poison's hand, who kindly explains that it is a Japanese sword called So-Vu, because its handle is covered with bones, hoping you like it. I had planned to give it to you earlier, but you can see the current situation. Sorry. Outside the hospital room, a shadow keeps lurking there. She briefly glances in that direction, then suddenly, Media Poison shouts, Hey, old man, are you ashamed? Come in quickly. Jom hesitated and stepped out when exposed. He cleared his throat, trying to regain some dignity in front of Jom Ma. I told you not to call me that. She glared at Jomjae fiercely, annoyed, and retorted, I am 70 years old and I am still a young girl. Jom didn't understand what had happened and was vaguely wondering what this déjà vu feeling was, but he still tried to stay calm and asked, What just happened? Media Poison replied seriously. I have heard everything from your group, Joma I, on behalf of Wakin Academy. They both bowed simultaneously, sincerely apologizing to Jom and expressing their regrets to him. She was deeply sorry and took responsibility for all the mistakes. Everything that happened during the midterm exam was our school's fault, so you and your group are not to blame, and everyone's lives there are at risk. When you hear those words, you can't help but be stunned. She once again apologizes to the demon. I, Media Poison, sincerely apologize on behalf of the Joa Queen Academy for the appearance of the demon. Jomjae has been silent until now and finally speaks. I saved the students' lives. He remains silent without replying. Jom-ma's face still shows surprise as he listens to them. He looks away, his hand habitually scratching his face when he's embarrassed. I only do what I can. Media Poison gently smiles and softly continues. Jum, what you did was amazing, but I think we should keep this secret until the truth is revealed. Sounds funny, right? When someone like me, the director of the academy, says this, you show no reaction. Just listen quietly as she explains. But I think the problem this time comes from the academy. I truly apologize to you. Joma, no matter how much I make up for it, it will never be enough. Joma responded very thoughtfully. I understand. Media Poison, subtly implying that you're not a kid anymore, huh? She straightforwardly expressed her feelings, just like an old man. You blush shyly and smile softly. After seeing Jama, Media Poison and Jom leave together. The atmosphere between the two is very gloomy, and she suddenly stops as she is walking. He also unconsciously stopped to watch, and Media Poison looked out the window calmly and called, Jom, do you remember? Jom looked at her confusedly. Media Poison reminisced about their past, slowly recounting, the first day we met after coming here. At that moment you were lying on the bench. When I told you to step back, you recklessly drew your sword. The two of them gazed out over the entire Joaquin school at sunset. She gently asked, What did you say again? Don't order me around, Dom replied dismissively. I don't remember. Media Poison smirked and glanced at him. She nostalgically sighed. It feels like it was just yesterday, but it's already been 60 years. Truly, we've lived too long. Jom didn't reply, just silently listened to Media Poison mock. But isn't that kind of funny? We haven't even completed 1/n of the Academy's history. When we entered the school, it had already been built a long time ago. It has a truly ancient history. He pondered deeply on her words. Despite everything that happened, the Academy has been training students for 700 years. Now it's my turn to defend it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of killing intent surrounded Media Poison. She shouted in anger, but Media Poison's power erupted, shattering the glass window in front of her. Her strength unleashed so quickly and forcefully that John Jay stared in shock with wide eyes. Media Poison frowns with regret as she thinks about the upcoming exam. The scene of her sitting seriously in front of the lecturers to listen to the announcement appears. I received a report from the instructor that they have completed the preliminary inspection trip. In Media Poison's mind now, only the terrifying image of that ghost remains. Although it was very rare, Scopuli Island had experienced heavy rain before, so I was very cautious. Still, after she regained her composure, Jom looked at Media Poison quietly and gently placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Media Poison gently smiles, reassuring her. Zom, I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. He frowned in thought when he saw that smile. Media Poison suddenly looked very pleased and exclaimed, Isn't our Zom amazing? Defeating all by himself. Grumbling inwardly, standing amidst broken glass, she twisted her body happily and asked for his opinion. But he remained silent, already thinking to himself that innate talent. I've seen many dazzling names called the darlings of the era, but they only shone briefly before fading like shooting stars across the sky. Jom recalled the true circumstances of those children once called the darlings of the era. In a family full of fame, wealth, and power, the child born is always called a genius, and in his mind, the cheerful face of Abin appears, along with his thoughts. Although sometimes they have no talent at all, while Media Poison was speaking, Jom was lost in his thoughts. I also strictly prohibit that from happening to Aben's granddaughter. A vague talent. If he's a genius, then it's definitely that boy. I wonder how far he could go if he accumulated experience. Jomjae remembered the cold, emotionless face of the boy. He silently pondered the thoughts he had just reflected on. Could Joma be my lifelong dream? That realm? Jomjae decisively walks past Media Poison and solemnly says, I am very grateful to Media Academy. When she heard Jom say this, she was very pleased and smiled. The entire Joa Queen Academy is bathed in gentle sunrise light as Media Poison's cheerful voice rings out. I understand, so let's clean this place up together. He didn't seem very happy to refuse. I don't remember. She asked about it in a confusing way. Is there something wrong with this old man? Zom keeps repeating the same answer. I don't remember. Before the class bell rang, Ma sat alone, lost in thought in the classroom. My victory over on Scopuli Island was kept a very close secret. As the academy director said, you don't socialize with anyone and just quietly immerse yourself in your own thoughts. I feel a bit guilty saying this to myself, but my classmates can joke and laugh so freely because I stopped Momet. Yum recalls the scene when he was in the blacksmith's shop. The first thing I did after leaving the hospital was to visit the blacksmith's shop on campus. To reforge and strengthen Murasami, you spoke very politely with Gulen. Yama requests permission to enter. Joma has carefully evaluated the Murasami sword. Actually, its specifications don't match the blessing of the sword god. To me, it's no different from a piece of iron, so I have to strengthen it. The image shows you politely presenting the sword with both hands to him and asking to strengthen your trust. Gulen responds immediately without hesitation. He is the passionate blacksmith Gulen. Gulen happily winked at the demon and also said he wouldn't accept money because next week marks the 700th anniversary of the school's founding. You are very happy and think, luckily, Ma only briefly replied, I hope this reinforcement will be a great success. Suddenly, someone loudly called your friend Yama. Zom suddenly turned around to see who was calling him. It was none other than Chloe. Are you discharged from the hospital yet? Are you feeling better? Ma looked at her condition and exclaimed in surprise. Chloe, what's wrong with you? One of Chloe's legs is bandaged because it was broken. She didn't pay much attention to that wound and just said, that's how it is. But Speed treated me and the doctor said I can be out of the cast in a week. Chloe pounded her chest proudly, showing off. Anyway, I am an auditor after all. She was not afraid to openly express her feelings to Jama. I'm really happy. As long as you think Chloe's mood isn't bad, I feel more at ease. I'm glad you're happy. Jom, think carefully again about what you just considered. That's right, I didn't do this alone. I really did kill the dream demon. But you're also taking the opportunity of her being here to ask for more information. Something special just happened. I heard there's a conflict between the academy director and the elder council leader. He silently thought that this was because everyone was being honest about their roles. Joma recalled her cold expression when she besieged Muami on Scopuli Island, the rescue request from Chloe, and Joe's powerful counterattacks defeating Vel 1 against 100. Accordingly, Speed Weapon's skilled flute-playing skills help everyone recover their stamina, but then his mind is filled with the cold silhouette of him. What did Leon do? Commander. Joma rests his chin in thought. Could that be how to defeat the Demon King? Should we block the entrance to the Demon Realm or prepare to fight first? Suddenly, a panicked and urgent voice rang out from outside the classroom, telling everyone not to move. Li Win's face grimaced as he hurriedly ordered everyone to stay silent and sit down. I have something to say before we start training. He stammered as he stepped onto the podium and made a somewhat abrupt request. But is there anyone in this class who wants to become a teaching assistant? Please contact me immediately. The students sitting below the podium whispered among themselves after hearing Li Win's words, but it was so sudden, really unsettling. A teaching assistant? The whole classroom suddenly fell into silence. The students who were just passionately discussing now stare in shock with their mouths open, unable to speak. Jom calmly walks into the room from the door, each step steady and confident. Under the astonishment of all the students, Jom quickly stepped up to the podium. Leon Bin nervously stepped aside to make room. He bends down beside Jom. He hasn't said a word since entering, only standing with arms crossed in a serious posture on the podium. The students in the classroom excitedly exclaimed, Is that Mr. Jom, really? Excellent. He lifts his cold gaze and looks upward. Joma still couldn't help but be amazed, wondering why he was like that. In a small dark room, Gladigonzo was knocked down to the ground in a miserable manner. Yoma's cold hand gently lifts the old man's chin. The old man stammers for mercy, but before he can finish, the demon assistant slams a slap into Gladigonzo's face. He trembles and pleads, I'm sorry, Lord Ma, but she shows no mercy and glares with deadly intent. Gladi raises her hand, gathering a surge of power, her eyes filled with nothing but ruthlessness. The cold-hearted assistant instructor said, I have lost my mind. A small hand picked up a worm, showing a sense of helplessness. Is this how a demon instructor treats someone with contempt? You need to do it properly, right? Is your talent just bothering others? She delivered a powerful blow that made him tremble with fear. Assistant Yoma approaches again, threatening. Try apologizing once more and see what happens. Because I didn't dare apologize anymore, I could only miserably obey her words. So pathetic. Yes. She then turned away in frustration, not bothering to even glance at him. Is it really so hard to bring that kid Leon here? Even if he's a brave candidate, dealing with him shouldn't be that difficult. The assistant was playing with a bug on her hand, and she continued speaking because of your mistake, which is how Jom was able to sense us. Old Woe was crouched on one side, covering his bloody mouth with his hand, stammering. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck in the face by the demon-possessed assistant, who spoke with contempt. Is this what a human can say, full of rage, as she clutches her bloodied face and curses silently? Damn it, damn it, damn it, how could a teaching assistant? How dare she, how dare she? The assistant was adjusting her shoes and complaining, my shoes are covered in blood. Disgusting. Ignore Woe's cough as she continues speaking. But mentioning this makes me laugh. The ghost assistant turned away and walked off but kept saying, I never thought that dream meters were just for freshmen. Even newcomers can do anything. So what can't they do? Wow sat miserably to one side, hesitating as he said, I was beaten by a student. His words made the assistant instructor from Ma suddenly ask again, Are you talking about Leon? He denied her question. No, that's not right, the assistant teacher Ma asked curiously. So who is it? His hesitation made her gradually lose patience. I hate hesitating, so can you speak faster? That's the top student this year. Yama is that kid, he said hesitantly. His words surprised the assistant and made him a little intrigued when he heard your name. Joma, you're a special student. Then she said, her hand clenched the green bag as purple energy streams appeared. Is that so? Her face gradually turned dangerous, her eyes shifting to purple. As the energy in the assistant's hand burned the green bag, she said, quite intrigued. The scene shifts to the school gymnasium where Mr. Wynn is running at the front of the students. He counts 1, 2, 3, 4, but because it's too quiet, he shouts too softly. The students had no choice but to listen carefully. The shouts of the students echoed throughout the schoolyard. Chloe is sitting on one side, only able to cheer for her friends because she's injured and can't join them. Meanwhile, the ghost is distracted, looking at Chloe and thinking enviously he's falling behind the other students. Suddenly, Mr. Jonju's loud shout rang out, You're falling behind. Startled you, he speeds up and runs beside you, asking, Are you hurt after the checkup? I said loudly in response, What is going on here? Why is he running beside me? Johnny Bung, he is Bao Joaquin's right hand and the first-generation Sword Saint. Jom thought further. Sword Saint Aaron Blung, she is the one who will inherit this man's title of Sword Saint, considered the strongest force among humans. He struggled to understand. But why? Why is he here? You run after him silently praying, Please go over to Lon's side. Why does the main story keep diverging like this? Jom pondered quietly and realized that Leon had never received the title of Holy Sword. This was a matter of much debate. So this isn't a problem. After all, Leon didn't inherit the Holy Sword, but still, it's really frustrating. And your friends saw you running together with him, their eyes shining brightly, which made you feel very uncomfortable. You imagined yourself running beside the poster. All right, just consider it as a poster. I'm just running next to the poster. Jom runs beside you, not paying much attention to the students on the other side, focusing only on telling you that a warrior's foundation is physical strength and endurance. No matter how talented you are, if your body can't handle it, you lose. This is the foundation for future development. He kept running and continued speaking, Don't be lazy, just follow my instructions. Ma quickly replied, Yes, but your voice is quite weak and soft, so he criticized you. Your voice is too weak. Yes, I understand. It was as if he was shouting at him. After hearing your loud and clear response, Jom looked pleased. Well done. Before he could finish speaking, he ran faster ahead, calling out loudly to you from behind. Running after is pointless. I'm exhausted and tired, running slower than everyone else. As I ran, I wondered if Jom Ma was really an old man, his face now increasingly tired and covered in sweat. After running, the whole class trained with weapons under Jom's instruction. He said, From now on, unless it's field training, all personal weapons are banned. Then he poured a bag of weapons onto the ground with many different types stacked on top of each other, from spears and swords to shields and even crossbows. The students looked on curiously and confused by his action. Jom continued, Try using the weapons in front of you. That left the students in awe. One of the students was regretful, as their equipment was a family heirloom weapon. I stood aside, also amazed, thinking to myself, There's even sashimi here. Sir Jom, I have a question. He nodded in approval and asked, Go ahead. After receiving Jom's consent, the student continued, Do you think using ancestral weapons is not better in the long run? I'm curious why it's forbidden. The student's question also made him feel interested, and he responded, That's a good question, Jom answers calmly. All the basics are very important, his words echoed. The more you use the family's high-grade weapons, the more likely you are to become lazy, especially confusing the weapon's features with your own strength. The student immediately retorted, So does that mean we need to learn how to use and compensate for our shortcomings? That remark caused the whole class to whisper and discuss. Are some people whispering that he's just making noise to get attention? But he doesn't care and just continues saying that no matter how good the weapon is, if the user's ability isn't enough, it's ultimately just like pearls on a pig's neck. And then he stops, his face becoming serious, his eyes stern. A master is not judged by their equipment, right? He asserted sharply, and those words made him ponder deeply before nodding in agreement. That's right, 100% correct. Jum stomped his staff firmly into the ground. Once you master the basic knowledge, you will naturally be able to use weapons. Therefore, students who grasp the fundamentals well tend to have high scores and rankings at the end of the term. The atmosphere around the arena suddenly became chaotic. Really? The students are fighting over the weapons. Step back, I go first. You can only stand aside and marvel at this chaos. Dama thought to himself, a human's kick is even stronger than a horse's. Who would have thought that someone always bullied by the media would turn out like this? Suddenly his eyes hardened as a knife fell into his line of sight. Dama had to take it, but he seemed to anticipate all the intentions behind it. I knew it would turn out like this. Everything you do is being watched. His detailed attention to you makes you worried too. Just fight for it. His face darkened and his gaze scrutinized. Sure enough, after he obtained his weapon, the students lined up to listen to him. Today, we will have a sparring match among the students to learn how to use weapons. It makes them worried, afraid they might get hurt. Is it here? Isn't there enough space, kid? We won't get hurt, right? Jom continued. You enter the academy to follow in the footsteps of the heroes before you and become true warriors. A warrior only matures through dangerous training, like on a real battlefield. His face hardens. However, if you swing your sword recklessly, you'll lose your head for sure. Gi-bin, holding the hammer beside him, also looks worried, and he simply calmly slung the sharp sword over his shoulder and continued speaking. So before pairing up, I will demonstrate first for you to observe. The students are excited to witness his swordsmanship performance firsthand. Amazing. Getting to see Lord Jomjae's swordsmanship? That's crazy. This is the first time I've seen it in person. Wind silenced the noise of the children, who fell silent and couldn't focus during class. However, WBIN was even more frightened, feeling like he was in the worst crisis of his life. He thought that even if it was just a demonstration, the person in front of him was Jom. Mom, I'm sorry, my life is about to end. His whole body trembles. I, Leon Bain, a teacher at the world's best academy, now feel like I am in the worst crisis I have ever faced in my entire career. This must be my new life. He told Mr. Jomjae to take it easy, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by him. His sharp gaze looked down at the students as he loudly said, "Students, stop for a moment," he continued. "Come on," a series of students turn their eyes toward you. Jom continues, "Step up." His cold words made him startle and freeze in silence, only able to stare at him. Jom, holding a sword, the blade shining with a dazzling light, stood in a majestic and heroic stance. He coldly called out, "Students, bring the demon here." The surrounding students began to murmur and discuss. That's incredible, fighting with scrap metal, so we got to see firsthand the display of Lord Jom's power. However, they immediately changed to a look of contempt. Dong Than sarcastically said that you didn't. But why was that guy so confident? You just stand there worried, unable to do anything, secretly thinking to yourself that you've heard everything these guys said. Seeing you just standing still, he asks, "So how are your bones, kid?" Jom immediately responded to him, "Yes, I understand. I'm fine now." After hearing your confirmation, he urged forward. So he drew his sword, standing proudly, and asked me to draw mine. My eyes were full of determination, but also a hint of worry and tension. He thought to himself that since it was just a practice match, there was no need to go this far. But after resting well, his body was almost fully recovered. Jom-ma's face grew contemplative, but knowing his opponent was Jom-jae, he could guess what was coming next. Nothing good ever comes from someone fighting Zhu. At least one of their arms will be lost, or in the worst case, their head will fly off like the sky. I pondered, but could this be the influence of a blessing? The instinct to win rising within me? He clenched his teeth in silence, realizing he had crossed the line, and just thinking about the consequences made Jom-ma finally speak up. "I am not your opponent, Jom-ji. Please withdraw your sword. Your words made everyone behind you mock and ridicule you. Well then, how could someone like you do it? Give up." Ignoring all the mockery, he then looked up at him. "You don't even have the pride of a swordsman. I wonder how long I can live with that hidden power. No matter how talented I am, I can't do anything. Truly a coward." His words make even the spirits ponder. Pride. Those two words of pride made you sink into memories of the past. First, I have always wanted to become the best messenger in the world. Second, I have no reason to put down the knife, regardless of Mr. Wynn's worried look or Chloe's surprised gaze. Is he really planning to fight? They all watch intently, hoping he will give up. But you're not paying attention to them and are considering your own thoughts. I know that Lord Jomjae is deliberately provoking me. This atmosphere is telling me to run away. If I fall into his provocation trap, I will surely regret it forever. But you clenched your sword tightly, showing no fear. Win saw something was wrong and immediately ran over to stop you. Wait, student Jom Ma. But he was stopped by Yomja's firm and powerful arm. He still kept a calm expression as he looked at you and thought to himself, "It seems you have made your decision." In front of everyone's astonished eyes, I confidently declare myself as a student. Standing tall with a serious gaze, I say, "I have learned a lesson from the blessing of the sword god." The two seem to be immersed in a separate space from the outside world, and the surrounding atmosphere gradually becomes more tense, with the boy's calm face exuding a terrifying confidence that makes Jomjae recall his own youth. He pondered silently. Indeed, even now at 70 years old, he still remembered that moment vividly. The image of his youth appeared, with his inexperienced hands holding a heavy and sharp sword. He continued to reflect, enlightened by the sword. Remembering his serious face while training, I was still not mature back then. The memory of the wandering knight with one hand. Under his swordsmanship guidance, Jom realized that the sword technique demonstrated by that knight clearly belonged to that sacred place. The young boy I've been watching since class was arranged. Jom, if this is the young boy, he will definitely have a lead to that sacred place. Jom swings his sword behind his back, already prepared, and it will soon be revealed. He begins to swing his sword towards you with full force and decisiveness. You quickly dodged his sword and disappeared behind him. Zom anticipated your move and swung his sword again to try and hit you. Once again, Zom managed to dodge that attack, leaving everyone amazed at his speed. He quickly countered with a decisive strike. Jom also had to marvel, his gaze scrutinizing, as instead of dodging, she chose to attack head-on. The trajectory of the Thon sword was very strange, almost like a swallow diving. Seizing the right opportunity, Jom Ma continued his attack. He skillfully wielded the dual rotation with both hands, earning even his opponent's admiration. Jom secretly thought that her physical ability couldn't compare to before, but he didn't expect her to move so lightly. However, his sword wasn't that light. Outside the real world, that student felt completely confused and couldn't understand. He thought to himself, "I know he's doing very well in the miniature space during the fight, but it shouldn't warrant such special treatment." Truly impressive. A stream of thoughts filled with questions that need answers. Why is that? Why does Lord Jomja care so much about transfer students? That student is jealous of you. He thinks that just being directly taught by Jomjae is enough and wishes he could be like that too. The surrounding atmosphere grew quieter, only the sound of the wind passing through the training yard, as all the students held their breath in anticipation, while that student found the current combat scene confusing. Both Yomdae and Jom Ma are facing each other, but neither of them makes a move. The boy wonders why these two are just standing still. Only Master Win can know. His face clearly shows his worry as he witnesses the scene before him. He pondered silently. They won't stay still. His eyes clearly showed worry. I never doubted what Lord Jom said, but is Jom really that serious? Win recalls the conversation with Jom, saying if the academy director finds out the truth, the nearby students could also be affected. However, Jom coldly cut him off and asked Teacher Lee WBIN, "Do you really think I will fight that young man for real? Don't worry, I might be able to enter there if I'm right." Bin with a clearly worried expression. Jom quickly cut him off before he could ask further. He responded to his thoughts with a calm expression on his face, but his eyes were sharp and filled with even greater determination. Ending the memory and returning to the battle in the miniature space, he highly regarded your talent. You not only entered but also endured the attack. I can't help but be amazed. His facial muscles tensed, eyes scrutinizing, Zom assessed that the battlefield of the mind was extremely fierce, only truly understood when sparring with swords. This young boy hadn't even lasted a minute. He continued to marvel, having come this far. Ma was now serious, pointing his knife straight ahead. "Jom!" Jay's gaze was full of authority as he watched him prepare to strike. Amazing, he decided to use his true strength. Then this swordsmanship uses the blessing skill of the spiritual sword, with a huge blue aura emanating from his sword. Take it. It's so powerful that it affects everything around it. The students were stunned, not knowing what was happening, while Master Win turned pale with fear. Is that blue light the shattered mental aura? And the students standing nearby are also surprised by the immense power emanating from Jom. They dare not move. Jom and Jom Ma are also fighting with all their might. Both are determined, showing no signs of giving up. Win sees that both are still fighting, despite the possibility that all the students around them could be injured in their battle. This is another story. Lord Jom, you have to step in to stop them. Stop. Feeling uneasy inside, I have to stop this. If it continues like this, there will really be bloodshed. Only deep footprints remain pressed into the ground. Win anxiously shouts, "Rome!" Suddenly, Media appeared out of nowhere and stood between the two of them. Before either could unleash their ultimate move, she used her power to make the surrounding earth and rocks rise up, aiming to control both the boy and Mr. Jom. Her face showed clear anger, veins bulging on her beautiful face. Media Poison shouted at John Jay. "What are you doing with the trainee, you old man?" "I'm sorry, this is the office of Media Poison. I apologize." While he remains calm and composed sitting opposite Media, she feels extremely angry about the sparring match between him and Jom. "What?" Mrs. Hang said. And Jom Jay didn't know what to say to explain, so he hesitated and said nothing, which only made the Media's anger boil over like a volcano erupting, veins bulging on his handsome face. She seemed unable to contain her anger and lunged at Mr. Jo Jay, grabbing his collar with all her strength. Media's voice almost shouted, "Are you out of your mind? If you're too old, just stay at home. It's hard enough to get you to this position. Now you're using your blessings to compete with students? Are you crazy? Do you want to see that badly?" Then it flashes back to when Media tried to stop your fight and nervously watched the panicked students, and Media Poison immediately shouted out in anger. "Damn it," he immediately explained the situation. "I didn't mean it." Jom glanced back, watching you calmly put the knife back into its sheath. He fell into deep thought. "I also lost control. I am also trying to squeeze it out." Media's voice rings out. "Hey, old man, can you hear me?" Media Jomjae calmly called her name, then faced Media and said, "I am sorry." His words made her extremely shocked, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Returning to the present, Media Poison irritably shifts his position, crossing his legs. She thought to herself, in 50 years I've never heard Jom apologize, and now he's done it twice in one day. Media's face frowned, and she asked, "Why did you do that to the student? Aren't you planning to use the blessing of the sword god on that student? What would you do without me?" Jomjae calmly sat and sipped his coffee, saying, "I can only gain the upper hand by using blessings." His words seemed to make Media disbelief wash over him. "Why can't I gain the upper hand?" She was stunned and couldn't believe what he said. Media hesitated. What did I just hear? These words come from Sigfader's mouth. "Of course I am well aware of Joma's innate talent, but I understand Jom's strength better than anyone else." Jom, with a serious expression, informed her that the kid had reached a mental state, causing Media to startle and stand up suddenly. What? You're only just using that at nearly 30 years old. But a 17-year-old kid can do that? Does what he says sound convincing?" And he just calmly sat there, continuing to sip his coffee. Jom gently placed the cup down and said, "I don't know either." But he sat with his hand on his chin, deep in thought, saying, "I have a feeling there's something like that." Media, feeling disappointed, covered his face with his hand, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at the ceiling. She silently lamented, "Oh my God, oh heaven and earth." Media tried to recall that moment. "Doma," she hurriedly ran over to you. "It's okay." Before Media could finish speaking, she saw a surge of murderous intent emanating from you. It is so dark and gloomy that it makes people feel extremely terrified. Media Poison froze, lost in thought. At that moment, the honor of an educator was shattered, and her fear of the demon in that instant was overwhelming. Media covered her face with her hands, just like the feeling when she first met BM. "The commander of the 6th Legion, why do I have that feeling about JA? Is it because the name contains the character for demon?" She stopped, lost in her memories. Media temporarily accepts Jom's words. "I don't think he's lying." Media hesitated before continuing. "So Jom lost because of that?" Her words touched his pride, and Jom shouted in anger, "What do you think? No matter how skilled Jom Ma is, he can't compare to me. Besides, I wasn't equipped with weapons at that time." Seeing his startled reaction, Media immediately started mocking him. "What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, isn't it true that you always say that a skilled person doesn't depend on weapons?" she said, resting her chin on her hand and crossing her legs, her voice even. "Now you're using it as an excuse? That's not good at all." She smiled quite mockingly at him, and Jomja's face grew even angrier. "That damn brat!" Her screams echo outside the window. "What's going on? You want to die? Jomro-oo?" The scene shifts to the battle between Mr. Jom and Jama, both fighting fiercely and refusing to back down. Suddenly, the system voice suddenly rang out. "Lin, it woke you up from that dream." The surroundings around him are silent. He quietly thinks that although he did quite well, without the media intervening, who knows what might have happened. You marvel at how even that noble is also so aggressive. You turn onto your side, lost in thought. The scene of the battle reappears in my mind. It seems to be a kind of mental image or something, and the feeling is really strange when experiencing it. This mental space. Media is practicing swordsmanship, quietly reflecting on their mastery and understanding of weapons. A space is activated when various conditions are met. It is said that only masters who have honed their weapons for a lifetime can enter that space. So even in the world of miraculous protection M, fewer than 10 experts can freely enter and exit. Thinking about Leon practicing swordsmanship with Jom, the protagonist Leon, born with innate combat talent, also took 3 years to reach the inner realm. I know this because I gave up right then, but why do I have that ability? Jom wondered. Leo, the main character, had to train for 3 years. Suddenly, he realized something strange that made him jump out of bed and remind himself, oh, the image of the knife flashing in his mind. Sashimi, in my previous life I used a knife for 20 years and was almost the best in the country. I continue to analyze, and moreover, when the blessing of the sword god is activated, my focus can surpass normal perception. The image of everyone from both of your lives appears in your mind. You ponder deeply as this life and the past life intertwine to create something extraordinary. He looked at the knife in his hand, gripping it tightly with all his determination. All right, based on my past experience, dodging only makes things worse. I need to handle each step of what I can do. Jama confidently stands up from the bed, holding the knife, telling himself to give it a try. He starts to draw the sword again. If he can use his mind, he can train without relying on the blessing of the sword god. He gradually closes his eyes and fully pulls the sword out of its sheath. He focuses and tries to enter his own mind. The surrounding scenery gradually transforms. All the chairs in the room gradually disappear. The scene shifts from your bedroom to the rooftop of the academy. It seems you've managed to enter your mind, but suddenly your mental space is lie apart. A giant hand emerges from behind the shattered pieces while you remain focused, recalling the moment of the practice match with Mr. Jom. The large hand approaches from behind and gently touches your shoulder with its index finger. Damma seems to have been infused with a strange new power. It is incredibly strong and abundant. You feel confused about what just happened, but then the sashimi knife in your hand gradually disappears. He silently watched his knife disappear, unable to understand and hesitating as he spoke. This scene shifts to another place, where someone speaks. This time things have gone too far. Elder Clady is interrupted by someone else. That's right, they clearly think little of us. Someone's hand slams down hard on the table. Everyone here agrees on this, with 5 people sitting around the round table. The old woman sitting next to her said, "They are definitely our enemies for bringing us here." Old W shouted, "Does that matter now? We need to deal with the troublemaker first. Let me say it again. That top student, we need to investigate Jay." The old woman frowned, clearly annoyed. She rested her chin on one hand and said, "That student is a strong candidate for the hero position. Not Leon Van Renie, right?" Wu stood up confidently and affirmed, "But that kid has only used half-hearted blessings so far. And you forgot, didn't you? He threatened the talented twin siblings during class, and media is hiding information to protect him. Everything about that student is a mystery." The old man sitting next to him said, "After all, a hero's fate cannot be avoided." G immediately interrupted. "That's right, we must eliminate unpredictable threats." The old man continued. Apparently this time they are determined enough to admit Jomjae into the academy. Wu agreed with what he said. "That's right, you're correct," he shouted. "How much has the status of our elders diminished since Media the 7 Stars took office at the academy?" Wu continued. "After Batman was defeated, the world began to admire the 7 Stars. Aren't we just the elders left behind?" Both Media and Jojay appear on screen, and he speaks more passionately than ever. "Even we are the ones leading and maintaining the balance for those fools. Even now, and if a hero appears, our position will become even more unstable." An old man spoke. "We need a common enemy to maintain our power." The one next to G said, "That's right. The hero threatens the Demon King, so he must be overthrown." Gon was thinking to himself that as an elder of the academy, how dare that brat threaten him with violence. Commander of the 5th Legion was very angry. He pondered for a moment, and if he did nothing here, the image of the demon assistant professor would appear, her smile full of cunning and malice, sending a chill down one's spine. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army and co. was terrified and concluded better to let them go. Finally, after hearing all the elders' opinions, the old man sitting in the center with a commanding presence said, "All right, send this order." Still maintaining his authoritative stance, he spoke. The family auditor, at that moment, a heavy hammer suddenly fell onto the wooden floor. The boy's face was full of anger, but he tried to hold it in. Gulen's desperate scream echoes out. He stammers, "Please, boy, spare me." He was so scared that he fell loudly to the ground. Joma was holding a fairly long knife. He clenched it so tightly that his hands trembled at its shape. Rain was falling, Muramasa, and he cursed under his breath. The atmosphere around the two is extremely tense as Gulen sits on the floor, terrified by the sight of him holding that long knife. He thought to himself, "Here he comes, boy." The system screen appeared, and the Muramasa blade had been added to it. That sword falls under Category E, and is known as the Moonbone Blade. Using the blacksmith's secret techniques, it was reborn as a carbon steel kitchen knife. Although small, its power depends on the user. The system continues to provide stats: length 35 cm, strength class C, attack range E, hardness E, and potential A. Joma's face shows a hint of contempt and disbelief upon hearing the system's report. You stare at Gulen intently as he tries to explain. It's been nearly 30 years since I've been forging, but this is the first time I've encountered a case like this. In other words, the image of the broken sword itself refused to be forged. So I had to melt it down and reforge it. Luckily, it still kept its shape. Anyway, if it had been another blacksmith, it would have been shattered into pieces. He continued explaining. It only takes one hammer strike, really. He sank into thought, looking a bit worried. With 20 years of experience using knives, I can see it was made very well, and the size fits and hue perfectly, just a bit lacking in hardness. Gulen tried to explain to you, but its potential is very good. If enchanted, it will definitely be very useful. Consider it an apology. If you bring the enchanted materials, I will waive the forging fee. Joma burst into anger and immediately scolded Mr. Gulen. What if it gets damaged again? Forcing him to stammer an explanation, even for just a rank E. But if the potential is A, then this katana could reach A rank or even higher, and it would also have materials that never fail during enhancement. He hesitated and said, but those materials are taken from a rank or higher monsters, so how could I possibly... He pondered and stared intently at the dagger in front of him. Do A-ranked monsters correspond to E-ranked humans, meaning I have to kill creatures like the mermaid? Dama looked at the finely sharpened knife, its gleam dazzling. He silently thought he didn't want to risk his life just to upgrade his gear, and he could also obtain upgrade materials from low-level monsters. I think it's too expensive, and the system nearby immediately sent a message saying if I don't buy, I'll be charged for the message. I hesitated and said, it's a promise. He heard that you didn't seem angry anymore and immediately agreed. Of course I promise on the honor of a blacksmith. You told Gulen, forget about that. Give me back half of the leftover money. The 10 million made Gulen shout in surprise. Huh? He shouted angrily. I followed your request and even upgraded for free. Jom slowly replied, it has been downgraded from rank B to half. According to the market price, this is reasonable. He was stunned. What the? Why are there people like that? He dares to scam adults. He raises the knife high, its sharp edge reflecting the blinding light. You said seriously, we need to check if it works anyway. Luckily, that made Gulen feel even more scared. Yes, I'm sorry. What about 5 million? But Ma insisted 10 million. He was stunned and continued to offer 8 million, no less. Meanwhile, you gently touched the sharp blade. He grew more afraid and continued, I doubt a B-grade weapon even as a fragment can recoup its cost on the market. Please return my money. That caused Gulen to slump to the ground, resigned to the power of the boy. Okay. The system screen switches to a new scene and notifies you. The divine sword blessing will cut through everything. The physical level increases from 7 to 8, expanding the sword's range. The mental level is 4, increasing dignity in speech and actions. The weapon level rises from 1 to 3, reducing pain by 1 level when activating the blessing. The assimilation rate increased from 7.2% to 9%. Reading a line reached 15% assimilation to meet the next unlocking condition. The blessing can only be activated when using a sword shorter than 36 plus 2 centimeters in length and less than 9 plus 0 centimeters in width. The boy sat on a bench in the academy grounds, quietly eating and reading the system's notification board. He pondered that since he had a new weapon, his equipment level had increased, and he gained additional options. The main reason he hesitated to use the Divine Blessing Sword was because of the terrible pain. He looked at the stats it provided with a sense of frustration. How could they decrease? Thinking about the future, I definitely need to upgrade this. Actually, after seeing this message, I tried it. Although the pain lessened from feeling like dying to being able to breathe, it was still very uncomfortable. But if just one level up already grants this, then after leveling up I might be able to use the Sword of Grace without needing the Void Grace. It seems that weapon levels increase when acquiring new weapons or upgrading existing ones. The system notification sounds indicating the weapon level has increased. He continues to reflect the midterm exam has ended. From now on, my main goal is to strengthen my weapons. If I keep developing like this, I might understand the power I was granted here and maybe even the identity of the one who threw me into this place. John was lost in thought. He didn't notice Chloe approaching and calling his name, which made him startle and drop his food. He turned to look at her, and seeing Chloe's curiosity, she asked what he was doing while eating. Dom Ma immediately responded, Oh, it's nothing, I just don't find it tasty. I looked down at Chloe's feet and asked her, So you've taken off the cast? Are you feeling better? Chloe said happily and cheerfully. Yeah, I still need crutches, but I feel better than before. When she jumps up, a broken bone healing will make her stronger. He helplessly thought to himself that bones aren't muscles. Noticing something stuck in her mouth, he kindly called her over. Wait, take that thing out of your mouth carefully. Chloe, still confused about what it is, was almost on cloud 9 from the attention. Your kindness made your face turn red with embarrassment, so much so that Chloe fell on her butt and let out a cry, prompting you to check on her. Are you okay? Chloe immediately replied. Oh, it's okay. She curiously looked at the knife placed on the chair. She excitedly shouted. Chloe examined the weapon in her hand. Is this Jom-ma-kun's first weapon? It's so beautiful. And you sit anxiously to one side. Well, I'm worried something might happen to her. Dam-ma tries to reassure himself. It should be fine. The leather strap wrapping your sharp sword slipped off, shining with a dazzling light. Chloe held up Jom-ma's knife and admired it. It's really beautiful. I didn't expect it to look this good, even for an E rank. When I mention E rank, my expression immediately turns sad. E rank. She quickly becomes flustered and explains. Oh no, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that compared to the lowest rank, it's very beautiful. Oh no, that's not what I meant. You didn't care, you just smiled, recalling the moment you threatened Mr. Gulen. It's okay, I managed to get some money back from the blacksmith, and he also offers free enhancements if I bring the materials. If I keep upgrading it gradually, it will become stronger. Chloe nodded in agreement. Yes, Jom used to be stronger with the Sashimi knife from Dao, so surely with better weapons, he would become even stronger. Inspired by her encouragement, he felt more motivated. Thank you. Joma began to fall into thought. Actually, I don't need to be stronger. Since I cut the mermaid, I've been able to cut most mid-level monsters and above, and the main reason I want to strengthen my weapon is to reduce the pain. Chloe watched nervously as he fell into silence, and he slowly sighed, making her feel even more confused. Chloe almost jumped up. Joma, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to criticize your weapon. Seeing her reaction, he was also startled. Oh, it's not like that. Chloe looked at the sword on the chair and explained, I just felt a bit disappointed when I saw the muramasa I was rewarded with. She responded with a long sigh and then spoke, feeling regretful afterward. The blacksmith who damaged Joma's weapon, her expression gradually changed. Chloe radiates deadly intent. Kill everyone who has wronged the demon. Her eyes burned red, filled with the desire to send someone to meet their ancestors. You spoke up when you saw her remain silent for a long time. Chloe startled her, breaking her thoughts of killing others. Ah, I'm sorry. And you remain silent, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Suddenly, Jom-ma notices something on the tree near where he's sitting. You stare intently at that tree. Are you not sensing that it's Chloe? Jom slowly approaches the tree, and she hurriedly runs after him. Jom, where are you going? You kick the tree with all your strength and ask coldly, what are you doing? Nox falls to the ground from the tree, landing on his butt with a loud, painful sound. He contemptuously thought to himself, this guy really is something. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, nervously stammering, it was my mistake the first time. Chloe stood to the side, witnessing the scene in shock, only able to gasp out one word. Brother! After a moment, he clenched the knife in his hand, looking at her, as Chloe's ears grew longer, trying to listen carefully. He shifted his gaze to Nox, thinking to himself, there's no smell of blood, so he probably isn't armed, and he's turned his back to me. Seeing that, he asked, do you want something from me? It made Nox startle. He was silent for a moment, making him feel confused. Joma stared intently at Nox and said, I thought I explained everything clearly to you. He angrily turned around, veins bulging on his face. Nox hesitated and said, I didn't come here for that. After a moment, he continued. Then why? Nox replied. Anyway, telling Chloe is like water spilling on a leaf. Chloe's ears twitched as she turned her attention to Nox speaking. He continued, better to tell both of you at once. Nox adjusted his mask. He continued, and just as he finished speaking, he turned to look at both of them and said, the Academy's Elder Council has ordered your execution. Jom, you're surprised. The Academy's Elder Council has appeared. Jom-ma pondered quietly. Those old folks want to deal with me. Chloe was panicked. Could it be that he's here to find trouble because of that? Nox in a deep voice. Glow, you've been away from home too long and you've become too cautious. She immediately assumed a defensive stance and quickly drew a dagger. Chloe shouted, Joma, get behind me. It seems I have to deal with this guy. Jom paid little attention to Chloe while she kept shouting loudly, waving her knife around wildly. Hurry up and get behind me quickly. Nox assessed and said, no, you're still very alert. Chloe crossed her arms and continued speaking to you with a threatening attitude. Jom, I don't care what you're doing, but the Elder Council is obsessed with you. He warned you that not only I, but also the auditors feel strange and want to postpone the mission. Their secret orders without the director's approval are also against our rules, and killing a student is a violation of our principles. Knox looked at you, but since this was a direct order from the Elder Council, it was hard to ignore. If the pressure continues to build, the auditor will be forced to investigate you. Jum. He closed his eyes in silence, and Knox's gaze softened as he looked at his sister. Anyway, Chloe, you're a member of the auditor, so I'll tell you. She stared in shock at her brother. Jom-ma cautiously told himself that although he had come here using a reason that went against his family's principles, in reality, he was worried about Chloe. He turned his back to leave. I've said my piece, so I immediately called him back. Knox, confused, turns back to look at you. Seeing that look, Jom-ma becomes flustered. What is that, girl? It's the same as last time. He looked at you without saying a word, then turned his back and told you, Chloe, the happiest moment is when you're by his side. Seeing the image of his sister before him, Knox continued, Even I, her brother, have never seen her like this. His words left Chloe stunned. Joma didn't know what to say in response to his words. Moreover, Knox continued, Don't hurt Chloe anymore. He looked at him while Joma was just as confused. What? Joma froze, looking confused and thinking, What is this? Weren't I the one who got hurt? Knox furiously frowned and glared at him. Dam-ma turned his head and saw Chloe leaning on his crutch approaching, quickly saying, Ah, yeah, I got it. Knox paused for a moment, then spoke, looking seriously at Dam-ma and asking, How is a brat like you so strong? Dam-ma feels confused, wondering if he's really strong. Joma recalls the man with the sword swinging down and falls into deep thought. A strong swordsman must not only be ready to face difficult situations, but also have the strength to survive every moment. This is not a level that can be measured by power. I can't say it outright, but I secretly think Knox used Chloe as an excuse to reveal his family secret. An outsider. Jom turns his head and calls Knox. He was startled. Joma said, You are not passionate enough. Knox irritably asked, What do you mean by that? Joma said seriously, Even if you are an auditor, there will be a certain level of empathy when interacting with society. If you are limited within the academy, you will quickly reach your personal development limit. So accumulate social experience. If you sweat and cry while studying, you will definitely achieve something. Knox asked anxiously, What? Dam-ma turned around and left. He couldn't help feeling nervous and anxious, silently encouraging himself to stay confident as the teacher, holding a chalk, wrote on the board, and lectured. Above all else, including discipline and prosperity, he turned back and continued speaking. There are many gods in the sky, but the students are paying close attention to the lecture. Jom, holding a pen in one hand and resting his chin with the other, is deep in thought. The Elder Council of the Academy is targeting him. In his notebook, he drew pictures of Chloe and the diagram. He circled a line of text and thought to himself that he was the second of the 7 elders to be a disciple of Baljo Queen. As I recall, this organization has a huge influence not only within the Academy, but also across the world. Joma gradually remembered the game's storyline. However, because their role is to hinder the main character in maintaining the power and strength of the guild, they are also called the 5 evils by the players. Jo falls into deep thought. He wondered to himself why his existence was such a thorn in their eyes, and continued writing in his notebook. Jom lists 3 things he has deduced and underlines the last line of that sentence. Jom tiredly thinks that even a kid like me has a lot to deal with. Jom leans on his hand, looking into the notebook with a look of frustration. Usually everything is safe and sound. At this level, I am trying to stand out, but no matter what I do, it's completely unreasonable for the elders to target me, considering the demon keeps staring at the blackboard full of writing. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the underlined words earlier, and muttered to himself, Scorpuli, Island, Leon, Merm. At this moment, Jom suddenly realized that the target was not himself, but Leon. I am the one who disrupts and interferes with the guild's goals. Joma recalled his previous conversation with media, thinking that no matter how much media stays silent, the truth is I defeated Mom and it cannot be kept from the highest-ranking nobles. He thought that their targeting of Leon, the candidate hero, meant that one of them was involved. Joma remembered the 2 figures, Elder Jaharasit and Joms, or perhaps they were secretly allied with the demon race. In Jom's mind, the image of Leon appears, and he thinks that besides that, they are also trying to kill him, a teenage student. No matter how corrupt they are, even with the professor holding a chalk on the podium, he still continues to think how they can prioritize their own interests over those of humanity or the academy. I never thought it could be this corrupt. I can go meet the elder and tell him to give up. But as the demon sketched a few lines on the paper, he whispered to himself that it wasn't the right time yet. Not yet. When the moment was right, he would glare with a face full of ferocity and silently confirm that he would cut it in half. After the professor finished teaching, he reminded everyone to take notes. At this moment, he finally looked up at the board because he hadn't been paying attention and didn't understand anything, his mind drifting away. He circled a word and quickly crossed it out, thinking to himself that he had to act, strengthen the armament, and indeed break into the prison. First, I need to gather people who share the same idea. I can't do it alone. If I talk to Chloe, she will help me. If I can find someone resourceful, that would be good. But Rachel is crazy. The professor is still focused on teaching the students, the future generations of humanity. Can we really be sure about the future of mankind? Joma was stunned, wide-eyed, and wrote down the name Speed Weapon, thinking he should talk to him. The professor's voice echoed. It is called a god. After class, the corridor is bathed in warm sunlight. Joma is on his way to weapons classroom when someone is cracking their knuckles loudly and speaking in a rough, rude tone. This is not a place for a coward like you, talented student. Even the spirits are surprised. He sweat, feeling this was a difficult situation, complaining inwardly, "What is this, God? This third-rate supporting character. Throughout my career, I've dealt with over 10,000 drunk customers, but these kids are just teenagers. Dealing with them is really exhausting." Jom ignores him and keeps walking, throwing a warning back. "Get out of here. Don't bother me." Before I break your square jaw, the guy couldn't believe his ears. "What? What are you talking about?" He freaked out and immediately threw a punch. This bastard. Joma calmly stared at the fist coming at him, thinking. Too slow, but at this moment, a familiar figure rushes in, making you gasp in surprise. Weapons suddenly appeared out of nowhere, delivering a powerful punch to the guy's face. The students, attracted by the noise, asked, "What's going on? Is it a fight?" After taking a punch from Weapon, he collapsed unconscious on the floor, while Weapon shouted loudly, "Oh my God, it hurts so much. Why did you do this to me?" Joma stood to the side, smiling slightly as he thought to himself, "I've seen many mage abilities, but this is the first time witnessing Hell's power weapon." Confused, wondered, am I hitting it too hard? Then he looked at the demon and smiled, saying, "You came to visit me? Let's go outside and talk. So, now we need to organize the party as soon as possible. That's what I mean." Weapon leans casually against the windowsill, holding a can of soda, and replies, "I will help you find members, and the clear reward will be divided equally among the members. Do you have any Demon Beast documents?" Jom crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill, staring outside. He said, "If I say we should organize a party, no one will come except Chloe, so it would be easier if someone like you from the Dragon class helps." Weapon said, "Batty, if you want to infiltrate the dungeon, you need at least 4 people." He took a sip of soda and asked, "Even if the academy had no rules, could you clear 5 or 6 dungeons on your own?" Jom turned around helplessly and replied, "If I go alone, there's no way I can conquer it." Weapon smiled and said, "You're just bragging. What do you think when you say that after just defeating MM? Being too humble isn't good, you know." "Hey, buddy." Dom was speechless, thinking to himself, does he think he's being humble? Weapon smiled gently, appearing to be in a very good mood. Weapon exclaims, looking at you and seeming to be okay now. Hearing that, you gratefully reply, "Thanks to your hospital room, I was able to rest comfortably." Weapon looked at the water bottle in his hand and said calmly, "That's fine then." The bright sunset light bathed him, and he happily agreed. "I will accept your offer. There's no reason to refuse. Besides, being with you gives me a new experience." Jom sincerely smiled and replied, "Thank you." Weapon asks which prison you plan to go to. "Level C, Buffalo Prison." He asked further, "Is that prison in John W.?" You reply yes. He lifts the water canteen close to his mouth. That's the prison orb, the most classic form of imprisonment. In his mind, he pictured a monster with a head like a jewel. So there are 3 of us in total. Me, you, and Chloe. What do you want the last person to be like? Do you have a picture in your mind yet? Weapon asks. Jom immediately replies, "I hope it's not Datro or Leon." Weapon smiled and confirmed, "After all, they won't be leading." Weapon explains that Rachel has been training at the training center since enrolling at the academy, while Leon is preparing to conquer the dark prison with 2nd and 3rd year students. Jom silently thinks, "Lucky him." "I remember there's someone suitable. Maybe they're sleeping there right now." Jom incredulously asked again, "Sleeping? At this hour?" Weapon took one last sip and replied, "Kid, that's how it is." He threw the water can, it hit the trash bin, bounced against the wall, and finally dropped perfectly into the bin, and said, "Let's go to the cafeteria first and grab something to eat to survive." Soon it was evening, a peaceful full moon night with stars shining in the sky. The two of them arrived at a large house built in traditional style. Weapon opened the gate and said, "Sorry for the intrusion. It's open. Let's go in." Dom thought to himself, this is his house. The entrance is paved with stones, surrounded by green grass and elegantly designed lampposts. Jom held a bag in his hand as the cool breeze blew past. "You walk around looking around. Is there a place like this in the academy? I've never been to this place during the Blessing Miracle game." Jom walked along, thinking that in my previous life, although I was a chef specializing in Japanese dishes, I had never been to Japan. I really want to go there once to study the market. They went to a shooting range. Yama silently gazed at the distant target boards covered with numerous arrows, while Weapon moved toward the wooden house where a figure was lying on the floor and announced, "Here he comes," approaching to wake the girl peacefully sleeping on the wooden floor. "Hey, wake up!" The zombie follows behind him, looking at the scene in front of him with disbelief. Weapon crouches down and continues shouting, "Hey, wake up! This isn't good!" The girl is still peacefully asleep as Weapon calls out. Unable to wake her, Weapon leans in and whispers, "I bought it." The green-haired girl was startled and immediately sat up to ask where she was. Zom Ma watched her quick recovery with confusion. He smiled, pointed at the demon, and said, "That guy over there with black hair." The girl, who was just sleepy, suddenly charged at him like a fierce demon at lightning speed. Jom froze in surprise as the girl aimed at the black plastic bag he was holding. A flash of lightning lit up the scene as she snatched the bag from his hand. Her eyes filled with murderous intent, and the demon instinctively fell backward with a loud crash. Yoma fell hard to the floor, his head buzzing, his mind in chaos, while the girl lay on top of him, still holding the chocolate bar and biting into it happily, repeatedly praising it. So delicious. Dama gradually regains consciousness, wondering what is going on in his mind. Who is this girl calling out to him? Dama looked down at the blue-haired girl who looked extremely beautiful as she looked up at him, still holding the half-eaten chocolate in her hand. She asked if he was still there. Back to the time before Jom time-traveled, it was a normal day in the kitchen with his co-worker working. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from outside, making them stop everything they were doing. Joma frowned, eyes wide with excitement, and said, "It's coming. It's coming." Jom remembered that he had lived a life knowing nothing but work. His hands holding the phone trembled, the screen displaying a glowing door, a faint miracle of blessing. He remembered everyone around him, from colleagues to game characters, blaming himself for failing to confront the foul-smelling men both in the game and in real life. At last, it finally came to him. Damn it, if I pay, will she appear right away? The reason I pay is because in Jama's mind an image of a game character appears, a girl with blue hair, yellow eyes, and 2 strands of hair on top, making me really look forward to it. "Aben Vani Ben," a voice from the light echoes as you tap on the phone screen. "Hey, there's a girl with blue hair tied up, holding a chocolate stick, smiling and asking, is there still a 5-star display below? She's an SSL character." Joma stared at the screen, unable to help but chuckle a few times. He recalled the in-game images where the legendary blessing event featured many beautiful heroines in the story, all revolving around the male protagonist, Leon. Among them, the character confirmed by the game is Menaben von Bell. Although the other heroines have shown their own charms, I remember a monster hunting event in the game. Vachu said, "Miss Aben, you're here." Leon and Aben drew their swords, shining with a pink light. Aben says, "Sorry, we're a bit late." Jom recounts the story of the game's plot. This is the story of Aben and Leon. At this moment on the screen, they are shown fighting together with incredible teamwork. They marvel together at overcoming adversity and hardship, and from there their love gradually blossoms. Even I was drawn to the character Aben and spent money on this game. Joma watched Leon and Aben shouting loudly, feeling amazed by the scene. Suddenly, my phone received a notification from the CB web with 2 stars, Joma. On December 4th at 5:07 p.m., the payment of 149,000 world for the blessing of faint miracle was completed. Joma kept thinking. So, except for the heroine Aben, the others gradually fade into the background. The main character stands in the middle, with the girl with blue hair on either side. Jom fell into deep thought. Among the heroines, the one who fades into oblivion the fastest is his first star, John Gongsaki Ryozo's daughter. Back in the present, Ryozo held a chocolate bar and asked, "What about Yang Geng?" Jom was confused. "Huh?" Before you could answer, she turned her back and said, "This guy looks a bit difficult." The reason Weapon insisted that way was because the demon remembered Ryozo's abilities, sweating as she thought she had used them, knowing very well that Ryozo had the highest DPS among the ADCs, even though she didn't look like it. She is very smart. Jom recalled the plot details and thought that since she doesn't play a major role in the main story, her political ties would likely be compromised if she joined this party. Maybe that's why. Jama comforted himself. It's okay, right? Ryozo walks straight up to Weapon and asks, what's going on that brought you here? Weapon hesitated slightly as he looked at the candy stick in his hand. That. Ryozo snatched the candy from his hand and coldly said, tell me. Weapon hesitated to read Ryozo. That guy is Jama, you know him, right? Weapon explained that he had come to see me earlier this afternoon. She immediately asked again, so what? Weapon continued, but at that moment a few thugs started bullying him. All right, we're looking for members to conquer the prison of the crown, and we'll go next week. John marvels inwardly, explaining it so clearly, truly fitting the nickname. Weapon said, except for the horn of the beast, all rewards will be evenly distributed among the members. Ryozo listened silently and looked at Da-Ma. Then she approached him. Ryozo pointed at his chest and asked seriously, you're the one from back then, right? That space-time duel is over, Da-Ma replied casually. Ryozo looked at him seriously, causing Ma to feel a bit confused. Ryozo turned and stepped towards Weapon, saying, the prison's reward will benefit your score, so there's no reason to refuse, but you're not as brave as I thought. Jay froze, thinking I don't want to hear that from someone who naps all the time. Ryozo grabbed his coat and said, sorry, but I don't want to work with someone without courage. She put on her coat. Hearing that, Weapon quickly spoke up. Saki, you saw her fight too. Besides, Joma isn't exactly an ordinary girl. She replied, probably just a weak opponent. Are you crazy? That person is from the auditor, and also the midterm exam. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Weapon quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Ryozo looked at him, his face serious. You stay silent as you watch the conversation between the two of them continue, and they keep arguing. Weapon shouted, stop talking, you can hear it, it's really annoying, just do as I say. Ryozo is not someone to mess with either. Are you calling me your dog? Why should I listen? He angrily whispered to this little girl, you're a dog who drools just by looking at Yang. It seems he hit a nerve. Ryozo shouted loudly, if you don't know anything about Yang Gang, don't talk, Weapon immediately retorted, so I will buy it for you. Zoma, speechless, looked at the two of them as if they were children. What should I do? Jom thinks that wanting to find members and the person are two different things. You remember the sweet image of Ryozo in the game, and then fall into deep thought, no need to persuade someone with such a bad attitude. You turn to leave and say, Yawn is enough, stop it, there's no need to persuade someone who doesn't want to cooperate, let's find a better person. Your decision surprised Weapon. Ryozo returned to his calm, cold demeanor and said, so you don't really want to conquer the abyss either. Both of them looked at each other in silence, neither speaking. Jom gently unbuttoned his coat and drew out the old knife. Weapon and Ryozo are stunned, their eyes wide open, probably thinking he will attack. Joma, holding a knife that glints under the moonlight, then throws the knife with a swift motion, surprising both of them. The throwing knife hit dead center on the target at the shooting range. Ryozo was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. She hadn't yet regained her composure when another throwing knife flew dangerously close to her face. Ryozo widened his eyes and watched the knife's trajectory. It once again hit the bullseye with power. Ryozo knelt on the ground, Jama's face calm and somewhat serene, looking down at her and asking, are you ready? Ryozo's face pales, her body trembling as she stammers, no. The next morning, a door is pushed open in an office. Ryozo sits in the room with her laptop, gently pushes up her glasses, and greets. Joma, Weapon, and Chloe walk in. Weapon, surprised, asks, you came so early? Chloe politely said, hello. Jom sat opposite Ryo and their eyes met. She shyly raises her hand and smiles. Hello. Jom also smiled back and said hello. But inwardly, she thought Sashimi's effectiveness was always reliable. Weapon looked at Ryo's computer with admiration. Are you finished? She replied. What is this? Just press a few buttons and it's done. Then she continued typing on the computer. This is almost the finished permit. The room is brightly lit, surrounded by large glass windows and curtains. Weapon, holding a marker, clears his throat and says, let's begin now. On the board, a drawing of a buffalo with a round belly and stick-like arms and legs is shown. Weapon begins his presentation. Buffalo Dungeon, as the name suggests, is the habitat of C-grade monsters. Buffalo, he seriously points at the board, they are also called buffaloes. Because they usually charge from afar, close combat is a bit difficult. Chloe looked at the image on the board and praised it. Impressive. Zoma helplessly asked, is that so? Weapon continued to explain, but they have a fatal weakness. They are helpless against long-range attacks. Ryozo nodded in agreement. Weapon carefully raised his pen and warned, but there is one important point to note. This is something you must never do. Never open the stone gate in the center. The stone gate he mentioned is sealed with many chains. Chloe wondered what would happen if they did. The weapon resting on my chin is sealed as rumored. I've heard that, but I still don't know the truth. Ryozo argued that the academy wouldn't allow opening that stone gate, so there's no reason to do something that's forbidden, right? Joma clasped his hands together and smiled. That's right. It must not be opened. Everyone stared at Joma, feeling strange that he was so confident in what he said. Sensing everyone's attention on him, Joma felt anxious inside. Weapon was the first to ask, "What is it, Joma? Do you know what's behind that gate?" Jom hurriedly explained, "No, I was thinking differently in my mind. Yes, of course I didn't want to do anything forbidden, but there's a hidden boss there." Weapon, hearing that, no longer wondered and thought to himself, "What is?" and saying now. Dom Ma, knowing he had escaped danger, quietly let out a sigh of relief. You think about it. From the beginning, the stone gate could only open if all conditions were met, but now it can open because it's been blocked. Indeed, aside from the risk factor, no prison is easier than the prison of beads. Seeing Jom staring at him, Ryozo, chewing on Than Yang, asked casually, "What's wrong?" Jom was startled and quickly made up an excuse. "Huh? I was just watching you eat so happily." Ryozo casually replied, "Using your brain more means you need to burn more sugar." Jom helplessly thought he couldn't speak as a dark, helpless aura gradually spread around him. At this moment, the demon takes over. He cautiously glances around as if surveying the area. Chloe also sensed that she was holding a knife with a murderous look on her face. Jom thought he was being watched. At this moment in the hallway, students are eating, chatting, and reading without any unusual signs. Dom Ma, lost in thought, turns his head to look at Chloe. Seeing that, she quickly put her weapon away. Her face still looked fierce, but her gentle tone asked with concern. "Is something wrong?" Yoma quietly contemplates. "I have to wait first." His eyes are sharp like a blade, full of calculation. "It will appear when the time comes." The bus has arrived at Chia World. Dom, sitting on the bus, also recognized it was Chia Guan. He had secretly promised himself that after leaving the military, he wouldn't come to this place again. But he never expected to return like this. The vehicle suddenly brakes and a voice echoes from outside. "Where is this vehicle from?" "Oh, so it's from Joaquin Academy. The guard outside is pushing the barrier aside to clear the way for the vehicle." Joma glanced and thought to himself, "Restricting civilians because this is the border area of the Moon Prison. Security is very strict. You remember earlier and realize that the Elder Council leader is watching over us. Speed Weapon suddenly approaches your seat, holding an egg and offering it. Hey Joma, do you want some eggs?" Jom looked at him blankly. He continued, "Do you want some soup?" I quickly declined. "Oh, I'm fine. I wonder if eating these dishes is okay." Sweet Weapon asked if you are worried about going to prison soon. "Why does your face look so frowning?" Zoma could only force a smile. "Is that so?" Speed Weapon turned away and said, "Saki, do you want some eggs?" "No, he keeps talking. It's really delicious." Then she subtly glanced at Speed Weapon, who was happily chatting with him. "Is this time going to be memorable?" He replied no. It seems he could sense it. Yoma quickly glanced at her. Saki was suddenly caught. Saki felt guilty and quickly looked away. Jom was confused, feeling like he was being watched. Why does she keep staring at me? The car has arrived. Chloe quickly jumps out, excitedly saying loudly, "It's here. The weather's nice, isn't it?" Jom looked and silently assessed. "I heard monsters have nested here since ancient times. Now this place has turned into a simple agricultural prison." Speed Weapon looked at him and wondered, "Why are you carrying so much luggage?" He replied, "Are you curious?" Then pulled out his bag, revealing a bunch of small knives inside. He was speechless and asked, "Are you planning to come here to sell knives?" Dama replied, "It's better to be safe than sorry." Speed Weapon quickly teased, sounding like an old man, "But if you're bringing it along, there must be a reason." Chloe in front said loudly, "I will lead the way for you." Joma politely replied, "Thank you." Then the team set out. She led the team to an area beneath the cliff that was being guarded. The gate guards looked unfriendly, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. One of the guards stepped forward and asked, "Are you from Joaquin Academy? Please write your names in the registration book over there." Joma stepped forward to write his name, and the gatekeeper looked surprised. He caught that reaction in his sight. Speed Weapon asked him ahead, "What's wrong, Jom? Hurry up." As the team entered, a certain smell immediately hit their noses, causing Speed Weapon to blurt out and remind everyone to watch their step. Zom behind realizes something, mutters to himself that his eyes are wavering. The guard outside closes the door, and he tries to reassure himself that everything will be fine. Dama looked around at the stone wall, which had been scribbled on by the people before, and was speechless. A dungeon and also a tourist spot. The nobles really came from behind. Saki suddenly grabbed your hand. Panting, she said, I'm so tired. Jama looked at her and asked again, noticing you weren't hurt. Saki quickly explained, I thought if there was something sweet it wouldn't be there, while he was happily searching for candy. Saki behind him smiled secretly, as if she achieved her goal. He unwrapped the candy and handed it to her. Saki looked confused and then asked, Candy is fine, but isn't it the same as Y gang? Joma immediately raised his voice and asked me why. Didn't you bring some? Saki replied with a shy smile. I'll save it for later. Then she tore the candy and put it in her mouth. Yoma helplessly focused on the sky. Suddenly Chloe switches to a defensive stance. 3 or no 4. They are 200 meters away from us. Speed weapon responds. Got it? Stick to the plan. Then we will avoid the danger. He continued to advise. Chloe Saki, I will protect you, so don't worry. Thanks to you. Saki takes out the red bow and responds calmly. Okay. Dom Ma looks at it and assesses. Is this an S-rank white chain weapon from the White Palace? If that's the case, cleaning up the prison won't be difficult at all. Meanwhile, Saki keeps complaining. It's been a long time. Yoma is still hesitating. Can I really trust him? Saki suddenly exclaimed. Wait a moment. Then she took out a candy and ate it with a satisfied expression. All right then, Jom wondered if he could really trust it. From afar, a murderous aura was felt, and the team prepared. Chloe and Saki quickly rushed forward. The speed weapon at the back whistles loudly to signal to the two of them. 3 beast-headed monsters rush out of the cave, charging fiercely at them. Chloe stepped forward to strike, leaping up and firing at the monster. It was hit and let out a loud cry. One of the monsters was knocked back and fell over. The other monster still charges forward aggressively. Chloe steadies herself and lands on the ground, clicking her tongue, then rushes ahead and says, I will slow down a bit. Speed weapon shouted, Glow, stick to the plan. Suddenly, Saki spoke up. We need to pay attention. After speaking, she suddenly appears in front of the bow and fires. She swings her arm forcefully, and 3 arrows shoot out like missiles. The 3 monsters were about to pounce on Chloe, but before she could react, they were hit and disappeared. Saki lowers her bow, licks her lips happily, and says, Sorry for acting first. Then she enjoys her candy and can't help but exclaim, It's so good. Dom Ma thought, what if I accidentally break its wing? He also secretly admired Saki, but he was right. No one could stop a professional ADC. Amazing. You walked by secretly observing Saki while the material was being enhanced. Chloe, walking beside him, asked, What do you think? Suddenly, a wounded monster with an injured eye woke up and ran towards Saki. She looked at it indifferently, thinking to herself that it had collapsed earlier. Saki said irritably, This is so annoying. It charged straight at her, quickly leaving her neither panicked nor able to dodge. She could only manage to raise her hands to cover her face. When Saki opened her eyes, Yom Ma was already there to support her and swung his arm to split the monster in 2. All Saki could see now was Y standing there protecting her, making her stare at him in surprise. He turned back to look at Saki and asked, Are you okay? She looked at him with a cheerful smile. Outside the cave, the phone rang, and the guard picked it up with a less than friendly expression. Yes, sir, assistant teacher. Jom approached the monster's corpse and picked up the horn, happily thinking, This was it. The Chow horn is a common level C reinforcement material used for various purposes beyond boosting combat strength, so he was determined to gather as many as possible. Saki called out to you from behind, handed you a candy, and said thank you earlier. My sincere thanks. Jom turned to look at Saki with a pensive expression, suddenly sensing a murderous aura from behind him. He broke out in a sweat and quickly turned to Chloe, who looked guilty and hurriedly responded. You whispered to Chloe, the staff member from earlier. Chloe quickly replied, Oh, I see. Now I understand. Speed Weapon asked curiously from afar, Are you two dating? She couldn't hide her happy expression as Chloe listened all along. Are they dating? Are you dating Jama? Jama turned back and said, If you keep judging male-female relationships that way, you're biased. I see. It's because she's always by your side. Jama was left speechless, not knowing what to say. But at first, the number of items wasn't like this, right? The whole team looked inside the cave. That's right. No matter how common the prison pearls are, the resources can't be depleted like this. Saki, what do you think? I'm thinking the same. But wasn't the buffalo earlier a bit strange? Sweet asked back. Really? Where's the strange part? Saki started to analyze, but wasn't quite sure, though it seemed like it was running away from something. Based on Chow's habits, these situations tend to be urgent. He told her, Yeah, Chow is basically very gentle, and in Chiawan they even use them for farming. Joma was speechless. Use them for farming? What kind of person is he anyway? Joma also analyzed, and there are even more suspicious things, but there's nothing we can do about it, right? Yes, the radio signals can reach here. Keep asking, but how do you two know each other? Ah, Saki snapped back. I was the top scorer in the written exam, and Weapon was the second best. After hearing that, he lost his temper completely. Weapon immediately replied, Hey, what do you mean by that? She said happily. To add, I secured 3 spots in the entrance exam. Jom asked in surprise. Top scorer in the written exam? I thought only those with wide connections could do that, but you don't seem to be one of them. You think having broad connections is enough? Oh, Joe is my relative, just a bit distant. Do you think of them as relatives? That's why as a player, I don't know Weapon's relationship with the main characters. Weapon continued, my family is Joe's family, which means my family is a collateral branch of Trangzong. That family line, he paused, then said, Forget it. There's no point in saying it. Weapon stepped forward and patted your shoulder confidently, saying, Don't make that face, kid. I'm satisfied with my current position, but the demon is even more amazing than I thought. Don't forget me when you become famous later. Don't worry, that won't happen. Weapon casually said, Who knows, maybe you'll become a failure hero someday? Chloe quickly added, Right, if it's Jom-ma, then maybe. Suddenly, Saki quickly walks forward with her bow. Joma looks at her, and the team gazes at Saki in confusion, as she thoughtfully says, Oh, she's turned back to look at them, then continues, I don't like the failed heroes. Everyone looked at Saki in confusion, and Weapon said aloud, What's wrong with her? Then he continued, Let's go ahead. Once we clear the dungeon, we'll see what to do. Capturing about 20 monsters should be enough, right? Dama suddenly noticed something. Scratches appeared on the cliff wall, and he retracted it from his sight. Weion, what's going on? Let's go. Outside, the guard continued to reply. The person on the other end of the phone asked him, Are you prepared, as I told you? The guard carefully replied, Yes, of course. They are definitely fighting the bulls driven mad by magic stone. You don't need to worry about that. I know it too, but I don't really believe it. Is there anything else you want me to do? So, why were you so confident earlier? If you fail, are you willing to take responsibility? The security guard was at a loss for words and remained silent. Then the other side continued. Just do your best. If there's a result, call me back. That was tough. The guard stammered in response. Yes, I understand. He sighed. This way or that way, I will die. At this moment, the door radiates deadly aura. He thinks to himself that even the door must be opened for defense, and their chances of survival are almost zero. He also senses something from you, but those eyes seem capable of seeing through everything. After a moment of hesitation, the guard decided to step in. He had to confirm it. Inside the cave, Chloe Ye called out to you. She said, I can sense the monsters approaching us from behind. Dama asked, How many are there? She ponders and then shows a blessing, her face turning serious. About 50 of them. The team is stunned in disbelief as the sound of hurried footsteps echoes from within the ranks. The whole team looked at each other in confusion as a whole herd of aggressive buffaloes suddenly appeared and charged at them, the number impossible to count. Weapon nervously said, What is going on? Isn't that enough? Are they really buffalo? These buffaloes are not ordinary. They are extremely aggressive, with bloodshot eyes charging fiercely at our team. Weapon exclaimed in horror. I said they were gentle monsters earlier. Jom was stunned, saying, Sashimi, remember what the saying was? Every blade has its purpose. Think back to your previous life when the chef told you that a knife used to kill cows can't be used to kill chickens, and that sashimi knives are only for fish. Do you understand now? He asked again. So, what does that mean? What about the slices of beef used for sashimi? He immediately swung his knife, and you quickly shielded yourself, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. When you opened your eyes in surprise, you realized, Master, the knife had perfectly split the fish in two. He smiled and said, That's okay if you say so. Suddenly, Jom-ma realized why he suddenly remembered his past life. It seems killing cows with a sashimi knife is also fine. Joma ordered Chloe quickly distract the Chow group. Instead of attacking head-on, attack from the sides. Their trajectory will be immediately diverted. No need to attack, just attract their attention. Chloe listened thoughtfully, and the boy continued. So, Weion, you know what to do now? Weapon chuckled and said, I know this guy. Saki looked at him skeptically, wondering what was going on. Why is he so calm? 50 water orbs? Suddenly, Wai-ma called her. Saki, tell the buffalo to stop approaching. She quickly agreed. Saki asked in confusion, What's wrong with him? He remained surprisingly calm, reminding her not to be caught off guard. Jom silently wondered, Chow, Sashimi, don't overthink it. That's why I prepared it. Holding the sword and cutting steadily is a sign of the blessing of the sword god. The fierce buffalo charged at him, and Doma boldly stepped forward to attack. Saki looked bewildered as the Sokola bar was bitten in half and fell to the ground. Saki Ryozo also became stunned by Joma's choice. He's gone crazy. From afar, Doom Ma stands on a pile of stacked cow carcasses on the eerie redstone ground, wielding a dagger with cold, ruthless eyes, the blade gleaming sharply. Saki Ryozo stared in shock, thinking to herself. At that moment, no, that instant hadn't ended. Chloe also wielded her sword and rushed forward like a gust of wind. She split into 3 different illusions, then reached for the sword's hilt with eyes shining with determination and ruthlessness. The mad buffaloes roared like crazed beasts, charging wildly. The eyes of each buffalo glowed like rubies. Chloe used the blessing of the cat god, with her master behind her channeling power. Illusions connecting and flying forward, sword in hand, aiming at the herd. Chloe's small figure among the massive buffaloes descends to the ground, her illusions gradually merging into one. The dazzling pink light from Chloe's power illuminates everything. The illusions have disappeared, leaving only Chloe kneeling on the ground, sheathing her sword. The buffalo behind have been blown up into nothing, and the reflection of Jama rushing forward is moving at lightning speed. He soared into the air, wielding his familiar Sashimi sword, rushing toward the approaching herd, slicing through them with swift, unseen strikes. He just killed one buffalo, then leapt to slay another, swiftly and skillfully darting between the herd. The bright red blood of the buffalo splattered and soaked the air. The demon charged forward, wildly punching a raging buffalo that was roaring and smashing everything around, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. He held 2 knives crossed in front of him to block the impact from the falling stones. Saki Ryozo and Speed Weapon stare blankly at the scene in front of them. A herd of massive, aggressive buffalo rushes forward to attack the demon. One after another, they rush at him like crazy, jumping on each other to block him in the middle, until finally a pile of buffaloes stacked on top of each other forms a sphere that crushes the demon inside. Saki Ryozo raises her bow to shoot and save him, but she is also terrified by the overwhelming herd of buffalo. There are too many. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide in fear. The herd of buffalo that had crushed the demon earlier was scattered everywhere after he used his strength to drive them away, while he still stood tall and straight with 2 knives in his hands. Joma is unharmed, his cold eyes scanning the scene as the herd of buffalo is scattered. Saki Ryozo, stunned, drops her bow and gasps, "Oh my God!" One by one, the massive buffaloes fell heavily onto the fiery red ground around Jay, who stood tall and mighty. Saki Ryozo looked in awe at his strong back, speechless. Finally done, Yom-Ma relaxed and a gentle smile appeared on his face. His large bag was now filled with shiny, valuable buffalo horns. Dom places the last horn into the bag and happily says, "This should be enough." He's very pleased, thanks to the power of the item, and with Fuok's blessing lasting 40 seconds, catching 50 buffaloes was definitely doable. Chloe ran over to Jama, chattering happily to praise him. Jama looked really cool today. He was a bit startled and thought to himself that he also had everyone's help. Jama gently pats Chloe's head in admiration. "Chloe, you did very well too. Thanks to you, I was able to defeat them more easily." Hearing your praise makes her smile like a flower. "Thank you very much." Saki Ryozo and Speed Weapon are in the distance. She looked on in surprise as these two happily fussed over each other, while Dama was asking Chloe something. "I see, is that so? And you're extremely obedient." "Yes." Saki Ryozo stared in amazement at the strange event unfolding before her. Speed Weapon chuckled teasingly, startling Saki Ryozo. "I told you, don't be too surprised." She's annoyed and shouting like that, and you're telling me not to be surprised? This crazy guy, even when scolded, he just laughs happily and says, "I was just as stunned the first time I saw you, but now I'm used to it. Every time I see Jama, all my usual morals just fly out the window," Saki Ryozo muttered to herself, frowning. "Jama, who exactly is he?" Speed Weapon also replied, "I don't know either." Then both of them could only silently watch Jom and Chloe standing together on the chow corpses until he teased, "A living legend?" Something like that. Hearing this, Saki Ryozo immediately glanced over in response. "What?" Speed Weapon proactively called out from beside her at a distance. "Yoma?" Saki Ryozo looked confused. "What is that?" Then the 4 of them continued to move deeper into the dungeon. The condition to escape this prison is to defeat 20 bulls. You've already taken down more than double that. It's embarrassing. You almost wiped them out, yet you seem very relaxed and unconcerned. "It's nothing. Just a midterm question. I can't really help you guys." He laughed and said this. At that moment, he had defeated them alone, but suddenly remembered Saki Ryozo was here. so Speed Weapon stopped and looked at her before changing the subject. It's nothing anyway, thank you. Saki Ryozo looked confused and didn't understand at all. Then all four of them continued to go deeper into the dungeon. He started chatting casually, mentioning Jom's actions earlier. Honestly, he almost died while clearing out the dungeon earlier. Doesn't that remind you of the Lion King? Getting to the point, Saki Ryozo asked curiously. The Lion King, was he also being chased by someone? But the main character of the story is still staring face to face with Chloe. She looks at the animal corpses around and nervously calls out to her friend Yom. But here, Saki Ryozo also felt it, and quickly added that Chloe was right. That's right. It feels like there's something here. Joma, with a serious expression, looked at something ahead. When she finally saw it, she turned pale with fear, her face contorting in distress. He suddenly shifted from seriousness to alertness, staring intently at that thing. It turns out that in front of them now is a large iron door locked with huge purple chains. A strange and dangerous aura emanates from the door, causing all four to look up in fear. Chloe stands blankly beside Jom-ma, who is also frowning thoughtfully as they stare at the door. She instinctively exclaimed as Jom-ma stared intently at the locked door with chains, faintly guessing that this was the place where the Chow just died, when suddenly a figure wearing a hat appeared, watching the bloody mess on the ground carefully. Seeing the countless large carcasses piled up everywhere, he was overwhelmed with panic. That person was the prison gatekeeper. He broke out in cold sweat. Can these carcasses really be catching so many of them? He angrily shouted, "Damn it! Gone Len's 2 billion dead." Not long ago, a woman claiming to be an instructor from Schwakan Academy visited. The prison gatekeeper met her and felt a bit wary of her. And the woman he met was a demon assistant lecturer. She made a deal to lure him in, saying if he helped her with this, she would pay 2 billion. The prison guard couldn't understand her intentions as she, the assistant lecturer, took out a dazzling purple magic stone. She ordered him to tame the beasts, then go mad from the magic stone. She paused for a moment before continuing. The cunning and sinister face said, "When student Jom-ma enters, release them all." That's not all. The main plan of the demon assistant is the stone gate, and at the same time, to open the stone gate at the deepest part. The dungeon gatekeeper looked at her hand holding the demon stone in confusion and stammered, asking if she meant pushing the students to their deaths. Seeing his hesitation, she switched to temptation, saying she would hand over this deal to someone else. You don't want to, but you have to. Who would want to get involved in a gamble they're not sure to win? All right. The assistant ghost pretends to leave, so I guess I have to find someone else. The dungeon gatekeeper hurriedly grabs the ghost assistant's hand holding the magic stone and shouts. He took the magic stone and then grinned wickedly, repeatedly saying, "I will do it. I will do it." Seeing that he had successfully tricked him, the demon assistant smiled slyly. Looks like he's pretty quick. She told him, "I will provide the information over the phone, so just answer if you see the number." The prison gate guard seemed enchanted by that strange purple demon stone. He kept staring at it before replying, "Yes." Assistant Demon Doom said coldly, "Well, I'll be going now." The dungeon guard could only watch silently as he went crazy thinking about the amount of money involved in the deal. 2 billion, 2 billion. He smiled contentedly. With that amount of money, he could try one more time. Back in the present, he calmly stepped over the exact Chow Mountain and moved deep into the dungeon, muttering continuously, "My 2 billion. That's right. They are just drops of blood, and if the stone door opens, they will all be killed. On the other side of the door, Jom-ma and Chloe's group are still trying to regain their composure. How is that door even here? The four of them stand together, cautiously watching around the stone door of the space. You furrow your brow and observe warily, wondering how everything has gone so smoothly from the beginning. Jom remembered the suspicious look of the dungeon guard. That doubtful gaze made me very suspicious, just as I expected. You realize that only with ghost crystals can you open the stone door. The stone gate can only be opened with the giant magic stone. It drops when defeating the final boss of the giant dungeon, the reward for completing the game. The previous fragments are pieces of Gigant's magic stone. I don't think collecting them will open this door. The demon guesses that if it's like in the game, you would know what the reward in the treasure chest is. The reward here isn't enough to tempt the demon, but now is not the time to crave for rewards. The huge, strange gate is locked with thick chains. He silently thinks to himself that the demon is trying to rack its brains to find a way out of this situation. The red line on the stone door looks different from those made by ordinary sword mountains, and I widened my eyes in worry, needing to quickly come up with a solution. I've used up 40 seconds of painless blessing, but if it's Murasami, I might be able to hold on a little longer. He thought of the Murasami blade and frowned, realizing he had to pass through the door and escape before it woke up. Suddenly, an unexpected movement from the door caused countless streams of air and powerful energy to surge out. The entire dungeon trembled from the surge of power, leaving the four of them standing alert and frozen, while Chloe nervously asked Yoma what that was. Even the speed weapon was stunned and speechless. What on earth is that? A giant monster the size of a building steps out from inside the door, planting its enormous axe into the ground, causing everything in the dungeon to shake. The giant shadow of the monster blocks out the figures of Jama and the others, with speed weapon stammering, unable to speak, asking, "Water buffalo?" You glare angrily at the giant buffalo, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, wake up." As for the reward, Jama knows, it's a blessing transfer that can be released by transferring one of the owner's blessings to a specific target, the blessing transfer. The gigantic water buffalo with a terrifying face, wielding an axe that creates shockwaves in front of Jama, is an A-rank demon beast, also known as Minotaur. The surrounding space is somewhat gloomy, but a small beam of light shines down from above, and the wind blows softly in gusts. At this moment, from the other side of the cave, there are some monsters with bodies like bulls that can walk upright like humans, and in front of them is a flickering fire. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, causing the flames to flare up even more. The monster suddenly heard a sound from somewhere and turned its head to look in that direction. There are up to 3 monsters. 2 with buffalo-like bodies standing on either side, and 1 in the middle holding a giant spear, seemingly resembling the leader of this group of monsters. Facing them are 4 people who look very formidable from a distance. At this moment, Kangjom was a bit stunned and said, both of them, Chloe and Sakirujo, also looked a bit panicked. Seeing that the situation was somewhat complicated, his face hardened with a hint of contemplation. Even if I smash the gate and run out, once that thing wakes up, no one can escape unscathed. It seems that in front of its power I feel a bit hesitant. Suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, but this time it was different from the exam. I don't know anything about the mermaid, but I once fought Minuto in a game. If I have enough strength, I can handle all 3 alone. But I've already used up 40 seconds of mercy unparalleled. He had fought both terrifying monsters before. After some thought, he finally decided to act in the way most likely to succeed. While he was still distracted, Chloe seemed to have discovered something, looking incredibly surprised. Inside his shirt, there was something that looked quite like a knife. He carefully held it tightly and then turned to ask Weapon. "Weapon, can you help me with pain relief?" When Kangjom Ma asked, he hesitated a bit, but still answered. "Okay, hearing that," Joma asked further. "How long will it last?" Weapon also quickly replied. "A maximum of 2 minutes. Hearing that, he was somewhat satisfied and said, "That's enough while I fight it. Just keep talking non-stop." After saying that, he turned around, a few drops of sweat still lingering on his forehead as he continued. "If you slack off even for a second, I will end it here," and he suddenly stopped speaking. It seems she also understands what he means. I also feel a bit uneasy inside and said, I know, it's all because of you that I do this." After giving instructions to the weapon, he turned back and spoke to Saki and Chloe. "Saki and Chloe, you 2 watch out for those soldiers." Hearing him say that with such certainty, Saki felt a bit confused. She wanted to say something, but didn't. He continued, "Don't go near that big monster. It's very dangerous." Saki, after hearing that, was filled with worry, and it seemed to show clearly on her face. After speaking, he turned to look at the big guy and told Chloe, "Just do what you did earlier." Suddenly, a terrifying monster charged at them. Its fangs look extremely sharp. It has red skin and yellow horns on its head. Its completely white eyes are terrifying to look at. It opens its mouth, with saliva pouring out wildly, looking both frightening and disgusting. Jom slowly drew his sword, a blue light emanating from him as he recited a spell. The blessing of the short god is activated. Around him, fierce winds blew as he finished the spell. A magical blue light radiated from his chest and spread everywhere. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his expression was not much better. His hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Weapon tries to keep calm to help Bap ease the pain for him. He glances at him while thinking to himself that he can still move. Thanks to the blessing of the sword god and Bap's support, I can endure. Thinking that, I said, "Move, come on." He struggles to move as the giant monster rushes toward him at high speed while he stands motionless in front of it. Fortunately, he finally managed to move and charged at the monster without hesitation. The 2 fire pillars still burned brightly, but then a strong gust of wind swept through, extinguishing all the flames. After rushing for a while, he reached the foot of the monster. His entire body looked very small to it, just like an ant. Despite the pain making him want to vomit blood, he remained incredibly persistent. Jom and the monster began to challenge each other. Both sides keep fighting fiercely, and that thing strikes with incredible force. He swung that giant axe forcefully into the ground. Luckily, he managed to dodge this fierce attack. Just after dodging the attack, he was kicked away by him. That's it. Blood spurted from his mouth in bursts, the bright red staining the entire floor, but he refused to give up, standing firm with his sword clenched tightly, as if all his long-restrained senses in pain were finally unleashed. Facing that enormous thing without fear, but with even greater resolve, he skillfully dodged its fierce attack once again. As soon as he saw him dodge that attack, he glanced over with a terrifying look in his eyes, blood red, like fresh blood. He swung his axe repeatedly to attack, but he kept dodging perfectly. At that moment, his head was almost touching the axe, but his gaze remained unwavering. In a flash, as the axe swung past, he quickly ducked and sprinted past, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The monster's attacks are easily dodged by him, and as it misses its target, it becomes increasingly furious and strikes wildly more and more. In contrast, Doom Ma calmly dodged its attacks, and in anger, it spat out a huge flame onto the ground. It has shown its utmost fury. After a series of attacks, the smoke billows so thickly that it's hard to see the surrounding area clearly. From afar, the smoke begins to clear, revealing the giant monster's figure, its furious face growing more terrifying as it now snarls with a grimace and its eyes turn bloodshot. He half sat, half leaned on the ground, staring at it with a determined look. Saki on the other side heard the loud noise and turned to look. She turned back and was incredibly shocked, asking, "Is that guy crazy? How can a person move like that?" As soon as she finished speaking, the beast with the body of a buffalo charged at her. She quickly managed to dodge its attack by using her muscles, stance, stride, and reactions, leveraging her potential energy to both strike and defend. All of that she does perfectly. Her combat senses can unbalance opponents with just minimal movements. At this moment, she raised her red bow and aimed straight at the monster to shoot. But that was only in theory. Reality was far from it. After being hit by her arrow, the monster let out a pained cry, blood pouring from its head. Facing it again, she raised her bow once more to fight. But that was just a theory. The reality was far from it. Seeing him like that, she decisively raised her bow to shoot. But suddenly a voice cut everything off, and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the monster's head, causing it to fall backward with immense force. At this moment, Saki seems to have discovered something about the Crimson Flame Sword. Whispering to herself, could Saki be suspicious of something? But perhaps even she isn't sure about it, so she only dares to guess. I heard that the Sword Emperor used aura on a special student. The monster's eyes grew even redder, and in its gaze, the image of Jam appeared. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious blue light, with a long knife in his hand, emitting a strange glow from the blade. The monster's eyes remained bloodshot as it clenched its fist, preparing to punch him. Kang Ma gently slides the knife through the creature's body, his step steady, his gaze unwavering, holding the sword firmly, all highlighting his incredibly handsome appearance. Kadu softly turns his head back, blood still on his mouth, his cold, sharp eyes making anyone who looks at him feel a bit scared. With just a light touch, one of the monster's legs was knocked to the ground, blood splattering across the tiles. The monster roared in pain, and he continued to leap high to attack it. Weapon continues to play the flute to help him reduce the pain, trembling uncontrollably as he does. On the other side, Chloe also did her best to kill the monster, striking it hard with her sword. Finally, the monster was dead, covered in blood, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. After killing it, she calmly wiped the blood from her mouth, sighed, and said, "Still inexperienced when facing monsters." Suddenly, she thought of something. The more human-like a monster is, the more dangerous it becomes. Each individual has a different level, but a monster acting like a person is especially threatening. Hearing the noise, she turned back to see him still facing the giant monster, its body beginning to tremble, while the demon stood still like a statue. At this moment, it shouted in anger, causing the surrounding space to shake slightly due to its scream. It clenched the axe tightly in its hand, its muscles bulging, its face turning cunning as it cruelly smiled. It raised the axe high, each movement causing the surroundings to shake. Saki, trembling with panic, said, "Magic! No way! How can a monster use magic?" Chloe, standing nearby, was also surprised, while Weapon continued playing the flute. The monster's hand seems to merge with the axe itself. Saki, a bit panicked, said, "Is it using its life to gain magic power?" "It's just a monster." All three of them were utterly stunned. The surge of magic force makes it impossible for me to get close. His hand trembles as he holds something. Even in this situation, the Weapon whispers while playing the flute, "Kang Ma." At this moment, his eyes show his absolute trust in Kang Jama. That monster has fused its arm with the axe, and now its surroundings are even more terrifying. Suddenly, blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth as a blinding red light emitted from the monster. At this moment, his arm has fully merged with the axe. The wind blows stronger and stronger, but the demon remains still, showing no sign of movement. A burst of blood spurted from his mouth, and his eyes turned white. The monster forcefully descended from above onto the spot where he was standing. Joma also did not hold back, gripping the knife tightly and moving forward as their collision created a blinding flash of light at the point where they met. His knife touches his hand, and a huge surge of power bursts out from that direction. His fierce face remains, growing more determined, and he refuses to give up, fighting back with all his might. At this moment, he firmly grasped his weapon and whispered, "The magic is too dense," then charged forward with his hair standing on end. All three of Saki, Chloe, and Weapon standing behind him were a bit stunned. When he turned to look, he sensed that something was wrong. If he tries to dodge now, he might not have enough time to think, and he will be attacked fiercely. Surprised by the sudden attack, his reflexes slowed down for a moment, but he ultimately managed to withstand the assault. The attack was so powerful that he had to grit his teeth and endure it, but he still let out a cry of pain. His strength was truly overwhelming, so much so that the demon was pushed back. Faced with this situation, he was also surprised and thought he was pushed back. A blazing red light appeared from the monster's eyes, shining straight down to the ground. The axe head and the knife in his hands clash, clearly showing that both sides are not evenly matched, but he still grips tightly to avoid being pushed away. Saki, watching from the side, quickly raises her red bow and shouts urgently, "What are you doing?" "Just attack already. She is extremely worried for Jom right now." Hearing the noise, he started attacking him, but he quickly dodged. Given his strength, he was clearly no match. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in his eyes, making him narrow them, while all around him was filled with red silk. A loud sound echoes slash. Bright red light shines all around. At this moment, a white light appears from a corner, quickly streaking across and cutting through a mass of red silk. He swiftly brandished his knife and struck repeatedly, with a blue light surrounding the blade. At this moment, on another side, Chloe suddenly remembered something and thought to herself, "That blue light." She realized she saw a blue light emanating from Jama's sword, recalling the scene where two men were fighting each other. She was a bit stunned at that moment. Joma's knife had now pierced through his shield's blade. Jom shouted loudly, preparing to launch. His eyes flashed with blue light, and a stream of blue light surrounded his body. He was utterly amazed by the situation unfolding before him, unable to understand how he could turn the tide so suddenly. Under the blinding blue light, he kept relentlessly slashing at him. That monster screams loudly in pain as Jom-ma keeps striking at it, with more and more blue light appearing along the way. Kang Yoma kept attacking relentlessly. Saki, Chloe, and even Weapon all looked stunned, unable to believe how strong he had become. Still not forgetting the task Anne gave him, he continued to blow the flute to help ease his pain. After a while of attacking, he finally stopped. The smoke around him thickened after that fierce attack. He slowly lifted his head, took a heavy breath with a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth as a light shone from the other side, drawing his gaze. "Launch," a sound rings out. Saki stands to the side, her blue eyes both beautiful and tinged with sadness. At this moment, the screen shows 9-3, then switches to 12.7. After the battle, Weapon slumps down exhausted on the ground. He gasped for breath and said, "Kang-ma, every time I see you, you break all conventions." He looked at him and whispered, the bright blue light so intense it could illuminate the dark cave. Someone my age who can already radiate aura, that Kang Jom guy, in the end, was suddenly interrupted while talking. Saki walked up from behind and patted his shoulder, saying, "Hey, breathe, breathe." Startled by her voice, he took a moment to regain his composure and then asked, "What's going on?" Patting her hand, she stood there watching him and humming something. The melodious sound is somewhat soothing. She slowly sits down and continues, "I think I understand what you meant just now." "What did I say just now?" she cheerfully replied. Hearing her say that about the previous dungeon conquest, he relaxed a bit and said, "Oh, that time?" At this moment, she looked ahead and said, "I also understand why you keep following that guy." Hearing this, he was a bit panicked and denied. "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." She turned to speak again. "All right, then. According to the school rules, weapons can't be transferred to another class this year, right?" she asked him slowly. Hearing this, you felt a bit shocked. By now, your lips were also swollen from blowing the flute throughout the fight. You really look quite funny. You stammered as you said, "Hey, is it shock that's messed up your mind, or are you possessed?" Saki looked at you and smiled softly before saying, "Well, what about the opposite? There's no rule saying you can't, right?" Hearing her say that, he also somewhat agreed. "Yeah, that's true." But her eyes hide something quite mysterious yet determined. She continues, I don't know why, but suddenly I also want to go with Kang Joma into another dungeon again. Kang Joma, even with the protection of the weapon, she probably still can't avoid needing to rest for a while. He panted heavily after the fight, whispering to himself, "This is nothing compared to what's coming, but at least I faced the enemy without the protection of the martial lord." Suddenly, Chloe rushed toward him from somewhere, shouting loudly, "Kim Magun." He was a bit surprised that she hugged him so suddenly and didn't have time to react before Chloe burst into tears and said, "Hey, not even a compliment? Are you just going to stand and watch? Even though you're injured, you're still trying to support yourself to avoid falling." Cough. "Chloe, it seems you've been hurt. Wait a moment." Hearing him say that, she shyly sat up, covered her eyes with her hand, and said, "Ha ha ha. Sorry, you're sitting on the ground, looking up and whispering, 'Just kill me already.'" As he looked up, he seemed to notice something. A large screen appeared with the message, "Congratulations on receiving a new blessing." After reading it, he was a bit stunned. This blessing was originally owned by the main character Ran, and its rank was even rare in this world. Spirit level. Only when combined with other blessings can it unleash its full power. A teleportation blessing appears on the screen, allowing the user to transfer their current blessing to another creature or object. However, to activate it, the caster's body must touch the target. This is an almost essential blessing to control Bao Min, the pure sword that harmonizes both yin and yang. He slowly bowed his head and whispered to himself, "Well, I'll just think positively." Suddenly, a beam of light shone in from afar. I'm sitting here with my eyes closed, telling her that now is the time I need your help. At this point, he suddenly stopped. Chloe asked curiously. "Cao at this moment has a man wearing a hat. Walk in and speak. What is it?" His eyes suddenly flashed as if he had discovered something. Where did Chloe rush from? She stabbed the sword into the man's body. The sword pierced straight into his thigh, and as the pain spread, he let out a desperate cry. She stood there with a cold face while Noah stayed still, tears in his eyes as he looked at the sword stabbed into his thigh. Weapon, hearing the noise, asks what's going on, what happened. Saki also looked on with curiosity. Hearing his question, Dom Ma answered calmly. "Earlier I asked Chloe for a favor. He was stabbed so badly that he was trembling all over, but he still managed to say, 'Why are you guys doing this to me?' What did I do?" he said slowly. "We have to find out about that now. What did Joma just say? So all that chaos and the stone gate opening were caused by him, huh?" Saki raised her hand and said, "There's definitely something unnatural going on. There are no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet this employee appeared as if he was waiting." Weapon asked again, "But why did he target us?" She calmly told him, "You're so naive. You still need to find out the rest." At this moment, someone spoke about that man, that employee. Surely a small fry like him couldn't have done this alone, right? Saki continued to ask, "Who is the one behind you?" Hearing this, his face darkened, and he stammered, "Girl, it seems you're not planning to speak up about that, are you? Let me help you say it then." Before he could finish speaking, he started trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he said, "I will tell. Not long ago, a lecturer from Joe Queen Academy came to me and said he would help me pay off my gambling debts." Weapon immediately shouted, asking if he did this terrible thing because of gambling debts, while Saki, standing nearby, also showed her surprise. "Wow," he continued, saying, "Are you selling out students for some money?" His whole body was trembling even more. "Ah, it's not just a little money, it's 20. I initially also refused firmly." "Don't let him say any more." Weapon shouted angrily, "Shut up! You really are a bastard." As he shouted and tried to charge forward, Saki stopped him. "Enough, what does that instructor look like?" she asked softly. He remembered and said that she was a female lecturer with long hair and purple eyes, quite tall. The image he recalled was of a white-haired woman in purple clothing with bright, shining eyes. After hearing this, Saki raised her hand to her chin and said, "I think she is our class's teaching assistant. I will never forget what I saw. Her eyes were very striking, so I remember them clearly." Dama replied softly, "I see. Wait a minute. So the incident during the midterm exam was also arranged by that person? Why? What happened then?" He glanced to the side and said, "During the midterm exam, we encountered a mermaid demon." Hearing this, Saki looked shocked and shouted, "What? So R was hospitalized because he fought a mermaid?" Weapon also nervously said, in the end, the lorry ban was lifted, and that mermaid was handled entirely by this Sang Jom. She was a bit surprised to hear that. "Oh, really?" He stands to the side, holding his phone, and says, "So I've got all the necessary information. I've already recorded the conversation on the phone." The screen shows 13 minutes and 5 seconds. Saki and Weapon are both extremely surprised. "Go flower." "Yeah." Suddenly, the sword was drawn, blood splattering everywhere. The abrupt withdrawal caused a bone-deep pain to shoot through. He screams in pain. The four of them stand near the entrance of the dungeon. He spoke up. At this moment, a dungeon that should not have been reopened could be reopened. Open it. This situation is enough to turn someone into a person who never existed. Hearing that, he stammered, "What girl, what do you mean?" He looked at her and said, "Gloy, this is your job as an assassin." Upon hearing that, she immediately accepted the order. "Yes, Jom." Then she drew her sword with a deadly look on her face. The sword is pressed to his neck as she slowly says, "I will make him sweat with fear, trembling and begging." "Oh no, wait, you're joking, right?" "Wait, I will finish him off." As the voice echoed, blood splattered all over the ground. The elders of the academy, the instructors, and those targeting me. Jom led the way out, quietly asserting as he walked, "Come on, I will cut down all of you." At this moment, a sound rings out. The flames of the mini-dungeon boss blaze fiercely. Enhancing weapons with gold and low-level items will surely succeed. The Demon King approaches the table, reaching out toward it with something eye-catching on the surface. He then says, "Enhance it for me." He placed it on the table in front of a craftsman who looked speechless and stood there in shock. Seeing it, he thought, "Oh my God, did I really manage to bring it back? Did you personally defeat all the A-rank monster materials yourself?" Hearing him ask that, I didn't seem surprised and instead calmly answered with my teammate, because doing it alone wouldn't be possible. And also, there's a card with my picture on it. Above his picture, there is an English inscription that says Overte Academy with a singer Sashimi Knight, and below the picture there is the number 34 along with many other details. He threw the cracked knife from the battle onto the table and sighed, asking, "Can the berserk mode be fixed right away?" Seeing the worn-down knife you brought, he got angry and shouted, "Hey kid, what did you do to make the weapon end up like this?" Hearing him say that, he glanced up slightly and repeated the question. "Like this?" Seeing your face harden, he was a bit scared and stepped back. He fumbled with his hands and said, "You should have been more careful. I was worried you might get hurt." After hearing him, Ma turned around and walked away. A few steps later, he looked back and said, "So I'm leaving now, since you promised you'd handle everything." Hearing that, he could only agree quietly, muttering, "Why did I end up in this situation? Damn kid, this time I'll make it shorter for you." It's clear that he heard those words but pretended not to hear and kept walking. Suddenly, he stopped and spoke. That action really shocked him. He hadn't fully left but turned halfway around, raising 2 fingers and saying to him, "Sell the leftover ingredients and drink alcohol." Hearing this, he was so scared that his limbs went numb and he sat down heavily, letting out a long sigh. At this point, the students in school were sitting properly in the classroom, and things had improved a lot. But from now on, they probably need to rely on his weapon to help out. As he sat on the chair, he pondered for a while, then leaned back and sighed tiredly. Suddenly, a blue screen with countless words appeared in front of him. As he read, he thought to himself that the success rate for enhancement was 12.7%. The most notable thing was that this enhancement rate, unlike other stats, would spike after just one event. As he read, he recalled the previous battle scenes. Perhaps once new SM clears another dungeon, it will increase again, and everything seems to have stabilized. Contrary to the spike in stats, since that day, the appearance of gray hair has also become less frequent. He remembered himself in the past, holding his head with both hands, trembling all over. Of course, the gradual increase of gray hair was unavoidable. After my whole body turned white, does that mean it will all fall out? Is that what I should consider necessary? Because now there are forces targeting me, I have to prepare thoroughly. I've come this far, I can't keep waiting passively anymore. He sat there with a pensive expression, realizing he also needed to study how to use the blessings he had received. The gap in blessings. For Lon, after all, he's the main character, so I still fall far behind him, but my corn stalks will grow taller thanks to other blessings. There's still a lot to do, so first I need to focus on recovering my body. Red bean candy to celebrate recovery after clearing the dungeon. The candy on the table caught his attention. His first time forming a team and clearing a dungeon. Now being targeted for his life had become routine, but it wasn't entirely unfortunate because at least he had 2 friends he could call comrades. As he picked up the red bean candy, he thought to himself that Weapon and Chloe didn't have much impact on the main story, and whether Abin considered him a friend was still unclear. He continued to ponder that Chloe was hospitalized due to exhaustion after returning from the dungeon, and he should visit her when he had the time. Suddenly, a group of people stormed in from outside. "Go back to your seats." He looked outside surprised, then turned away and whispered, "When will the ban be lifted?" He was holding his phone, looking at something that seemed quite surprising. "Oh, so someone sent a message, but I can't tell who it is." The mysterious sender wrote in English, "Hi, what are you doing?" He felt a bit strange. "Who is this? Did you send this by mistake?" The message keeps coming in. "Look in front of you." After reading that message, he immediately looked up. As he looked up, he saw something that shocked him. The phone in his hand now shows 8:54. It turns out that was Saki's phone. She quickly stepped in, raised her hand holding the phone, and smiled mischievously. So that's what happened. Win then said, "From today, student Saki Ryozo will be reassigned to our wolf class. Please keep order." She calmly stands on the podium. He smiled smugly, and the instructor continued. "I hope everyone gets along well. The announcement is over. Please change into your uniforms within 30 minutes and gather at the research area." After WB finished speaking, the entire class responded loudly in unison. After hearing the announcement, the students in the class burst into chaos. Really? Saki is back in our class? The bald teacher already said it. She volunteered for the reclassification. She slowly walked somewhere as everyone around her discussed. "Sakiyama, is it true that you were assigned to our class?" "Sakiyama, what kind of man do you like?" She didn't pay any attention to those questions from the crowd. Joma was sitting there when suddenly she thought to herself, "Don't tell me she's sitting nearby again." The person called the Generations Miracle, one of the 4 outstanding students this year, the top scorer, the 2nd place, the 3rd place, and the 4th place, all sitting together. With outstanding intelligence, top of the theory exam, and strength that rivals anyone, she is truly a person of both talent and martial skill. Moreover, she is the daughter of the legendary Saki Kozuma, one of the 7 heroes. According to the setup, Saki Kozuma is not only a top talent, but also the Prime Minister of Japan. If we compare, she can be seen as Japan's princess. In this world, Japan is also a superpower. The attitude of the other students is as if they are meeting a celebrity. He keeps thinking, so she better not come here. 100% trouble isn't enough, it has to be 200%. Saki steadily moved forward, ignoring the questions around her, her hair flowing wildly past their faces. She hummed a tune as she walked, while the ghost sat trembling on the chair, begging, "Ah, please, please, please." A voice suddenly spoke up. "If you don't eat this, I'll take it away now." He was surprised but didn't respond. She continued speaking. "But this time, it's calling your name even more eerily." He suddenly glances at her. "Can I sit next to you and ask slowly?" Then he held out his phone with the text, "Zep me number," on the screen. Why is my bad feeling never wrong? Right now, there's a place blocked by a wire fence, and voices are coming from inside. "So, what did you say before entering the dungeon?" The man in the black hat sitting on the chair began to ask. He said he wanted to check himself because he was worried about the student. The other person asked, "Is there nothing unusual?" The man in the black hat said, "Well, now that I think about it, I remember his face didn't look very good at that moment," his voice trembling as he spoke. "I understand. We need to check the environment one last time. You can leave now. Thank you for your cooperation. It's pretty common for investigators to die in dungeons, you know." "Yes, but even if it was just an accident, does Van X have a corpse?" Still, he couldn't shake the suspicion and couldn't accept it. As the search team entered the dungeon, they couldn't help but be horrified. In front of them was a disgusting pile of flesh, a mountain of mummified corpses stained with blood. The students of Hoakin Academy have been found, but this is definitely not something ordinary students could do. Those students returned safely, but the staff members who went inside worried about them are nowhere to be found. As he stepped out of the tunnel, the investigator asked him, "Do you think the bodies might be trapped inside the stone gate?" He replied, "I can't completely rule out that possibility, but the chances are very slim. The stone gate has never been opened before, and we can't just interrogate the Hoakin Academy students over this." "That's right. This is a noble student from an aristocratic background." "Does Watson dare to order an interrogation?" the investigator asked him, then said, "I'll handle something and come back." He stood there smoking and said, "This is really crazy." Then something caught his attention, and he turned around to see someone fallen to the ground. At this moment, a girl wearing high boots stepped forward, and he stammered in shock, saying, "Magic, what? Is it a demon?" She cheerfully said, "Hello." At that moment, he was stunned, thinking, "Humans." Suddenly something flashed past him. She only used a single thread to cut his head off from his body. After finishing, she simply said, "Goodbye. Humans have made a pact with demons, and his head is now flying through the air." She continued, "You work hard, but right now your eyes are glowing purple. You're being too careless." Saki happily eats the red bean candy, and as the delicious flavor fills her mouth, she feels incredibly relaxed. The people around were also captivated by her appearance, but the demon felt something was off and didn't like it, so he spoke up. She turned to ask, "Why don't you eat this?" "I already shared my portion." He replied that Chloe sometimes sits there. Hearing him say that, she didn't feel annoyed at all and just responded. "Is that so?" She turned to ask, "Where are your seat and mine?" "Whoever sits in front is just their spot, right? Or am I wrong?" Hearing her say that, he thought it made sense too. "Yeah, that's right." She finished her red bean candy and said it was incredibly delicious. He looked at her without saying a word and then continued speaking. But Saki, why are you in the ranking class? Just as he finished asking, a sudden scream rang out. Gathering starts 5 minutes early. Everyone has already assembled, but these two are still sitting here. He asked her again, you have training in every ranking class, aren't you going? She replied calmly, I am resting my mind. Good luck. Saying that, she quickly took off her mask and went to sleep peacefully. At this point, he muttered to himself, really can't keep up, as she still hadn't fully fallen asleep. Saki lifted her blindfold and said, oh, and also, from now on, don't call me Saki anymore, call me Ryoi. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised and asked, what? In my country, close friends call each other by their first names, not their last names. He asked back, your weapon is also named Saki. She cheerfully replied, what does that have to do with anything? Anyway, I'm heading to training now. Then she fell asleep peacefully, even though there was still a whole day ahead. In another scene, Miura leaned back and said, it's so noisy. Anne sat beside her and looked to the side. Aben, appearing tired, replied, oh, really? Miura asked her, are you that upset? But at the same time, this year's ranking class is missing a member. Hearing that, Anne turned and asked, but what does Saki changing classes have to do with me feeling regretful? She asked her again, I heard from Weapon that last week it formed a team with Kangjama and cleared the dungeon. Hearing that, she was a bit stunned and couldn't speak. She continued, Saki, even if she likes it, she should have some limits. Hearing this, she trembled slightly, her face flushing. Miura continued, there is a priority order, right? But the demon has already been chosen first by my lady Aben. Hearing this, she shyly shouted, Vro, what did you just say? She asked her. I've noticed for a long time that every time she hears the name Sword Demon, Lady A reacts immediately. A responded, I only talked with Kang Jom for a little while. We have nothing to do with each other. Hearing this, he immediately replied, As if you don't believe what she's saying, Miura asked further. You say there's nothing so far, but who knows about the future? After calling her name, Ain, she said you don't look well at all, and suddenly stood up with a serious expression. At this moment, a loud voice outside said, starting tomorrow, I will take on the role of temporary instructor at the academy. A Ben entered a place. Annoyed, she said, what? Are you still coming to school with me? I'm already enough of a target. If he comes, before she can finish speaking, Nilung frowns and takes a sip from the cup in his hand. He calmly says, I will take charge of the first-year class. Hearing this, she was a bit stunned and couldn't speak. What are you talking about? He calmly said, do you forget so easily? You asked me to handle this back during the midterm exams. She stammered, even if I try to hide it, your excited expression still shows what made the Sword Emperor, who always looks bored, have to step into the battlefield himself. And then thought of Jom, an extraordinary genius who disregards all titles and backgrounds, using only strength to carve his way through the noble ranks. She pondered deeply, recalling those memories, even surpassing Leon Van Ren, the so-called hero candidate. He walked the path of a hero clearly, but never showed it. A person who never boasts about their achievements, quietly walking along a treacherous path, feeling utterly ashamed. So that's how it is? Someone behind her asked, startling Miura, and she shouted out loud. No matter what I think, with Kangjoma, I have no intention or spare time to hold on to the feelings you're thinking about. She continued. Oh, if you mentioned that, then I feel at ease now, young lady. Suddenly she said with a smile, you don't need to compete with Jama anymore. Luckily, I'm glad. I can still handle that little girl in Saki, but I can't compare to you. She shyly said, what? Oh, is that so? Miura wanted to say something but didn't. The level of the blessing is classified according to its essence. Some are talking about it, if protected by a spirit beast, it's called the spirit beast level. If it's a fairy, it's called the fairy level. Recently, every time I have a fiery dream, I see my late grandfather appear. Suddenly, someone calls out to Jodamet, whose ancestor only helps with weightlifting and doesn't possess a body to bestow blessings. Joma looked at Saki with a hint of helplessness. The instructor above, seeing this, didn't know what else to say. It's been 2 days since Saki leveled up, but I still haven't heard why he joined the ranking class. He sleeps all day, so I haven't had a chance to ask. It's hard to believe. At this moment, he muttered to himself, luckily Chloe is still in the hospital. The instructor continued explaining that the levels of blessings are divided as follows. Most of the students here probably possess spirit-level blessings, right? The lecturer continued. But don't be too disappointed. Joma, sitting below, whispered, is that supposed to be comforting? He whispered, even though one of those rare blessings had fallen into my hands a few days ago. Someone now asked, Professor, what about the divine level blessing? The professor cheerfully replied, the divine level blessing, also known as the hero's blessing. Although I am a professor of blessings, I must say that this level only exists in legends. Since humanity first discovered blessings, only one person has ever had it. At this point, the bell rings. Unfortunately, it's already ringing. We'll continue this story in the next lesson. Let's stop here for today, Professor. Someone called out. It was Yom Ma. He raises his hand. The professor now says, ask away. The more eager students, the better. He said, I wish the blessing of the gods would always be with you. Seeing this, the professor replied, I don't quite understand the meaning of your question, but your words have a strange emptiness. What kind of gap is that? The professor cheerfully replied, because gods no longer exist in this world. Even if you rub it, your curiosity still amazes me. He fell silent for a moment without saying anything. Saki then opened her blindfold to look at him, but soon she also laid her head back down and fell asleep again. He awkwardly turned to ask her, have you slept enough? She shifted and said, probably not yet. He continued, I should get some sleep too, and then he leaned down to sleep. Suddenly a system voice echoes to you. Hearing it, you open your eyes and look, and immediately you realize something that leaves you in shock. The screen now shows the words GM, requesting to talk to you, with numerous electronic devices floating around him. The system begins asking, do you want to accept it? Yes or no? A system sphere appears with the message, GM is requesting a chat with you. Zalma is in a completely different space from reality. He is floating in midair surrounded by countless strange devices. He clearly doesn't know what is happening right now, but in the end he agrees to talk. The screen shows a message saying you have accepted GM's chat request. Strange lights emanate from the sphere around him as he stands there, clueless about what is happening. The screen then displays the message, do you want to prevent IN again? At this moment, the screen shows another message indicating GM is interfering with the code, followed by a series of incomprehensible characters. In the world line, it seems someone wants to interfere with this world. But who is that person? The mystery continues, and at this moment, his expression gradually becomes serious as he contemplates. World line. Everything is filled with incomprehensible things. At this moment, he seems to realize something. Something just flashed above his head, and the same below, but it seems like he's caught between two worlds. The upper part glows with blue light, while below is a mix of pink and red, looking quite mysterious. At this moment, he quietly says to himself, everything has become quiet again, as if nothing ever happened. The danger level of the enemy is too high. He paused for a moment. Your qualifications are too low, and he looked around cautiously. You still haven't met the requirements to become. The message, do you still want to continue? YN, keeps appearing on the screen as he hovers in midair, pondering something. Jom's thoughts continued. This doesn't seem to be just an ordinary dream. Maybe this is the reason I ended up in this world. Perhaps I will find clues about the blessing of the sword god that was bestowed upon me. In the end, he still decided to agree. The screen continued to display the message that GMO had confirmed your will. GM is using his control power to make contact. The message continues to appear. The code world line begins to adjust and transform everything. After the notification, the screen closes. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from above as a black patch appeared, and he thought in amazement this was similar to when he unlocked the blessing of the sword god. And on the day I entered the academy, I felt that the surrounding space was very similar to that day. My thoughts continued. That's right. I also saw that thing back then. No matter what I have to do, I must find out what that is. He gradually reached his hand toward the strange red light without hesitation. I am slowly moving closer, even just a little at a time, gradually flying toward that red light. Just a little more, just a little more. Suddenly a voice called out, "Wake up!" Someone touched his shoulder. He could feel it, but he was still in that strange space. That hand is also in this space, because of some interference from somewhere. Gaoma will see you again later. At this moment, he seems to gradually disappear. Despite his confusion, he still doesn't know what he should do. He was about to reach it, but couldn't quite touch it. What? Why? No, I can't accept this. I still want to understand everything clearly. Several different circles appeared in front of him, all bright red. G faintly left a message for his friend with a notification. Just slash and cut before he disappears, so he can finally read the message that was just sent. Whatever it is, Mo wants him to be decisive and cut without caring what it is. Eventually, that space gradually closed in and the blue light dimmed. It continued to fade away. Suddenly, a voice called out, Kengo, wake up." Hearing the call, he raised his head, still not recognizing everything around him. Saki nearby said, "You used to scold me for sleeping too much, but you slept like you were dead." Huh. Turns out everything you saw and experienced just now was a dream, but it looked so real. Saki continued speaking, playfully wagging her index finger in front of her. "Anyway, you should thank me. If I hadn't woken you up, you'd probably have gone to class in your dream." As she said this, she suddenly turned to look at him, feeling that something was very strange. His eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and tears started to fall one by one. A little later, he was sitting on a wooden bench outside, lost in thought, when suddenly he remembered the moment she asked, "Are you okay? Did you have a sad dream?" He clearly felt quite strange. "I think I had a dream, but I can't remember anything. I try to remember what I dreamed of, but I can't recall anything." Being caught sleeping all the time like Saki was embarrassing enough, and I even cried. He felt extremely embarrassed about his uncontrollable actions just now, as the three of them, Weapon, Saki, and Chloe, approached from afar. Weapon spoke when he saw him sitting there. He was the first to arrive. Hearing the voice, he turned back and saw the three of them. All three approached, step by step. At this moment, Chloe is wearing a mask, probably because her illness has slightly improved, so she still has to wear it to prevent spreading the disease. Their conversation is lively, so let's try to summarize it again. It seems the enemy targeting the Dark Mage is inside during the midterm exam. Saki then points straight ahead and loudly says, "Oh my god, I get it. How long are you going to keep analyzing this? That's why you can't be top of the class. Get to the point and stop wasting time." She shouted at Weapon again. "If I start bleeding, it's your responsibility." Because the demon sitting on one side makes him so nervous he's sweating bullets. He secretly thinks he already asked Weapon to explain earlier, but he's sure the guy will be twisted in all kinds of ways. Weapon at this moment also refused to back down and replied, "Hey, do you think you'll be the top scorer forever? Just wait until the written exam next week." Seeing him speak, she quickly covered her nose and pretended not to notice, then said finally the bleeding had really started, and she was holding it to stop the flow. Ima sat to one side, unsure of what to do, while Chloe stood nearby laughing non-stop, and he quickly turned his attention to her. He turned to talk to her. "Is Chloe feeling better now?" Seeing him ask, she quickly replied, "Yes, much better. But I was standing a bit apart to avoid spreading the illness to everyone else." Hearing her say that, I felt relieved and realized that's why she was standing all the way over there. I keep thinking about Saki too, but things are really complicated right now. I've been trying to figure it out on my own, but I haven't gotten anywhere. As soon as Tao Thao was mentioned, Tao Thao appeared. Saki quickly leaned in close and said, "Ryoho." Her face was so cold it made him panic. She repeated her name once more, Ryoho. Hearing that, he froze for a long time, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, Chloe let out a harsh, wheezing cough, and Dama, noticing her, became a little worried. He turned to look at Saki and asked Ryojo, "Is this way of calling him correct?" Hearing that, she cheerfully said, "Yes, that's good. I hope to get a lot of help." Jama, while Weapon is elsewhere, says, "Hey, we've compiled everything we know so far to keep track of the situation." Is it that again? She sat on the ground, flipping through the pages and then vomiting. "First, someone from the Elder Institute of the Academy is targeting you, Jama. Second, this is the appearance of the female trainer that we heard about from the checkpoint staff that day." Chloe stood to the side, looking at the notebook that Weapon was flipping through. "Wow," she praised him, with one side of her face hidden behind a mask. The notebook has a quick sketch of the female trainer, light pink hair, sharp, cold eyes, relatively tall, targeting jaw from the Elders Institute with their cunning hands. "Can we turn this danger into an opportunity? Next time we escape," he suddenly spoke up and said, "Right, I think we can figure it out right away, but on second thought, knowing about this isn't really that important." He asked again, "Since the Elders' trust isn't clear anyway, they'll probably be stopped right at Editor." "Right?" Chloe also quickly responded, "That's right." Dom Ma looked a bit surprised, his face showing a look of disbelief. "Really?" As for Saki, she said, "I was sure I had seen that female trainer before, so I hacked into the Academy's security system to check everything, from the main trainer to the assistant instructors, a total of 546 people." As she spoke, she remembered a scene where she was logging into the system. "I found one of them, but strangely, I couldn't verify the identity." He turned to ask her, "Do you still know how to do things like that?" She happily turned to answer, "In this era of widespread 4.0 technology, those kinds of tricks are not surprising. Still, the security system here is among the best in the world, so I can only act at dawn when the system is weakest and already exhausted. Because of this, I'm even more exhausted. Don't tell me you only see me as someone who sleeps all day for no reason." At this moment, he thought to himself, this is truly devilish. He recalled the morning when classes just started, including the phone number he had never given him, which he found on his own. Weapons spoke up at this moment, meaning nothing has been clarified yet, and there's no way to break into the Elder's place and threaten the LPS. He continued, "Yeah, if it's because of the demon, maybe, but it won't solve anything, and will only make things worse." Saki also lazily added, "Yeah, I also agree with that." Zoma remained silent. "Even Chloe agrees. I think so too." Weapon continued to voice his opinion, "So they thought about creating a private club for us," he said, showing his fierce determination. After hearing that, he was a bit surprised and said, "A club? A club, huh?" "That's right. Clubs at Joaquin Academy not only allow free movement, but also provide funding for activities. Whether it's actual combat or not, the Academy values cooperation among students and offers corresponding privileges." She continued, saying that as part of those privileges, the club would be regarded as an organization affiliated with Joaquin Academy. In other words, before she could finish speaking, he interrupted and silenced her, saying that just belonging to a club already grants protection from the Academy. Pushed unexpectedly, she shouted, "Oh, he's just saying that being a student isn't enough yet?" Saki lay back on the chair, sighing, and said, "Exactly. For us, those with enemies both inside and outside, the club acts as a double shield for our profession. The club system is one of the support magic features. On the screen, characters with a friendliness level of 999 appear. Since this is an academy-themed game, the system allows players to have a personal space to decorate with furniture and items. Invite characters to increase intimacy, a must-have feature in otaku games that has made countless fans open their wallets. It's late now. I've been waiting for you. I used to be too busy to care much about the housing system, but I didn't expect it to become useful in this way when it finally became a reality." "I really didn't expect this." Joma asked, "Does the club have any conditions for being established?" He quickly replied that they needed at least 5 people first, then to write a club formation plan and submit it to the responsible department. At this, he suddenly remembered something. 5 people? So we're 1 person short, he asked again. "Do you all plan to join this club?" He cheerfully said, Hey, don't make me sad, okay?" Of course, from the very beginning, Niels was reluctant to do it together, so he didn't mention it. Of course. Neil dismisses the help he gave you, and Jom also speaks up. "I also received help from you before, right? And in a group like this, there has to be at least 1 person who's more about brains. As I grow older, all my relationships are based on calculation and benefit. Yet now people I've only known for a short time trust me and are willing to go with me. Even in this world, where class divisions still exist strictly, thank you everyone. Then, let's name the club first to make the momentum even more explosive." Everyone was happily chatting together. Memories of assassination. Suddenly Chloe thought of this, and declared that she would eliminate all the rotten forces. "What do you think?" Weapon stood to the side and said, That name does seem a bit off." Even Dom Ma was speechless, while Chloe was crying. Saki stood to the side and said to them, "Just pretend the Tuknip patrol team is just a small village. The name doesn't really matter. Just call it the land. Back in my hometown, that was a fairy tale." He spoke up. "Saki, be quiet for a moment. Please stay silent, too. Maybe we should call it F Club? Memories of assassination, mysterious and strange." With all those names, Ma felt speechless. Dom suddenly asked, "How about starting a travel club?" He was conquering the dungeon while wandering outside, but Lee and Koa hadn't responded yet. "Not okay?" Everyone heard that and thought it made sense, so they said, "I agree, I think it's fine too." "Then let's go with that decision." Saki spoke up first. "Now we need to find a faculty advisor for the club. Since there's a written exam next week, we should prepare in advance." At this point, he secretly wondered if the travel club was really okay, since she also seemed lazy. "Oh yeah, without a faculty advisor, we can't establish the club. Actually, that's the biggest problem. The club advisor must be someone with a rank of professor or higher, and this time it's going to be a bit difficult for them." Chloe also started to speak. Maybe we should ask the magic department professor. He's known for being friendly and well-liked." Finally, Chloe made the suggestion, recalling that teacher as Weapon spoke. "Oh, Professor Damien, but he's very busy. I don't think it'll work." "That's right. No one is more suitable than him. He's truly the one who leads the way." At first he didn't agree, but in the end he accepted her proposal. Saki sat on the chair and added, Out of more than 500 staff members, there are only about 30 professors. And if you include the first-year coordinators, it's only about 10 people. Promoting club activities while the system is full of conflicts isn't easy at all." She turned to ask him, "What do you think?" Who else could come up with someone? Then he turned to look at her and didn't answer right away, instead asking, "As long as they are at least a professor or higher, that's okay?" She quickly replied, "Yes, but there are almost no one above a professor in the academy." He held the phone in his hand and softly said, "There are actually some." Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. At this moment, he held up his phone in front of everyone, and their amazement deepened. Is it really true? Despite the voice still echoing, the club must be registered in person by the club president. Jom then spoke up, "I am the club president." Hearing that, the manager there seemed skeptical and said, "You?" He was speechless and just stared straight ahead. The manager then spoke up. Oh my, what is he thinking right now? Just because of his status, the staff from the education department is acting so mockingly? At this moment, he muttered to himself, this is really troublesome. Then he said to the manager, as long as the procedures are followed, the club can be established, so please accept my registration form. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you a first-year student? To register a club, you need a faculty advisor to support you. It seems like no one wants to be your advisor, huh? What do you mean by that? She asked slowly. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I think there's probably a professor in the academy willing to be a mentor and support the club created by a special student like you, right? Then she sat down heavily on the chair and turned to say further. Given your background, you should learn to behave a little better, I thought to myself, as expected. If things go on like this, the academy will disappear someday without anyone to succeed. I kept thinking that I wanted to talk to her calmly and get things done, but everything just didn't go as planned. I used to work in the food service industry, so I've met quite a few people. There are even more annoying people out there, so it's best to stay silent now. I understand that, but deep down I really want to punch her. You're clearly very annoyed, but I still hold back. He stood there holding the phone and answered. Yes, I'm listening. She looked a bit surprised and eavesdropping. He continued, I am at the club registration area. She nervously asked, who did you call there? He ignored her and continued, well, if you're nearby, you can come here to help me out. Aren't you getting bored yet? All right, see you again soon. Seeing Jae-ma finish his call, she angrily slammed her hands on the table and said, I really can't take it anymore. Do you think this is a place where you can make calls so casually? He replied calmly, just do your job and someone will come to assist me soon. Hearing that, she was surprised and shouted. What? She shouted angrily at him. What gives you the right to act like that with me? Your backer must be bigger than this education department, right? The people around, seeing the situation, didn't dare to lift their faces to face her. She continued shouting, if you don't respect me, you'll face the consequences. Do you know that I am the niece of the academy's principal? I just need to say one word, and a special student like you will be expelled. He paid no attention and just gave a faint smile. Ha ha! The more she gets angry, the more furious she becomes. Do you think I will just let you go like this? You will see. Hey, your voice is too loud here. What the hell is this brat? He continued calmly. You really have your hypocritical face exposed now. Anyone who sees it will just hate you. I didn't expect that just a little chat would reveal your true nature. At this moment, she threw something towards where you were standing. Everyone around was panicking, not knowing what to do. She also looked a bit surprised, one foot stepping onto the ground as dust rose into the air, looking very strong. He looked toward the approaching person and said, greet her, because she's here to support me. She looked at him and was immediately stunned, her face turning pale. That is my club advisor. He gently introduced her as a slender woman with red eyes and alluring green hair approached them. Boyson stepped over and said, it's been a while since I saw you in person, Jum. It's really good to see you. He happily replied, you're so busy but I still bother you. I'm really sorry. She also cheerfully said, it's nothing. I'm happy to help even if I can't get anything in return. Just call me and I'll come right away. At this moment, she suddenly wondered if it was Kang Zom. She didn't expect that the person she had been talking to all along was actually him. Is he really the top scorer of this year? She was quite surprised by this situation. Check the name tag on his outer shirt. Boyson then said, give me that file. I will handle it with the HR department here. You should go home and study. There's a writing contest next week. He quickly responded. Yes, then please ask her for me. After saying that, he turned and walked away. The sound of a chair spinning and hitting the ground, someone pushing a chair in front of her to sit down. She nervously said, Director, this is just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think, she stammered in fear. Boyson just pointed at her and said, no need to make excuses. I think it's about your background, right? It must be so. She pointed to one side and said, targeting such an outstanding student from the academy to bother him is really not a good idea. Then she handed her a piece of paper. She was instantly terrified. Boy slowly rested his chin on his hand and spoke calmly. Give her 5 minutes. She softly says one sentence, write it down. Just one sentence, but carrying a heavy weight. She looked at the paper on the table, her lips trembling, beads of sweat forming at the corner of her mouth. Whenever you come to the principal's office, I will always welcome you. Your registration form has been received. Just one more member and the club can be established. At this point, he said that the female employee must have been fired. Jum quickly responded to the message. Thank you, I will come see you next time. Oh, and I just received a message reminding me to come meet you after school today. He then stepped into a cellar and, as he opened the door, he proactively greeted, Hello, sir. I've arrived. The blacksmith was still busy with his work and didn't respond. After a while, he also turned back and said to him, "You're here to pick up the weapon, right? Wait a moment." From afar, he whispered to himself, "This is the first time I see him look like a real blacksmith." After saying that, he wondered what he thought of him, but as a gamer, he both loved and hated him. That train of thought continues after what happened last time. Although I resent him, I also feel sorry for him. In the end, I still have compassion for everyone. After standing for a while, he muttered that it was too hot. As he finished speaking, he loosened his tie around his neck. He is almost the only blacksmith responsible for forging items for all the players here. Will clean and design. As a blacksmith by trade, luck is unavoidable for players when they need his help, so when upgrades fail, he's the one who bears all the insults. I'm a casual player, so I haven't felt it much, but for those who spend a lot to upgrade their gear and fail, he's truly hated by them. Will present an A-rank item. Will and the light dispel the darkness, Willin, and everything will eventually fade away. People even call him by an unfriendly nickname like Dom Willin. Well, it's understandable. Every time I upgrade an item from B to E, I just want to offer a prayer to my ancestors. Just as I was thinking about this, a voice suddenly spoke out. "What are you thinking about him?" Hearing that, you suddenly snapped out of your thoughts, looked up at him, sitting on the chair, and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminiscing and thought you looked like someone I know." Hearing that, he replied, "Then that person must be as handsome as me, right? I have to say he's extremely narcissistic." He continued, "Your weapon here is perfect, just as you hoped. This is the result of my hard work. I hope you will use it well." Seeing that, he also straightened up a bit. He continued, "I even added a special attribute to it. Check it out. On the table is a perfectly upgraded knife. It no longer looks as frightening as before." Suddenly, he shouted out loud, "Will!" Before this action, he was a bit startled and said, "What? Why do you look at me with such fear?" The Trukfuk, Divine Warrior on the screen, now shows the pain completely gone. The number of times Trukfuk has met the requirement, so the duration has been adjusted accordingly. The duration is 40 to 50 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. Oh, 50 seconds. Thinking about the difficult dungeons that need to be conquered, 40 seconds seems a bit short. Even adding just 10 seconds would be good. Later, upgrading weapons and other equipment will definitely increase the effective time. Truly lucky. He looked at the screen and pondered. I used to think that Trukfuk was unnecessary, but now I realize that Trukfuk, the martial god awakened by Kangjom, has quite high practical value compared to the Tulin-level Trukfuk. At this moment, he turned to look at the sword and said, "Oh right, he told me to check this." As he picked up the sword, its information immediately appeared. Upgraded massa, 35 cm in size, destructive power C, range, hardness E. Growth A is a dagger made from carbon steel containing master secrets, small in size but highly practical and versatile. Level upgrade? He looked at the screen and continued. This upgrade is decent for the effort, but I'm still not satisfied because I used A-grade Bull King materials. So I think the knife should at least be upgraded to level C, but I haven't achieved that. I also think about the past. If in the future I need to channel more power here for battle, increasing the hardness would be fine, because I will face higher level monsters. He looked at the screen and continued. This button keeps ringing. I might as well press it. The screen displayed the message, "Please tap to activate." Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? As I pressed the screen, countless strange things appeared, catching me completely off guard. The screen shows a message that the weapon enhancement was successful and upgraded, adding 3 empty slots for skills. The attached skills will activate randomly when used, he said in surprise. Do I need high-grade magic stones? As he looked at the screen, he was panicked. It's also quite difficult to find the right skill, so I'll think about it later. At this moment, somewhere else, a glass of water was thrown out, and someone shouted angrily, "Damn it!" The mirror there was shattered. The person standing in front of the mirror smiled eerily. Ha ha. Someone sat down on the ground, laughing without really laughing, feeling a bit strange. Oh, that person is holding a purple bottle and gulping it down. After finishing the drink, he threw the bottle far away, causing a loud noise. He sat against the cushion and said, "What should we do now?" Ryman von Bem in the Evil, one of the 7 saintly heroes known as the Watcher. But my father died 45 years ago during the campaign to eliminate the 2nd Demon Legion commander after Batman. Everyone praised him as a hero, but after my father died, attacks to seize everything from the Bemin family began. He was still very young then. How much hatred did I have to carry to survive until this day? I devised a plan to make my relatives, who once ordered my assassination, turn SNG into enemies killing each other. At that time, he tried to escape from the pursuit. In the end, I managed to stabilize the situation and protect the Bemink family. By the age of 30, I had become an elder at J Queen Academy. There I guided the ignorant humanity to maintain the saint selection system for the Academy. I consider it my mission to help fight against the demon race. Because demons are enemies that constantly threaten humanity, I exploited that to strengthen my power. But then an unexpected variable appeared. Leon von Reinhard, a hero with the strength to destroy the Demon King. Of course, to do that he still needs to try harder, because the gap between human and demon powers is too great. Currently, it's almost impossible to believe that Leon could defeat the Demon King. At this moment, he looked up and continued. But the original hero, 3 times Queen, once sealed the Legion Commander Lycon, even though he loved him more. That precedent is indeed real. See, everything could happen again, so I need to deal with this hero Leon to maintain the threat of the demon race against humans, so I will have a position. It seems he has made up his mind and muttered to himself, "The trainer's threats, these guys still don't know their place to bother me?" One person has arrived, and that person has pink hair. He was just returning and was extremely surprised. As soon as we met, I immediately recognized who was the stronger one, the person who directly made a contract with a lieutenant-level demon. A person who has completely abandoned humanity, choosing to follow demonic power to become a half-demon or an evil being. He sat there and said, "Only that Leon guy was enough to give me a headache. Now with that special student's name added, everything is really complicated. We have investigated everything on our side, but haven't found anything conclusive, so the situation has hardly progressed." Suddenly he asked, "Is anyone there?" Someone responded to him, "Yes, Elder Gladdy." He said, "Gather the monsters." What does he really want to do by making them gather? Dom Ma doodles absent-mindedly with a pen, thinking to himself, "Ma stone, Ma stone, Ma stone." Joe Ma thinks that the presence of demon stone on weapons is clearly unreasonable. Demon stone appears 3 times. If this were a game, it would definitely be a jackpot. If this were a game, he would be pondering deeply. Magic materials drop when defeating bosses in certain dungeons. It only drops from A-ranked monsters and above, but calling them monsters is just to keep it simple, because in reality, they're no different from demons. At this point, the presence of demons is extremely unsettling. Is it another demon person? Truly a cursed fate. Could it be because my name also contains the character for demon that it's like this? He looked over at Saki Ryuho beside him and wondered, is she staying up all night again? It's been a week since we conquered Muchao. John Mea suspects that the demon stone is also the key to Cove King's location. Its origin comes from the giant beast Gigon. It's unclear how someone managed to defeat Gigon, but it's certain that the existence of magic stones is thanks to that. He silently evaluates. Even in the game, Gigon is depicted as a terrifying demon beast that can shake the land with just a step, but compared to the later monsters, Gigon is actually quite manageable. The filthy basilisk, the fierce manticore, and the lingrog, these creatures exist as if they were born for greatness. Joma hesitated, wondering whether to risk his life for a weapon with special skills. The ghost beast hunting and crystal gathering missions are usually Leon's tasks. At this moment, Chloe approached and asked him, "Joma, is this seat taken?" Zoma saw her and quickly changed the subject. "Good morning, Chloe." He then gestured for Chloe to look over at Saki Ryujo sleeping peacefully, and to break the awkwardness, Joma asked Han, "You look like you've fully recovered, right?" She replied happily, "Yes, only you, Joma, are having a hard time. That day your sword was emitting a blue light." He suddenly interrupted. "Ah, Chloe, about that." "Oh, I'm sorry." He slightly bowed his head in thought aura. Yes, demon stones are definitely worth hunting. Joma recalls the previous battle and can't help but calculate, which may sound contradictory, but right now he's craving power. He has set aside thoughts of peace, safety, and stability, but his core goal remains unchanged, to survive. He looked a bit worried as he gazed out the window, the non-existent variables constantly targeting him. Jom Ma remained silent, his mind filled with tangled thoughts. It's been almost a month since I enrolled, just 3 more years. The truth about the second human-demon war will soon unfold. Behind, Chloe and Speed Weapon are happily greeting each other. "Hello, Chloe." "Hello." Joma still has concerns. To prepare for that, strengthening personal power and equipping special skills for weapons is no longer optional, but essential. Seeing Saki Ryujo dozing off there, Speed Weapon curiously asked, "Why is this kid here?" Chloe immediately warned him, "If you're planning to mess with him, go somewhere else." He remained deep in thought, unsure of the outcome of the great battle, especially since the main character Leon isn't very trustworthy. And at this moment, Speed Weapon was quietly approaching Saki Ryudo. He was quickly punched by her, only because he was too lost in thought to notice. Even if he is a demon, the so-called heir of the hero being defeated with just 1 strike is truly unbelievable. At this point, he couldn't hold back and shouted, losing his composure. Speed Weapon, holding his cheek, complained indignantly. Captain, you just hit me. Dama was so surprised he let out a gasp. When did you arrive? Saki Rujo took off the blindfold and replied instead. It's been about 10 years. Speed Weapon spoke to him seriously. I was going to ask about forming a club. Dama calmly replied, the principal has approved it. Just need one more person to start right away, so don't call me captain so soon. He's very understanding and nodded. Okay, I got it. Did you hear that? Recently, Leon has been very active. I heard he cleared out several high-level dungeons. Hearing that, his expression darkened, finally becoming like the main character. I take back what I said earlier. Saki Rujo stretched out his hand to complain. Yesterday, he also conquered an A-level dungeon, and it was with a small team, too. We're still struggling with the level C dungeon, Speed Weapon asked in surprise. You know more about it than I do? Are you keeping an eye on Leon? What's going on? Not denying it means it's true. Are you also paying attention to Leon? Saki Rujo immediately turned back and looked, finally muttering irritably, I don't care at all. So now what is going on, God? Joma continues his monologue. Leon is growing up. With this group, he will probably receive the martial arts manual during the upcoming survival training on the deserted island. Honestly, for a guy like Sashimi with no skills to survive this long, is already a miracle. In the end, he sighed in frustration. Just a hypothesis, but maybe I am the lucky charm for the main character, taking on all the dangers for Lion. Thinking that way wouldn't be fun at all. Jom clenched his fists and whispered to himself. But still, I have no intention of sitting idly and taking it. To survive, I am ready to wield my sword without hesitation. He keeps warning himself that he has no reason to pursue a perfect, righteous path like a protagonist. I'm not the main character, I'm Joma. Joma quietly spoke up. Whatever it is, just cut it off. Hearing this, Saki Ryujo asked him curiously, Do you like anime? Zom quickly denies it. No, that's not it. She continued to question. So what was that line? A game or something? Meanwhile, the maid was leading a group of people through the academy. Bark excitedly said, Our captain is really being appreciated now. He was even personally called in by the Elder Council of Joaquin Academy. Maybe this is the chance for the captain to step into the spotlight. She coldly warned him that if he didn't want to lose the rest of his tongue, he should shut up. Hearing that, he blurted out a teasing remark. Oh my God, why is the captain so stiff? Tapi quickly reminded him he's a rookie so he doesn't know, but the captain actually hates the seniors. Bark was a bit confused and asked, What? So this time, why did you agree? He responded as if it was obvious, unable to refuse such a huge sum of money. He laughed loudly in response. Well, it's just to make a living after all. The deposit is 100 million each, and success earns double. At that moment, Lei Sen spoke, and the two of them fell silent, obediently answering clearly. The maid standing at the main door called out, Sir Gladovan from the singing group, I have brought them in. The villainous Assassin Alliance Undertaker, including the antagonist Captain Len, Vice Captain Jiang Tipeng, and Member Paris, quickly entered the room and, seeing them at the singing spot, said in a tone, It must have been hard to get here. Lesen remains always cold and silent, giving no response. He quickly orders his subordinates to hand it over to them. She held a file in her hand with Jom's photo attached. Bark looked at him and snapped irritably. What? You look like a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet. You look like those spoiled rich kids, don't you? I'm more handsome than you. The singer then made a request. Next week is survival training on the deserted island. Take care of him there. As I said, the advance payment is 100 million world for each person, and the reward will be transferred separately. Len suddenly asked, What happens after the execution? He gently placed the cup down and softly replied, Throw it away. The singer cruelly said, There's plenty of ocean around the island, just use it as bait for fish or throw it to the sharks. On the day of the heaven, the demon muttered while nibbling on a piece of bread, Holy Grace was first discovered in 6984. He looked at some lines in the notebook and continued. After the heroic revolution in France, Jean Ma fell into deep thought. Even though I did well on the midterm exam, I heard that the rankings would be posted publicly. I instinctively thought of my friends Saki Rujo and Speed Weapon. If it weren't for that, I would have just done it half-heartedly. The two club members are the top scorer and the runner-up. Jom thought to himself that as the president, he couldn't let himself be looked down upon. I don't understand what she's saying. The phone on the table suddenly rang, leaving him very confused. Who is this, calling so early in the morning? Joma guessed. Is it Mom? Saki Rujo asked if you are taking the written exam today. Have you had breakfast yet? Zoma quickly replied. I already ate a sandwich. Then she carefully advised me on everything. Make sure to eat enough carbs before the exam, or your brain won't function properly. Have you seen the effects of Yang yet? It helps boost metabolism, aids in weight loss, fights aging, improves skin, cleanses the blood, and also has anti-cancer properties. They keep showing off over there. What do you think? That's why I always carry Younggang with me. After reading it, he could only helplessly sigh and say, "Oh my God, it's only early morning and you've already said such crazy things." Jom replies to the message. In my country, there's a traditional sweet people eat before exams. Saki Ryujo saw that and was very happy, replying quickly. She curiously asked, "Really? What are you making?" He immediately suggested eating taffy. Saki Ryujo read it and angrily scolded, "Just eat it yourself. Hey, Yoma." Ignoring her constant spam calls to Yama, he decisively put down the phone and told himself he must do well on the exam. I can't lose to this idiot Younggang addict. Soon the four friends gathered and sat together. Doma muttered in confusion, "It's over. The fool has taken the exam." Facing him, Speed Weapon keeps questioning Saki Ryo. How could the first sentence be written like that? She smiled teasingly at him. There's no way she would explain the phrase, "God is dead," like that. Chloe suddenly approached Han Joma to ask, "Joma, are you doing okay with the test?" He replied shyly. "Question 3, I guessed randomly." She let out a loud sigh of relief. "It's an essay question. How can you choose randomly?" Chloe chuckled nervously. "Are you teasing me?" Actually, Joma is very troubled. I had to rack my brain to recall the knowledge from playing the game to answer. But I guess I need to do better than Chloe, right? As if remembering something, he turned to probe her. "Chloe, did you hear anything from Nock? It's been quite a while since I last heard any news." Chloe was startled and blurted out, "Oh, actually." She hesitated and rubbed her cheek. "Yesterday Nock called me, but I went to bed early so I didn't answer." Joma continued to wonder what time you called. Chloe rolled her eyes and lied. "Lately I've been staying up late studying around 7 p.m., so of course he doesn't believe that. You're a night owl who definitely chose not to answer on purpose." Joma silently ponders. "The phone numbers of editor members are highly confidential, so if Nock doesn't meet with me in person, I can only hear news from Chloe. They might have their reasons, but it seems like the two are still quite awkward around each other. Anyway, they are brothers. I hope they can get along a bit better." Sweet Weapon suddenly hugged his head and shouted, "Why?" "I've stayed up for so many nights studying. Saki Ryujo just pointed to my head and teased him. Now that's just right to accept. It's only a difference in intelligence." Joma tiredly sighs. "It's fine." I was a bit surprised when she pouted and sat down next to me. Saki Ryujo softly asked, "What are you two talking about that makes you so happy?" "Are you really dating?" Jom quietly complains in disappointment. "Is it because you're still too young to believe, so you only think that way?" But Chloe behind you looks very happy. Dating with your friend Jama, and Jama already denies it. "No, I've told you many times it's not what you think. Saki Ryujo still hasn't let go." "Is that so? You came by to question him." "So why do you always ignore my messages?" Zomba casually responds. "What do you mean always? I only didn't reply once." The girl Chloe suddenly called in a strained voice, "Jom, it's you." He hurriedly turned around and saw her entire body engulfed in a blazing orange flame of fury. Contact. Chloe angrily looked at Saki Ryuho. The two of them share the same last name. Jomma wondered in shock. "What's going on? You just sat next to each other without saying a word, and now, just because of a message, it's like this?" Speed Weapon is also stunned. "What is this, Chloe?" Saki Ryujo is just adding fuel to the fire. "Huh? What's going on, Chloe?" "What's wrong with her?" Zomba angrily told her. "Step back a little." Saki Ryujo continues to mock. "What's going on? You've known Chloe for a long time. The more Jama, the more you should know why she's like that." He muttered irritably. "What is this girl thinking?" But over there, Chloe is still calling Gang Joma's name loudly. She angrily scolds, "You didn't even give me your phone number." Joma forced a nervous laugh and explained that Chloe's number was top secret information. Chloe muttered, "You promised it was just her." "He's just my prince." Saki Ryujo grabbed his hand and shouted, "What is it?" "What's wrong with her?" Yoma asked nervously. "Ryujo, do you know what yander is?" She seemed to be amused as she said it. "Is Naang Niang in English? What does it mean?" "I'm not very familiar with English. Saki Ryujo even tried to tease me more." "What is that?" Speed Weapon quickly moved forward to stop her. "You still don't understand the situation, do you?" He muttered anxiously. He's really gone crazy. Saki Ryujo, pushed away by Speed Weapon, yells in anger. "Hey, why did you push me?" Why Winkin Chloe suddenly pulls out a pocket knife. John panicked and blamed himself. It was a different time then. What should I do now? Lately, I've neglected my yandere study videos on YouTube, so I've forgotten how to handle this. Chloe approaches with deadly intent, her eyes now filled with nothing but resentment. "I will make you only see me." Joma tries to salvage the situation. "Chloe, let's talk properly. Speed Weapon shouted in horror, and even Duma and Sakiriho were surprised and called out. Chloe relentlessly stabbed the knife into him and scolded, "You always make me so sad." She angrily shouted, "It's always other girls around you, not me." When Joma sidestepped, the knife slashed toward Saki Ryujo, and he immediately struck Chloe's hand. Seeing that, Saki Ryujo let out a grateful sound. "Chloe kept attacking, and I was always trying my best for you." She swung her sword down mercilessly, and Speed Weapon and Saki Ryujo stared in shock. Joma managed to hold Chloe firmly and seriously told her to calm down so we could talk. Her hand trembled slightly as she softly muttered, "Don't do this." Jom calmly ordered, "Just listen to me first." Chloe shouted in anger, "You haven't even contacted me and now you want to say something? What else is there to talk about? I just want to face you directly and talk. Communicating through this broken metal like a phone is just too emotionless." Between us, she trembled slightly and asked again. "Between us, once more, I emphasize. Yes, between us." He leaned in close to Chloe's face and whispered, "Chloe Yama knows it's time to be decisive now." He sweet-talks her gently. "Thank you for always thinking of me." She couldn't believe her ears. Sweet Weapon blushes shyly at this scene, while Saki Ryujo feels extremely uncomfortable. "Joma has been supporting me since the dungeon in Balo, so don't be too upset." Hearing all this, Chloe was so happy she exclaimed, "Really?" He nodded softly, silently relieved, seeming to have turned the situation around successfully. Speed Weapon asked Joma with concern, "Are you okay?" He nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm fine." Chloe excitedly calls out to Ma, "Dom, what should we talk about next?" He looked at the mess of spilled water on the table and said, "First, clean this up." Speed Weapon agreed. Oh right, only Saki Ryujo quietly left. He watched her back, feeling exhausted, thinking she was like that again. By the afternoon when school was over, both Saki Ryujo and Speed Weapon were thinking about one person, more than ever. Speed Weapon suddenly remembered when Chloe had suddenly gone into a rage at some point. Whenever something related to demons happens, Chloe emits a fierce killing intent. It can be inferred that Chloe's feelings for Joma are a twisted love. He suddenly used himself, but what surprised me even more was the image of holding a sashimi knife behind his sweet and charming appearance. At this point, Speed Weapon was a bit contemplative. Although he always advocates for persuasion and soothing through dialogue, in reality the demon mixes both comfort and violence. In urgent situations, he knows how to exploit the fear of violence. At a glance, he might be seen as a villain, but in essence, he ultimately defines that as the qualities of a ruler. Speed Weapon is unwavering in his belief that Kang Ma will definitely do something great. He turned to ask Saki Ryuho beside him, "What's wrong with you?" She replied irritably, "What do you mean?" Speed Weapon immediately pointed out, "You've been pouting and looking annoyed the whole time." Saki Ryujo innocently replied, "I haven't done anything." He didn't delve into this issue anymore. "All right then, but what are you doing with your phone?" "I'm deleting videos because viewers aren't following the content I upload." Hearing that, Speed Weapon asked, "What viewers? You still do YouTube too?" Saki Ryujo immediately held up the screen, showing the actual gameplay page. "What should I do if Yonder pulls out a gun and approaches?" Then she nonchalantly says, "It's not really professional, just for fun." Speed Weapon exclaimed in shock, "What do you mean?" "A perfect way to deal with Yander has 210,000 views. What a pity, why delete it?" Saki Ryujo looked a bit downcast. "I guess we don't need it anymore now." At this point, he had no choice but to give up. "Well, it's up to you." Speed Weapon is curious. "What's the name of the channel?" "Saki-chan's Japanese. Are you planning to teach Japanese?" "Who would study like that now?" She explained. "I just made it up. I didn't think about anything." He burst out laughing, teasing. "That's Saki-chan's Japanese." Saki Ryujo shyly scolds and stands laughing. Iwin Kinu. The next day, Jama arrived at the Jo Queen Academy Library. Starting next Wednesday, a 3-day, 2-night survival training on Avalon Island will take place. At first glance, the name might suggest a harsh survival, but in reality, students are free to form groups of 1 to 4 people, and the entire academy is informed in detail about the training schedule. This is an event-like activity, similar to camping or a picnic. He quietly cheered in the library now that he found it. Jom looks at the books in his hand and whispers, "Survival on a deserted island involves identifying poisonous plants and the survival methods of the top instructor Beer Galax." That should be enough. However, since it is called survival, the Academy also sees this as an opportunity. Although it doesn't affect the scores, it will assess each Academy's independence over the 3 days and 2 nights. He sat at the table, but his mind kept drifting elsewhere. Looking back on that event, even for someone like me who was a player, this training session was very memorable, because in the main story, the protagonist Lion would receive Banmung's sword, the Holy Sword, and the Demon Sword as his main weapons. Jom quietly recalls the scene between Abin and Leon. Emotions begin to stir, and finally that icy wall will come down. He sighed softly. I used to be so immersed in this event, but now there's nothing left to envy. Jom opened the book and continued to ponder endlessly. Since enrolling, I've been constantly caught up in life and death situations like walking a thin line in a storm, becoming cold to feelings and emotions. The elders of the academy are targeting me, a mysterious instructor whose identity is unclear, and on top of that, I have to recruit more members for the club. He looked a bit dejected. Even if he were a handsome man, this was not the time to feel such emotions. No matter who the opponent was, youth, I wish you happiness in your next life. Joma appears extremely ambitious, but as a swordsman, what excites me more is the holy sacred demon sword Ban M. Probably because I am a swordsman, I can't deny that I desire it very much. Moreover, as a former player, I know the location and power of Ban M even better, which makes me crave it even more. But searching for the fragments of Ban M is also the core of the entire story. Even if I knew the location of all the fragments, I still wouldn't be able to get them. Players would be so excited when they see it appear. But the condition for owning Ban Mise is that the system will immediately appear and ask, "Oh, bearer of light, can you prove your worth?" When activating the blessing of the legend, it will display the request, "Please save the world from the Demon King." Thinking about this, Joma felt disappointed again. A weapon preordained for the main character, just something to desire. Meanwhile, he carried a sashimi knife bought in Dao, which was a terrible comparison. He comforted himself, telling himself not to stare at what he couldn't have. It would be better to review the essential survival skills for the 3-day, 2-night trip. Avalon Island is an uninhabited island where no monsters appear. I just hope there won't be any surprises like the last dungeon. Jom carefully calculates. I've heard that this time, under the special orders of the principal, there will be a senior temporary instructor and the Sword Emperor joining the supervision team, so it should be fine. I'm a bit hopeful. Why would one of humanity's strongest heroes lead a bunch of first-year students on a camping trip? Even though it deviates quite a bit from the actual story, maybe this way I can complete my goal safely. Joma kept searching through the book, wondering if it was recorded here. He continues to reflect internally. Even though he lives in an era flooded with all kinds of information on the internet, he doesn't go to the library just to learn basic survival skills. Old information must be in these ancient books because I also have what I need on the island of the hairy beast. Joma quickly returned to the table, flipping through the pages and muttering, "Avalon is an island located in the far western seas, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly shifts with each moment. In the center of the island there is an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake, shared with some minority tribes. This place is also known as the Land of Origins or Paradise. Currently, it's an uninhabited island with no one living there." After reading for a while, Mahoy felt disappointed and exclaimed, only finding information he already knew. "I'm so bored and helpless. Isn't it supposed to be in the library after searching everywhere? Where could it be?" Just then, a strange voice rang out. "Are you here too?" Leon pats Yoma on the shoulder and politely says, "Long time no see." The two female students looked surprised and blushed as they saw the hand resting on Kang Joma's shoulder from Ren. "What? Really?" Ren greeted. "It's been a while." Kangma looked at the red-covered book in Ren's hand and couldn't help feeling puzzled. "So you're just starting to learn magic?" Kang suddenly remembered the previous battle with Ren, even though he said he wanted to use the exam as a learning experience. "Leon, now is not the time to sit and study magic in the library." Kang Ma looked at Ren's smiling face in front of him, thinking to himself how it was hard not to make people suspicious. Renhard walked up to Jama and asked, "What are you reading?" Kang Yama wasn't hiding anything, just looking into some stuff related to Avalon Island where the training will be held next week. Upon receiving this answer, Renhard suddenly fell silent. Kang Zom looked up at him with a puzzled expression. After a moment of silence, Renhard suddenly spoke. "Sais, you're really serious." Zoma Kang Zom almost opened his mouth to say something, but then stopped. He bowed his head, reminiscing about his diligent study days, and thought to himself, "Yeah, it's hard to deny, from physical training to exploring dungeons. Researching magical beasts in a busy life really is demanding. Because I knew what would happen after 3 years, I had to prepare as much as I could for myself." Thinking that, Chang Dong Ma appeared calm, believing that taking care of himself was the right thing to do. A voice like pondering from Leon Van Jia echoed through the bright library. "Taking care of yourself? You're really different from me, and I'm different from you." Chang Ma thought about his recent interactions with Leon Van Jie and started to feel suspicious. Where could he really be from? His actions aren't too different from what happens in the game, but compared to the lion I know, this feeling is completely different. Kang Ma observed the person in front of him, whose face was shadowed by sadness, as if he was pondering something. Then keep going, the library will close soon. Yes, thank you, Lion. You too, then. He watched Leon Van Jot's back as he left, silently pondering the burden of a hero carrying the fate of humanity on his shoulders during the moon's cycle. The light streaming through the doorframe cast Leon Van Jot's shadow into a long black streak, as if both shoulders were weighed down by light and darkness, like heavy weights. Kyungma stopped looking at him and focused on the pile of books in front of him. We need to find it quickly before the library closes. During the survival training on the deserted island at the training ground, Miura smiled excitedly. You happen to meet you here? It's hard to recognize your face. Saki. Oh, it's been a while since I saw you, huh? Ain turned to look at the two people who just appeared. Chloe widened her eyes in surprise. Golden hair, Saki Rujo greets. Yeah, hello everyone. Aben is here too, right? The four of them split into two groups facing each other, and Miura whistled with a smile. Aben politely greets. Are you ready for the training session? Saki Rujo looked at her calmly and replied, just like always. And you? Amen. Miura rolled her eyes between the two of them and smiled. She turned to look at Saki Rujo with a look of reproach, accusing her of secretly skipping class behind their backs. You seem to be really enjoying your school life lately, Saki Rujo replied calmly. Everything has gone according to the procedure. There's no need to inform you to do anything. Miura glanced at Aben and said with a subtle hint. Ha! So I have to keep my eyes open and watch as the ghost gets robbed like this? Aben whispered softly. Rachel Miura felt furious when she thought about Saki Ryujo getting close to Kangjoma. She shouted to cut off A's words. That Saki girl not only went with him to the Buffalo Dungeon last time, but also joined the same club. She's also by his side again during this 2-night, 3-day training. Hearing her say that, Saki Ryujo responded. Well, this time she said she wanted to join alone, so she must. Chloe immediately followed behind her, saying yes. It's true that the demon told her there were a few things she wanted to try on her own, so she decided to act alone during this training. En stood facing him, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something, but then held back. Miura looked excited again. Oh, really? Truly? She excitedly asked with a smile. So during this survival training of 2 nights and 3 days, none of us are assigned to go with Jommea, right? Saki Rujo widened her eyes. What are you going to say now? Aben finally couldn't hold back and asked, Vel, what are you thinking? Miura's eyes sparkled brightly. She only said she wanted to go alone. She didn't say she forbade being followed. Saki Ryujo was at a loss for words. Her reasoning was truly impressive. Miura smiled with a calculating look. I think all 4 of us here may not say it out loud, but are thinking the same thing. Right? So I propose a fair game, tentatively called the rope game. Saki Rujo doesn't really trust fairness. Aben hesitates. Rachel plays. Miura thinks about everyone falling onto the island from the teleportation gate. She seems excited. Everyone already knows that, right? Because the terrain and environment on Avalon Island are constantly changing, even with teleportation gates, we will end up in random locations. Miura raised her hand and continued, saying that gathering everyone in one place was already a big challenge, and that was also the main attraction of this training session. Saki Ryujo grew a bit impatient. Let's get straight to the point. Miura continued, and as she thought of Kangjoma's figure, her face flushed. During this 2-night, 3-day survival training, whoever finds first will have the other 3 give up their right to accompany them exclusively. Hearing Miura's words, the other 3 were all stunned in shock. Once you meet, you can do anything. Say anything you want as long as you don't hinder others. But this time, I will win. Saki Rujo also seemed excited. That sounds fun? So the evidence will be sending a photo as proof. Miura hesitated for a moment, then agreed immediately. All right, kid, let's see how much you've grown. Aben's face flushed and he trembled. In her mind, she repeated Miura's words from earlier, finding the first to monopolize Jom, while Aben thought of herself as 2 parallel lines with Kangjoma. She froze, his name vividly present in her mind. Kyoma. Miura turned to look at her and asked with a smile. Aben, do you agree too? Aben surprisingly refused. Sorry, Rachel. She bowed her head, her eyes dim and hesitant as if she had made up her mind. Aben turned to look at everyone and said firmly, I don't have time for petty games, I'm withdrawing. Miura wasn't disappointed either. She smiled and said, Well then, we'll just play among ourselves. Saki Rujo looked at En as if she had something to say, but then hesitated. Chloe Y watched En's back and couldn't help but marvel at how diligent he was. At the same time, Jom stretched and rubbed his neck, sighing. What a pain. He was still sitting in the library until late last night. He reached into his pocket, muttered, I've noted everything I need on my phone. Even though this isn't a monster zone, according to the principal's orders, I still have to carry basic weapons. 24 Sashimi knives bought at Daiso, plus a secret weapon. Kongjama checked his phone for the 3 most recent messages from him to the principal. Something similar happened last time. This time you better prepare proper training gear. Did you bring any backup medicine? What about clothes? You need to bring at least 3 sets of underwear and remember to bring black ones to hide the dirt. Kang politely replied, yes, headmaster, I have prepared everything. Thank you, I was speechless when I saw the message. Just like Mom always is, haha. Even the underwear too. It's more accurate to say it looks like Grandma's. Kang Ma put away his phone. It looks like it's almost time to depart. The female trainer appears in his sight, giving instructions to the students. Are you fully prepared? The trainee standing opposite her replied confidently, yes. Kang Ma suddenly remembered what the man with the baseball cap said about a female trainer with purple hair and eyes of the same color, of average height, whose true intentions were unclear. But if she was targeting him, then this survival training session was the perfect opportunity. Chiang Ma focused on analyzing the situation because if he exploited the constantly changing terrain of the island, handling the aftermath would be easier. He checked his belongings again, though that could also work against him. Although hesitant to use a sword against someone, I can't let myself die. Kang Ma silently remembered that weapon had once sketched a portrait. He thought about that ugly sketch, the portrait of the female speed weapon trainer with barley-colored hair, a very distinctive gaze, and an average height. Kang Ma looked around at the crowd and silently cursed, damn kid, how am I supposed to find her with just this information? Chang Ma looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Just then, someone called his name, and the students kept searching. Sickfish comes to his side, with Aben behind him. He greets him, so you haven't slackened in your training lately, huh? Kang Ma looked at him in surprise and said, Sved's words were full of meaning. When talent is combined with effort, the results are not just additive but multiplicative. He cares and advises, but you also need enough rest to maintain your strength, so for this training session, just relax and enjoy it. Kang Ma sincerely smiled and said, thank you, and I hope you catch a big fish. Xfit blushed and covered his mouth, coughing a few times to hide his embarrassment. Oh, that's a good point, thank you. Anyway, cough cough, I'll take my leave now. Kang Ma was a bit speechless, really quite clingy. After speaking, Kang Jom only then noticed that Aben was staring at him without leaving, and a question mark immediately appeared in his mind. Seeing Kang Zom look back at him, Aben immediately looked annoyed and turned away. Yeah, Kang Ma chuckled to herself. Soon she will have a boyfriend to see. Smile now, Aben. At the same time, Saki Ryujo was secretly approaching him. Koma suddenly raised his hand, curling his thumb and middle finger together. Immediately after, he nonchalantly flicked a strong finger to the forehead of Saki Ryujo, making her see stars and cry out. Saki Ryujo, caught off guard, turned red with anger, and tears welled up in her eyes. Hey, I was just joking around to pass the time and you hit me like that? Kang Duma replied awkwardly. Haha. I reacted instinctively because I sensed the aura. Sorry. Saki Ryujo shouted loudly, revealing her swollen forehead. Why do you think I'm some kind of drum? Honestly, I just came to say something. Suddenly she stopped, looking disappointed, and turned to leave. Whatever, I'm leaving now. Kang Ma watched her figure disappear, thinking to himself, Saki Ryujo, I really can't understand what kind of person he is. I think about her figure these days. She hasn't been sleeping much lately and is always around me. If he doesn't react, he'll only get more annoyed, pacing back and forth and confusing himself. Kang Ma felt a bit helpless, not sure what part of himself he was interested in. But after all, Ryujo was truly a main female character. I remember when Speed Weapon couldn't help but ask, do you have feelings for Leon? Saki Ryujo rested her head on the table and replied, not anymore. Kang Jo-ma, feeling troubled, thought he didn't want to build too close a relationship. Returning to the present, the portal gradually appeared in the sky, accompanied by the loudspeaker announcement. The portal to Avalon Island is being activated. Please stay safe and enjoy your time. Chang looked up at the sky, hoping this time he could focus on his goal and quietly get through everything without trouble. Kang Jo-ma's face was serious, his eyes determined, as the announcer's voice rang out again. May the hero's blessing always be with you. As the sound disappeared, Kang Jom was enveloped in a purple light, and in the blink of an eye, Kang Yoma appeared somewhere else. Kang Joma slowly walks forward, gazing at the vibrant purple sky before him. It's been a year since he fell into this world, and now he finally feels like he's truly living in a fantasy world. A huge tree appeared before Kang Yoma, with dazzling purple light shining from its top and spreading all around. This is the sacred land of Avalon. Kang Joma gazed in awe at the giant tree before him. This is the primordial forbidden fruit tree, Jo. He muttered to himself and then focused on the scenery for later. Miura and Saki Ryujo have also appeared in this land. Both of them smile confidently. Abin's face is serious, carrying the determination to uncover this place. Chloe clenched her fists with determination. Speed Weapon opened his mouth in amazement. Leon calmly looks towards the purple light. The survival training on the deserted island begins. Kangama confidently smiled. Let's see if there's a new blessing. Kongzom took out his phone and looked at the Avalon Island map he had taken at the library. I remember it's near a certain rock, with the blessing spot close to the central lake on the island. Kongzom silently analyzes the terrain in his mind. In other words, to reach the stone area where the blessing is, I need to head toward the lake where the world tree is and cross the forest. All right, there are still 3 days left. I can still compare this island to the blocks at the academy. Besides just having fun, there are also missions to find ORBs all over the island. Honestly, it's just like a treasure hunt during a picnic. The more you find, the more points you get, and you can also use the materials for enhancement, so I might as well gather them all. Kang Yam rummaged through his prepared luggage. Now, following B. Garrick's book, he took out a long knife and decided to gather some survival tools. That knife is a secret weapon, a 50-centimeter long magic tool for cutting grass and trees, bought from the mountain gear shop in the supermarket. Changma raised the knife and looked at himself, biting his teeth to buy this magic dagger just for this training session. I need to save my blessing of not feeling pain for 50 seconds, so I have to get used to it first. After finishing, Kong Yam swung the knife down and struck. He looked at the handle and muttered, feeling the grip was quite steady but still a bit awkward. Changma pondered. In an emergency situation, he just used it like a sashimi knife. At this moment, a rabbit appeared in front of him. It peeks out from behind the bushes, spying on him. Kangma's eyes shine brightly as he looks at it. Oh, I'm starting to get the hang of it. Then suddenly my pupils constrict, I freeze up a bit and struggle to say the remaining words, holding on to the word food. The rabbit behind the bushes finally stands up, revealing its entire body, which is several times larger. A big question mark appears in Kang's mind. This is clearly no ordinary rabbit. But quickly, Kang Jama reacted, confidently smiling and saying, even Sav can be defeated, so these rabbits are nothing special. Fidyuji is real fantasy, just an ingredient for cooking, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Yam disappeared instantly. He shouted, the blessing of the sword. God is useless. He raised the knife in his hand and charged, ready to deliver the final blow. The shape of the rabbit grew larger in Kang Roma's eyes, while elsewhere, Abin's figure appeared clearly in the rabbit's dark pupils. A was stunned, a big question mark appearing in her mind. Hey. She sat down and reached out to gently stroke the small rabbit in front of her. Hello, food. Oh, not a rabbit then. Ben smiled sweetly and said, so cute. I can't bring myself to hurt it at all. Hearing that, she asked, why are you walking alone? Where is Mom? The soft rabbit in front of Anne suddenly went berserk, biting her hand hard. She was startled and cried out, ouch! Immediately after, the little rabbit turned away and hopped off. Stop in your tracks. Girl, draw your sword and quickly chase after it. Come here quickly, I thought it was cute earlier, so I wanted to take it. Ben said cheerfully, but sometimes that's just a good opportunity to test the results of my special training on a rabbit. The whole body of the rabbit in front of Anne turns red as it speeds up unexpectedly. Then suddenly, the small rabbit turns to look at Anne as if mocking her. Abin couldn't help but be amazed, thinking, is it even faster than that? Showing off strength again, just like that guy. A blue light appears beneath Abin's feet, but no matter how fast she is, Anne accelerates before Nibel Lung's sword, approaching it confidently and smiling. Got it. The rabbit suddenly leaps high. Abin proudly thought, I am the granddaughter of Sword Emperor Jom. At that moment, Abin suddenly realized something was wrong. She froze in surprise as Abin lost her momentum and fell down, her face showing clear astonishment. Why did the terrain suddenly change? A loud splash of something heavy hitting the water causes a violent ripple and sprays of water. Abin slowly sank to the bottom of the river, stunned and unable to react. Abin von B lunged. Abin's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the clear outline of the rabbit's face, looking back at her on the water's surface. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she seemed to see Kang Jom's cold stare. Abin slowly closed her eyes and sank completely below. On the island, the birds, startled by the noise, flapped their wings and flew up high. Changma forces himself to chase closely behind the giant rabbit. He grits his teeth, panting heavily, having pushed his stamina to the limit, but without the blessing of stamina, he can hardly believe it. Compared to my previous life, I feel quite confident in this body. Kang Dama stopped and looked up, panting. Exhausted, he stopped, unable to hear the footsteps, and the rabbit in front of him turned to look back. Seeing the rabbit staring at him without leaving, Kangma decisively sat down on the ground. If it takes this much effort, I'd rather go hungry. I'll let you go this time, get lost. That rabbit seems to understand what I said, suddenly pulling its mouth into a mocking smile. Kang Ma could see the words pathetic in its eyes. He angrily grabbed the knife. Blessings. The dagger in Kang Dom Ma's hand flashes with a silver light, his eyes full of killing intent, as the divine sword begins to activate, piercing through the dense canopy, with the blinding sunlight shining down. Rachel Zamura jumps high with her spear, landing gracefully. She smiles confidently as the sunlight bathes her in a golden glow. Rachel Zamura lands forcefully on the ground, her fiery enthusiasm still undiminished. She looks at the trees in front of her, feeling confused. I feel like I've just been wandering around in the same place. Niha is broken. I just remembered Rachel boldly called this a game. But Rachel Jamura raised her hand to scratch her head and laughed foolishly, saying, "What should I do now? This is really awkward, Niha." At that moment, a crow flapped its wings and flew across the sky. Rachel Gemiora looked up at it. She thought of the glossy black feathers of that crow and Kang Yama's dark hair with hints of silver. Wow. Rachel Gemiora watched the black crow fly away and muttered to herself, "I think the black crow usually likes shiny things. If I keep going that way, I'll just meet Jom Ma." Rachel Gemiura crouched down to get a running start, thinking it's just a waste of time to hesitate, better to act quickly. With that, she leapt up from below and soared into the air. "I'm coming to see you." Yeah, but right now, somewhere else on the island, Saki Rujo looks pensive as if she just heard a strange voice. She muttered while holding her bow, quickly checking her belongings. Food, energy bars, blankets, a cardigan, everything is in order. Even so, Saki Ryujo smiled and looked in a direction she hadn't seen before. She analyzed the situation in her mind. Having played games, she couldn't afford to lose. Where we fell is the Avalon Island coast, so we need to set a goal suitable for this unique environment. Saki Ryujo thought of the glowing tree, the only place on the island that never changes. The submissive Saki Ryujo stands by the beach, waves crashing on the white sand. With Jama's personality, she probably prefers to conquer something alone, and is likely deep inside the uninhabited part of the island. It's real, but I have no choice but to accept it. Saki Ryujo rolled her eyes. Well, I have to go now. I don't want to let others take my head. She happily walks towards the world of the submissive. If we meet again, I'll give her a good smack. The sun finally set. The night's darkness descended. Stars shimmered in the sky, and on the island, howling wolves echoed as their glowing eyes gleamed, ready to pounce with bared fangs. Chloe drew her sword and slashed through the wild wolves, making them howl in agony. She grinned excitedly, waiting for me, friend Jom, at least on this island. She runs swiftly through the forest, determined to be the first to find you, so your gaze will only be upon her. Chloe suddenly realizes something, her face full of joy. It's a sign that a friend is nearby. The golden light in front of her in the dark night became even clearer. Chloe couldn't help but cheer. It's a friend! At this moment, the demon is sitting by the fire roasting meat. He mutters, "The beast has been skinned. No need to worry about food now. The rest can be dried meat." As he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something approaching, and immediately looked in that direction with vigilance. Kang Ma remained silent, feeling uncertain. But this was not the aura of a beast. It could be some other force targeting him, so he couldn't let his guard down. Krangjom stood up, his hand touching his dagger, ready to fight at any moment as it approached without stopping. The blessing is still being preserved. The Jiao Sashimi inside is still in perfect condition. Changjom's eyes sharpened as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It's time. Kang Kangyom immediately drew his weapon, ready to attack. At the same time, Chloe closed her eyes and rushed forward, intending to embrace the person in front of her. Rachel Gemiura was stunned and surprised. That kid, Chloe stared in shock, her blonde hair. They stand facing each other, both looking annoyed as they loudly question each other. "Why are you here?" In the darkness, Kangjoma's knife streaked through, drawing a silver line. Abin suddenly appeared in front of him, soaked and exhausted, collapsing to her knees. At this moment, Kang finally saw her face clearly and was stunned in amazement. His hand holding the knife froze. Kang looked at her with a look of disbelief. Ayan's face was flushed, trembling from the cold as she sat on the ground, stammering. "I mean, this whole thing is arranged by the demon, placing the knife on the fur, with the flickering yellow flames dancing. Anne sits curled up in a corner. The fur looks so warm, and it seems she won't go hungry because there's plenty of dried meat." Aben looked at the pile of meat in front of him and immediately recognized it. A rabbit. Suddenly she remembered the annoying rabbit that made her fall into the water earlier that afternoon. Her eyes immediately turned sad. "Even here, I've already lost to you. It's getting worse." Anne curled up her legs and hugged herself to keep warm. She shivered all over. She lowered her head, feeling truly embarrassed. "It's so cold." At this moment, there was movement beside En. She turned around in surprise to see Kang Dong-ma draping a fur cloak over her. "Answer this!" En was surprised and exclaimed. Kang Ma returned to the campfire, adjusting the fur cloak on her face flushed and trembling, white smoke rising from the fire. Ayan silently thought, "I must be crazy. I should have gone back because I couldn't stand the smell. I really am stupid." After sitting for a while, En finally felt better. It's so warm that she struggles to speak. "Thank you." At that moment, she felt the pain and cried out. "Ouch. Your ankle is red and swollen, and your leg is unsteady and a bit wobbly. I wonder when I started limping." Now En suddenly feels shy, her cheeks flushing red, and she stammers, "What are you doing?" Kang Yom bent down to support her leg, pulling his tie off his neck. Ben shivered with embarrassment, unable to speak. A Shuigang explained that if the ankle is left like that, it could get infected during their time here. Aben looked at him silently, as if she wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Kang Yum carefully treats her wound, and she looks confused at her ankle, which has been bandaged carefully. "Thanks." The atmosphere suddenly became oppressively silent, only the crackling of fire in the night. Suddenly, Kang Yom asked, "Why are you wandering around alone?" En looked confused. "Huh? Oh." She suddenly remembered what the old man had said earlier. The first person to meet him will have exclusive access to be with him or do him. Or just be immersed, or nothing at all. She blushed and couldn't say anything. Ain gently touched her reddened cheeks in embarrassment. "I also have something I want to do. Plus, I feel more comfortable going alone." Kangma shows no suspicion. "Is that so?" "Just like me." Ain secretly watches Lang Jom-ma. She remembered what she had said about withdrawing, but her heart felt guilty again. She tremblingly raised her phone to secretly take a photo. Aben, blushing so hard she was embarrassed, let herself be caught in the shot along with others, then immediately sent the photo she just took to the chat group. An immediate notification pops up in the chat group announcing the game of rope pulling, the first sword on Avalon Island. Immediately, Sakirujo had to respond. What's that? Is something wrong with the device? Rachel Gemiora nervously sends a message to the group. "What is this? Ha ha ha." Sakirujo is holding her phone and shouting that she's not playing anymore. Why? Rachel Gemiora froze in place. Truly a good cat. Chloe stands beside her, a question mark flashing in her mind, while Aben stares at the screen, blushing with embarrassment. Suddenly, Kang Yom handed her a skewer of grilled meat. "Here, eat this." Anne jumped in surprise and awkwardly replied, well." White smoke and the aroma of grilled meat rise into the air. Kangma gazes at the fire, feeling a strange sense of unease, and sat quietly eating her skewer and suddenly asked, "Why are you so strong?" Kangzam looked at her in surprise, thinking to himself that his quick victory over Nock's auditor and winning against the opponent in just a minute were thanks to having lived in such a chaotic environment at the academy. Changma quickly came up with a reason and replied, "Probably thanks to a great teacher." En looked surprised. "Teacher?" Kangma replied. "A teacher once taught me swordsmanship." Aben thought of his grandfather. 17 years. Though not a long time, I have lived my whole life learning swordsmanship from my grandfather. I used to believe I knew more about swords than anyone else, but this sword I've never seen or heard of before. Talking about this, En suddenly became excited. What did he learn that makes him so strong? "What is your family name?" Kangma looked down at the fire and said, "I realized it earlier." Ayan was a bit confused. Kangma continued, "Being strong doesn't mean you'll win." The fire crackling in front of him dances and flickers. Only those who never give up until the end are the true winners. Those who endure, overcome, and survive until the last moment are the real strong ones. Aben looks up at him, wanting to say something but hesitates. After a while, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Ha ha, but it really sounds just like that uncle." Anne tilted her head back and laughed loudly. "Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh because it sounded so cliché." Kang Dumei was speechless. Hey, you sound just like my grandfather. Are you really only 17 years old?" En turned to look at him, suddenly reminded of the times we talked on the bench back in the day. "So after that, this is the first time we've talked again, right?" Kong Dama didn't answer, but instead handed her another skewer. "Here, have this." Ben was a bit caught off guard. "Huh? Oh, She took the skewer, her cheeks burning, as she muttered, "It's really delicious." The next morning, Ain Ningo tilted her head and made her hair sway twice. She finally woke up, her eyes wide as she looked at the scene before her. The fire from last night has gone out and there's no one around. Aben turned her head to look at the remaining dried meat skewers with a sad expression, silently leaving everything behind. She remembered Kang Joma helping her bandage her wound last night, and her face blushed with embarrassment. Aben looked down at her carefully wrapped feet and thought. The sound of dripping echoed as a few drops of water fell onto the ground. Aben was stunned, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. "Why am I crying?" Aben hurriedly wiped the tears from his face. Having someone care for me all my life, no matter what happens, I always get through it alone. Anne thinks about the difficulties she faced before, like an insurmountable wall. No matter how big the wall is, I always push through to win. Even if I want to cry, I have to hold it in. I don't even have time to act my age anymore. Anne looked up at the sky because it was the duty of the heir of the Nibelung name. She muttered the name Kang Yama. Why would you go this far just because of me? The purple light from the world tree covers the entire island. Aben whispered to herself, I have always envied and resented those who give kindness without expecting anything in return. Aen drew his sword. That's right, there's still 2 days left. She finally regained her composure and stood up. Aben packed her luggage again, sat down crying, but it wouldn't change anything. She looked ahead, her face once more full of confidence. I guess I have to return it, right? The fur coat billowing up high. Aben put it on and headed forward, telling herself, Let's go, Aben. At the same time, Kang Zom was using a knife to cut vines blocking the way deeper into the island. He muttered, It's cold at night, but now it's really hot. Remembering Aben's peaceful sleep this morning, Sangyom thought to himself that she must be awake now and still beautiful. Mentioning Aben, he couldn't help but wonder, but somehow Aben didn't seem to like him very much, which was also her usual aristocratic demeanor. Kwangma walks alone to the cliff. After unexpectedly meeting Aben last night, I also helped her with a few things. It's not because I have feelings for Aben, but when I saw her miserable state, I couldn't bear to be cold. Kang Doam Ma looked down below. Helping her just once isn't a big deal. He muttered to himself, Now that we're out of the forest, we might be a bit off from the original plan, but probably not by much compared to before. Kang carried his sword and luggage as he slid down, suddenly remembering. He walks forward. Today is the day Aben begins to develop feelings for Lion. Kang Jama looked around this place, raising his hand to block the wind and light. She's not going to give the blanket to Lion, is she? Feeling a bit distracted, I should have brought it along. Kang Ma heads toward the world tree, stopping his pointless thoughts and going to find the blessing before night falls. Kang Ma remembers a radiant blessing like sunlight, the blessing of rebirth, a spiritual beast-level blessing. 1 rank below the teleportation blessing, which greatly enhances rapid recovery, but can only be used on oneself, strictly a self-saving blessing. But for those who use the blessing of teleportation, the limit only applies to themselves. Kang Ma imagined himself using the blessing of rebirth and teleporting onto Speed Weapon. The blessing of rebirth is different from the blessing of teleportation. Speed Weapon recovered safely in an instant. Kong smiled confidently, thinking that even Sashimi, who is usually very fragile, could recover somewhat. It seemed truly formidable. But Kong Zom imagined Nox Auditor with a mismatched arm attached, and he roared in anger. This isn't my arm. Kang Doom Ma thought to himself that it wasn't about regrowing the severed arm, but rather a blessing to help wounds heal faster. He also thought of Lon, and since this blessing in the game was considered a mysterious piece, it wouldn't significantly affect Leon's development. Lon will become incredibly strong later, so I absolutely have to get this blessing. Kang Demon clings to the cliff. He pushes himself to keep climbing, completely different from how he looks in the game. In the game, it was clearly just a rock or something, but I ended up lost all the way until sunset. Kang Ma gasped for breath. I found it. Haha, the blessing of reincarnation. A desolate, shattered place appeared before him. He muttered as he looked at the sparkling light emanating from there. What is that shining thing? A blessing should be kept secret, right? Kang Ma tries to get a clear look at it. Is that a gem? A gem that big and I got it as a gift? Coming to seek blessings and ending up with a gem. I'm really lucky. Kang Ma happily heads to that place. Could it be that my luck has finally turned? Looking back, I've really been too unlucky? He stopped a short distance from the gem, took the one he had already found, and continued searching. If it's something shiny, I can't miss it. I just hope I find it before nightfall. As he finished speaking, the ropes wrapping around the gem suddenly snapped right in front of him. Kang Ma stared in surprise, startled and a bit slow to react. Huh? What's going on? Someone is stepping out of the shadows, unexpectedly going this deep. He's here to explore the world tree. Lon suddenly appears right next to the gem and continues, Maybe you came all this way just to find the gem. Seeing the person with cold blue eyes appear before him, Kang Zom couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed. Leon Lion, standing opposite him, said, Or did you come here for a different purpose? Kang Ma frowned tightly, displeased. I only came to take the gem because I saw it from afar. Are you saying you came here just because you saw the gem? So that's how it is. A blue light flashes in the darkness. There's no other way. Lon draws his sword, radiating a terrifying aura. Then try to take it if you can defeat me. The sun gradually sets in the west. Kong Yoma and Leon stand facing each other, both ready for battle. Damma quietly thinks, Leon, on the day you were born, half the world was smiling together. Suddenly he shouted out, I found it, the hero's certificate, and the final reality was torn in two. Now Jama and Leon are facing each other. He wondered confusedly, what on earth is going on all of a sudden? Shouldn't he be with Abin right now? Today was supposed to be a crucial turning point in the story, but Joma suddenly had a suspicion. Could it be that I stole their event from both of them? So nothing happened all night. He looked at Leon standing there with murderous intent and felt discouraged. Even if you know the truth, there's no need to argue over it just with a single slash. The wall behind him split in two. Joma was somewhat impressed by the sword in his hand. Did he find it? The current state of the Banmung sword. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Not being in perfect condition is okay too, but J.A., terrified, recalls the worst ghost sword in this world. The strongest among the pink demon swords, Banmung, with a blue gem embedded in the center, acting as a catalyst to neutralize magic power by channeling holy energy into the ghost sword, Banmung and the E gemstone. Cold sweat begins to break out, but since the ghost sword Banmung relies on magic energy to exist, even when neutralized with the gem, it is still heavily affected by the nature of its user. Therefore, in the game, Banmung can become either a demon sword or a holy sword depending on the player's style. Could it be Leon? Leon suddenly spoke. That's right, just think, simply, this is only a pairing match. Jom analyzed with a bit of panic. He seems to still not know how to control his mental image. He's definitely crazy. Now that sword is a demon sword. You finally asked again, are you telling the truth? However, Lion stammered, I'm not good at lying. Jomma gradually guessed that this guy seemed to intend to use obtaining the demon sword as a stepping stone to grow stronger. He frowned slightly, understanding Lan's actions as just a guess, but it was clear he only wanted the gem here as an excuse. Lion gradually lost patience and said firmly, I'm sorry, but I don't have much time left. Lan quickly ran with his sword towards Yoma and shouted, I will start now. Meanwhile, Saki Ryujo suddenly let out a loud scream. Speed Weapon, who was behind, was startled and frightened. He angrily blamed her and was also taken aback. Why did you suddenly shout and make such a fuss? Saki Ryujo replied irritably. This is really annoying. I can't find the person I'm looking for and I just happened to run into you? Speed Weapon angrily questions. Hey Saki Ryujo, do you think I want to run into you too? She snapped resentfully. Who else could be wandering around everywhere? And following behind and speaking so loudly, that's when he finally became curious. But you said you're looking for someone, so maybe you're searching for her. Saki Ryujo replied coldly with a simple, yes. Huh. Don't tell me you have feelings for Jomma. She hesitated for a moment. Why would she think that way? If he analyzed carefully, there was nothing wrong. Just last month I saw you lying around the house all day, but since you've been with J-Ma, you've become surprisingly energetic. Also, you hate hacking into computers or technology, yet now you handle tasks no one assigns you perfectly, which is strange. Speed Weapon ignored her and bumped straight into Saki Ryujo, clutching his nose in pain and blaming her. Hey, why did you suddenly stop like that? Saki Ryujo suddenly called in a serious tone. Hey, Speed Weapon, she kept mouthing but couldn't say a word. Finally, Saki Ryujo blushed and turned back to ask him, do I really show those things that clearly? Seeing her like that, Speed Weapon looked a bit confused and asked, are you possessed by a demon? Always cursed with psychic magic, Saki Ryujo angrily yells, shut up, then throws a punch at his face. At this moment, the birds were startled into flight by the loud noise from the forest. She looked up at them, then wondered, what's that? What was that sound? Speed Weapon rubs his chin thoughtfully. Could it be an earthquake? Saki Ryujo immediately denied. No, it feels a bit different. This is Kong Joma. The knife in Joma's hand has been broken in half. He was a bit startled when he realized they had fallen from his hand. Joma frowned tightly, muttering to himself. He's really crazy. Leon slowly approaches to confront him. Why didn't you fight back even though you knew my attack would miss? He is angry and challenging Joma, showing no respect at all. Yoma, go all out. He looked at Leon helplessly. Honestly, I couldn't react in time. I didn't expect him to actually wield the demon sword Banmung like that. I also couldn't just recklessly get involved in such an unreasonable confrontation. Joma hesitated, worried that if he summoned the miraculous seal and hesitated, he might lose his head at any moment. Leon, the owner of the miraculous seal, shouted loudly across from him. Lan asks you to draw your sword. After all, it's bound to happen sooner or later. Joma pulls out a sashimi knife from his pocket, the owner of the miraculous blessing seal. He watched Leon rushing toward him, trying to convince himself that facing such a monster without a blessing seal was unacceptable. Stop thinking so easily. Joma believes the blessing seal will be summoned. They clash with each other, sparks and excess spiritual energy flying everywhere in the air as they try to attack and suppress each other at the same time. Joma was knocked back and Leon took the opportunity to rush in and attack him. He slashed straight ahead, but Joma managed to block it with his knife. But it was broken right after the strike. Leon kept launching powerful attacks, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. He switches to gripping the sword with both hands, his eyes turning incredibly fierce. Joma quickly jumped back to avoid and took out a knife from his bag, then kept throwing it at him. Lion calmly deflected countless knives before rushing forward. He was just a moment away from being wounded. Lion hesitated no longer and swung his sword, causing the demon to panic. A slash was cut through the air. The sturdy stone pillars were instantly cut in half amidst the wreckage. The ghost still manages to dodge by bending down. He pauses for a moment as if preparing for his next move. Jom turns around, using the broken stones as stepping stones to run away, feeling a bit angry, thinking he's changed a lot since the midterm. Even the main character's aura has its limits, right? Surely only he levels up while I stay stuck in the same place. Joma suddenly looked up at the object flying toward him, facing a deadly slash from Lion. The storm-like attack shattered everything in its path. Leon's sword hand was visibly trembling. He was panting heavily with short breaths, yet Joma still stood proudly in front of Lon. He looked up with resentment, and only then did he ask what he was most curious about. "Leon, why do you have to go this far?" Later, Leon looked up at the sky and said, "The world is full of suffering. Everything needs to be freed." He seemed weighed down by 1,000 words, with a voice echoing in his mind. "Lon, if you always follow what is right, you can make everyone in the world happy." Lion suddenly burst into a foolish laugh. He clenched the hilt of his sword once more, and channeling his power into the silver sword, he said in a firm voice, "Now, do you understand?" He swung his sword in front of Yoma and said, "With this, a pillar of power is summoned, its shockwave causing the space to tremble violently." Leon continues to declare, "I will make the world change more." Meanwhile, his eyes suddenly loosened. Joma counterattacked, skillfully dodging the strike and then slipping past Lon to execute a move. The power of the sword in his hand suddenly vanished, along with the broken hilt, as someone's words echoed constantly in Leon's ears. "I believe in you." The one who said that is whispering, "Leon, you can do it." But now the outcome is clear. Leon sadly realizes, "Dad, I can't do it anymore." He looked ahead with disappointment and said, "I now understand that it's better for Jama to be the chosen one." Leon silently thought that it was better this way, as Jama calmly placed the item into the shell, as if there had never been a battle. The final fight had ended with Jama's victory. He calmly places the badge back into its case. In that moment, Leon's figure behind suddenly vanished. Joma, a bit suspicious, looked back at the spot where he had stood. Now only a single feather remained. He wondered in confusion, has he disappeared? What is this? Joma looked into the distance and thought, an unexpected fight. I thought it was an act to train myself and affirm my position as a warrior, but I had no intention of losing to anyone. There are countless shattered fragments on the ground. From the very beginning, they didn't attack half-heartedly. One slip and I would have been dead. What a shame. He instinctively remembered the previous battle. I tried my best not to target Lion, so I kept having to dodge around everywhere. Still, Leon's growth is worthy of being called the protagonist. Joma feels a bit proud of his achievement. Looks like I did hit the demon sword ban Mung a little bit. Not bad at all. If I fix it and collect more components later, reaching the final form probably won't be a problem. I imagine Leon's brutal game overseen and breathe a sigh of relief. After all, I didn't hit Lon, so I won. Done. Joma walks over and gently touches the magic orb. Yeah, that's enough. A beam of light suddenly shone from inside. Seeing that, he cheered with joy. I found it, so it's inside here. A screen appears with a message. Congratulations, you have collected a new blessing. The blessing of rebirth accelerates the growth of damaged cells for rapid recovery. However, parts that have fallen off may not be able to regenerate. Dom wondered if it had already been applied. He immediately took a sharp object and slashed his own hand. Where? The wound that was just created healed at an astonishing speed. Joma raised his hand to examine it and praised, "Wow, the performance is really impressive." He said to himself with a bit of pride. At least he achieved what he wanted, and it was already hard enough. Playing the night shift. Joma sat quietly by the fire, slightly lowering his head and wondering to himself, but why is that? Could it really be because of Abe? Jom recalls the moment when Leon approached with his sword and can't help but shiver. Anyway, it's only a matter of time before it happens. Things are moving too fast for me to ask what it really means. I just played with the fire and muttered to myself, what is B-Con really? An entity from this place? A being of this world? What is Leon's true identity? But first, the one who threw me into this world is the real suspect. For now, I just need to do what I have to do. Joma reminisces about the past. I have been hot-tempered since my previous life. He ponders deeply. Now the pressure has built up, but I've never turned a blind eye to injustice. I used to argue a lot with troublesome customers. I don't avoid conflicts. Maybe that's also a kind of righteousness. Joma also felt somewhat helpless. The original plan was not to interfere with the main event, but somehow the goal shifted to protecting oneself. Even though it was just an action to gain blessings and not to significantly affect the main story, today I had to face Lon, and at this point, it's fate. He sighed in helplessness, and now he's even threatened with assassination. Joma thought that if my life was truly in danger, I would have to kill someone. Not a monster, but a human. He remained silent for a long time. Joma silently looked up at the sky, wondering if he was truly doing the right thing. You should have known to do everything in moderation, too. Lost in thought, Joma seemed to hear Saki Ryujo scolding. You've talked too much. Just act according to your true self. He suddenly turned around and saw only dense trees beside Joma, with no one in sight. He was confused and wondered if he could still see illusions now. He's really exhausted. If Saki Ryuho were here, she would probably be nagging him. Joma wondered what those guys were up to. I imagined Saki Ryujo and Speed Weapon each doing their own thing. Even dividing their boundaries crossing over would mean death. Rachel Gemiura is busy teasing Chloe. Aben might be taking a shower while watching. Thinking of this, Joma smiled again. Friends, huh? He sighed as he watched the smoke rise into the sky and then sighed. How embarrassing. Soon dawn broke. Jom sat slumped beside a large rock. The fire had already burned out. Silent footsteps quietly approached him. They are the villainous alliance of assassins known as Undertaker. Len subtly closed his eyes to signal, and countless darts were immediately shot toward the demon. He quickly realized that although Jom-ma dodged swiftly, he still got grazed. Even a glancing hit from the dart leaves many wounds. The assassins cheered excitedly as they saw him dodge. Captain, is that guy really a student? Barrack said with amusement. Pretty impressive, huh? Why not take this opportunity to recruit him? Len shouted at him, Shut up. Parma quickly realized who they were. It was Jason. He knows a bit about Len, the leader of the assassin organization Undertaker, and the first half-human, half-demon Lon encountered. She was a noble daughter, but betrayed by her family. Banished from the family and turned into an assassin, her hatred grew stronger. After becoming the villain, she was defeated by Leon. This is a tragic character, but I feel no sympathy at all. Still, I feel no pity for a murderer who has abandoned their humanity. Bark across from him continues to provoke him. Hey kid, who are you, really? Even though I held back a little, it's not something you can easily avoid. He even came up with an idea. You're a disguised assassin working as a mercenary, right? That kid is no ordinary one. He's the real team leader. Why not try recruiting him right away? Len was a bit surprised when facing Jama. Can a child stay so calm in a situation like this? She asked suspiciously. Hey, which side are you on? What the hell? You give me a mission to kill someone and then ask which organization I belong to? Don't those guys realize I'm a student? Barrack continued speaking. Hey kid, before you die, you should know you're actually pretty good, right? I think this is the first time the captain's been interested in a prey, isn't it, Vice Captain? TP rubbed his hands and said, Looks like you're not an ordinary trainee based on your movements. I thought the best student would just be a kid, but if you can dodge this much, you might as well go pro, and even if you don't dodge completely, you'll still get torn up here and there. He stared at Ma with a sly smile and narrowed his eyes. This feeling makes him uncomfortable. Dom Ma muttered softly, If you have come this far. He looked up, his voice tinged with sarcasm. So at least the one behind is Elder Tang Yuan, right? The corpse disposal team. This statement leaves the entire Undertaker team stunned. Barrack angrily shouted, What the hell, which organization do you really belong to? How dare you investigate us backwards? Stop now, Taepong has moved ahead, he said sharply. It seems he knows quite a lot about us. Jum not only isn't afraid, but also mocks him. You even know enough to call you guys murderers who kill for money? Taepong has successfully provoked you. That bastard just said the thing the captain hates most. Jom calmly stepped forward. Why are you so close and questioning me? Is it because you're a noble that you don't want a special student like me to call you a butcher? Taepong angrily raises his fist. You bastard. Joma didn't hesitate and moved swiftly. He dodged past him like lightning, already holding a knife in his hand. Taepong, still furious, clenched his teeth as if biting down, only knowing how to run away. It took him a moment to realize there was a cut on his neck. Taepong's head quickly dropped to the ground, still unaware of what had just happened. The team members shouted in horror upon seeing that. Damn it, Vice Captain. What the hell is that bastard? Jama just chuckled softly. I've already killed someone. He deeply understood one thing. Not in the virtual space, but in real life. Jama's decisiveness made the assassins gasp in horror. Why are they just standing there and not rushing to attack him? Kill it for me. Yama's gaze gradually turned more savage. The number 12.7 suddenly flashed in his eyes. Lai Sen was also frightened by that gaze. The number gradually decreases as the demon lifts the corner of his mouth in a sinister smile. Not bad. The blessing of the gods is with us. Someone checks the date and time on their phone and sighs. December 7th. 12:07. Time has really flown by. He thought to himself, finished his search, and it's time to clock out. He opens the fridge to look for something. Where did I put my humanity? Inside the fridge, the drinks are arranged very neatly. What is this? Who arranged this? These bastards. I can't get it out unless I take everything else out. Joma suddenly noticed a change in the water bottle, the characters on it catching his eye. Joma exclaimed in disbelief, is it because he's too sleep-deprived? It seems like the characters have changed, so he stares at them with curiosity. Indeed, the characters on the water bottle suddenly changed to different symbols, and a blinding light shone out, astonishing the demon. It seems like they want to take him somewhere, but now Jama's gaze is filled with murderous intent. The number is holding steady at 2.5. The urging voice kept echoing in his ears, cut. Someone keeps screaming inside his head, kill. By the time the number reached 12.7, Jama's last thread of sanity was almost broken. Inside, he kept screaming, unsure if chopping would cut it off. And so Jama swung his knife to cut Paris's throat. His smile gradually lost all humanity, along with the desperate screams of the assassins. The deputy team leader, they just insulted this bastard while risking their lives to rush forward. Joma also ran straight to face them head-on. The assassins still looked down on him. The opponent is just a kid. They have no idea that their enemy has approached unnoticed. Jom skillfully uses his sashimi knife, each precise slash targeting the opponent's weak points. Where he passes, the enemy's body is no longer intact. The other two assassins continue to charge forward to fight. Die. Jom gently flips and flips through the air, hitting before he gets injured. He lands safely. The two assassins, unfortunately, were not so lucky. With just 2 slashes, he took them out completely. His left eye is covered in darkness, and his smile becomes even more sinister. Over there, Lei Sen stands dazed in front of the bloody scene, with only the dull sound of his subordinates calling to each other in his ears. You bastards, wake up and get a grip, he's just a kid. Attack together. Her face is filled with terror. In front of Len, Dom Ma kept swinging her knife, taking down one person after another. She was so frightened she questioned her very existence. What is this? Are they students? Tep also panicked and asked, is the squad leader really true? He trembled in fear, thinking it was just prey. Tepi turned back, wanting to speak. That guy, he didn't even finish his sentence before being cornered. Tepung's fate isn't much better than his companions. Before losing consciousness, he muttered, something's wrong. El Sen instinctively stepped back, feeling incredibly regretful, thinking it was an easy mission. Len remembers Glad's promise of 100 million for each person, with the bonus to be calculated separately. She clenches her weapon tightly, cursing him silently. This crazy old man. Lethe stared at the bloody scene before him, trembling as he said, he's not human. She even thought he was disguising himself as a student. At this moment, Jo Ma had already noticed this side. He charged at Len without a word, moving with incredible speed while she still thought he was just a common thug. This villaguy clenched his teeth and hissed each word. She didn't know when she had fallen to the ground. Joma pressed the knife against Lei Sen's neck and said, consider it handled. She let out a painful cough. Joma raised the knife high. There are still 9 seconds from Leon to Undertaker, which has taken quite a bit of time. Hopefully it won't be necessary to use force anymore. He instinctively remembered the battle just now, a strange feeling unlike fighting monsters. But since the opponent was a human butcher here to take lives without reason, there was no reason to show mercy, so he had no regrets. Joma looked at the girl tied to the tree. Now only he and Len remained. Speak up. Who sent you here? She's still stubborn. Do you think I will tell you? Joma hesitated for a moment, realizing this was the chance to find out who was behind the continuous attempts on her life in this situation. Using absolute fear to crush and force her to confess is the most effective option. If he had just beheaded her in a flash without hearing the truth behind, he would definitely regret it. So he sarcastically added with a smirk, is she stupid or brave? She shouted in anger after hearing that. What? Joma took a look at the bodies of those killers and then lured them in. Your subordinate has ended up like this. Wasn't it better when I was still being kind and suggested you reveal everything so both sides wouldn't suffer more? Only then did she shout in anger. The bastard Lu had not finished speaking before coughing violently. She suddenly smirked. Now I understand why that old man hired someone to deal with you, Len bitterly explains. You should have realized from the start that all your personal information, from your relatives to your relationship with your parents, had been erased. She muttered angrily, so that old man dares to ask us to eliminate a fake student again? I should have cut that old councilman's neck back then. I didn't hear any of Len Yama's subsequent words. You only noticed one thing. What was it? That all information about your family and parents has been completely erased? He suddenly remembered the blurred faces in his parents' subconscious. I wonder what Joma looked like when he was in a panic. He immediately stood up and questioned, Hey, what did you just say? Lu X frowns in confusion. What? Joma once again pulls out the knife to threaten. She said I have no parents or relatives? I lowered my gaze to her. At first I only intended to hear the name of the person who hired you to kill me and then send you off peacefully. Joma slowly pulls out the knife and says, But now I have something to ask. This isn't negotiation, it's a threat. Lazy saw the shining blade and trembled violently. Every word he uttered was a threat. Losing a hand or two, he could still talk, right? At this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly pressed down on both of them. Lei Sen screamed in horror. What is this? Dama, struggling to hold on and feeling uneasy, wondered what was happening. Why was the pressure and the demon power suddenly so intense? After a while, it finally stopped, and he silently let out a breath. Stopping. When the demon turned around, he suddenly noticed bloodstains gathering at one point. This is the blood of a corpse. What? What's going on? Stop! Don't come any closer! Stop! Lisen shouted desperately. Even Zha Ma couldn't understand what was going on. In another place, Nai Beilung was adjusting his fishing rod, sitting by the beach, spinning the reel and muttering to himself. It's not bad for just coming to check, but unfortunately, there were no bites at all. Suddenly the waves surged violently, making him very happy. Oh, is it finally here? In an instant, hundreds of fish leapt out of the water and the waves crashed onto the shore fiercely. At that moment, Ni Lung realized the problem. His face filled with disbelief, and this level of magic power made Ni Lung involuntarily think of someone, the squad leader in the Leisen forest being invaded by crimson blood. She kept struggling and begging, I will tell everything, please just let me go. So Joma also doesn't know about this. Leisen's eyes are filled with despair. I don't want to die. A sudden beam of light appears from somewhere, a column of energy stabbing straight at her blinded spot, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. The entire forest erupts in red. The instructor in the room has noticed this. She is slightly surprised and wonders, Captain, the symbol of the Undertaken Assassin Guild has fallen to the ground, and the energy beam is gradually disappearing. Joma tenses up, gripping the hilt of the knife tightly as Len's figure flickers through the smoke. She tilts her head back and laughs aloud. Huai Niem mutters, So it's true. After 700 years, she's finally back in the human world. Joma was stunned to realize, 700 years? Could it be that he saw Len's body gradually being consumed by fire? Her magic so powerful that even a mermaid looked like a little fish. This dark, swirling flame. She smugly strokes her hair and says, Hello, kid. I am the Fire Spirit, captain of the 5th Legion, the dream demon of the Demon King army. In the sky, a pair of birds spread their wings and flew in a large circle. Suddenly, a loud, triumphant laugh echoed, Ha ha ha. After a hearty laugh, the cool and handsome woman landed gracefully, stepped toward him, and with a coquettish gesture of her hair said, Well, isn't this how you should greet someone? It's been 700 years since I left the demon realm, so I don't really know much about human customs. I am Ao, commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army. Pleased to meet you. What's your name, kid? After introducing herself, she asked with interest. Joma kept watching the generous woman in front of her, feeling emotional. What is that? You won't tell me your name? That's so cold. Meanwhile, his face clearly showed the tension he couldn't hide. He focused his thoughts, trying to remember. Even seemingly useless fragments can sometimes become a mirror reflecting the future. At this moment, memories of the past flood back. I am certain that the greatest advantage I have in this world is the faint memory of casting protective magic, and that recalling how happy I was when the new update version appeared. Wow, this new character is so awesome that even your friend asked, surprised, Are you still playing? He muttered the name again, Ago. Her information is incredible. Yohawa Ago, demon race, fire element, female. Among the Legion commanders, her physical strength is not outstanding, but she is the best at mental magic. He drifted into deep thought. I still remember the basic traits of Ago that I read about on Komuiki when I quit the game. But I can't understand why Ago descended to the mortal realm after 700 years. So, you possessed a body by parasitically inhabiting the lotus flower, clearly with some purpose. Now, looking at the wreckage around, she indifferently stepped on a corpse and asked, "What did you do this for?" But in reality, her tone sounded more like talking to herself, and she sighed. "Wow, you're really talented. No wonder you don't look like an ordinary person and still stand so calmly in front of me." Suddenly, she suggested, "Well, on the surface, you may still be inexperienced, but you have potential. Do you want to make a contract with me this time?" she asked, but her usual strong tone made this question more like a bold threat. The eldest brother exclaimed in shock. "What?" The arrogant girl said. "Watch out, that's an honor, kid. I will give you a special chance to become my slave. After all, you humans only pretend to be noble and then judge and divide each other." She contemptuously continued, "If hurting each other for profit and causing pain, then why don't you dream a more glorious dream with me?" Huss. He seemed enchanted by her words. I realize now, after thinking carefully, that Ao is right. In distant memories, there are miserable people, drunkenness, and chaos with no way out. She kept getting closer, but he was still lost in his thoughts. Honestly, if he wanted to survive, accepting Ao's proposal was the most reasonable choice. Moreover, if I join the Demon King's army, my ultimate goal of surviving will be much easier. She subtly observes his face. He's quite handsome. Countless runes surrounded him. Suddenly he became clear-headed. But then he realized the opponent was a demon, the queen of the seductive abyss. This is where it ends now. Everything will return to order. She was stunned and helpless, saying, "Oh my God, how could I break it? That's high-level magic. Could it be because of this humble body?" Anyway, after begging and signing the contract, is that guy really going to do such a reckless thing? With this kind of possessed body, how can I operate? He suddenly burst out laughing. She asked blankly, "Did you just laugh?" He casually replied, "Oh, I just found it funny because I overheard some long-winded nonsense." A brief moment of silence passed. He was about to draw his sword when he responded calmly. "The idea of making me a slave to him." She was shocked. He emphasized, "Not a chance," then silently assessed her without showing any emotion or admiration. Truly rude. He first swung his sword to cut through the initial wall of fire, while she huffed dismissively, pretending to be excited. Just as he was about to aim, she suddenly teleported away, teasing with long yawns. At that moment, he swung his sword and managed to cut her leg, causing her to gasp in shock and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I was just joking at first, but now I'm really interested." So I called out, "Hey kid, look up with suspicion." She counterattacked while saying, "I want to see how capable you are. Keep it up, little one." The raging flames engulf him, but that's nothing compared to the battle ahead. Nga enjoys testing her limits. "Oh, he's rushing after me so fast. I think he's gone beyond human limits, but how long has it been since Jiang Lam arrived on this side?" Thickney is still a bit slow. When she saw him close behind, she suddenly realized what was happening. "Oh, caught up so quickly? You're this fast?" And so a fierce battle erupted. The world turned to nothingness as they fought fiercely, one to the death. She easily blocks him and realizes his current weakness, enjoying the conversation. "My goodness, your personality is so impatient." "No time? I have plenty of it." He is trying his best and determined. "Don't stop, I don't have time to waste." "No, I am full of determination and successfully breaking through." Time is running out, she eagerly thought, getting faster and faster. And then another barrage of bombardment rained down, an earth-shattering explosion. One after another, the time is just right to run out. He, with dirt smudged all over his face, tries to shield his face from the debris of the collision. She becomes more and more excited, licking her lips as she mutters to herself. If it weren't for that clause from 700 years ago, Pirani's red blood is still too unfamiliar, making me feel like I'm human. She enjoys dreaming of calling out, "What a pity! If only the little one were human." The willpower burning like a self-immolating flame is truly captivating. It's a bit rude, but that fiery passion really excites me. Keep praising at that age to be like this, maybe there's a future even better than the one chosen to be a vessel for him. Then she laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. Now I've almost fully adapted to this body. Kid, can you become the one to fulfill my wish? I will test you one last time. If you can endure this, you will pass." And then a fire erupted. Flam clearly exhausted himself too much. "You can do at least this much, little one." Clean XF von Balung rushes forward to block the attack and calls out, "Stay alert." "A Sword King powerhouse?" She suspiciously asked, "What is that? Who is this old man? Can you get out of our way?" The old man confidently replied, "No, at least this boy. This boy I will definitely cut indirectly," and, while launching a killing move, happily said, then protect him. He felt himself sinking into nothingness, his body powerless and exhausted, wondering if he had already died, then suddenly coughed a few times. Cough! Countless coughs make him realize the reality as a blurry figure gradually appears amidst the white expanse. I was stunned and exclaimed aloud, "Lord Sword Saint, a rare talent who cannot be wasted and buried here." A flash of light on the tall mountain signals an impending disaster, making them even more determined to resist and find a way out of the deadlock with the holy sword. While fighting together against the disaster, he always believed that this boy would become the hope to end it. The flames grew ever higher, and they were exhausted. At the critical moment, that thought grew even stronger. The merciless whirlpool between humans and demons, finally they managed to escape the massive explosion behind them. Everyone's faces were grim as they looked anxiously over there. He kindly said, "Cough, cough. Are you a bit more alert now? Rest and recover. It seems the situation is worse than I thought." The Demon King hesitated and asked, "Sword Emperor, your arm?" He was quite casual, even somewhat teasing, saying, "Don't worry, you don't need both hands to hold a sword. Focus on your wound first." Suddenly a voice called out, "Old man, over here," and they looked back alertly. Ago calmly asked, "Do you not find it strange? Why can you block my magic?" "Just a humble human after all," she sneered. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. He thought to himself that Ago, in order for a demon lord to possess a body, had to use blood and flesh as sacrifices, loosening the boundary between the demon world and the human world, then entering a mortal's body as a catalyst. As a result of this backlash, even though he couldn't harness all his power, his imposing presence was still an unstoppable disaster. She kept rambling to herself. "Damn it, I'm so annoyed. It seems like this body doesn't suit me at all. A young guy wouldn't be so pathetic, but now he's struggling against a dying old man. Old man, I don't know what tricks you've used this time, but I won't lose another arm this time." Then Ao rushed forward wildly. His eyes cold as lightning, he swiftly counterattacked and cut off the opponent's arm. Ago groaned in pain, standing tall after a successful counterattack, while the fiery arm still blazed fiercely. She exclaimed, "No way." He honestly revealed the truth. "You're scared, aren't you?" The woman grew even more furious. "What did you say?" "This arrogant bastard is a filthy bug and is raging, setting the space on fire." He held the sword against his chest and said, "I don't know why you've crossed the demon realm to come here, but I can see clearly that your eyes are filled with it." And at the center of the flames, a sword pierced through, revealing the lingering fear. Seeing half of the fire destroyed, she remained proud and sneered, "Humph, even a bug dares to be arrogant. How amusing. Just because you cut off my arm, you think you're my equal?" Suddenly, a sword flash streaked past, and he swung his sword to attack again. Ao couldn't help but marvel. "Ha ha, as an unknown old man exudes such intense killing intent, his eyes still fixed firmly on her?" Ago asked in surprise. "That old man, with that look in his eyes, don't tell me he's a descendant of Aaron." The answer is clear, Ago thought, annoyed. Damn that black bastard, but even so, he's just a fake weakling who has passed his prime. Thinking that, Ago mockingly said, "Poor thing, the fallen descendant of Aaron with that old body, do you really think you can dodge this attack?" And happily laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! You two look so shocked. I find it amusing, mocking. What's going on? Is it too much?" He suddenly dashed away. Destroying wave after wave of fire rain, he softly called out, "Sword Emperor." He secretly wished to support, but now even staying calm is too much. If he lets go, he may never regain control. Abandoning the protection now would be like committing suicide. He is still attacking furiously. Continuously dodging without a break, she cleared out countless surrounding flames. She mockingly sneered, "So this old man, you're still holding on? Looks like you're not a bug after all. Probably just a coward since the flames are countless." He both attacks and defends, then says, "The demons are clearly stronger than us humans in an unreasonable way. When I was young, I resented this world, facing walls I couldn't overcome despite my efforts, but at this age, I finally understand one thing." Still with that stubborn mouth. Are you old and senile now?" Long still kept his guard, but his experience couldn't be underestimated. He was approaching. There had to be a weakness somewhere. On the left, where the arm was lost, there's a gap. Finally, she smirked and smiled, so I aimed there and attacked, shamelessly provoking her. "Say more, old man. Keep bragging like before. He argues that you are cowardly and weak, Ago. You know very well that humans are always evolving, always overcoming despair. That is what terrifies your demon race the most, and also the reason why you keep plotting to invade the human world, and now is the perfect moment to strike." She was momentarily surprised, then let out a twisted smile and said, "Not necessarily the head. Both of you are attacking recklessly. He is gradually losing strength." At this moment, Agogo from below the ground thought and chuckled with satisfaction. "Ha ha, I just can't accept this. Finally, I hit the mark." Ag excitedly shouted, "Yeah." The flames pierced through his abdomen and his last remaining arm grew back, restoring his fighting strength as before. She yawned boredly as he was surrounded by flames behind her. The fire burned through his internal organs. He coughs in pain. The supreme woman stomps her foot on his head. "Ha, is that all you can say at last? You guys are just as boring now as you were 700 years ago. Anyway, I'll give you some praise. For a bunch of bugs that have only lived 100 years, that kind of denial can be considered passable," he called out in a loud voice. Sword Emperor, Ao immediately turned around. "Oh right, kid, or rather, you're a demon, aren't you?" "Sorry about that, demon, I was a bit careless. I should have told you the result of the test earlier," he struggled to shout. "No, Kangjom, run away." The sinister spirit said, "You passed." He looked extremely drunk. What? Ao chuckled. "Ha, your body will be used to fulfill the wishes of my demon clan, so don't blame me. See you again in hell." He tried to make an excuse. "Are you planning to turn your back and run away in front of the enemy? He's just a low-level student." Go responds casually. "What are you talking about? Your stomach is still bleeding and you're rambling, but if you're not interested in playing with a zombie like me, just stand there and watch." And then she stamps your mark and immediately drains your positive energy. He helplessly kneels down. He is furious, cursing this disgusting demon. She acts as if she doesn't understand. What is this? Are you praising me?" The flickering light spreads as the energy begins to flow from the forehead, enveloping all the meridians. A frantic alert appears, detecting an unauthorized intrusion from outside, activating the automatic defense system. An unexpected error occurred, preventing the program from starting due to the user's level being too low. The level of the fourth world is still too low to initiate the program. Thanks to Jocko's catalyst, the user's level will be temporarily boosted. The program will use suppression forces to recalibrate and synchronize the world, accompanied by the frantic numbers running until they reach a near-perfect threshold. It fills the screen completely, finally stopping at the perfect number, and the notification appears again, indicating it has met the condition to become. Meanwhile, she is still mocking, moving slowly and clearly. "How disgusting. How are you still able to move?" Then she chuckled contemptuously. "Oh, insects. Even after losing their heads, they still wiggle, huh? Haha, he's burning hot. Even if I have to sacrifice this life, I will break your legs." The girl was shocked and quickly gathered her aura. She thought to herself that from the battle 700 years ago, the Sword Saint's aura had evolved all the way to the moment of death, which was truly disgusting. Just as I suspected, that old man must die here. She eagerly rushes in, lies down, and dies. Aaron's descendant was struck by lightning and stunned. She angrily asked, "Old man, what is this?" "What the hell is this, kid?" "No, it's something else. This feeling is impossible, but this disgusting sensation definitely comes from 700 years ago. Your message indicates that the notification has not yet stopped, forcing an upgrade and releasing all the user's blessings. 100 Nyo. The blessings of the God of Infinity and the Rebirth. God have been activated, along with the blessing of the God of Movement to operate both to prevent pain and the tearing of the world's flow. She is furious. Damn these cursed bugs blocking our way once again, grinding my teeth with fury. And he finally finished with his words. "The blessing of the Sword God has been lifted. Please watch over us." It is still dark on this side, but Anne has already woken up. She carefully grips the sword behind her back, her cold eyes staring intently ahead as she mutters, "Today is the last day." Suddenly she feels anxious, but then someone looks at the phone screen and it shows 6:58 a.m. Speed Weapon looked confused as he sat up, and seeing her standing there, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong? It's not even dawn yet and you're already awake?" Ben didn't even bother to look at him, only coldly replied with 2 empty words, "It's late." He was stunned. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Her face showed no happiness or sadness, knowing the sun had risen long ago. Speed Weapon awkwardly looked around, observing in all directions. Am I the only one who sees the sky turning dark?" she said with a helpless sneer. "Are you really the second place in the written exam?" she emphasized. "Anyway, it's almost time to return to the academy while Chiro and Chloe are still deep asleep." She kept calling Zhangzhom repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Without waiting long, her urging voice said again, "Hurry back to the rendezvous point. Maybe all the other students have already gathered since yesterday." The other students, still drowsy, sat up and asked each other in surprise, "Has the sun risen yet?" She turned her back to them and anxiously said, "Hurry up, Webb, after all, this isn't a good omen." returning to the battle amidst the smoky, chaotic sky. Under the raging flames, Kang Jong-ma strides forward boldly, radiating a powerful aura around him. Seeing this, Ago grits his teeth in anger. Jin couldn't just appear out of nowhere suddenly. The space suddenly surged with immense power. Lightning flashed and a brilliant glow shone brightly. He walks in style, his body radiating the light of the protagonist. Ago stares in confusion. Why her again? She frowned and realized. That's right, I was thinking too simply. Even though it feels like a blessing, that Joaquin guy is just a human after all. Living this long has been a real mistake. This broken, worthless body worsens my judgment. But what happened earlier was her shock at remembering that bastard's name. Ago still couldn't believe his eyes as he stared fixedly in that direction. Svan Bung, who was seriously injured nearby, also looked up with wide eyes in shock, his strength nearly gone as he weakly knelt down. Very quickly, Kang Jom appeared in front of him with blank, soulless eyes and an extremely tense atmosphere. Sigvish von Balung opened his eyes wide, looked at him carefully, then suddenly the wound on his stomach reacted, and the flesh there quickly healed. He was bewildered, rubbing his stomach, and asked himself, "What is this? The wound?" Svanbung still looked bewildered. "What on earth is happening?" The demon narrows his eyes without saying a word. He slowly closed his eyes. A surge of power erupted from within him. Lightning suddenly activated. His legs slammed into the ground, causing a violent shockwave. Ago watched in horror, her face turning pale, but she didn't have time to react as the demon appeared behind her, terrifying her to the core. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Strange. Strange. Really strange. There's something very odd. I can't see his form clearly. Is it because of this fragile body? No, the current situation is beyond my understanding. I hurriedly moved with all my might, worried inside that this is too dangerous. This guy is not human. And as I was thinking that, my hands were gathering fire. Sorry, Kang Tong Jom, the hand she used earlier has gathered enough energy. Without hesitation, Ag unleashes that fiery power with fierce intensity. She whispered softly, "Maybe I should retreat now." She gritted her teeth and hissed, "This body is indeed tempting to serve as a vessel for him. But if I don't deal with you here, you'll surely block our demon clan's path." Sigfish von Balung stood beside her, stunned beyond belief. As soon as she finished speaking, she used her remaining strength to fight him to the death. A terrifying blaze rises, a giant whirl of fire soaring into the sky. At that moment, the entire sky is engulfed in a sea of red flames. It rages fiercely and destroys everything in its path. Sigfish von Balung stared in shock, but Kang Zom remained completely calm. With a sinister grin, she kept talking, saying, "It's a pity, but just think of it as a fleeting entertainment." With a terrifying face and flames all around, she confidently declared, "See you in hell." As soon as she finished speaking, Ag raised her hand, using all her strength to control that inferno. Finally, a giant fireball forms and heads towards him and Frit von Bellung with thick smoke and dust, rolling at a speed like a prayer altar. He was extremely confused. Gellum beside him remained calm. His legs suddenly pressed down on the ground, and the systems suddenly displayed a notification. The blessing of the sword god will be lifted. The blessing of the martial god is activated. The blessing of the rebirth god is activated, and the blessing of the teleportation god is activated. A soft voice echoes, "I will fight." Kang still stood there, feeling the fiery sphere approaching. His empty eyes glow as the image becomes clearer in his mind, with red and blue shades growing closer and countless red lines appearing all around. Finally, the red line converged into a fixed point. After aiming at the target, he quickly drew his hot weapon. Heavenly Sword! He raises his sword high into the sky, radiating a brilliant aura, then gently strikes a blow into the fireball. The sword pierced straight toward Ago's body. She was still stunned, not understanding what was happening, when a powerful aura blew her fireball into fragments. At that moment, only fragments of Ao's body remained scattered in the air, the previous slash splitting her body in two. Her face still shows shock. The lower part of one arm is severed, the upper body slumped to the ground, but there is no blood here. She is gasping for breath, her mouth slightly open but unable to speak. What just happened surprised the students over here, and they all scrambled around. "Hey, look over there." Veljamura looked up and asked, "What's going on?" Ayan was also stunned by the scene before her. Speedweapon excitedly asked, "What is that?" She replied coldly with wide eyes, "The sky." And at that moment, a streak of light shot across the sky, making her gasp in surprise. It has already opened. Everyone praised it enthusiastically. It's true, the sun has risen, and the sunrise seen here is also magical. Over here, Agor weakly coughs a few times. Kak, and inside she's panicking, unable to be reborn. She lay there helplessly thinking that the source of her magic had been cut off. If things continued like this, she would die soon. At the same time, Kang Jo-ma's whole body suddenly wavered, his tired body collapsed, and she looked on with a puzzled expression. Seizing the opportunity, Agor struggled to raise her hand as if to do something. I can't die in vain like this. Kang Jom's existence will be a disaster for our demon race. She trembled as she unleashed her flames again. Even if she was going to die, this was her only chance. But before she could act, a sword pierced from behind and went straight through Ha's mouth. Sig von Bung, turning his back on the enemy, commander of the 6th Legion Bassmen, you two are just the same. She glared and turned her head around. No, 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 still daring to curse at him. That damn bastard, he wouldn't let her counterattack. Your hands pushed the sword deeper with force, but I have to say you're stronger than Bassman. She refused to accept being chained and scolded him. The Aaron family's children are truly despicable. He doesn't care and keeps stabbing harder. Go to hell. Damn demon, Ego shouted helplessly. Ha ha ha. Then it completely vanished into the air. Svit Vani Belling stood there for a long time, then tilted his head and said, I am not a descendant of Aaron, but Svit von Belling. Then he looked at Joma lying face down on the ground. Svish von Belling stepped over, turned him over, and at this point he had fallen into unconscious coma. Looking at his face, which has a few scratches, he assesses that his breathing is still stable, although some blood vessels are blocked, but it's not a fatal wound, not life-threatening moment by moment. He recalls his transformation and wonders, Kang Ma, what exactly are you? At that moment I instinctively said yes, like a swordsman. Svish von Belung looked up at the sky, lost in thought from afar. Humans have always believed that everything in the universe carries an incomprehensible will, such as storms, floods, lightning in clear skies, or comets falling across the night sky. Those superhuman and supernatural interventions always evoke fear in people, but ironically, it is those extraordinary powers that make humans pray for blessings and protection. They call all of that calamity, or he pauses for a moment, then stares at him and continues speaking. The gods in the forest, everything suddenly falls silent, but then a vibration appears, as if tearing through space. The students panicked and chaos broke out, but after a moment, everything suddenly stopped, leaving everyone stunned. Suddenly, in front of them, the instructor was shouting loudly, and far away, XF von Belung was placing someone on a stretcher. Among the busy crowd, his face briefly appeared afterward. Saki Ryuyo opened her eyes wide, looking intently, then glanced away. The girls are arguing, Rachel Jimiura is trying to hold Chloe back, and in front of them is the lecturer. Chloe boldly confronts the lecturer about something, just shouting and cursing. Saki Rujo stood frozen, her face showing confusion. Then she turned her gaze to Eben, who was stunned and covering his mouth. She was deeply moved, tears welling up as she stared at Sig von Bellung's severed arm. Eben couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Saki Rujo stepped forward to comfort him. She sobbed uncontrollably, covering her mouth with her hands in pain. But Saki Ryujo still maintained a cold expression, staring straight ahead. At this moment, a sound appeared on the phone screen, indicating that humanity's ceasefire with the demon race could no longer avoid serious losses after the recent incident involving the Sword Emperor. There are only 4-star heroes left now. Is there really another spot open for the whole world? Saki Rujo stared at the phone, a passionate look on her face. I also hope for a slim chance, but surely there's no news about Kang Joma. I wonder if he's already awake now, some male student suddenly whispered. Why haven't I seen that special student around lately? The person next to him quickly interjected. Didn't you see? The special student was taken off Avalon Island. He was stunned to hear that. Really? What could possibly happen only on Avalon Island? The boy worriedly said, I don't know. I only heard that he's in critical condition now, and the other side is also terrified. Oh my, what if they really die? Saki Ryujo's face suddenly changed, her brow furrowing in anger as she shouted, Hey! When the two boys were called, they looked stunned, with their mouths open in surprise. Oh, Miss H, the person next to her innocently asked. Are you calling us? What's going on? She turned to look at them with a sharp gaze and said, Sorry, but could you go to that corner to talk? I couldn't sleep all night, it's too noisy. The two boys reluctantly agreed. Oh, they quickly walked away, giggling and saying to each other, Let's go to that corner and continue talking. Ah, that person also seems excited. Of course, we should go to that corner like the others do. After finishing, she turned back with a worried look. Kang Joma's handsome face suddenly appeared, and she muttered to herself, Don't joke, Kang Jom will never die. Then she suddenly glanced at Chloe, who was sitting there tearfully wiping her eyes. Chloe has been crying her eyes out ever since then, sobbing and whining as she spoke. Sob, 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 Kang Jom, I can't see you. Seeing this, Saki Ryujo's inner feelings are also stirred. I'm just saying that, but honestly, I'm really worried. It's been over a week since I last saw him. She remembered everyone going there together. Speed Weapon asked in surprise. Restricted access? We are students here, we just want to visit our friend in the hospital, but the two black-clad guards stopped us. No. This is a special order from the director forbidding outsiders, but Chloe doesn't care. She pushes forward insistently. Get out of the way. Speed Weapon hurriedly tries to stop her. Chloe's security guard also quickly gives an order. What? What's going on? She shouted his name in helplessness, tears streaming down her face. Only Saki Ryujo remains calm, assessing the situation. If it's a special order, it must be related to the Sword Emperor. Avalon Island has turned into a boiling volcano. The strange magic has been felt more than once. She carefully analyzed each event in detail. The only reasonable conclusion in this case is that she focused on the search screen, where a demon or monster had infiltrated, and the Sword Emperor's intervention caused this situation. She frowned in frustration and said, I searched through many servers for clues, but found nothing. Moreover, the media said they would review the situation carefully before making any announcement, so she cut off all contact with the outside, and even the press couldn't access any information. At this point, she had no choice but to ask directly. Thinking, she took out her phone and sent a message to Kang Sang-jom, but halfway through writing it, she quickly erased it. It was too overwhelming. She sat listlessly on the chair, faint sounds of sighs escaping her lips. Once again, the intimate image of the two of them appeared. She thought that was the last time. Her cold face looked up and then spoke into the void. When will you finally return from the demon's grasp? I'm really worried. The scene shifts elsewhere, and someone asks Aben with concern, Are you okay? The two girls sitting next to each other remain silent. Rachel Gemiora anxiously reminds you, and only then does Aben snap out of it, muttering a few words. Huh? Yeah, Racheline's sad eyes replied. Sorry, I'm just lost in thought for a moment. In another corner of the classroom, two boys kept chatting. It's okay. Is the Sword King okay, Uncle? No, Mr. Trang X also seems to care a lot. Yes, he's still fine. Thanks for your concern. Sorry, Aben. You'll understand little by little. A few images of him flashed through Aben's mind. Why did I volunteer to take care of the injured Kang Joma at Avalon? I don't know the details, but he probably got hurt because he helped his grandfather. Rachel Z. Miura beside him also seems to sense Aben's unease. At the same time, the man was gulping down a bottle of alcohol. He angrily slammed the glass onto the table and said with a furious look, Everything is getting complicated. Disgusting bugs. He said that while placing his hand on the newspaper with the latest news. Back in the school office, someone is reporting that all the muscles on the person's body are torn apart and the nerves are completely shattered. Media sits cross-legged on the chair, clearly displeased, and says this is not at all a stable condition. He hurried to reassure, but now he's fully recovered and has been discharged, maybe even healthier than before. Media's expression changed instantly, rubbing his chin boastfully. Well, it's because I mobilized all the doctors and sorcerers to treat him. Because I ordered everyone to save him at all costs, of course everyone had to try their best. Hey, what are you talking about? I took you there to protect him, yet you still calmly drink tea and speak kindly. It's all in the past now. Don't be angry anymore. Frowning will just give you wrinkles. Media lifts her face in frustration. No need to say anything. All right, I need to think positively now. Only then did she notice him and ask, Hey, are you okay? It seems I've lived too long, and all sorts of strange things happen to me. He replied calmly. As you can see, I don't see any serious inconvenience at all. I have treated countless patients over the past 30 years, but this is the first time something like this has happened. He recovered at an astonishing speed, and even old minor ailments disappeared completely. She grimaced, rubbing her temple, and said, I can only say this is a miracle from the gods. I just don't understand what all this is about. Media silently thought that Jack was definitely to blame for the disastrous return, but during Kang Joma's hospitalization, he never left the bed for a second, and even paid a huge sum to rent the best treatment area. I've never seen anything go that far before. What exactly happened between the two of them? She crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking puzzled as she continued. Even with the poet's blessing like mine, I still can't understand what happened, so it must be beyond my comprehension. Now that Kang Jama is awake, can you tell me what happened? Lately, the media worldwide has been chasing after him so much that I haven't been able to sleep. He put down his teacup and slowly said, I also need time to sort out my thoughts. He closed his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his lips as if reflecting on what had happened. It took me quite a while to understand what happened on the island, she asked impatiently. All right, now tell me what happened at last. Svishvanibelling didn't answer immediately but clenched her missing hand. He slowly recounted that on Avalon Island, the commander of the 5th Legion, Agor, appeared. The words instantly made the atmosphere tense. Her eyes widened in horror. What the hell is that? Ego? Is that true? She hesitated and exclaimed, "No, it can't be." He frowned and emphasized, "Hard to believe, but it's the truth. It was her who took my arm." Hearing this, Media suddenly stood up in excitement. And Kang Roma being seriously injured was also caused by her? Wait a moment. So how is A now? Seeing the hot tea on the table, he calmly replied, "It has been eliminated. Although it hasn't been announced yet because the timing isn't right, I saw it with my own eyes, so I have no doubt." I was stunned and asked, "Jay, did you defeat him alone?" He chuckled softly and said, "Ha, do you think that makes sense?" She seemed to realize something and sank her formidable body onto the sofa. The confused Media thought, Zik is truly crazy, even he can't defeat Ao alone. Even if someone pulls away, the other person has already thought it through. She briefly felt confused, guessing that if you had destroyed A, then surely he would remain silent, with his lips trembling slightly as if confirming. Svish von Belling reached out to take the teacup and leisurely continued. "One day soon, when we gather, I will tell everything." Today, he raised the cup to his lips, smiled kindly, and said, "Before the adults' business, perhaps you should visit the place a young man should go first, right, Hin?" Media sat there helplessly, then turned around and sighed. "Oh no, back to class again." She looked up and kept saying. Cut to the school campus, someone hurriedly calms the others, saying, "Come on, we can't stay gloomy forever." Speedweapon excitedly pulls out a colorful poster and says, "I've made a club recruitment poster. Isn't it eye-catching just by looking at it?" The poster clearly lists the requirements for joining the club trip. We are looking for people to share friendship and romance, conquer fiery dungeons together, and travel freely everywhere. Everyone across Korea, come to our academy if you find life boring. He excitedly said, "We always rely on Kang Jama and never take initiative ourselves." What does everyone think? The two of them are so stunned by his stupidity that they can't even speak. Saki Rujo replied, discouraged, "I'm really surprised in many ways. With a form like this, I doubt anyone else could do it either." Speedweapon naively didn't understand and kept smiling as he said, "Saki, you have good taste. Posters should be bright and colorful." He enthusiastically continued to attract the attention of passers-by. But before he could finish speaking, Chloe's slash tore through the poster. He looked furious and asked, "Oh, Chloe, what are you suddenly doing?" She coldly replied, "I can't let Kang Jom see this trash." He cried out in frustration, "I spent the whole night working hard on it, and you just tore it apart. What am I supposed to do now?" Chloe still nonchalantly said, "Luckily, it's a fake that can be burned." Saki Rujo gently touched the candy stick beside her. The louder the noise, the emptier it felt. She clenched it tightly in her hand and sighed. Even the sweet bean cake isn't as sweet as it used to be. Her sad eyes thought, "Kang Zom, when will you come here?" Suddenly cheers erupted around her, but she still didn't notice. "Oh, Kang Zom has arrived." "Kang Zom, you're out of the hospital already?" she muttered to herself. "You only realized after being discharged and stopped in your tracks, staring in amazement at the crowd. I can't wait any longer." She quickly stood up and looked at Chloe, who was asking Han Kang Jom if he was okay. Speedweapon also intervened. "Yeah, everyone is really worried." But before he could reply, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with surprise before shutting tightly as if avoiding something, only to be lightly tapped on the forehead by Saki Ryujo, who remained unmoved and spoke flatly, leaving him stunned. Her face suddenly lit up with a smile she hadn't shown in a long time, her hand forming a heart shape as she said, "Welcome back." He still stood there in silence, but the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a happy smile. He calmly said, "I'm back." Everyone else just burst into chaos. Speedweapon excitedly says, "Oh right, we did make a poster for the club." Chloe worriedly intervened. "Don't let Yama see that pile of junk." "That's right, Weapon. That really is a horn. Ha ha ha, everyone is just chatting happily together." Kangma stands in front of the castle, thinking that this place is in his hand with a knife. Kangma gazes intently at the castle as many streams of power emerge. Darts of knives flew toward Kang Yoma. He hesitated, Sashimi. Then Kang Yoma fought them, and the battle was fierce with cracks in space appearing one after another. He realizes something. The space is torn apart. He freezes as a large knife comes crashing down towards Kang Joma from above. The blue glitching characters appear, and the ghostly figure with a cold gaze suddenly appears, blocking the incoming attack. A crack appears in the space, and Doom Ma looks at it. The boy is amazed as a voice echoes from within. Everything seems to tear apart and fall from the ground. Kangoma is floating in space. He is confused. What is this? Suddenly everything went dark. Kang opened his eyes, looking despondent. Chang sat up, holding his head. Is that dream happening again? Then he picked up his phone to see who had messaged so early in the morning, and it turned out to be Speon reporting to Kang Changjoma about the new member recruitment along with his picture. He sighed, saying, "This means I'm doomed with the recruitment." Changjom went to the mirror, feeling much better physically, maybe even better than before. As he changed clothes, he wondered if it was because he had relaxed comfortably in the VIP hospital room. "I heard that after the battle with Agora, when I fainted, the Sword King paid out of his own pocket to rent a hospital room and arrange for my care." Kong straightened his clothes, filled with gratitude, unable to fully express his debt of kindness. He suddenly stopped. The tie, as Ma remembered from Avalon Island, made him wonder what would happen in the future. Am I doing the right thing? Feeling discouraged, I suddenly remembered that not long ago, I was also pondering the same thing. Koma remembered Saki Ryozo once said, "Just be true to who you are." Kangjama walked away. "That's right. Complaining now won't change anything. Let's look up at the sky and keep going." Someone is calling. "Hey, Saki Ryozo, want to go eat some cake?" You replied casually, "Hey, Ryo, eat more." She looks disappointed. A is really bored. "Why didn't you flinch at all? Kang is just pretending." A was startled. Saki Ryozo chuckled. Yes, thank you. Remember she asked you about her? Can you tell me now? You answer. What is it?" Saki Ryozo gets straight to the point. "What happened in Avalon? Why have you been in the hospital for so long?" Kangma didn't explain clearly. "Is it just a little thing that she thinks you won't tell her?" "What is it? What is it? What is it? Just tell me, huh? What is it?" You are confused by Saki Ryozo's suspicion. "Why is that?" Saki Ryozo is teasing. "You ask why?" She said it confidently. "I'm the advisor for the travel club. Of course I should know about that." But Kangzom just kept looking at his phone, making her annoyed. "Hey, don't ignore me." You signal Saki Ryozo to look at the phone. "Huh, what are you sending?" She shouted after reading, "What the hell is this? This idiot went through the trouble of getting a permit and then posted this trash." As for Kong Duma, he calmly gave instructions. "Yeah, so please manage it. With this band, you'll never find any members. You're the strategist, go somewhere else." "Hey, Kangjoma, where are you going?" In a room, two people are talking, and despite their appearance, their tea-making skills are also excellent. Media Poison retorts, "What's with this guy? How do I look?" Jom smiled. "I mean it as a compliment." She's annoyed. What kind of weird compliment was that? At this moment, Kangjoma opened the door and entered. "Please excuse my rudeness." Media Poison looks at you. "Ah, Yama." You hesitated. "I arrived too early, didn't I?" She gently explained, "No, Joma arrived just in time." Jom is joking. Living 70 years with two hands, now with only one hand he still feels awkward sometimes. Ha ha, even when flushing the toilet. Media Poison reminds you to save some face, while you sit huddled and muttering, already sitting on a hot seat. She looked at you and then spoke. "I've heard Jom tell the story. Joma said she had defeated the 5th Legion Commander Agora." Kong Jama looked tense and warm. "Yeah." "Ah, you think your memories are clear, and given the situation they are undeniable truths. But when you try to recall, the feelings at that time are hazy and unclear." Media Poison awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry, Jama. I was in such a hurry since you just got out of the hospital." Kang Jom shyly replied, "It's okay." She continued, saying, "I still can't believe it to this day." I know Jomya or Jama wouldn't tell, but Jomya interrupted. "But that's the plain truth. I was there when Agora was destroyed." But basically it was a solo performance by Kang Yama, who sincerely shared with the media about what happened on Avalon Island. "Sorry for the late reveal, I had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. The demon faction must also be sensing something unusual now. There are no heroes among humanity today capable of stopping a demon lord of the Legion level. Although it's unclear how Agora infiltrated the mortal realm, the purpose behind it is very clear. It's as if they're trying to prevent something from happening within the water." Media Poison feels worried upon hearing this. Jom lifts his teacup and continues speaking. "However, if we stay silent like this, the situation will only get worse. The demon race is impulsive and cunning. I predict there will be a conflict with them in the next few years." Compared to half a century ago, Media Poison, and you both listen carefully to what he says. Kang Yama silently analyzes that if the destruction of Agora is announced, the demon race might use it as a pretext to declare war. Fortunately, the Sword Emperor kept his mouth shut, so they didn't react in any special way. As expected, the Sword Emperor is a figure worthy of the respect of humanity. He looked at you and said, "Today I arranged this meeting because I have something to discuss." Jom leans on his injured shoulder. "I can no longer serve on the front lines." Media Poison stood up suddenly and exclaimed, "Jom, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Losing an arm and you talk as if you've already lived your life to the fullest." Jom thoughtfully said, "Nurturing righteous heroes to create a better era." Media Poison replied. That is the motto of our academy. He muttered, Media. That is also the reason why she took on the role of dean. She didn't answer but turned away. The atmosphere grew somber, and Zamda picked up his teacup again, saying, Let's continue the conversation. I will soon relinquish my position as the 7-star hero. Kang Ma shouted, Sword Emperor, he's reassuring you. Calm down. Kang, I didn't change my mind suddenly, but reached this conclusion after careful consideration while you were in the hospital. And it doesn't mean I will completely withdraw from the front lines. That means I will do what I can in the future. Media Poison suggests that media outlets around the world won't leave you alone. Jomjo expressed his intentions. Anyway, I also plan to accept an interview soon. Why not take this opportunity to do it all at once and save time? She angrily walks over and pulls his collar. Oh my God, you're old but still look exactly like you did 50 years ago, Jom teased. Isn't that proof that I am still young? Haha. Media Poison, what's with this guy's frowning face? Even Kang Ma can only chuckle helplessly. You two are like water and fire. Joking around will get you into trouble. Let's see. Until now, I have done my best to prevent the distortion of the true history. Whenever the characters in the story act strangely, I break out in a cold sweat. But now that I think about it, I was also quite petty and domineering. In their words and actions, there is a hidden will. They are not characters in a game, but individuals with their own identities. Now, whatever they choose, whatever situation arises, face it humbly and break through it. Jom is hit directly in the neck by Media Poison. She asked worriedly, Are you okay? He replied, It's broken. Because covering your eyes and denying reality is no different from a child's tantrum still nursing at their mother's breast, Jom, like being struck awake, suddenly remembers, almost forgetting the most important thing. Media Poison grumbled, Just hearing that today is enough to shorten my life? What else are you planning to say? He told Kang Zom that I would transfer my position as the 7-star hero to you. The more Zom is confused and unfamiliar. Under the sunset, the unusually quiet atmosphere, the cold tea on the table, someone sighs in despair. Media Poison gazes out the window, complaining. This old man is really senile. After saying that, she fell silent and gazed into the distance as if predicting the future. The memories from earlier suddenly flooded back, and at that moment, Media Poison was very panicked. First, we need to observe the actions of the demon race, and then we also have to do a press interview. But still, seeing that, Janji smirked and said as if to brush everything off. Of course, not right now. Chikao has already been preparing for at least a year, so shouldn't he take the chance to enjoy his school life while he's still at the academy? Media Poison is so furious they're about to jump in and cause a scene. This old man just thought of that, and already she got upset, bringing up the inheritance of the 7-stars hero title. It's a bit too much for a 17-year-old rookie. Besides Kang Sang-jo Ma, no one else is truly worthy of that title. Although not officially announced, if Kang Joma's whereabouts were revealed, the world would be turned upside down in the literal sense. A genius like him, with a presence from above, Kang Jo-ma has already stepped into the realm of legends. At this point, Media Poison comments on him, no different from a reincarnation of Vo. She realized she had spoken carelessly and covered her mouth with her hand. Then, without overthinking, Media Poison leaned back, sighed, and gazed at the scenery, contemplating a few trivial matters. Actually, I understand his feelings too. The vacant spot in the 7 stars not only affects humanity, but could also cause diplomatic conflicts with the demon race. Even if there are disagreements, if it's personally appointed, it should be fine. However, approval from the association and the remaining 7 stars is still required, so after a while she left her seat and stood up. Media Poison glanced at the childhood photo on the table and softly said, "The gathering is coming up soon?" At the same time, you were walking back down the corridor. They just kept walking in silence, nobody said a word. After a long while, Kang Sang-jom finally spoke. "Sword Emperor, do you have a moment?" He kept walking without a single reply or pause. After a few seconds, Jomjae turned around and asked if it was about the heir of the missing 4 stars. "Sorry for not warning you earlier. Do you know why the 7-star seat has only 4 people?" Kang Ma hesitated and guessed nervously. "Is that to honor your fallen comrades?" Zom looked into the distance and nodded. "I guess that's one way to see it. It's precisely because of that noble sacrifice that we and our comrades can still stand firm on this land. But using that to abandon your position doesn't sound convincing. Let's be honest. The simple reason is that no one has appeared so far who is stronger than us. We need a hero who is more outstanding than that. The demon race is very powerful, far beyond humanity. The more I imagine that scene, the more I agree. In the game as well, the strength of the demon race is clearly demonstrated, probably to lure players into spending money, but the extreme difficulty of the miracle of Truk Fuck is due to the overpowered racial stats of the demon race. According to the story, if that demon clan rises with such overwhelming numbers, they could wipe out humanity in less than half a year. Jom looked at you and said his final words. All negotiations and transactions require strength as a foundation. Kangma pretends to be confused, so what does that have to do with the empty seat? He slightly furrowed his brow with determination. If it's just ordinary strength, then letting it go would be better. Kangma also secretly understood the situation a bit. If the 7 stars were defeated by a small demon beast, he would clarify even more about its main mission. The 7 stars are not seats to enjoy glory. They are a responsibility to restrain the demon clan and represent humanity. But by now, that meaning is gradually fading away. People even exploit the reputation of the 7 stars as a tool for power struggles. Thinking of those in power manipulating Saki Ryozo, he silently speculated. The country used the title of the 7 stars to hold the prime minister position for life for 40 years, essentially a dictatorship. The Japanese Prime Minister Sesugaki Kojima is only mentioned in the game, never appearing, so even Kangjama is quite unsure about him. Here, Ryozo has never once involved himself in family matters. Not even Chloe occasionally shares a few family stories. In his memory, she once said, "I hate the heroic 7 stars. I understand your meaning, but that's not what I want to know. Why did I choose you?" Jom looked at him for a long time with deep eyes before finally speaking. "Kangma, are you pretending to be ignorant, or are you truly stupid? I chose you as my successor because you are stronger than me, even surpassing me completely." Hearing that, a doubt arose in Kang Joma's heart. I may have fought Ao to the brink of death, but was that entirely my strength? He remains silent because he hasn't found a satisfying answer yet. Jom then looks out the window and softly says, "I have wanted to ask about that power for a long time. Now I guess I have no choice but to know." That question hit Kang Joma right in the dark spot. It has a time limit, doesn't it? His ears started ringing, the atmosphere grew heavy, and his face lost control. In Kang Jom's mind right now is a trap of 1,000 questions he has never told anyone about. Why does he know? Could it be? But then he gently placed his hand on your shoulder as if to comfort you. Dom reassures you, "Don't panic, I'm just guessing. Even you can't use that kind of power forever without paying a price. I saw you collapse after about a minute during the exam and on Avalon Island, so I deduced this mechanism from that." As he was about to leave, you held him back. Sword Emperor Kang Joma clenched his fist, steeling himself and putting all his confidence into this moment. "With the courage you already have, you asked me about my power, and I have something to say. A long time later, you are still there. Only the tide's glow has not yet faded." After hearing this, Jomjae summarized. "When activating the blessing branch, the power you gain must be exchanged for intense pain, and you need to use another blessing branch to suppress it. Is that correct?" Kang nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right." Kang Ma explained about the blessing sword body and the void of pain. "Of course you omitted some details. Even if you trust the Sword King, revealing your weakness to others is still something to be cautious about." Kang spoke only to ask for advice, not to seek sympathy. Jom didn't look into his eyes. He looked into the distance and assured me, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Using one blessing to suppress the binding of another blessing is truly a breakthrough. You have accepted and used that power in your own way." That statement made Kang Jom stand frozen, lost in thought. Jom nodded because his choice was right. You do have talent, but you can't keep fighting while time is chasing you from behind. You must learn how to distribute your power. To do that, you need an experienced teacher, and I am in need of a highly talented disciple. Shang Jom fully understood what that meant. After finishing his words, Jomjae turned around and walked away. "Since I have chosen you as my successor, passing on my legacy is my duty. Even though I plan to retire, suddenly I feel restless and eager to act." Suddenly, Jomjae looked back and handed him a tie. "Oh, right. Ben asked me to give this to you." Kang was hesitant as Ma took it, still unsure. Oh, he even gave instructions about that before leaving. "I'll call you when everything is settled. In the meantime, just enjoy life at the academy." No matter how many times you call, he still walks away. Calmly. "Wait a moment. Sword Emperor, do you have a successor and also a disciple?" "There's no way I'll try to persuade him gradually later on." That night at the dormitory where you stay, Kang Ma was trembling all over as he slept. A terrifying dream is flooding back in his mind. It's a tall clock tower with many sharp spikes shooting out from it. In the dream, Kang Changjom could hit easily as if it were nothing. He also knew it was just a dream, and yet it was that very dream. The atmosphere gradually blurs. Something is appearing. Kang Ma breaks out in cold sweat. He knows something bad is about to happen again. The space crack grew larger, matching his growing worry. If he could stop it this time, he would accept and use that power. The encouragement from Jom in the afternoon echoes in his mind, accepting the power. The two words that give Kang Changzom motivation appear. Acceptance. He relaxes his grip so the knife completely disappears. Kang Ma opens his arms to receive it. All right, if this is just a dream, as the giant spear gets closer to him, Kang Yama is completely confident in his decision. He won't die, and then it touches Kang Yoma, and he is pushed back. Surprisingly, blood is actually flowing from his mouth. Kangoma closes his eyes tightly, lowers his lashes, and endures everything. Your pupils dilate fiercely as if they are about to burst, sparks of electricity flickering in your eyes. After a moment of endurance, everything disappears. The torn clothes and spiritual energy gradually floods into your body as if resetting everything. Kangjom's feet gently touch the invisible ground as a blue light surrounds his entire body, making him feel confused and wonder. Suddenly, a magical light emanates from his palm as a part of his soul begins to drift out and gradually takes on a new form. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? He quickly turned back to see who that person was. It was a ghostly white figure of a tall, slender man standing there. It made you immediately realize and shout loudly, "Is it Foggy or what?" He waved his hand and looked around. "Isn't it here?" Clearly, I reconstructed a familiar scene. This is the first time you've met me here, so it's understandable to feel confused, and please forgive me. But Kangdu Ma was a bit puzzled by this scene. He scratched his head nervously. "I'm not Goem." You froze in confusion, asking again, "Aren't you GM?" He changed direction with a hint of agreement. However, from one perspective, it's also similar. I could be him and he could be me. If you look closer, the opposite is also true. Kang Ma didn't care and asked directly, "So who are you really?" He was silent, finding it hard to answer this question. And then he burst out laughing again, a long, hearty laugh that left you puzzled. Kang Ma seriously reminded him, "How long do you plan to keep joking?" "Sorry about that, I was just reminiscing and couldn't help but laugh. It's natural for you to wonder about my identity. To explain who I am would take too long, so I'll keep it brief. To this one, I am a calamity. To others, I am creation, the universe, the world. Many titles are given to me." By the end, he slightly bowed his head with a mysterious and divine aura. Kang Ma found it strange and instinctively repeated it. "A god?" He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, but not the fleshly body you think," more accurately he declared, and spoke confidently about himself. "Sword God, no matter what name you call me, ultimately, I am still me." Now let's stop here for now. I still want to chat more, but it seems time is up. Kangjom has a question. "Why did you only appear here?" The sword god pointed and reminded you, "You don't remember that the seal has been broken recently?" Suddenly, he recalled that day when the sword god's blessing was lifted. It's exactly what you're thinking. However, since it hasn't been completely removed, I only exist in this imperfect form. Being able to talk to you directly like this is already a miracle. Suddenly, the hourglass shattered into pieces, revealing a red darkness behind the crack. At this point, that's all I can do. Kangjom Ma is gradually regaining consciousness. What? You fell into an endless pit and are about to escape the trance. Since there's still some time, the sword god told you to remind yourself. Fight, hide, or deal with it as you see fit, but don't swing your sword recklessly. The power you're using right now, Tra says you probably don't understand it yet. Kangdu tries to reach out and hold on but can't. Let me ask first. The sword god of destruction leaves with regret, but this time, don't make any more mistakes. And one more thing, I trust you. Kang saw that the dream had completely vanished, and reality had returned. His hands were still stretched out as if trying to hold on to something. Chong still couldn't break free, so he slowly sat up to regain his composure. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, and he looked at it and read aloud. The assimilation rate is 21.3%. Without waiting any longer, Tangjom rushes into the pile of papers and pens. He tries to write it down but can't remember clearly, so he sighs in frustration. Before he knows it, the memory slips away again. All right, gathering these little clues can be considered progress. You look out the window and let your mind drift. Is the rainy season coming? The sudden spike in the assimilation rate is quite annoying, but so far it has only increased without causing any side effects. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up, catching Kangjom's attention. He quickly answered to see who was calling. "Hello?" At that moment, a terrible sound came through the line that made Kangjom curse under his breath. This crazy guy, having a fit so early in the morning? But the next message made his face change. "What the hell?" Someone from inside the cafe shouted. "What kind of way to talk is that? Can anyone actually get in touch after seeing that terrible flyer?" Chloe completely agrees with that, surprised there's still someone so bored. Kang looked at Speed Weapon's face and could only chuckle helplessly. He also looked pretty disheveled. Chloe was a bit curious. Who exactly is the person trying to join the club? Saki Ryozo confidently adjusts his glasses. Just the fact that he saw that poster and still made the connection is suspicious enough. "I have to check thoroughly," she agreed wholeheartedly. "I also find this suspicious." In the end, they formed an empty alliance. Being careful is never a waste. Kong still doesn't know the full story, and the female warden and Jen, the two who hired the gatekeeper, were planning to reveal it then, because there's a high chance they are spies sent by the forces behind to target him. Speed Weapon reminded the chairman to remember about tomorrow night, right? You were startled and stammering, huh? Oh, Chloe suddenly remembered and nodded. That's right. You said you like seafood, right? Saki Ryozo agrees and follows along. The club is about to be formed, but more importantly, we need to celebrate your discharge from the hospital, Kyungma said vaguely, as if trying to avoid the topic. I'm a bit picky about eating sushi, she said curiously. Are you more picky than me? You're probably just thinking that you're a bit lazy to go. Sweet Weapon stood up and confirmed, but that restaurant is the most famous in the academy, making reservations extremely difficult. She was also quite surprised when she saw the 3,000 reviews. It's amazing that even after eating, the Japanese still praise the food. Chloe is really looking forward to it. Just hearing makes her crave it. There's nothing more I can do. Kang Ma has to accept it. All right, I'm leaving. It's awkward to refuse this kind of celebration, and just as everyone was chatting happily, the person who needed to arrive has come. Sorry for the inconvenience. Are you all members of the travel club? Speed Weapon nodded and extended his hand to greet. Yes, please take a seat. She also bowed her head in response. Hello, everyone. Saki Ryozo leans close to your ear and whispers, What is this? It looks more normal than I expected. Does Ma really think that way? But when I think about it, even weirder ones than him are willing to accept. That's right, she's been giving you a special look all this time. Seeing that, Kang Sang-jom felt a bit helpless. Aren't you secretly scolding me? Speed Weapon spoke up to introduce himself, saying, Thank you for applying to the travel club, but Saki Ryozo cut in. Can you introduce yourself first? Everyone must give her space to speak. She accepted and introduced herself. Yes, I am Sanhan, second year, Class B, from Buan. Are you Korean? Hannah adjusted her glasses and admitted reluctantly, but there was a hint of awkwardness in her tone. You could see that Kang Jom was a bit puzzled by her. If Korea has the surname San, then Kang Jom himself also bears the surname Seori Kang, a family that doesn't exist in this world. Thinking about it, he then shared a related hobby. When I was in Busan, I only ate Busan-style braised pork. Hannah happily joined in and even went into detail. Really? That dish is amazing, with clear broth, a bit of chili oil and chives, then mixed with rice. That's truly top-notch. Suddenly, Saki Ryozo lightly taps her shoulder to remind her and sharply shouts, Hey, wake up! All right, we already know your background and reputation, so tell me what motivates or drives you to join the travel club. Han said, adjusting his glasses with a calculated look. I saw on the notice board that the main activity of the club is traveling and dungeon clearing. My combat experience has been a bit unstable this year, so I want to clear a few more dungeons. I saw the notice just in time, so I applied right away. Saki Ryozo lowered her head and looked around. We are a travel club. Dungeons are just a side activity, and there are plenty of other clubs that focus solely on dungeon fighting. Han suddenly sighed in disappointment and gently grasped the shoulder. She lowers herself and complains that now in her second year, there's nowhere left to accept someone like me. Thinking about it, it's only natural that someone as useless as me would be left behind. Everyone is focused on this interrogation. There's no need to belittle myself that much. So, what weapon do you use? Hannah confidently reached out and said, I don't have any specialized weapons. If I had to say, maybe my fists? Saki Ryozo hesitated for a moment and then asked, Are you sure you can survive in the dungeon? Hannah confidently adjusted her glasses and said, Isn't it true that everyone says the dungeon isn't the main activity? The group huddled together, whispering among themselves. The first time I saw Saki speechless like this, Hannah's gaze was firm yet mysterious. Saki Ryozo hesitated and looked around for a long time before finally sighing and agreeing. All right, I get what you're saying. Hannah felt relieved and confidently played her trump card. Yes, I truly want to join this club, not just because of the dungeon, but also because I want to have beautiful memories at the academy before graduation. On this side, he lowered his head and observed more carefully because of his experience with various customers. And just by their aura, Kang Jom could guess what kind of person they were. Moreover, when observing with the sensing ability blessed by the sword god, Saki Ryozo nodded in agreement, saying, I think this person probably can't harm anyone. Seeing that, Kang Jom had no choice but to accept Hannah and welcomed her to join the travel club. Dan Trey, she appeared innocent and delighted. Oh, so I passed? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Since we're all a year younger than you, just speak comfortably. Hannah habitually adjusted her glasses. Oh, I see. At that moment, everyone realized it looked like she had been waiting a long time for those words. Kang Ma smiled and asked, Since you're the senior anyway, Dropping the honorifics early would make both sides more comfortable, as long as Chloe keeps using them. She hesitated slightly and said, "Just speak naturally. I'm a year older. I don't like being treated like an adult too much." Hearing that, Kang Yoma switched to a different tone. "Then I'll call you comfortably, but still respect you as Hannah-senpai." Speed Weapon casually handed the paper to Hannah. "Hannah, this application needs to be submitted this week, so please help us fill it out." She wrote every word clearly, though her face still looked a bit dark. After watching, Hannah asked again to be sure. "Is it true that the club advisor is the director of the institute?" Speed Weapon didn't hesitate to reveal. "That's right, just a clever word from the head of the department," and she agreed immediately. Hannah smirked excitedly, a mysterious smile on her face. "It looks like the club life is going to be very interesting." Kangma has noticed something unusual on her side. After finishing, she leaves. "Then call me next week. I'll take my leave now." Kang Yama crossed her arms curiously. Who could that person really be? Saki Ryozo saw this and immediately asked, "What's going on? Why do you suddenly look so stunned?" Kang Yama suggested, "Don't you think Hannah looks like someone? Or is it just me who sees that?" She shook her head and adjusted her glasses. "Not really. Maybe it's just that her face looks a bit washed out. She often makes this gesture like this. What about me?" He helplessly reminded him, "Stop copying." Suddenly, the phone rang with a message. Who could it be? Kang Zom looked at him, reading aloud. "It's from the director." Speed Weapon jumped up happily and asked, "The director? Is she that quick to catch wind of new member recruitment?" I turned on the device to deny it. "No, I asked her for a favor last time." "On the phone, it's your own resume." Kang Joma's eyes widened in shock. You froze in shock and blurted out, "What is this?" Joma turned his back and walked away firmly. "Sorry, I'll take my leave first." Everyone looked puzzled and asked, "Why is the captain acting like that all of a sudden?" The director probably called him right away. A series of past images of you gradually appeared, showing that all information about your relatives and parents had been completely erased. "My parents are Joma walking down the street with a frowning face." Turns out this is what Jae-sen was talking about. "You remember that information sheet and Jae-sen's worried face. I was about to tell you verbally but hesitated." Ma was still pondering in his mind. The file was completely erased along with all information about family relationships and parents, which should have been there. You lower your head. The only remaining information is from after I enrolled. There was a time I tried to recall, but I couldn't remember my parents' faces. The last time I contacted them was before the midterm exam, because I didn't want to worry them. After resting, he took out his phone and stared at it, trying to call himself. After resting, Ma immediately made a call. The ringing went on for a while before the other end informed him that the number he dialed does not exist. The surrounding space around him also became silent. Feeling helpless, Jama's hand holding the phone loosened, then clenched tightly around it. "Ra hoi con moi. Tung giot mulach tach tren vadao. Chankao di chuyen roi quele saudin buokdi. Kute. Joma vodin khongbie di dao trong con moi." After a while, he sat down on a nearby wooden bench and looked at his family on his phone. "My parents are gradually fading away. Even the photos will disappear eventually. I'm not imagining things or remembering wrong." Done. Ma tilts his head up to the gloomy sky. The resonance from the Sword Saint's protections is completely dismissing all hypotheses. With a sad mood, he bowed his head and said, "They are ultimately just existences created to help me grow up." The space around here falls silent again. Dom starts to get angry and wonders, is this someone's doing? A game has already been set up. A supreme god, Gorma, the god of the game, suddenly pulls out something from his shirt pocket as the atmosphere grows darker, and suddenly a lightning strike hits hard beside the chair he is sitting on. At the same time, Ma raised his knife high. His knife, struck by lightning, emitted a dark aura. The boy's face grimaces with determination, promising there will be a day. Inside the mansion, a scream echoes. This one inside is walking confidently past the men, who are all so captivated they're begging to take even my share. Only when she reaches a distance does she turn back and smile kindly, refusing. "Sorry, you're not on my level to compete with me." Hearing that, they changed their attitude and started shouting loudly outside. "Is it your fault? You're the one overdoing it." Inside the room, Ben saw that she was friendly too. "Every morning is so noisy like this. I'm so tired." Song Dae-tro didn't answer but sat down heavily on the chair and sighed. Aben looked at her carefully, wondering to himself. She was completely different from usual. So strange. After a while, Dae-tro finally spoke. "Hey, can I complain a little?" She looked worried too. "Is it about some trouble?" After Dae-tro Trong, I seem to have lost my zest for life. My self-esteem has hit rock bottom lately. Honestly, I think I'm not that bad. I'm confident in my strength, and my face is enough to make the boys follow me around and get annoyed. And above all, as she spoke, She gazed downwards with fascination. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ain was scared and covered her. While she was about to comment on her figure, A blushed and shouted, "Rachel, what are you trying to do?" She calmly called out Aben. Rachel crossed her arms and changed the subject. "Do you know that Jama has already started a club?" Miss Aben, you also seemed taken aback and stammered in response. "It's Jama's fault," she asked back a little surprised. "Please don't say there was anything between you and Jama in Avalon," Aben said nervously. "No, what are you talking about?" Nothing happened. Song En stepped back, still hiding her blushing cheeks. "That day, I injured my leg, and the ghost had already left the next morning." Rachel was a bit surprised. She just added, "Well, she's not really the type to be easily affected by things. Maybe I was a bit too sensitive? Sorry about that." Rachel turned to look at Aben with a mischievous look. "And earlier, I even told Kang Joma that I didn't have any. Even a tiny speck of dust's worth of concern for him surprises me," Aben retorted. "I didn't mean to exaggerate that much, but suddenly a wire flew up and pressed close to Ain's face with dazed eyes." Huh? Could it be that he's also starting to care about her? As if he was hit right in the heart. Anne anxiously replied, "Why did it turn out like this?" He sat back in his seat and continued, "Well, people's hearts can always change their minds. There's nothing absolute in human relationships anyway. So what exactly did he say?" Ayan looked a bit confused and explained, "I was just telling you that Kang Jama started a club." Remembering Weapon's disappointed refusal, Rachel said, "Oh right, so I told Weapon I would apply but was outright rejected. I heard Jama said that students in the star class are a bit intimidating, so they won't accept them. Ayan is naive." "Yeah, but what does that have to do with your pride?" Talking about this, she suddenly remembered. Oh, yesterday she confidently walked down the street. "Tonight I need a cup of crumb coffee to be worthy of crowning the princess, or Olet coffee from a pas. That drink is what I still enjoy every morning." She left happily, radiating a glow. "All right, go with the Olet coffee. After all, I must maintain the dignity of the Zamora family." After making her choice, she happily approaches the counter and orders, "Give me an iced Americano, please." That feels so refreshing. As the server works, Vel's cheeks flush red, and her heart is filled with a strange fascination. Summer at the hot bar is much busier than MP, I think so?" Joma, sitting with Aben, just happened to catch her eye. Rachel happily moved closer. Jom suddenly realized that prey could be found everywhere, completely unexpected. But when she saw a shoulder-length blue-haired girl sitting across, Rachel became a bit curious. Oh, she looked more closely at the blue-haired girl. Then she turned to stare intently at Jom. After a moment, the wire stood still like a statue. In the end, she brushed aside what had happened, thinking it was just a meeting or some kind of conversation. I still can't forget Jama's expression from that moment. His mouth twitched up to his ears. I don't understand what that girl with glasses has that he likes so much. Then suddenly, Jama opened one eye and glanced over, or maybe it was just how Google Jama usually was. Returning to reality, and suddenly radiated a terrifying aura. Rachel sensed a hint of hesitation. Oh, the quiet space outside the shop. Jom stands coldly, staring into the shop. The naming style in this world is just like that. But he clenches his lips tightly, knowing he must keep his professional instincts in check in this situation. From afar, a voice rang out, "Oh, they're here." The trio appeared simultaneously and said, "Captain, if you think someone's missing, I wonder, did Hannah not come? Really?" Then he paused, hearing that he's from Buwan, and it's pretty impressive. Then they all stepped into the shop together. Chloe leads the way happily, looking excited just by the sight. And inside the shop, a voice welcomes you in. Standing in front of the door, Yoma feels a bit nostalgic, like returning to his hometown. While inside, there's the lively sound of 4 people setting the table. But when he went inside, he was forced to confront Chloe. The girl with a pale face stood frozen in place. Seeing their terrified expressions, Doom-ma also looked up and adopted a similar look. When he saw the two standing frozen, Saki stepped in from behind and asked, "What's wrong?" "Is something wrong?" Doom-ma said, looking very uncomfortable. "What are you doing here?" Nakshu looked a bit panicked. "Oh, I'm just working part-time." Hearing this, Yoma looked displeased and remembered the cool nights. "No, I mean, why did it turn out like this? Clearly in this world, he's a member of the wealthy Ator family, hiding his identity and working part-time in disguise. Could he be on some kind of mission?" Suddenly, the shop owner shouted at the young man, "Hey, new employee, aren't you going to greet the customers?" "Thanks. A few days ago you were crying and begging me to let you work, and now why are you just standing there?" When he gets scolded, he turns around and takes the blame. "Yes, sorry, boss." Then Saki smiled and quickly walked away. "No more bothering others. Let's go in." After hearing that, he agreed. Looking at the menu, Saki, the weapon, said one by one, "I like this one." "The menu looks great. No wonder the place is crowded." And then all 4 of them fell silent. Jom coldly spoke up. Maybe Nukshu has his own reasons, too. Chloe was still dazed and responded vaguely. Yes. Seeing her sad expression, Duma silently thought that the relationship between the two siblings had indeed grown closer. It seems she is the one most looking forward to this gathering. Suddenly, Sako pushed Hong Seech closer to him, then turned to introduce himself warmly. I heard their sushi here is especially good. 11 pieces for this price is really reasonable. Joma turned around surprised and asked again. A boss costs 400,000 and you say that's okay? Saki, not fully understanding how the world works, calmly agrees. Yeah, it's rare for the whole group to go out to eat together. Could it be that I care too much about the prices? Or should I go somewhere else? Because the demon only knows helplessness. Forget it, just order whatever everyone wants since it's still you guys treating. Immediately, Saki slammed the menu onto the table and loudly declared, Okay, we'll order now. Seeing her like this, he thought to himself silently, Still, they are a completely different class from me. This gap in status is really hard to get used to. The sparkling sushi was quickly served on the table. Everyone immediately praised it. Wow, that looks delicious. Even in Japan, it's rare to see this kind of dish. This place really does a good job. Yeah, the ingredients look absolutely terrifying to me. Jom looked grim and grimaced. Saki immediately noticed and asked, What's wrong? Why does he look so strange? Is something bothering him? If you're the one eating here, it sounds a bit strange, but the ingredients are very good. Your knife skills ruined everything. The fish looks like it's crying. Everyone was surprised and looked at you. Really? Standing nearby, Nukshu heard that and thought to himself, that kid dared to say the one thing the boss hates most. Suddenly, a sound rang out from somewhere, startling Saki. Excuse me, customer. The boss just stared blankly at us, asking again. What did you just say? All three of them looked at him with a bit of fear. Dam Ma remained calm, his gaze steady as he responded without moving. What I said is still the same. My skills are not bad, but not worth this price. The boss there frowns and starts to get annoyed. All right, since you've gone that far, show me your skill with the knife just once. He grits his teeth. If you're so confident in your knife skills, show me. With your own hands. He spoke as if urging me. Please, show me right now. Weapon and Chloe are stunned. Saki also laughs in surprise. The two unfamiliar students sitting at the nearby table also paid attention because the ghost, sitting still like a statue, looked uncomfortable and had sharp hearing. Your Korean is still rough, but you understand quickly. Suddenly, you stand up, and Saki, a bit surprised, asks, Kangma, what are you planning to do? Seeing this, the boss sneered and said mockingly, Oh, Hua Kin Academy? Confident with a knife? I've been holding a knife for 12 years. If you do better than me, today's meal is free. Dam Ma, who handed over the knife, warned, Don't break your promise. Finished, the boss looked extremely cunning as he recalled the fish in the kitchen. Fine. After all, he's just a kid, probably just trying to show off in front of his friends. I'll let him cut a piece of halibut and teach him a lesson at the same time. Then he turns to the fish and gives the order. All right, then the fish you'll use will be that flatfish. Hearing that, John Ma argued back, let me use the mackerel instead. Then you point towards the kitchen, where the money is already lying on the cutting board. Seeing you head in that direction, the boss shouted in panic. Wait a moment. Nokdu glanced at him, trying to figure out what he was thinking. Seeing Mr. Man grabbing his hair, Nokdu stepped forward to block him. Mr. Man, just watch for now, and the old man just stands there shouting. Knock. Shu, are you crazy? Outsiders entering the kitchen is a serious issue. And do you know how to prepare that fish? Are you crazy? Nokshu ignores his honest words. It's a bit strange for a staff member to say that here, but maybe he can trust him. Dama walks steadily towards the kitchen and quickly stands in front of the fish before taking off his outer coat. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The skilled hand of him preparing to pick up the knife. The protection of the sword saint has been nullified. Holding the knife in his hand, his aura flared intensely. After a moment, the finished sushi was arranged on the tray. Seeing the dish so perfect down to every detail, Mr. Man also knelt down. I have completely lost. At the same time, the nearby diners were whispering excitedly. Hold it tightly, it's delicious. Is the owner a genius? On this side, he is disappointed in himself. After 12 years of wielding a sword, this is the first time he has faced reality like this. Please accept me as your disciple, I beg you. Seeing him like that, Joma also humbly approached. Please don't do this. He stands up and leaves, but he stubbornly refuses. No, I just realized my mistake. I want to serve you like a master. Please, I beg you. Jom, stay calmer than ever. All right, I understand. Please stand up. The disciple might be a bit much, but I'll give you some personal advice. Hearing that, Mr. Man pulled out a note, eager to listen. Yes, please go ahead. Remember how you hold the knife, as the demon begins to give advice. Your skills are not bad, but your way of using the knife is a bit unfortunate. Try using a left-handed sashimi knife. After hearing that, he asked again, for left-handed people? Oh, you mean left hand? He replied, yes. Then you mentioned another guy, which made him keep taking notes. Looking at Duong, it's clear that his right hand is applying too much force. The meat and fish are getting crushed. Just changing the knife would make a big difference. If you keep eating like this for a few more years, you'll understand on your own, so I won't say more. After hearing those words, the boss also had to admire. Truly, Ran Master. Can I call you Master? Next, Jom glanced toward the kitchen and asked, you still haven't forgotten about the bet, even if I don't make you pay? Hearing that, he also felt somewhat at ease. Yes, Master. Whatever it is, it remains the same. Da-Ma raised his knife high and, standing in the kitchen, asked the boss if he could now take over and treat everyone for free, and seeing that, the crowd cheered happily. Oh really, we'll happily eat then. Song Jae is diligently preparing fish in the kitchen. Outside, many students happily entered the shop. Min and his group also went in, free of charge. Meanwhile, Weapons Group proudly looked at him from the kitchen. Yoma was cooking fish and smiling at the same time. Chloe stared intently and said, I didn't expect the demon to be able to make such a face. Saki also looked on closely and agreed, yeah, I have to admit. Then Weapon got up and walked away. Saki asked, where are you going? He replied as he walked away, let's go help out a bit too. With the captain so excited, can the team members just sit still? Come on, stop talking so much. Let's go too, Chloe. But then Noxu's shadow appeared behind her, making her jump. Noxu hesitated for a moment, then said, let me show you something. The girl shyly replied, thank you. In another corner, Doom Ma was lost in thought looking out the window, his face still grim as usual. Even at a celebration, some people couldn't handle it and left early. Still, it only took me 17 seconds to handle 3 fish. Standing still, he continued to think, mostly cutting up annoying things like maizua with others. Now that he's filleted the fish, it feels really satisfying. Maybe when I graduate, I should open a real sashimi shop. Then suddenly Noxu comes out and Doom Ma, sensing it, turns his head and asks, what's going on? I thought you were busy. Then he stepped forward and said, the food you asked for is all ready. Mr. Maru kept praising me. Your friend is worried about the service, and Chloe told me to come see you, so I came out here. Jom only then got to the main point. Why are you suddenly working a part-time job like this? Nok immediately struggled and asked, isn't it you who said that if Tran works hard and sweats, he will get something in return? The demon now calmly remembers. Oh, right, I did say that. Nokdu is suspicious. Don't tell me you don't remember, you're just smiling to cover it up. Of course I remember, you really do what you say. Getting praised, Nokdu's face flushed with embarrassment. As if. It's not that I fully agree with everything you said, but there are definitely things to learn. I've come to understand a bit of the bitter taste of sweating to make a living. Nokshu asked further as if wanting to learn more. So I have a question. When you deal with those drunk customers, how do you handle it? After receiving that question, Ma grinned widely and Nokdu froze in place. It was a little quiet here for a moment before he spoke up. Seeing how experienced the old demon is, Nokdu finds it hard to believe. The more we talk, the harder it is to believe that he's just my age. You're not hiding your age, are you? I don't know what to say, so just assume I've had a lot of social experience. He keeps saying it's because of the ghost, standing there wondering, do you have anything else you want to ask? Noku looked somewhat sad as he spoke. Revealing the family secret was supposed to be a serious crime, so I planned to ask Chloe to repeat it, but she didn't answer. Anyway, remembering the dark room of the family, Noku began to tell the story. Aitor had finished investigating him, luckily with no suspicious signs. The request from the Elder Council has been withdrawn by us, and instead the government is conducting an investigation, not the Elder Council. Aito is an organization for order, not a tool for anyone's ideology. He carefully continued the story, probably planning to establish an unprecedented large-scale investigation team. Because the target is significant, they will proceed very thoroughly. I also joined that side. After all, I have to personally tell you this. Hearing this story, since Ma thought it through himself, it means Aditor will no longer target me from now on. Every move Aditor makes towards the Elder Council will eventually target Lin, but that has nothing to do with me. Yet outwardly you seem grateful and reach out to shake hands. Thank you. It's probably not easy for you to say that. Looking at that handshake, Nokshu's eyes were blazing, and finally the two of them shook hands. Noku modestly replied, I didn't do much actually. I even had to thank him, but then I hesitated because he turned away and sneezed, so I talked too much. Seeing this, Jama couldn't help but laugh, thinking that the relationship between him and Chloe might be a bit better now. Oh right, Noku, are you not close with Ms. Han? Noku looked at him skeptically and asked, are you talking about San Han? Joma added, seemingly confirming Noxu's question was correct. Han just joined our club, and since she's in the same class as you, I wanted to ask. Nox's face slightly furrowed as he replied, I know San Han because we are in the same class. He said that in class she just quietly read a book. A girl who almost didn't attract attention with only one slightly strange point. Nox remembered her appearance, her grades always consistently average in the class. Dama looks a bit confused. What does average mean in this context? Remembering Hannah's mysterious demeanor, Nokdu replied, just as expected, both in the test and the essay. Her scores are always in the middle of the class. It's not easy to keep that level on purpose, but it's really strange that you pay attention to her. Dama looks a bit uncomfortable. I wonder what kind of person I appear to him. Nokshu stared intently at Kangjom, whose gaze turned cold, then suddenly the boss burst out from nowhere shouting, Nokshu, you're not worried about cleaning the shop, but you're just standing here. What? Is the master here too? Then he respectfully holds the knife in his hand. Today I learned a lot, master. It might be strange to call it a gift, but he handed me the knife and pointed it forward. Please accept this. Looking at him, the demon's face was grim with the person holding the knife. The knife is almost like my life. Is it okay for you to give it away so easily, boss? He scratched his head and chuckled. I didn't mean it like that. It's just that this knife isn't as sharp as I am. I've always relied on my blade. Now I understand that true masters value skill more than tools. Joma continued. If that's the case, I won't refuse. The boss bowed his head and answered loudly, It is truly an honor, master. You are more annoying. Can you help me change the way I address him? Joma held the gleaming steel knife in his hand, and it was obvious that this was an expensive item, though in terms of craftsmanship it was almost anonymous. Suddenly remembering my first master, who always said that a master shouldn't blame their tools but was obsessed with blades, I thought that a good knife is like family to a chef, and naming it is a reflection of one's will. This sword's name will be the Sashimi cutter. The boss looked a bit puzzled after seeing you standing still for a while. Master, isn't that knife good? Are you not satisfied? Damiya explains. No, I was just thinking about what to name it. The boss keeps praising. Wow, master is indeed different while you're lost in thought. The name is Kong. You remember yourself in the past, the pride of the S family lineage. Kong Wai then smiles. Sej Kang. Finally, you raise the knife and declare the name Van Nien Suong Jia. Your family photo on your phone, with your parents erased from both sides. That evening in the neighborhood, at a street corner, a group of friends with bright, direct eyes stepped out, followed by many others. As one confident person walked forward, Everyone must be very busy. Thank you for making the effort to be here. Are you the so-called teacher who called us here? The mysterious person smiled and replied, Yes, it's me. A dark aura radiates from his body. I am the professor, Assistant Kim said with shining eyes. Behind me is Lion's figure. I am the successor of the hero. Everyone here fell silent and looked at him, and the purple-haired guy spoke irritably. Enough already, Professor. Why did you suddenly call us out here if you want to die? Everyone nearby fell silent in agreement. This guy continues. Do you know what someone like me is busy doing to dare call me that? The professor here smiles strangely, then he covers his face and laughs loudly as if mocking, unable to hold back his laughter. Seeing him like that, the pink-haired guy angrily cursed again. Oh, come on, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly laughing like a fool? After a while, the professor also quieted down, covering his mouth as he replied. It's true that those who just signed the contract are still overwhelmed with excitement. So adorable, getting so angry after being teased. The pink-haired guy grits his teeth and charges forward to fight. What is this guy talking about? The professor still stands calmly there. So you are the confidant of the 4th Legion commander. Lord Pommick's earth element magic is truly dangerous. What nonsense is this? All right, my hand is itching too. His muscles bulge fiercely, Pommock with his terrifyingly muscular body ready to attack. Professor, it's been a while. Let me get a little blood. Seeing this scene, the assistant instructor Kim smiled happily while the others tried to stop him. Hey, stop causing chaos here. Those monsters like Pommock still keep climbing up as if I care. Even if anyone comes, just kill them all. Facing this scene, the professor still smiles happily. Then he raises his hand and strikes directly at Pommock's body. Finally, his body was destroyed. The professor then said that power was a complete waste for you. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, and he pulled his hood over his head and said, By the way, let me prove my worth with a specimen. Standing in front of Pommock's corpse, he faced everyone and said, All right, that's enough for the self-introduction. Let's focus on the main matter. Does anyone have any comments? Assistant Kim looked indifferent. This is truly the demeanor of the 2nd-ranked Legion. Sir C, that voice of the professor calls out every day for students to come out. Oh no, I mean officials. Assistant Kim was surprised and widened his eyes, then reached out his hand towards the lecture hall, scolding the students for drifting away after long days of teaching. The details will be explained by this person to everyone. Then the two of them stand silently side by side for a while. After a while, she finally spoke. I will get straight to the point. Contrary to the rumors out there, my Legion commander did not die at the hands of the Sword Emperor. That professor chuckled softly. Assistant Kim clenched his fists and said, Master Ego was killed by a student named Shadow, the young man who appeared. Leon van Renhart, the successor hero. On the morning before, Gom was sitting inside a shop writing something, and as he wrote, he took a break. The important thing is that from now on you seem a bit discouraged. The elders have entrusted Aditor to handle the investigation himself. The shadows of powerful people appear among the nobility. They ascend to the heights of the Chosen One's ideology. The Council of Elders of the Academy, even the Aito family symbolizing order, are merely pawns in their eyes. And on top of that, they hire assassins to target a student without even explaining, treating Aditor like a pack of hounds. Jom just sits there dazed, writing and resting, thanks to the kick from the elder. Once again, I have Aditor, a solid organization standing on my side. The image of Leon fighting appears in the game. I also remember that the reason Leon always disappears in the middle of the story is because of this. Back then, the elder also schemed behind the scenes and was properly caught by Aditor. Your appearance in the game looks like a beast. Thinking back, I'm going through the exact same situation. Nusu and Leon are now present in Joma's mind as Aditor, who took Leon's place by shedding blood. That is the privilege the game creators gave to Leon. I imagine the two of them in the blank notebook. You stare fixedly and speak aloud. Wait a minute. So I get nothing special? I'm so miserable I want to die. Then your hand froze mid-writing as if you were taking a break. Anyway, Adito has already revealed himself. Lion will find out soon. The only thing left is that mysterious female instructor. He remembers the image of her when they first met, and the additional information from Ago's words. Overall, he kept complaining, so I finally agreed to sign the contract. Complaining that much sounds pretty sharp. Probably the type of person who's good at improvising. Jom keeps writing on the spot. Purple. In the game, the villains can change their appearance however they want, so those data are just for reference. The figure of Agora appeared once again, but since the eyes and gender can't be changed, they had to be carefully marked. After a while, he leaned back. Not sure if he could find a way through this field, as the Sword Saint's protective sensing ability to identify opponents also has its limits. Once again, my expression grew contemplative. The key issue is that I lack a lot of knowledge about magic. The Demon Lord is happily writing something in his notebook. Should I just wait, or start learning about magic? What should I do? Suddenly realizing something, you open your eyes wide to look at the strange, incomprehensible things on the demon's magic shield. What is this? When did I start writing like this? He put the pen to his nose and crossed his arms, looking tired. Oh no, when did I start holding a pen like this? John bowed his head and revealed his plan. He had to exploit the weakness. Cunning and courage are just one step apart. Now is the time to gather all his bravery. You smile softly, knowing you have to meet Professor Damien in a few days. Suddenly, Saki and Weapon come in from outside, arguing non-stop. You need to stop exploding over nothing and act like you know what today is, or is it nothing at all? Then he rebelled and asked, Hey Saki, are you doing this because you don't know what day it is today? Seeing everyone arguing, Yoma looked at Saki and asked what was going on. Why is everyone so noisy? Saki also frowned tiredly. No. The thing is, she didn't have time to say anything before Weapon ran over and pushed her face aside to take her part. Listen to this. The 7th is coming soon. Jom realizes that day is Kangjoma's birthday. Then he shared his guess. Oh, right. That day was the one he hadn't had a chance to tell you. Weapon happily raised both hands. That was the day the three of them sealed the kinflower again. Hearing this response, you also froze for a moment. Seeing that you looked different, he asked again, Huh? What's wrong? The vice captain hesitated awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing. Saki, annoyed, just sat beside you, but that's all there was to it. Stop overreacting. He still stood still and spoke loudly. Oh my god, you're so boring. That day was not just about that. Then a series of powerful characters appeared. Anti-Aditor, the strongest assassin known as the Old Man on the Mountain, heir to the Iron King family, Ironfoot, Mao Jiang. Mirok's Pride, the promising candidate for the successor of the Mute Star, finished recounting, and Weapon laughed joyfully. It's the Hoakin Academy Festival. Even those people will attend. He continued, saying that his club also needed to make some achievements this time and to save face for the director. Saki suddenly got angry and yelled, You just want to go to the festival and have fun, don't use it as an excuse. Seeing this scene, Yoma quietly moved further away. Truly a mess. Seeing you sitting next to me, Chloe spoke up and asked, "Hey, Yoma, do you have any plans for the festival yet?" "I haven't decided anything yet. I haven't made any plans." "So then, how about you and I that day?" But before she could finish, Weapon roared loudly. "I've decided to open a booth for customers to try, but since it's blocking my plans, Chloe is furious and ready to attack." Sitting next to J-Man, I just realized I should take advantage of Weapon. After thinking, I immediately said, "Yeah, Weapon's idea sounds good." Seeing you like that, Saki sitting next to me was surprisingly surprised. "What?" Weapon's face twisted into a grimace as she called out to the vice captain. Then she had to become furious and turn around to curse. "Come on, are you also interested in these famous events? Why take this opportunity to let the big shots know about me?" "Sit still and take it, you look blank." "Rose, your friend, isn't she the one closest to the power circles?" Jo-Ma forced a smile and continued. "I don't really have any personal goals either. During the holiday, I'll probably just be running away again. I haven't had the chance to join activities like this before, and there aren't many days left when I can freely enjoy festivals like this anymore." Hearing this, someone asked what you meant, and realizing I had spoken out, I widened my eyes and stayed silent. Saki asked again, coldly. "Not much longer? What do you mean?" Facing this scene, I became worried. My subconscious suddenly jumped 3 years into the future. By the time of the second Human-Demon War, I was so careless again, probably too used to relaxing around the team, and she still hasn't given up calling Kanja's name. Saki leaned in closer and asked softly, "Is there something only you know?" Then she said, "The last time was the same. Now standing on either side of you are Chloe, radiating deadly aura, and Saki, furious and gloomy. You're in a tough spot. This is dangerous." Weapon sees you standing amidst the chaos and also feels anxious. The vice captain is in danger, and despite everything, he drew reckless sketches on the board, his face pale as he interrupted everyone. "All right, vice captain, let me design the advertisement poster for you. So, what do you think?" Jum was stunned for a moment. Hannah had been silent all along, but now she burst out laughing. "I support it." I also joined after seeing that poster. Feeling everything was under control, Weapon clenched his lips tightly, proud inside. "I handled it, so I have paid off my debt to him." Suddenly Saki comes out and calls out, "Weapon, from that random poster to now. He's always interrupting and getting in the way. I've thought it through. Now I need to make it clear. He's being told that and still looks confused." "Huh? What exactly is going on?" She put on a cold, emotionless face. "This person has been pulled back and forth by too many people in this travel club. You need to clearly identify his position so he won't mess around anymore." Outside, the sky turns to sunset at the house inside. Weapon, holding his sword on his shoulder, looks a bit worried. "I really hope I win too, Saki, but don't regret breaking your sign if I do." And she coldly cracks her knuckles to warm up. "Weapon, if you win, I won't criticize you anymore, and the guild will follow your ideas without complaint." Seeing this scene, Chloe laughs happily. Truly joyful, John is still stunned. "Is that so suddenly?" The atmosphere in the room gradually became tense. The two face each other, glaring. Speed Weapon, with one hand on his hip, snorts coldly. "Let me show you who is actually more helpful to the leader." Saki Ryozo also didn't back down and asked sharply, "That's hard to ignore." He thought to himself, Saki's weapon is a longbow, and this space isn't suitable for using a bow. Speed Weapon told himself, "Just keep your distance," and cast buff. Sanhana stands to one side as the referee raises her arm and shouts to prepare. When the two starting signals ring out, Speed Weapon quickly concentrates and breathes in, even the tiniest crack in his eyes. On the other side, Saki Ryozo sat down lightly, reached for her bow, then swiftly jumped up, surprising Speed Weapon. Even if his personality is bad, he probably wouldn't use the same move. Speed Weapon self-hypnotized. Nothing had changed, as long as he threw with precision. But before he could finish his thought, Saki Ryozo descended from above and landed right in front of him. A big question arose in Speed Weapon's mind. Why is the archer rushing into close combat? He shouted angrily, "Stupid Saki, at this range you should definitely be able to judge." Before he could finish speaking, Speed Weapon bowed his head, panting. Then Saki Ryozo struck him hard in the back with her bow. Her eyes turned incredibly sharp, and before anyone could even hear a loud bang, Speed Weapon was already thrown far away, debris scattering everywhere. Everyone watching was stunned into silence. Saki Ryozo broke the silence and called out, "Kangchang Joma." She slightly turned her head and asked softly, "Have you finished your judgment?" Kangma still doesn't know how to respond in a situation like this. Outside, Speed Weapon is still trying to breathe through the pain. Time is flying like a dog running in the field, only 4 days left until the festival. Kangma sees everyone focused on their work and silently thinks, "Everyone is doing better than I thought." Sous chef Chloe Additon looked at the fried egg in her hand and praised herself. What a heart-shaped picture. The egg looks great. Procurement manager Sanhana looked at the notebook and announced, Jom, I've ordered the kimchi, pork leg, and vegetables according to the records, with extra for 3 days, and the delivery will be at 3:00 p.m. the day after tomorrow. The operations department of Speed Weapon is already overwhelmed and complaining. The shop rental process is done, but there's still the tables and chairs to set up and the gas installation. When will it all be finished? Saki Ryozo turned back and looked with a serious voice. It's too noisy. If Weapon loses, then stop whining and get to work. Administrative Promotion Design, Saki Ryoho sighed as she typed on the keyboard. I've never cooked soup before, but how do you know I won? Changma stood nearby, listening to her mutter and chuckled softly. That's my guess, Ryoho. So, help me out a bit. I guess he thought to himself, if it's sushi we've made together before, it would be easier, but if I mess up, it'll be a solo act. And more importantly, the festival lasts a long time with only 50 seconds of support. I won't make it. Kangma recalls that honestly, I have never truly enjoyed a festival. Since I was 17, I had to work, so I never experienced that kind of relaxation. Maybe that's why I care so much about the mass-produced mobile game with divine blessings. I must have secretly wished for a simple, ordinary life. But that piece ended around the second year when the demon race discovered Leon's existence. Kangma stands by the window looking outside, takes a deep breath, and thinks to himself that this might be the last festival at the academy. Suddenly, a voice rings out, What are you thinking that makes your face look so sad? Hearing that, you startle and turn around, replying, Ah, senior. Sanhan, half joking, half serious, asks with a smile, Looks like you think this festival is the last one, huh? Changma was momentarily stunned. Can this person read my thoughts? She asked another question. Do you remember what I said when you joined the travel club? You really don't remember, do you? Oh, what did you say again? Sanhan smiled with a puzzled expression. If you don't remember, then forget it. Sangma will go back and report. Hey, Ryoho, I'm going out for a bit, Saki Ryozo asked suspiciously. Where are you going? You didn't answer but just gave instructions. I'll tell you later. Please take care of it for me. She watched Kang Jom's figure gradually fade away, her thin lips pressed together as the scene shifted to another place. The teacher was bowing his head, pouring tea. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door calls out. I am Kang Zom, he responded. Come in? And the student hesitated even more. The teacher pushed the teacup toward the other person and said proudly, I was just brewing tea. Perfect timing. It's directly imported Russian black tea, with an exquisite aroma. No, I'm afraid not. I'm allergic to the black tea. He replied with a hint of regret, so that's how it is then. I guess I have no choice. His attention was caught by the object on the table, and he asked curiously, What is this? The specimen I recently acquired looks like a stone on the outside, but has a flow of micro-magic inside. If you're interested, I can give some to student Kangjama. Kangjam looked a bit confused and avoided eye contact as he replied, No need. He said cheerfully, Anyway, I'm glad that student Kangjam came to see me. If you have any questions, just ask, and I will answer sincerely within my knowledge, Kangwima quickly said. Is that what you were asking about? The prayer for the blessing of the god always being with you? The teacher stood up and replied, Is that what you were asking about? I was also curious about that, so I looked into it myself. After some searching, he happily exclaimed, Found it, it's here. Actually, I went all the way to Russia because of this book. The teacher replied honestly, Kang Jama is the one who prompted me, but I was curious too. Scholars are like that after all, I owe it to you. And the important thing lies elsewhere. As mentioned in the lecture, the study is divided into 4 levels. Evil spirits, guardian spirits, spiritual spirits, and heroic spirits, classified based on the guardian subject. Here, spiritual entities are superior, but an inevitable existence. The teacher suddenly asked Kangjom, Do you remember the last thing I said before? Kangjom quickly replied without hesitation, There are no more gods left in this world. The teacher happily praised, Kangjom's memory is really good. So, would you like to be my teaching assistant on this occasion? I will firmly decline. Thank you for the offer, but I have no intention of pursuing academic studies. The teacher forced a smile. Is that so? Well, that's a shame. He took a sip of tea and then continued, because the key lies in that statement. So let's go back to the mythological era and see. Kang Ma listened silently to every word of the master. In ancient times of unknown origin, there were countless gods. We call that era the Age of Mythology. He is referring to an important point. The gods mentioned here are not beings like spirits, but are entities close to the concept of emotionless, rationalityless, and bodiless existence. Chang asked again with doubt, and the teacher calmly explained that the concept is simple. It's a completely different level. Spiritual beings standing before the god are just like tiny sparks before the sun. He marvels as he watches the sand flow through the hourglass. Those who have completely escaped the limits of death, yet even they cannot avoid death. Kyangma was stunned to hear this. The master continued, "Even among our kin, there is a god who has ended his era." His voice grew serious as he uttered those two words. The sword god snapped his sword, closed the book, and continued speaking. "The prayer for divine protection has been with humanity since after the age of gods." He paused for a moment and continued. "It has been used to worship you and borrow your strength." I didn't hear what Kang Jom said, so the teacher cleared his throat and asked, "Have you found the answer yet?" The scene shifts to Kang Joma, leaving the teacher's room and walking alone down the corridor. He just walked away, deep in thought, seeming to have gained something, but also nothing. After all, he left just because of a careless remark I made? Kang Ma sighed, realizing he might only care about his own interests. But Hong Tranga is a bit different. He groped his body and muttered to himself, no wonder he had been feeling restless all this time. Kang Ma realized that the sensation of narrowed senses was because he wasn't carrying a sashimi knife. Kang Do-ma kept his hands in his pockets, walking and muttering. Without a sashimi knife, it felt like he was sealed off. Maybe his personality has changed too. The countdown has begun, 4 days until the festival, and everyone is sharing ideas to improve the dishes. 3 days left, and they are decorating the booths together. In 2 days, everyone will draw lots for festival costumes. In 1 day, the kimchi stew has been cooked and looks incredibly delicious. Everyone eagerly watched the bubbling pot on the stove. On the big day, Kang Ram stood still, looking at the stall, thinking to himself, in over 20 years of cooking, I have revived many restaurants I used to work at. I always refuse material rewards and only seek out restaurants that could close at any moment, which isn't unusual. It's not that I have a charity streak, I just do it to satisfy myself, like when I eat Korean sushi. Kang Ma whispered to himself, like firing a revival signal with just a sashimi knife. Though a bit shy, I see this as my own kind of romance. Honestly, I admit that my delayed puberty was probably influenced by my first teacher. Kang Do-ma-tung stepped forward to join everyone. Speed Weapon excitedly pointed behind and announced that the doors open in 10 minutes. Selling food for money isn't a small matter, but there's no need to be too tense. Just act as if you've practiced. Sakiryozo smiled knowingly at Kang Joma, who also turned to look back silently without saying a word. Kang Ma watched the lively scene and thought to himself, maybe this is our last festival. So if we're going to do it, let's enjoy it. Everyone's laughter and chatter echoed non-stop as the confident voice of the girl rang out. Don't worry, miss. No one will recognize us like this. Everyone is too busy watching the festival to notice, she suddenly exclaimed with delight. The young lady keeps talking non-stop. The lively atmosphere really was the right decision, wasn't it? Ben nodded softly, thinking to himself that occasionally enjoying such moments is also fun. Rachel still wondered, Miss, won't the festival have any legendary heroes appearing? It's like a congratulatory speech or something. I explained, he's already retired. He generally didn't like events like this, she realized. That's right. My uncle definitely wouldn't come to places like this either. Thanks to that, I also felt at ease. When I saw a flyer lying on the ground, Rachel exclaimed, Miss, look at this. I also looked down at the ground, following the sound. After a moment, voices rang out on the main stage. This year, we also present the leading heroes in the fight to protect humanity from the demon threat. First, please welcome the 2 most notable rookie heroes of the year to the stage. The 2 quickly appeared on stage as the host began to introduce the hero of India, the great adventure king Mahatma Sinbat. Next is the other hero from Russia, the one walking on fire shouts Nadimi Azo. Everyone was recording on their phones and chatting excitedly. This year's festival is much bigger, isn't it? Someone shouted excitedly, Hey, it's on mute. Take a photo and post the hot news now. On Mute walks away guarded by her bodyguards as reporters outside keep asking questions. Miss Mute, could you share your thoughts on being mentioned as the next potential hero candidate? Your friendly stance towards South Korea remains unchanged, right? Speed Weapon tightly clenched the flyer in his hand, excitedly saying, This is awesome. On Mute, he marvels and almost cries. As expected, On Mute is so calm and cool. Being excited really makes people admire him. Suddenly, Speed Weapon's ear was pinched, making him jump. It was Saki Ryozo pinching his ear. Saki Ryozo angrily said, What are you doing just standing here daydreaming when I told you to hand out flyers? Are you busy to death or what? Speed Weapon explained, If a world hero comes, how can I not see them? Saki Ryozo grabbed his ear and pulled him away. You said opening a shop is why you're doing this. Hurry up and go home. Speed Weapon hurt, quickly admits fault. I understand. I will go back immediately. I'll go back right now. Suddenly a foot stepped forward and tripped him. Speed Weapon collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the person in front of him. Vo coldly teased. Oh la, returning to the stall, Sanhan brought the dish to the table and gently said, "The kimchi soup you ordered is ready." Then everyone murmured, "This is really delicious." Over here, Chloe was focused on Tai Han. Kongzom listened to the steady sound of the knife and couldn't help but praise. Just a little guidance and Chloe is really good with a knife. Since I couldn't use a knife, I delegated the prep work to Chloe, but I handled all the cooking myself. Anyway, I'm the only one who can cook kimchi stew. Seeing more guests arrive, Sanhan cheerfully spoke up. Hello? Kongzom still feels confused. Guests keep arriving, but Rio and Weapon keep disappearing somewhere. With a thud, Speed Weapon was thrown onto the ground. Saki Ryozo angrily said, "We've got him now." Then Rachel rushed forward, grabbing Jiang with both hands, shouting loudly, "Jom, my friend!" Suddenly Chloe, holding a knife, stands between the two people causing a commotion, muttering in surprise. Then she scratches her head and awkwardly smiles so faint that you can't see her behind the chaos. Ace sticks his head out, blushing, and greets. "Hello, Kangzom." Kangma sweat drops and replies, "Sure, please come in." As soon as she sat down to sell, Rachel raised her hand to order a kimchi stew. And Aben just said one word, soup. She quickly added a kimchi soup. Unlike the noisy scene over there, Kong Yoma's place is very quiet. He rolled his eyes, thinking that all the promotion was pointless since he didn't consider that these two might come too, and before the crowd gets bigger, just serve quickly and send them off. There is a voice calling out at the dining table, "Order up." Sanhan nodded and replied, "Yes." Rachel kept talking nonstop. "Miss, over there is the new member I mentioned last time." "What is it?" "Pretend you don't care?" Anne was caught off guard and blushed furiously as she denied it. "Oh, not really," Rachel said with a mischievous smile. "Sure, whatever you say, young lady. It's a festival after all, maybe we should do something too." Anne firmly declined, saying, "Final exams are coming up. I have a lot to prepare. These activities take up time." A hand with a plate was placed on the table. Saki Ryozo coldly asked about this activity. Then she looked at the two of them coldly, leaving Ain even more flustered and speechless. Meanwhile, the wire was humming a seemingly cheerful melody. On this side, Saki Ryozo approached Kangjama and softly asked, "Chairman, Maojang 3 out. Are you concerned about her? Are you okay?" Saki Ryozo, hearing that, excitedly cupped her cheek and exclaimed, "On M, my country's hero and future star candidate, to see him in person." Kang Ma seemed indifferent in response. "You really like heroes. There's some stone over there. Go rub it when you have free time." After Saki Ryozo leaves, Kang Yoma falls silent again. Kang Joma recalls that Anma's real name is Khan Elizabeth, an American hero mentioned as the next failed candidate. Here, America is also a superpower leading the world on par with South Korea, matching that status. The Hero Society in the US has an independent system, where heroes are called heroes and treated as a business. People say heroes die leaving a legacy, while heroes live off their reputation. That's why the world respects heroes and cheers for the hero. Kang Joma looks at the kimchi jar in front of him and sighs. "Whether they are heroes or heroes, they are far from my ideals. You secretly feel lucky. Anyway, I'm grateful now that I didn't transmigrate into an American, because I wouldn't wear tight clothes even in death. And although Khan and I are unofficial, our paths might align because I was chosen by the Sword King as his successor. Of course I intended to refuse that offer, but it's best to avoid each other if possible. I just need to stay in the kimchi soup stall all day with Saki Ryozo. With her level of attention, she probably won't come here to eat the soup." Meanwhile, at the other table, A said with a teasing look, "That's not what I meant. Saki, I only saw you before you skipped a grade. You're always sleeping during class." Saki Ryozo starts to feel uncomfortable. "That's different from club activities. And I didn't expect you to speak so biased." Aben blushed slightly and argued, "It's not about the club activities, I just noticed this outfit." Saki Ryozo's face flushed red as she snapped back. Abel sat beside her, laughing uncontrollably as if the chaos wasn't enough. Suddenly, a voice from outside the booth called out, "Ah, the sour smell. It must be here, right?" A hand slowly lifts the curtain, then a pair of slender legs steps in, followed by a reply, "Yes, definitely." Everyone in the shop turned their eyes outside at once. Two boys stood up suddenly, exclaiming in surprise when they saw a familiar figure. "Really? Didn't expect to meet here. It's amazing. Tu Toman and Anmu, right? Is that you? The one who turned your sisters into this?" Changma was a bit surprised and wondered, "So this is the person you recognized as the sister of the fierce twin Mao who likes to fight." Mao Zhang snorted coldly, saying, I heard she looks like a beast, but she's more handsome than what Run and Sun described. Mao Jiang laughed out loud and said, "Well, I've never heard them speak well of anyone before. Show me." Someone immediately brought out a red cloth-covered cushion. Mao Jiang plopped down, one leg resting on the cushion, sneering, "Can I borrow this chair for a bit?" Chang Ma looked at Mao Jiang's leg and realized that with the level 5 lamb quash weapon she was carrying, she was probably here for revenge. Chloe raised her voice from behind. "What are you here for?" Kang Ma immediately raised his hand to stop her from speaking. Chloe shot a glance and signaled, "Don't interfere." The others understood immediately, remaining still but ready for action. "Sorry, it's not what you think. It's been a few months now. Why dig it up again?" Kang Ma asked coldly. "So what are you doing here? With your status, you probably don't have time for a walk like on mute, right?" Mao Jiang smiled, but his voice carried no hint of jest. "Can you not compare us right from the first meeting?" "All right, there's no particular reason. I just came because I was curious about what kind of person you are. My younger brother may have a nasty personality, but he does have strength." Ayan turned her head sharply when she heard that, and the others also looked in that direction as she continued speaking. "But just hearing the name Kang Joma makes them convulse. It looks interesting, so I'm curious. Kang Jom, the one who turned my children into this? Who is really behind it?" Jiang Ma chuckled to himself, wondering why everyone in this place was like that. Mao Jiang casually continued. "Honestly, I feel a bit grateful to you." She spoke up. "Because Sun and her trembling have brought our family's reputation to the lowest point. I was also planning to straighten them out, but they're hopeless anyway. Since you gave them a lesson, those crazies stopped causing trouble, and from a family perspective, I feel reassured." "Thanks, really." Chang Ma also gradually realized Mao Jiang's intention, which was to thank him for clearing the obstacles on his future path. It seems Mao Jiang is indeed aiming for the position of the 7 stars. You gradually analyze Mao Jiang's position and fame, placing him on par with Khan Elizabeth, but among the 7 stars candidates he ranks below on mute in strength, and is also known as the sister of the trash twin siblings. The issue of brothers, or the position of the 7 stars, has nothing to do with me. There's no reason to accept goodwill, and it's not necessary. Kang Ma turned around to chase away the guest, and after speaking, he invited them to leave. "I still have to do business." Mao Jiang asked a question without beginning or end. "All right then," he thought to himself. "After all, it's easier to talk to than the younger brothers." She suddenly spoke, causing Kang Jo Ma to glance back. "Oh, right, there's one more thing I need to thank you for." Mao Jiang sticks out his tongue and laughs. "I'm really proud since I opened the stall with my sister's Bao Kai dish. It's Gang Jie." Then she waved her hand and left. "All right then, keep going." Chloe suspiciously watched Kang Joma walk away from Kim Chi and called out sharply to stop her. "Mao Yang." Kang Ma's voice turns cold. "Don't call Kim Chi by that name." Mao Jiang turned back, sneered, and repeated that name. "Bao Kai," you clenched your fist tightly. This time I was going to let it go quietly and not attract attention, but there are some things that can't be ignored. Kang Ma said coldly. "Follow me, Mao Jiang, I will deal with her." Everyone outside is now abuzz, talking about Mao Jiang sparring in the virtual space with some student. Does Mao Jiang agree to the sparring match? Who is the opponent? A person who seems to know everything replied. It's probably a special student who once fought against the Adatan family. The person next to him excitedly said, "Huh? Really? I'm curious to see how Mao Jiang will crush him." Kang Ma looked at his trembling hand, his eyes burning with passion. While everyone else focused on the arena, someone was heading in the opposite direction. In the arena, the continuous shouts echoed loudly. Everyone cheered excitedly, "Mao Jiang, Mao Jiang." Nock's auditor stands silently to one side, observing the situation below the arena. Rachel, not yet seated, speaks up. "Wow, those were intense times back then, miss." Aben's eyes sparkled as she muttered, feeling like he's always been at the center of every trouble. Ain silently focuses his mind on watching the arena. On M is also present, quietly observing the match. She looked at the 2 small figures on the field below, with cheers all around. Mao Jiang sneered and said, "It's like going back to our academy days. But Joma, are you okay? Showing bravado is fine, but you could end up like some of my younger siblings. With such a handsome face, if your mind is troubled, you won't be able to get married later on." Mao Jiang flirtatiously posed and teased. "And in the future, you can become my concubine. I always welcome concubines. Is that why you're aiming for the sound of the ghostly chant? You honestly expose the truth and provoke me. The last bloodline of the Steel King family is suppressing me to take all the honor. That's why you came to me." Mao Jiang waved her hand. "Ah, you're smarter than I thought, but how could you fall for this cheap provocation?" Suddenly, a bright light flashes above both of their heads, beginning to activate the hero's protective space barrier. Chang Ma slowly draws his weapon. "Mao Jiang, you can't become a failed hero. Does it ever occur to you that people say you're lacking in finesse?" He charged forward and replied casually, while Chang quickly rushed over as well. Then I guess I need to reconsider the case of the male concubine. A loud bang, an explosion roared through the sky, and black smoke billowed everywhere. Mao Jiang is still thinking. It seems he's not just a little kid who talks big, hiding in the smoke screen. So adorable. Even after the smoke clears, she's still lost in her thoughts, just as you see. Oh, I just saw the upper part of Mao Jiang's interface drop out. Right now, at the booth, Chloe is still diligently cutting onions. San Han, feeling confused, asked, "Do you think no one is worried about Jama?" Those two are following him. Sweet Weapon nervously said, "Senior, now the priority isn't the president, but this customer." Saki Ryozo muttered, "He'll be back soon. We just need to hold our positions." San Han started to understand, a faint smile appearing. On the other side, everyone watching began to panic. "What's going on?" Mao Jiang suddenly staggered, even though neither of them did anything. Nock's auditor's hands are still before him. Rachel and Abin hold their breath as they watch the fight. Anmu grew suspicious. Could it be that Mao Jiang is now in the arena, clutching her neck and gasping for breath? Her hand groped her neck and she couldn't help but startle, still not letting go. Could it be that the domain she just experienced was the ultimate martial arts realm of the mental state, only accessible to those at the 7th star or Master Aidit and Ante? But everything has exceptions. If talent surpasses experience, even the young can reach that realm. For example, on mute, the wall cannot be crossed. Mao Jiang frowns in admiration, feeling truly annoyed, and she wonders, but why is he deploying his domain? The space duel arena shouldn't affect reality. And then Mao Jiang found her own answer. Could it be he's saving face? Using his domain to show off his talent but avoiding issues between nations, the depth of his mind is truly different. Is that you? The official successor chosen by the Sword Emperor. A flood of emotions surged within Mao Jiang, including undeniable envy and a fear of being left behind. A feeling of respect, like Anmu standing before her, and Kang Yom's intuition told her that something might happen. Mao Jiang stomped her foot down hard and shouted in anger. "In the next life, don't be arrogant. I didn't climb to this position by chance." Kang Ma looked up slightly when she heard her say that. "Thanks, Kang Joma." Mao Jiang charged forward, shouting, "Thanks to you, I'm fully alert now." It felt like time slowed down, and Kang Joma's whole body tensed up. Mao Jiang uses her wind kick to sweep across Kang Joma's body. He leans back to dodge, only losing a few strands of hair, and with a thud, Mao Jiang stomps her foot on the ground before sweeping across Kang Jae again with her other leg. The gust of wind from this move blows all the way up to the stands, surprising the spectators. Yingzom Ma leans back slightly, avoiding a deadly strike. Mao Jiang jumps down from above, shouting, "Where are you looking?" Kang Ma. Her eyes flashed with a fierce red light as this kick shattered a wet circle on the arena floor. A loud bang. The stones within the circle flew up in all directions. Kang Ma stared intently at the shards of rock flying everywhere in front of him. Mao Jiang laughed loudly. "It has to be at least like this. No wonder my little brothers are losing their minds." She delivered a series of kicks to the rocks, shouting loudly about the future of the void. The rocks flew straight toward Kang Joma. He quickly moved the knife in his hand to block the falling rocks like rain, and suddenly Kang Jom's pupils constricted in shock as he saw a beam of light piercing through his chest. Mao Jiang also charged at that moment, kicking Kang Jom in the chest. He quickly used his sword to block, and both of them were forcefully pushed back. Kang Jom's face gradually became serious, daring to use that sturdy sword to block. But that's the limit. Strangely, the cracks on the sword quickly healed, and everyone gasped. What's going on? They clash again. Demon Kong swiftly retreats backward. Mao Jiang couldn't help but marvel at how fast she was thinking, furrowing her brow as she wondered. After a moment of consideration, Mao Jiang decided to strike from behind. She was confident in her decision, but no matter how fast she was, if she predicted the movement, Mao Jiang's arm was already out of reach. Mao Jiang screamed in pain, followed by an excruciating agony. Chang Ma slightly turned his head back, but said nothing. Mao Jiang's vision blurred, and besides Kang Jom, there were other familiar figures. He slowly ran his finger along the knife in his hand and chuckled softly, but his aura was still formidable, causing Mao Jiang's whole body to tremble violently. The knife in Kang Jom's hand pointed straight at the opponent, while Nock's auditor's face turned pale as he watched the scene below. And also couldn't help but doubt that stance was Mao Jiang, but she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. "I can't lose. I won't lose. How hard I've struggled to get here," she shouted in frustration. I don't want to lose." With a loud bang, a footprint appeared on the arena floor. Mao Jiang's body seemed to have lost all sensation, countless memories flashing through her mind like a slow-motion film. Mao Jiang reaches out to call the person in front of Eli as a white light surrounds Kang Jom. Mao Jiang's eyes grew hazy as Kang Zhou Ma delivered a decisive blow, and Mao Jiang's consciousness continued to fade. Is this the end already? The people sitting in the stands still can't believe this result is so unexpected. Even Daicho and Aben couldn't hide their surprise on their faces. On Mutt was no exception. The space barrier gradually dissolves, and you have won the space barrier match. Joaquin Academy student Kang Yama, the star of the continent, Mao Jiang, has been defeated. After the match, Saki Ryozo stood alone on the street, her tightly pressed lips curling slightly. Then she returned to the booth and clapped loudly. It's done. It's done. Did everyone hear that? See? What did I tell you? She smiled happily. I told you she would come back right away. We just walked and talked, and on the way back we said we have to leave without having the stew. Oh no, I mean the G soup, right? Are you okay? He replied indifferently. I'm already full. Suddenly she thought of something and exclaimed. Are you saying that after watching the monsters fight, you're already full? What is this? Are you okay? Just tell me if there's anything. Hearing that, she was confused. Stop right there. Move to another place quickly. Jiang leans against the wall, catching his breath. The subordinate behind him looked worried and asked, Are you all right, sir? She panted and replied, It's fine. Since it's a secondary space, I didn't get a single wound. Let's go. Mao Jiang's face tense again, but above all, our international reputation is truly ruined, all because of a 17-year-old girl. She lowered her head and sighed, feeling guilty for the people. The subordinate behind her saw this and became worried. Sir, please. But Mao Jiang immediately lifted her spirits. Don't worry, everything is still there. That Kang Zhou Ma is truly a booming stock. It will definitely rise even higher soon. She spoke confidently, and by then, people's opinion of me will naturally improve. Seeing that, he also went along with it. Truly, whatever Lord Mao says is right. Mao Jiang recalled at that moment, sighing that he'd rather be beaten now than anything else. Just wait and see. Everyone will kneel before me eventually. The subordinate hesitated before speaking, but honestly, no matter what, it's hard to understand this kind of judgment from Lord Mao. She remained silent without replying, then reached out her hand and looked outside through the door, light shining through her fingers. Mao Jiang softly said, It's just a matter of luck. The image of that time reappeared with his figure. I have witnessed those called geniuses. She remembers the past. When she was a student, she was Elizabeth, and when she entered society, she became the 7 heroes. Mao Jiang recalls Kang Zhou Ma's back then, but from her perspective, that young boy was walking in a realm that effort could not reach. As she thought of this, she clenched her fists tightly. The guy on the other side looks confused and puzzled. Mao Jiang gently smiles and turns away. He is a monster. Here is the steel cuirass Mao Jiang, the one called the Star of the Continent. During the discovery of the Joaquin Academy's space offspring, an unexpected confrontation occurred. Now, a video of the battle has been uploaded, garnering massive interactions from the continent's top-tier audience and first-year students of Joaquin Academy. The number of views has soared to 77, and in just a moment, a single sashimi knife was enough to cut the throat of Ung Vien That Tin. The continent's star, Thiet Quang Mao Jiang, has caused trouble again today, now being called Sashimi. I predict it will cause a huge shock in the hero world. What does everyone think? At this moment, the interactions with the post have skyrocketed and show no signs of stopping. Cheers erupt, and even after countless views, it's still legendary, with the view count just in one day. It really is the best, so it must be here, right? The person who defeated that imposing figure is called Kang Zhou, known as the Sword Saint Sashimi. At this moment, the girls happily start chatting with each other. The likes have surpassed 20 million. It's amazing that a student like her can cook. Over there, a young man keeps raising his hand and shouting, We are calling out the ticket numbers. Please wait a moment. Ticket number 238. Please come in. The red-haired girl at the table is chopping onions very seriously, while over there, Saki Ryozo is explaining something to someone else. You're obstructing business here. Please leave. The man quickly said, Just show me exactly 30 seconds, okay? No, just 15 seconds. Is that not allowed? Saki Ryozo immediately pushed him away. Without any prior exchange, she even said she didn't like it, yet he still intended to go on. So what does that mean? The other person still wants to say more. I told you it was only 15 seconds. After chasing the other person away, she sighed. How many times has it been now? The more the other side is involved, the more they stay silent. Elsewhere, 2 girls are looking at their phones. Come on, I have to take the photo now and write about the Hokkien festival. Kimchi gym student, so it's settled, right? The girl across from him said, Idiot, how can you forget the most important thing? They mentioned the name Sword Saint Sashimi again. Oh, that's right. Kang Zhou Ma was startled again when he heard that name. At this moment, his eyes were blank as he sighed in despair, feeling embarrassed that after yesterday's events, news spread as if it were obvious. The image of Kang Zhou fighting with the Sashimi sword was posted everywhere. It's not surprising, but among all those lines, one made you remember the way they called you back then as you pondered. The Sword Saint is a title granted by the system from the inherent mechanics of this game. According to the law, the Sword Emperor would pass on his teachings later, but in this other world, the Sword Emperor has retired, so in essence, that title will disappear. It should have been like that. Kang Jom's hand clenched tremblingly, but right at this moment, why am I the one being put on the spot? Looking back yesterday after cleaning up, Ijo was called in and caused a big fuss. It's really just adding the word Sashimi to a saintly title that should be full of glory. The guy suddenly approached and asked, "Captain, why is item J stuck?" "We still have to serve customer number 250, damn it," I replied. "Weapon, how many orders are still waiting right now?" He hurriedly replied. "We've already distributed up to number 674, but we're out of paper, so we'll have to buy more later. Including those who haven't received theirs yet, it probably exceeds 1,000. There are still long lines of people waiting behind, and he silently thought to himself, what kind of refuge is this? This is too much. Even in his previous life, he had never seen such a lucrative trade. Over there, the red-haired girl suddenly shouted, and Kang Do-ma asked anxiously, "Is Chloe with red hair okay?" She gently replied, "Yes, it's just a scratch on my nail, I'm fine. If things go on like this, you'll have to start reconsidering. You might end up getting hurt. Too few people, I have to take a knife. 2 people are coming from the other side, and the tall guy is surprised to see that." "Master, in Jarapi I saw a shop that's always so expensive." Kang Ma then turned to the person beside him and said, "Boss, next time I'll come alone." And today the other person replied with a smile, "We're not here as customers. We're not masters." He patted Noku on the shoulder and said, "After reading the article yesterday, today I am so many people, so I came to help." "Noku, you also, right?" He couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself. It was just a brief encounter, so I won't hold back anymore. Then he cheerfully said, "As a disciple, of course, but on the contrary, I should be the one to be humble." "Master, no. Should I now call you Sword Sashimi Lord?" Kang Ma was speechless. "Just to go if you're joking." Over there, Nokdu saw the red-haired person holding his arm, and he suddenly let out a laugh. She felt confused by that. Changma watched and couldn't help but wonder about that little brat Saki Ryozo suddenly spoke up. "Gelma, there's no time to stand still." "You startled me," I quickly replied. Over here, the guy on the other side brings out a box, while the 2 siblings on that side continue to eat, and Weapon hurriedly communicates with the guests and calls out the numbers. Meanwhile, the other girls hurriedly serve food to the guests. The hall was bustling until late afternoon, when it gradually grew quiet and all the guests had left. The evening sunlight now shines through the Joma walls, and I take a deep breath. Probably won't be able to do this a second time, but still, it was truly enjoyable. Nokdu coughs and turns back when he sees this. "Hey, Nok, are you done cleaning up yet?" He replied that he had roughly finished cleaning, and that by tomorrow evening they would be short on water, but he heard the boss would bring some over. Kangma listened and smiled, "Thank you very much." He then replied, acting shy, "Don't thank me, thank the boss." They kept watching the sunset, feeling a bit lighter thanks to others' help. Nukdu suddenly asked Kangma, "Are you free later?" You didn't answer, so I asked again, "Why?" Nokdu slightly pulled down his mask before getting to the main point. The Lord of the Path wants to meet that person. Kang is both the head and the leader of the Shadow family, known as the Top Assassin. The character operates in the shadows, aiming to maintain the order of the Hero Society, as the old mountain elder Ante Auditor Kang ponders deeply. Someone like him wanting to meet me must be related to the Brain Council of the Academy, the ones who hired the assassin to target me. Moreover, he probably witnessed the duel between Tietku Maojiang and me, as well as me controlling the domain of the mind image. Those who can use their field can be recognized even from afar. "Over there," he said, "this is the first time since I joined the family that the clan leader has shown interest in outsiders, and he even appeared personally, which even the failed candidate wouldn't do." Nokshu reminded him, "It's actually a rare formality to show concern for someone. Of course, you also want to learn more about our family." Kangma silently replied, "It's not wrong to say that. And since Mansuro and Nok are helping today, I also need to repay this debt." Then the atmosphere fell into silence, as both of them waited for something. Nokshu stared intently at Kang Jom. "Why are you saying nothing at all?" Suddenly he replied, "I didn't hear that," and he felt confused. "What? So, what's the real reason?" Kangma replied irritably, "and also tired." So I turned around and said, "Thank you for helping today." Nokdu still wanted to say more, but was told to go and move to another scene. At this moment, the light shining through the window was a bit blinding, and Green sat at the table and softly replied, "Come in. It's been a while since we last met." Putting on glasses and bowing his head, he looked at the person in front, the academy director. Green called out to Ely. Let's go somewhere else. Weapon then brought over a box and said, I've chosen some outfits to wear for the festival. Seeing that, Saki Ryozo felt disappointed. What kind of outfit can you match with selling kimchi? Kangyama stands up. It seems Weapon has brought a rival to the academy. The club activity evaluation list also includes costumes. Hearing that, she couldn't help but sigh. No way. Weapon picks up the maid outfit. This is the maid outfit. Exactly right, Sabian always. Seeing that, Kangjo Ma asked again, Do you mean maid outfit? The red-haired girl excitedly exclaimed, That's so cute. Do we wear that for the festival? Why would she wear something like that? Just choose the normal one. Weapon then said to Kangjama, This one is what he held up high and said, Sanagon, if you look at it, it's more like summer wear than a maid outfit, right? Weapon replied, It's a limited seasonal collection with 5 sets, and since it's not now, I can't borrow them, plus I still have 2 sets left, which means I unconsciously imagined the scene of the girls each wearing a different outfit. Kongma couldn't help but remind him, Wei-on, I think I saw you being gentle earlier. Oh, no, I think I saw them. He excitedly picked up the outfits. That's right. Captain also saw it, right? I told you it's the best. I'll send the money quickly, so please. Suddenly, Saki Ryozo kicked Weapon directly in the face, and the 3 people on the other side were stunned by the noise. She smiled and looked at them, saying, I will wear a maid outfit.